Chapter 1. Logan. Martin Horn? Yes, sir. I am your direct superior, James Harriet. Follow me. Understood. James Harriet led him to the entrance of a tent and turned to say, Go inside. You're fortunate, brother, there are no combat missions at the moment, so you have time to train. Get settled. Be sure to join the others for meals, and then return here for afternoon training. Yes, sir. Relax a bit now. Go on. Upon entering the tent, Martin found it empty, save for about 10 bunk beds, each with personal toiletries beneath. 2 small stools were placed beside each bed, and apart from that, the tent was devoid of any clutter. Choosing an unoccupied bunk, he tossed his bedding atop it, arranged his basin and water jug, and climbed onto the bed, contemplating his current situation while tidying up his sleeping area. Martin was a time traveler, originally an orphan, so his sudden arrival here posed no emotional burden. The issue arose when, after a moment of disorientation, he realized he was seated in a military transport truck. Following that, he was transferred to this location. Apart from a military uniform, a set of bedding, and personal toiletries, he was equipped solely with a rifle. Throughout the journey, there were numerous checkpoints, which prevented him from letting his mind wander too far. Martin Horn was born in 1835, and now it was the year 1863, amidst the American Civil War. His previous incarnation was a passionate youth who had lost his parents to the ravages of war, and he had resolutely enlisted in the army. The backstory was straightforward, yet the peculiar aspect was that, according to his memories, this world was inhabited by monsters. Though he had never encountered them, he believed wholeheartedly in their existence. Congratulations, host, on awakening the ability replication system and receiving the novice gift pack. My golden finger has arrived. System, could you provide a brief introduction? Hello, system? Well, this system was not particularly intelligent. Surely, there's a personal panel? Martin Horn abilities, ability replication. It was quite simple, possessing only the ability to replicate. The system offered no further explanation, but judging by its name, he surmised it could replicate the abilities of others. It would only take a chance to find out. What about the Novice Gift Pack? Novice Gift Pack opened successfully, granting the ability of magnetic field control, with the capacity to manipulate at the atomic level. At the moment the notification ended, Martin suddenly perceived an unfamiliar sensation surrounding him. It felt as though everything within his vicinity was enveloped by an invisible force. Though his eyes could not see it, he could certainly sense it. This must be the magnetic field, Martin pondered. He could even feel objects outside the tent, with the range extending approximately 100 meters the further away, the weaker the sensation became. Open personal panel. Martin Horn abilities, ability replication, magnetic field control. With just the addition of magnetic field control, his capabilities had multiplied exponentially. It was said that the impoverished rely on mutations while he was not mutated, the effects were similar. Martin focused intently on the magnetic field around him, directing his gaze toward the small stools and cups on the floor. As he concentrated, they began to levitate slowly, albeit somewhat unsteadily, perhaps due to his inexperience with this newfound ability. Steadying his mind, he amplified his control, and before long, he could manipulate them with precision. After satisfying his curiosity, he decided to try with non-metallic items, such as his bedding. The bedding was heavier than the stools and cups, so he could feel the effort required to control it, though it was only marginally more difficult. The blanket still responded to his thoughts. How convenient, he marveled, gazing at the neatly stacked blanket at the head of his bed. After testing, he found he could control virtually any material with a magnetic field, though heavier objects posed more of a challenge. He could not ascertain his limits just yet. That would require further experimentation. It seems my ability is somewhat akin to Magneto's, Martin mused. Yet, I dare say I surpass his prowess. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he redirected his focus to the cup he had just experimented with, applying gradual pressure. Simply exerting force, and the cup began to transform. Initially, it appeared to be crushed by an unseen force, subsequently merging into a lump of iron, which then morphed into a smooth metallic sphere. The process took longer than expected, likely due to his initial lack of familiarity. Restoring the iron ball back into a cup proved significantly more challenging, as it required meticulous attention to detail. Once completed, it was passable, albeit somewhat unsightly. He could manipulate the glaze atop the cup, yet he could not yet affix it to the surface. According to the system's introduction, Martin could manipulate down to the atomic level, so he should ideally be able to achieve this. His current inability was merely a result of inexperience. It seems I must practice diligently. Through his testing, Martin discovered he could manipulate almost any material, although the strength of the magnetic field varied. For instance, the magnetic field of the blanket was weaker than that of the metal cup, making it easier to control iron than cloth of comparable dimensions. Additionally, he had to consider the limits of his current capabilities, but after this session of practice, he felt more adept at wielding this power. He fashioned a small metal disc the size of a coin from the surrounding iron objects, placing it in his hand to practice magnetic field control, confident that with time, he would see significant improvement. In emergencies, it could serve other purposes, such as crafting tools or weapons. After their meal, everyone was allowed a brief respite, and soon the tent was filled with comrades. After introductions, they settled into their respective rest, and in the afternoon, Martin trained with the unit. Having had prior training, Martin's performance was commendable, though not the best. Certainly, he was no slouch. At the very least, his commanding officer, James Harrod, was quite pleased with Martin's performance. The more he observed his captain, the more he felt an uncanny resemblance to Wolverine, the one with retractable claws. Yet, he recalled Wolverine's name as Logan, leaving him uncertain. While his magnetic field was indeed more potent than those of his peers, he could not definitively conclude that he was indeed Wolverine. Unless, after the evening training concluded, Martin produced a cigarette, seizing the opportunity to touch Harrod's hand as he lit it. "Thank you." "No need, sir," Martin replied with a smile, settling down beside him. "Copyable abilities. Healing factor, bone claws." I choose the healing factor. Martin Horn abilities, ability replication, magnetic field control, healing factor. Chapter 2, a letter. With the addition of the healing factor, Martin's abilities experienced a remarkable surge. While the growth potential of the healing factor may not be the highest, its defensive capabilities were undeniably formidable, akin to Deadpool's regenerative abilities derived from Wolverine. Moreover, as he honed his skills, his magnetic field control would grow even more potent. Wolverine's strength lay in his resilience without adamantium. He was not particularly destructive. However, his charismatic persona endeared him to many. Days later, Martin's unit was to enter the battlefield. Boom! The distant echoes of explosions and gunfire reached their ears. Their team of over a dozen individuals would march on foot, resembling a band of daredevils, primarily because their captain was nearly invulnerable, thus entrusted with leading them. "Enemies ahead, be cautious." "Rat-a-tat." "Take cover, take cover." "Rat-a-tat," Logan shouted, urging everyone to conceal themselves while firing at the enemy. Martin was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. He had anticipated such encounters would only occur on the battlefield. "This is the battlefield, there's no time for dawdling," Logan called out, yanking Martin down. Damn! In that instant, a bullet struck Martin's arm, and the pain was all too real. "Were you hurt?" Logan inquired while firing his weapon. "I'm fine," Martin gritted his teeth and replied, picking up his gun to retaliate, the wound beginning to mend. Logan cast a glance at Martin before turning his attention back to the primary objective of repelling the enemy. After half an hour, under Logan's leadership, the squad eliminated all adversaries, though they suffered the loss of 5 men. As Martin rested, he surveyed the surrounding dismembered limbs and severed arms, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. "Damn it! Our intelligence was flawed," Logan cursed angrily. Originally, their mission was to infiltrate the enemy's rear and demolish an ammunition depot, but they were ambushed en route. After a moment of seething frustration, Logan approached and grasped Martin's arm. The fabric of Martin's sleeve bore a conspicuous bullet hole, stained with blood. However, when he rolled up the sleeve, no wound was visible. "King!" Logan glanced at Martin and fell silent, seemingly recognizing him as a kindred spirit. Although Logan kept Martin's secret, their differences ultimately became apparent to others. Subsequently, the two men had to adopt various aliases, alongside Logan's brother, Sabretooth. For many years, the trio participated in both World War I and World War II, until the conclusion of the latter. During the Second World War, Martin even encountered Captain America, adorned in the stars and stripes, performing on stage with a shield. Time swiftly advanced to 1962. Following the end of World War II, Martin parted ways with Logan and the others, yet maintained correspondence with Logan. Years of warfare had rendered Martin emotionally numb. Countless comrades fell around him despite his efforts to rescue them. He could not avert all casualties. What sustained him were the memories of his past life, striving to engage as an observer. Yet, the efficacy of this approach was negligible. He was not devoid of humanity. It was not his desire for conflict, but rather the magnitude of such wars, which seemed to conscript entire nations, leaving no refuge for escape. Thanks to his healing factor, Martin could be considered immortal. Over the century, only the delicate form of a woman could capture his affection. His bank balance, though not comparable to vast fortunes, surpassed that of 70% of the world's populace. In recent years, Martin had recuperated from his mental scars and now operated as a freelance assassin. In the absence of assignments, he mingled with New York's elite during missions. He transformed into a merciless harbinger of death. Martin Horn, ability replication, magnetic field control, healing factor. Part of his prowess stemmed from replicating Sabretooth's healing factor, and nearly a century of practice had honed his magnetic field manipulation skills to a remarkable degree. In daily life and work, he encountered few setbacks. For instance, he could effortlessly replicate Magneto's abilities, sensing magnetic fields up to approximately 20 kilometers, albeit with diminishing strength at greater distances. He could not yet alter material structures, but could modify smaller material forms. Rumble. Martin drove his multi-million-dollar sports car to a luxurious bar. The car was not extravagant, it merely represented the price of a target's life. And even though it was less than expected. "Welcome," the doorman greeted, opening the door for Martin. "Thank you." After handing over the keys and tipping generously, Martin straightened his attire, donned a smile, and toyed with a metallic coin that had been his companion for many years as he entered amidst the staff's warm welcome. This establishment was one of New York's finer bars, boasting an exquisite atmosphere. Yet, for Martin, the sole allure of this venue lay in the high caliber of women present. "Mr. Horn," the bartender acknowledged him, serving Martin his customary drink. "Thank you." With glass in hand, Martin's gaze began to wander through the hall. Before him were voluptuous and strikingly beautiful women, their blonde hair and blue eyes captivating. Unlike the women found in roadside taverns, those here were typically adorned in glamorous, form-fitting evening gowns. Martin's attention settled on a stunning woman clad in a black evening gown, her presence more commanding and alluring than the others. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Martin Horn. Madam, I was drawn to your beauty from afar." "Thank you, I am Lisa." The following morning, Martin awoke in a luxurious hotel bed near the bar, reflexively flexing his hands. "Ugh, I am exhausted." "It's all right, you can continue to sleep." After turning over and savoring the softness of the sheets, he proceeded to wash up in the bathroom, leaving behind the appropriate payment before departing. Upon returning home, Martin discovered an elegantly styled letter at his doorstep, the envelope devoid of any text. Settling onto the sofa, he opened the letter. "Dear Mr. Martin Horn, as a fellow of our kind, I sincerely invite you to join us on the evening of the 28th of this month in Las Vegas. Please do attend, I assure you. You shall not be disappointed." Chapter 3. The Black King and the White Queen. An invitation from the Hellfire Club, signed by the White Queen, has reached Martin. At the end of this month, they will host a banquet in Las Vegas, extending an invitation for Martin to join their ranks. Despite his cautious nature, Martin realizes that he is undoubtedly affiliated with several significant organizations. He never believed he could remain entirely inconspicuous. Upon reflection, he finds himself unoccupied, and the allure of the club lingers in his mind. Its members are either immensely wealthy or of high status, with a considerable number of mutants among them. Moreover, the prospect of acquiring additional abilities to bolster his own is enticing. Although Martin currently reigns supreme among ordinary individuals, he acknowledges his vulnerabilities, particularly in terms of mental intrusion. If memory serves him correctly, the White Queen, Emma, possesses such an ability. Time has elapsed, and the details have faded, but Emma remains vivid in his recollection, primarily due to her captivating beauty and alluring attire in films from his past life. With her golden locks and striking blue eyes, she is a vision of elegance. Often clad in nothing but sensuous white lingerie, complemented by white stockings, an irresistible sight for any man. Additionally, Martin recognizes that relying solely on his training for strength enhancement yields sluggish progress. However, assimilating potent abilities could exponentially amplify his power, proving immensely beneficial. Logan is also present at the club, and they have corresponded recently. Therefore, he decides to venture forth. Good evening, sir. May I see your invitation? At the entrance of the Hellfire Club in Las Vegas, Martin is halted. Here you go. He hands over the letter he received. Everything appears to be in order. Please proceed, sir. Welcome to the Hellfire Club. With a casual grip on the letter, Martin strides inside. This place is indeed a veritable paradise for men, lavishly decorated and teeming with life. Beautiful women, clad only in lingerie and stockings, weave through the crowd, and occasionally, one can spot a patron leading one of them away to an unknown destination. Upon entering, Martin envelopes his head in a magnetic field, utilizing it to shield his energy from prying eyes, ensuring his secrets remain undiscovered. Hello, sir. Do you require company? A woman in red lingerie approaches him, her voice sweet and inviting. Of course, men always seek the company of women. Martin smiles, pulling her close while taking the opportunity to discreetly hand her the letter. Take me to the one who summoned me. Ignoring Martin's assertive touch, she glances at the letter and promptly replies, Certainly, follow me. They embrace as they traverse through several corridors and doors, finally arriving at a room where the sounds of the hall fade away. We have arrived, sir. You may enter. She returns the letter, her cheeks flushed as she coyly speaks. Will you not accompany me inside? Martin asks with a mischievous grin, applying a gentle pressure. After you emerge, I will gladly keep you company. With that, she nimbly slips from his grasp. Very well, farewell. Once the woman departs, Martin adjusts his attire and knocks on the door. Knock, knock. As soon as his hand descends, the door silently swings open. Martin steps in, finding himself in what appears to be a reception room, occupied by a striking man and woman. You must be Mr. Horn. They rise from the sofa as Martin enters, their demeanor warm and welcoming. Yes. And how shall I address you? Martin inquires, his gaze drawn to Ms. Emma Frost, the White Queen, as her attire suggests. She is adorned in a white half-cup corset, a short white skirt, and white knee-high boots, her alabaster skin complemented by flowing golden hair, exuding an ethereal radiance. I am Sebastian Shaw, and this is Emma Frost. Sebastian introduces, extending his hand. Hello, and Martin turns to Emma. I apologize, madam, for my rudeness. You are simply enchanting. Huh. Every individual who meets Emma tends to react similarly. Do not mind it, Martin. I hope you won't be offended by my casual address. Sebastian chuckles. Not all. Martin responds, extending his hand to Emma. Please, take a seat, Mr. Horn, Emma invites. Thank you. And may I inquire about your relationship? Friends. The response elicits a broader smile from Martin. During the brief interval before sitting, Martin glances at his own information, confirming his suspicions. The energy levels have surged. His ability to control energy allows him to absorb any reachable energy, such as kinetic or thermal energy, and subsequently release it. Notably, if someone were to shoot at him, the bullet would lose its momentum upon contact. This ability is formidable, as it implies he can negate virtually all energy-related attacks. Yet, he wonders if he might survive a leap from a tall building. Logically, he should, given his capacity to absorb gravitational force, though he deems it unwise to test. The mind-reading ability requires no elaboration. His diamond form permits him to transmute his entire body or parts thereof into an indestructible diamond state, which he can also impose upon others. Intriguingly, this power serves another formidable purpose. It can sever the mental connections of others. It is worth noting that Emma is the first to offer him two advantageous abilities, while Logan and Sabretooth also possess two powers. Their bone claws are significantly weakened without adamantium, which also inhibits his healing factor. Consequently, Martin never thought to replicate those abilities. Once seated, Martin produces a cigarette. After the two decline, he lights it and says, I apologize. Mr. Shaw, please forgive my candor. From what I understand, membership in the Hellfire Club comes with certain prerequisites. Members are either affluent or hold positions of power. I am puzzled as to why I received an invitation. Let me be forthright. Martin, we have been observing you closely. We are of the same ilk. The Hellfire Club was not solely established for them. It primarily serves individuals like us. Sebastian replies with a perpetual smile gracing his face. What do you mean? Sebastian gestures to Emma, who slightly turns her head, and Martin senses an intrusion into his thoughts. Chapter 4. Teleportation. Martin utilized a newfound ability to thwart the invading psychic force. Emma incredulously intensified her output. Wait, madam, it is rather impolite to invade another's thoughts without permission, Martin remarked, gazing at Emma's exquisite visage. However, I forgive you. Beautiful ladies are always afforded certain privileges. I had assumed your power was limited to metal manipulation, Emma expressed in astonishment. Sebastian observed Emma, eager to elucidate further. I am unable to penetrate his mind. He possesses a similar ability. You have truly surprised me, Martin, Sebastian stated. Ah, now I comprehend your meaning. Metal control, telepathy. Do you possess any other abilities? Emma inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I must correct you. My dominion extends beyond mere metal, Martin replied, as Emma, perched gracefully opposite him, suddenly levitated. Wow, be careful. Ha ha, Emma exclaimed, her momentary panic giving way to laughter as she reveled in the sensation of weightlessness. Once Martin gently lowered her, Emma chuckled. That was delightful. Thank you. Is there more? Emma, intrigued, pressed on. Sebastian smiled, watching expectantly. The two were, after all, gathering insights about one another. Coincidentally, Martin needed to reveal his own prowess. Yes, he declared, and with a mere thought, his form transformed into one of pure diamond. From head to toe, he became an embodiment of brilliance, astonishing both Emma and Sebastian. I have never encountered another with abilities akin to mine, Emma marveled, as she too adopted the same diamond form. Wow! The two diamond beings gazed deeply into each other's facets. In this crystalline state, even their eyes sparkled like gems. Yet, despite her transformation, Emma's figure remained remarkably alluring. Is there more? She teased. Surely, this is sufficient, is it not? After returning to their normal states, Sebastian remarked, Martin, you are precisely the individual we require, and likewise, you need us. We of our kind are perceived as monsters by ordinary humans. We must unite to carve out a space for our kind. We are not monsters. This is evolution, a manifestation of nature's survival of the fittest. We may even hold the power to dictate the fate of this world. Together, we can forge an era devoid of war and discrimination. The future belongs to us. Henceforth, you and every mutant shall never feel inferior or harbor fear due to your uniqueness, nor shall you need to hide in the shadows. Join us. We are your kind. The proposition was undoubtedly alluring, yet Martin's interest lay solely in women, and he was not a mutant. If I were to join, what would be required of me? Martin inquired. We shall create a new world together, Sebastian replied enthusiastically. No, I abhor war. Over the past century, I have been embroiled in countless conflicts, and I have grown utterly weary of it. Sebastian and Emma exchanged glances, drawing new insights from Martin's words. Martin revealed his age, from the Civil War to the First and Second World Wars. I apologize, but I cannot be of assistance to you. Of course, I shall not impede your endeavors. While I cannot claim to be without rivals in this world, I can live quite safely. So I regret to inform you that I do not share your ambitious aspirations. Oh, how unfortunate, Martin, Sebastian lamented. Well, you should know, I am an assassin. Should you have any targets, provided the payment is satisfactory, I can assist you. Beyond that, I think it best to refrain. Very well. Just then, a figure emerged before them, a man clad entirely in red, adorned with what appeared to be imprints upon his skin. Martin, allow me to introduce Azazel. You may call him the Red Devil, Sebastian interjected, momentarily interrupting the Red Devil's speech. Greetings. Hello. The Red Devil was not particularly warm. Yet the suddenness of the situation left him momentarily unresponsive to Martin's handshake. His ability, copyable ability, teleportation, was another extraordinary skill, allowing for vast movement, albeit only to places previously visited. While not an overwhelmingly offensive skill, it was well suited for traversing distances, though Martin generally did not require mobility during combat. Well, it seems you have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Martin said. Indeed, Martin, if you come to a decision, Feel free to reach out to us, Sebastian remarked. As Emma handed him a business card, I wish you a delightful evening, and here is my personal number. With a waft of fragrance, Emma approached gracefully. Thank you. I assure you, I shall remember this well. Until we meet again, Martin replied as he departed. Once he was gone, Sebastian remarked, I need him to join us. Yet it appears he is only interested in you, Emma. Very well. Since the host had spoken, Martin was in no hurry to leave. After all, returning to his current residence would only lead to idle time. The hall featured private rooms, concealed by curtains at the entrance. However, Martin was not fond of such an environment. He preferred not to engage in activities under the scrutiny of others. This evening, he decided to remain without haste and was assigned a room. Whether or not the room was monitored did not concern him, as there were no other occupants. All of this was closely observed by Emma through the surveillance system. 2 hours, she mused, her eyes narrowing with intrigue as her lips parted in a soft whisper. The following morning, Martin groggily stumbled into the restroom, only fully awakening as he turned on the faucet. Snap! Wake up, it's time for breakfast. No, I'm so tired. The soundproofing here was unexpectedly effective. He had not anticipated breakfast would be provided, yet considering the members were not lacking in wealth, it made sense. Although Martin had not joined, he was still regarded as a guest. Chapter 5. 2 young ladies needed a few days to rest, leaving Martin to dine alone. After spending several days in Las Vegas, he ventured to a small tavern on the outskirts of the city, where he found Logan seated at the bar, indulging in a cigar. How are you, Logan? Martin inquired as he took a seat beside him, signaling the bartender for a drink. I couldn't be better, Logan replied with a smirk. All I do is work and then find a place to drink. It doesn't get better than this. Martin chuckled, pleased to see Logan enjoying life. What are you doing these days? Soldier, Army, Logan responded, taking a sip of his drink and glancing at Martin. What else could someone like us do? A hitman? At least it's freedom, Martin replied. Yes, freedom and happiness every single day. Ha ha. I can only say I'm quite content. As they conversed, 2 young men entered the tavern. Excuse me, I am Eric Lesher, one introduced himself. And I am Charles Xavier. As soon as they spoke, Logan interjected. Get lost. Martin couldn't contain his laughter. Perhaps it was Logan's blunt dismissal, combined with Martin's merciless teasing, that drew the future Professor X, Charles, to focus his attention on Martin. Either cease your probing, or this blade will pierce your throat, Martin warned. His smile, fading as a coin in his hand, transformed into a sharp edge pressed against Charles's neck. My apologies, sir, Charles quickly retorted. This feeling of failure was something he had only experienced with Emma, and their methods of shielding their minds were strikingly similar, prompting him to question their relationship. Could Emma have gained shape-shifting abilities? Unbeknownst to him, some mutants possessed dual abilities. Emma was indeed among the rare few with 2 powers. Eric attempted to wrest the blade away, but failed. He was still young, while Martin had wielded this power for nearly a century. I'm not a disguise for Emma. I merely know her, Martin declared. Perhaps you should learn to temper your curiosity. Moreover, probing into others' minds without permission is quite impolite. Martin reverted the blade back into a coin, conveying his thoughts directly into Charles's mind. This was not mere intrusion. It was retaliation. Besides, flaunting in front of the eminent Professor X and Magneto was an opportunity not to be missed. You may leave now, Martin said, standing and placing a hand on each of their shoulders, turning them towards the exit, feeling a hint of regret at their limited powers. Martin mused that they were still too young and had not fully developed their abilities. They could have been even stronger. Yet, he reminded himself not to be overly greedy. Perhaps he would encounter more mutants in the future, allowing for the enhancement of various powers. The world of women would be his to conquer. Before bidding farewell to the 2, Martin hesitated, contemplating meeting the few mutants he had heard of. However, upon reflection, he realized they were merely younglings with little combat prowess, collectively lacking the strength to rival even a fraction of Professor X or Magneto. Raven's shape-shifting abilities were impressive, yet Martin felt little inclination to pursue her for that alone. Do you know them? Logan inquired. No, but they belong to the same kind as us. Logan seemed indifferent to the matter. I didn't sense him at all, Charles remarked. Him? Did you see? He can control metal, and I am powerless against that. Not to mention, he just communicated with me in my mind. I don't understand. I scanned all mutants, but have never encountered him before. Should we give up? I don't know. They can't even communicate. Perhaps we should wait for him and try again. The mutants they had encountered typically possessed a singular powerful ability, and even the rare few with 2 or more powers often had supporting traits. Martin was the first to emerge with multiple offensive abilities. If he were to assist them, their combat potential would be significantly enhanced. Regrettably, they waited for Logan to return, but Martin did not. After some time, Eric grew restless and decided to return to the tavern, only to learn from the bartender that Martin had left long ago. Charles and Eric exchanged disappointed glances before turning to leave. After bidding farewell to Logan, Martin, while on his way to the restroom, instantaneously teleported to his car. Such was the nature of humans. When one lacks teleportation abilities, they seldom notice. Yet, once endowed with such power, even the slightest distance feels burdensome. Had he not planned to dine next, and with his car conveniently parked nearby, Martin might have simply returned to his hotel. That evening, upon returning to his room with a freshly brewed beauty, Martin was greeted by an unexpected surprise as he opened the door. Ah! The presence in the room startled the lady. It's nothing, don't worry, Martin reassured her, drawing out a stack of money. My dear, it seems tonight is not the night for enjoyment. Allow me to treat you to dinner, and we shall reschedule. After all, if it was merely about money, this would save both time and energy, and she wouldn't need to exert herself unnecessarily. The lady secretly wished every man conducted themselves in such a manner. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. She rather liked this handsome man, especially the way he handled his money. After a brief encounter, Martin watched as the beauty lounged seductively on his sofa, shaking his head in resignation. Emma, what a delightful surprise. Perhaps you could consider compensating me for a splendid evening. He poured himself a drink, also filling Emma's empty glass. Emma had dressed more conservatively tonight, likely due to her outing. She wore a sleek white jacket and matching trousers, complemented by white knee-high boots, all form-fitting and accentuating her alluring figure. Martin sat beside her, drink in hand, unabashedly appraising her from head to toe. I did not know you were interested in such company. Such company? To me, any woman who can keep me company is a good one, regardless of whether money is involved or how long the companionship lasts. Problems easily solved with money are not true problems. The challenge lies in finding something that money cannot buy. Perhaps what you seek is not my wealth, but rather me, Emma suggested, slightly lowering her zipper to reveal a glimpse of what lay beneath. I apologize, but I only sell my talent, not my body. Although she verbally declined, it did not hinder her from enjoying the view. Chapter 6. My rules no, no, no. It is not about selling oneself, Emma remarked as she moved closer to Martin, her fingers gliding slowly from his chest to his face, smiling as she said, as you mentioned, it is merely companionship. Of course, in a long-term companionship, if I encounter any problems or dangers, you wouldn't be so heartless as to ignore me, would you? Martin was not a passive individual. You initiated this. After saying that, Emma playfully leapt onto Martin's lap, and he caught her around the waist. No, Emma would never pay a price without receiving what she desired, transforming directly into her diamond form. Oh, are you looking to see who is tougher? Come on, I am ready. Martin teased her, also shifting into his diamond form. The collision of diamonds emitted a glass-like crack. Trying to break free proved futile. Emma quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I apologize. Could you please let me go? Her strength paled in comparison to Martin's, unable to escape. Emma had employed such tactics before, often using her mental manipulation abilities to make others believe something had occurred. However, this tactic was ineffective against Martin as well. I require a sincere apology. A kiss. Is that acceptable? Upon returning to her physical form, Emma expressed her apology through action. Well, of course. Yet I have mentioned that I do not enjoy being passive. A long kiss followed, and Emma felt uncomfortable, not due to her mouth, but because diamonds are indeed the hardest substance in this world. Wait, I have something to discuss with you, business-related. Emma seized the opportunity to speak. All right, go ahead. Can you let me down first? No. Emma cast a flirtatious glance at Martin, twirled her hair, and adjusted her position for comfort. Since you are unwilling to collaborate with us, I would like to hire you. Very well, Who is the target? Martin inquired while letting Emma's legs feel his hands. Me. Continue. Martin was not intrigued by her theatrics. He preferred action over intellectual exertion. Aren't you curious why the target is me? Not particularly. To me, aside from select few, anyone could be a target as long as there's payment. Emma grasped Martin's hand. Am I not a select individual? At this moment, yes. Sighing, Emma observed his shameless demeanor and continued, I am not asking you to kill me, but rather to save me. To be direct, our adversary has recently been recruiting, and we are short-handed. There is a matter that I must handle alone in the coming days, and I may encounter danger. If that is the case, why proceed? Why not let Sebastian rescue you? Because I cannot refuse. To obtain something, one must sacrifice something. As for Sebastian, to him, anyone can be sacrificed as long as it achieves his goals. All right, so what do you say? Will you take the offer? What is the compensation? Me. For how long? Until I provide you with your next assignment. Emma replied with a radiant smile. Martin, feeling her present tenderness, stated, very well. I would feel at a loss with anyone else, but with you. Deal? Deal, but I require the payment up front. No, I have matters to attend to tonight. Can we settle that next time? Emma evaded while speaking. After a brief contest of wills, Martin had no choice but to relent, as her defense was rather robust, and he did not wish to force the issue. Emma stood up, adjusted her clothing, and remarked, what just transpired counts as a deposit. The balance will be settled once I am done. Martin nodded. Are you really not considering joining Hellfire? That way we could always be together. And you could find me any time you wish, Emma inquired with a smile. Let us discuss it after this matter is resolved. Very well. Bye. Goodbye. If one were to consider where mutants congregate most, it would undoubtedly be among these two factions. Compared to men, Martin preferred dealing with women, especially beautiful ones like Emma. As for exploitation, who in this world isn't using someone? And who can truly avoid being used? It all comes down to what one can gain. Martin could acquire an opportunity to enhance his abilities. Oh, and a captivating lover. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell jolted Martin awake. Having slept alone the previous night, his quality of sleep was poor, leaving him somewhat irritable. Give me a reason that won't make me send you away, Martin said sternly to the two handsome men outside the door. Apologies for the disturbance, sir. We met yesterday. Yes, I am aware. Martin blocked the doorway, scrutinizing the two. Martin shook his head, now fully awake, and turned to say, Come in, I will wash up. Thank you. After washing up, he emerged from the bathroom to find the two seated on the sofa. He joined them, the bottle of liquor soaring as he poured a drink for the three of them and lit a cigarette. I am not fond of dealing with men, so let us make this brief. I am listening. Sebastian Shaw, as a mutant, is plotting to instigate a war between the two nations. As Charles spoke, Martin observed Eric. Noticing his expression showed little reaction to the matter, only slightly altering when Charles mentioned Sebastian. Once Charles finished, Martin interjected, What does this have to do with me? If he succeeds, the situation for mutants will worsen. Then why not join him? Perhaps creating a world exclusively for mutants would benefit them more, Martin posed. Sir, we should coexist peacefully with ordinary humans. We are also part of humanity, Charles replied earnestly. Indeed, you are correct. Taking a sip of his drink, Martin continued, However, since you can track me here, you must know what I do. I will not align with either side. To be honest, they at least promise me wealth, pleasure, and power. What can you offer me? Ideals? We will hire you, Charles said hesitantly, but Eric interjected. Now that is more like it. Sweet nothings one tea suffice. Martin admired Eric's candor, since we were discussing business. Allow me to outline my rules. First, if there are conflicting targets, I will follow the order of employment, barring exceptional circumstances determined by personal connections. Second, regardless of what I know, I will not disclose any information unrelated to the task. That is my professional code. Third, I do not accept vague assignments, as I tend to complicate matters. If you wish to hire me, please present a clear objective. Chapter 7. Angel Salvador, all right. Let us discuss the tasks for which you wish to employ me, along with the compensation, Martin said, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the two individuals before him. Please stop, Sebastian. Stop him from what? Eating? Using the restroom? We still have time, Martin replied, his tone dismissive. I've mentioned that I'm not fond of troublesome assignments. The two men appeared somewhat bewildered by Martin's inquiry, as they had intended to request his assistance in thwarting Sebastian's attempts to incite discord between their nations. Yet Martin did not grasp their implication. After a moment of contemplation, Charles remarked, "We will inevitably confront him. At that time, we would appreciate your intervention, no matter the means." "Am I permitted to kill him?" "Absolutely not," Eric interjected vehemently. Martin scratched his head and inquired, "What is the timeline?" "We are still investigating. If feasible, you may remain with us until we ascertain the timing, at which point you may act directly." "Very well. I suppose that could work," Martin conceded, considering the mutants likely surrounding them. Yet he insisted, however, "Since the timing is uncertain and his actions unpredictable, I shall require an increase in payment." Charles, with ample financial resources, readily agreed. "No problem." Both he and Eric chuckled in agreement. Once the terms were settled, Martin changed into a different outfit and followed them to a building. "To be honest, if it weren't for work, I would never wish to visit such a place," Martin remarked, eyeing the emblem on the entrance. "We need to collaborate with them," Charles stated. "It is you who needs them, not us," Martin countered. "Well, regardless, please accompany us," Charles replied. The trio entered a separate small building within, greeted by armed guards stationed around. Peaceful coexistence? Why is this building the sole exception? Martin questioned. "They are protecting the individuals inside. Do you believe that?" Upon entering the spacious lounge on the first floor, 6 young individuals were already seated. Upon their arrival, the group stood politely. "Allow me to introduce you to Martin Horn, a rather formidable mutant ally." After introducing Martin, he proceeded to introduce the others. "This is Raven, my sister." "Hello." They both responded in unison. "This is Armando, known as Darwin." "This is Hank McCoy, a scientist." "This is Salvador." "This is Sean Cassidy." "And this is Alex Summers. His abilities are quite destructive." "It is a pleasure to meet you all," Martin greeted with a smile. Indeed, it was a joyous occasion, as the combined prowess of 8 extraordinary abilities had dramatically enhanced their combat potential. The overall strength had surged to over 120,000, largely attributed to Alex's energy shockwaves. The energy manipulation acquired from Sebastian was already among the most potent among mutants, but the energy shockwaves allowed for the continuous absorption of energy from the environment. When utilized in tandem, they were virtually invincible. In any realm, the most formidable force lies in the application of energy, and these two exemplified that principle perfectly. The other abilities, while supplementary, were undeniably practical for everyday life. For instance, shape-shifting and flying. Shape-shifting needs no elaboration. At the very least, it ensures one does not mistakenly enter the wrong restroom, lest they be caught, a jest Martin made. As for flying, while one could achieve it through magnetic field manipulation, it requires concentration. Mastery of the flying ability would render it as instinctive as breathing. The only lament was that these individuals were still young, their powers not yet fully developed. Martin would have to nurture their abilities in due time. After the introductions, a brief conversation ensued before Charles and Eric departed to continue their search for clues regarding Sebastian's whereabouts. Perhaps due to their lack of encounters with peers in their daily lives, the young mutants were exhilarated, enthusiastically sharing tales of their past experiences and present feelings. While engaging in conversation, Martin's gaze drifted to the window, where a few individuals clad in black suits observed them, akin to spectators at a zoo. "Children, would you like to witness a performance?" The others turned their attention to Martin, following his gaze outside. "This game is called Teasing the Ants." No sooner had he spoken than the guards outside, along with several onlookers, approximately 7 or 8 in total, suddenly dropped their weapons and began to brawl with one another, throwing punches in a chaotic frenzy. "What on earth? I can't control my body." "Ah, what are you doing?" Ignoring the commotion outside, Martin inquired, "Is this enjoyable?" "Quite so," Salvador responded, while the others exchanged puzzled glances. "You can control them, just as you do with Charles?" Raven asked. Before Martin could reply, Hank interjected, "Let them be. They are merely curious." Having spent considerable time in government, Hank was accustomed to being observed, yet he did not wish to inflict harm upon them. Martin regarded him, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well." With a mere thought, the metallic sculpture in the courtyard disassembled, coalescing into large iron cages at its center. Each individual was subsequently confined within a cage, their mouths sealed and limbs bound against the walls. Once completed, Martin turned to Hank. All right, I've forgiven them. This spectacle proved quite satisfying. At least Salvador, the charming young lady, found it so. It's rather stuffy in here. I wish to step out for a drink. Would anyone care to join? It's on me. I'll accompany you, Salvador offered, sensing a kinship with Martin's demeanor. Perhaps we should refrain from venturing out, Raven suggested. Charles instructed us to await further news. I am not their subordinate. I am merely a hired hand, Martin replied, then turned to Salvador. Well, it appears it's just the two of us. Rising, he extended his hand to her, and Salvador smiled, placing her hand in his. As they approached the door, Martin glanced back. Oh, if Charles and the others seek me, have them call. Otherwise, I prefer not to be disturbed. After all, their objective for being there was accomplished. He could be sought out when it was time to fulfill his duties. Indeed, this was the perfect pretext for a timely exit, as an opportunity had presented itself. Upon exiting the room, Salvador inquired, "Where to?" "Let's find a pub. I'd rather not go to a bar. I spend my life in such establishments. If possible, let us seek a more tranquil place." Chapter 8. Urgency. How about we go to my place? Martin inquired tentatively, feeling uncertain about where would be quiet. Do you have any alcohol in your room? Plenty. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Wait. In the midst of Salvador's puzzled gaze, Martin embraced her, and in an instant, they found themselves in the hotel room. In truth, mere physical contact sufficed to transport them. Yet why not relish the embrace? Wow, you can teleport. Salvador marveled at their surroundings. Martin released her, took her hand, and led her to the sofa, pouring wine for both as he explained, "I can only travel to places I've been or know well." Curious, Salvador queried, "What happens if you haven't been there?" "To a completely unknown place. Teleportation is impossible. For a familiar location, but one whose layout is unknown. One might end up inside a wall, or find oneself hovering over an abyss upon arrival. That sounds like quite a convenient ability." "Indeed. And what about your powers?" Salvador smiled, setting her glass down as she slowly unzipped her top. Isn't that a bit fast?" Martin teased. "Huh, relax. I'm just demonstrating my ability. Oh, my apologies." After expressing regret, he gazed at her expectantly, his attention fixated just beneath her top. Though what exactly he anticipated remained unclear. Once Salvador removed her top, it revealed merely a bra beneath. She then turned her back to Martin, continuing to unfasten her clasp. A tattoo adorned her back, resembling dragonfly wings, gracefully extending from her spine to her waist, with two pairs ascending to her shoulders. Suddenly, the tattoo animated, detaching from Salvador's body and transforming into two pairs of transparent dragonfly wings. "Wow, those are stunning wings. Wait, there's more," Salvador said as the wings fluttered and began to ascend. After circling the living room, they gracefully landed beside Martin. "What do you think? Quite beautiful. I'm in my ability." Salvador chuckled. "Well, it's impressive and practical," Martin replied earnestly, gazing into her eyes. "I possess another ability. My saliva is corrosive." She paused, locking eyes with him, "but it's controllable." "Oh." Martin appeared relieved. "Well, that reassures me. Now, tell me about yours." Salvador shot Martin a playful glare, remaining in her bra as she settled onto the sofa. "All right, but may I ask a question?" "Sure." "Your clasp is clearly undone, yet it remains in place. Is it too large?" Martin inquired curiously, pointing. "You'll find out," Salvador retorted, irritated. Okay, I was merely curious." "Yes, you're just curious." "Not at all lecherous," Salvador jested, as Martin's true nature was laid bare, though she didn't find it off-putting. Rising, Martin removed his jacket and t-shirt. "Whoa, isn't that a bit hasty?" Salvador teased, echoing his earlier words. "Huh." Martin turned away from her. He too was uncertain about his flying ability, having yet to test it, but he presumed it would be similar to hers. Salvador gazed at the tattoo on Martin's back, astonished. "Don't tell me you have a power akin to mine." She noticed Martin's tattoo, resembling angel wings, positioned similarly to hers. Activating his flight ability, Martin manifested the wings upon his back. He glanced around, relieved. He certainly hoped his wings were not akin to insect wings. Though beautiful, they suited a woman, while he, a grown man, would prefer otherwise. A pair of black swan wings unfolded from Martin's back, resembling those of a fallen angel. It felt as if the wings were extensions of his limbs, obedient to his command. With a flap, he ascended into the air, buoyed by instinct rather than prior control of his magnetic field. After a brief flight, he landed gracefully beside Salvador. "What do you think?" Salvador reached out to touch Martin's wings, exclaiming, "They are truly beautiful." "Thank you, but I believe yours are even more exquisite with a myriad of glimmers." After exchanging compliments, Salvador remarked, "All right, you possess. My heavens, you have 4 abilities: telekinesis, metal manipulation, teleportation, and flight like mine. Is there more?" "Perhaps my saliva possesses corrosive properties too," Martin said, smiling at her. "Really? Would you like to test it?" "How?" "Like this." Martin embraced Salvador and kissed her, his wings instinctively enveloping her. After half a minute of exchanging kisses, he released her, asking, "Did you feel anything?" "Ugh, no. Let us try again." After a lengthy pause, they sat together on the sofa, Salvador reflecting, "I never imagined I would encounter someone like me, let alone someone as extraordinary as you. How do you possess so many abilities? Perhaps I have even more remarkable traits that you have yet to discover." Leaning against Martin's chest, Salvador said earnestly, "Then allow me to witness them." "Of course." "Wait, I enjoy the sensation of being enveloped by his soft wings." "All right, having experienced the softness, next we should." Suddenly, the phone rang. Martin awoke, soothing the similarly startled Salvador, and answered the phone on the bedside table. "This is Martin. Speak your mind." "Mr. Horn, we have a mission. You may return." Charles's voice resonated. "Understood." After hanging up, Martin gently tapped Salvador, who was still half asleep. "Darling, wake up." What is it?" Salvador murmured sleepily, struggling to open her eyes. Martin kissed her forehead and said, "Charles wants us back. There should be leads." "All right, since you can teleport me back, may I sleep a little longer?" "Very well." Martin rose, casting a fond glance at her as she drifted back to sleep, then gently lifted her with care, and they made their way to the bathroom. Chapter 9. The manner then, with water, he bathed the two, washing their faces and brushing their teeth. Throughout this gentle process, Salvador was not disturbed. After returning her to bed, Martin requested breakfast. By the time breakfast arrived, it had been approximately half an hour since Charles's call. "Hey, darling, it's time to rise," he gently urged. All right," Salvador replied, opening her eyes, looking much better than before. The resilience of mutants far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. "Breakfast has arrived. Let us dress and eat," Martin suggested. "All right, let me freshen up first," she replied. "Haha, don't you feel as if you've already been washed?" Martin teased. Upon hearing this, Salvador touched her body and finally noticed the minty taste in her mouth. "Did you wash me?" "I felt nothing at all. I wanted you to sleep a little longer," he confessed. "Oh, darling, are you this gentle with every woman?" Salvador asked, touched. "Haha, ISNT it just expected. Besides, you're the only one at present." After saying this, he urged her, "Come on, get up. It's been a while, and time is of the essence." "All right, a kiss first, moi." Another 20 minutes passed as they intimately finished their meal and dressed. "Ready?" Martin inquired, extending his arms. Salvador embraced him. "Let us go." As the words left his lips, they instantly arrived at last night's base. Wow! The sudden appearance of the two startled those unaware. Alongside Charles and Eric stood 2 others, a stout man and a woman, both presumably staff members based on their attire. "What an astonishing ability!" the stout man exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. His demeanor suggested he harbored a fondness for mutants. "Call me Oliver," he introduced himself while approaching Martin. "Martin Horn, a pleasure to meet you." "Thank you, likewise. To be honest, I have always believed in the existence of superpowers in this world. Now, I have the opportunity to meet so many super beings and even work together. Well, if luck is on your side, perhaps one day you may acquire your own superpower," Martin replied. "Haha, I hope so." After their introduction, the woman introduced herself. "I am Moira MacTaggart. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Horn." "Hello, likewise." Moira appeared somewhat stern, and Martin found himself favoring Oliver's amiable nature. Sometimes engaging with men can be pleasant, depending on who gives a better impression. Once everyone was acquainted, Charles announced, "We have received word that Shaw and his associates will be heading to the Bear. We must intercept him." Martin nodded, understood. What followed was the customary exhilarating speech, alongside reminders such as refraining from harming others indiscriminately. Martin sat on the sofa, arms crossed, allowing the information to flow in one ear and out the other. His primary duty was to control Sebastian Shaw. Everything else was of no concern to him. He had no desire to be entangled in American affairs. Ultimately, it was decided that Charles, Eric, Moira, and Martin would undertake the mission, with additional soldiers available for assistance. The younger individuals expressed a desire to join, but were declined by Charles on the grounds of their youth and inexperience. One of the benefits of working with the relevant authorities was the convenience of travel. They had their own secret air routes. After a day of preparation, the next morning, they arrived at their destination. Martin was indifferent to the specifics of their location, knowing only that they had reached the bear as snow blanketed the area. The military truck traversed through wooded paths, accompanied by unfamiliar soldiers masquerading as bear soldiers, save for a few familiar faces. Their SA checkpoint ahead. We were not informed of this, Moira stated as she opened the small window at the back of the truck. As the sentry raised a hand to signal the vehicle to stop, a military dog began to whine, having detected the presence of people inside. Complying with the request, the driver opened the back door. Charles used his abilities to influence the soldiers, rendering them unable to see the individuals within the truck. Meanwhile, those inside, particularly the ordinary soldiers, aimed their guns at the inspecting soldier. Fortunately, amidst the collective anxiety, the driver closed the door, and shortly after, the vehicle resumed its journey. Thanks to you, Charles, Eric commended, patting the latter's leg. Our abilities each have their strengths, Charles replied. After an indeterminate period, the vehicle came to a halt. Martin followed Charles and the others to a hillside overlooking a manor below. The soldiers were directed to maintain a perimeter, leaving only 3 super beings and Moira at the site. Let us wait. They will appear shortly, Charles instructed. The group concealed themselves while Charles and Eric took turns observing the opposite side through binoculars. Martin sensed a significant magnetic field, capable of detecting movements within a range of 20 kilometers. Typically, he refrained from utilizing this ability, as crowded areas tend to distort the magnetic field. However, in this sparse setting, his observational prowess was highly effective. After a tranquil half-hour, Martin was the first to detect an approaching vehicle, notably recognizing a familiar magnetic signature. Hey, darling. Emma suddenly heard a voice in her mind. Though she could not ascertain who it was, the term darling made it clear that it was Martin. Are you following to protect me? Emma replied with a smile in her mind. Yes, carry on with your tasks, but do not expose my presence. Understood. As they conversed, the vehicle arrived at the entrance, and Emma stepped out. Wow, darling, I adore your outfit. It is quite alluring. Emma appeared in a white fur cloak adorned with a distinctive bear-style hat and white boots that accentuated her slender calves. Thank you. Should I wear this to meet you next time? She teased. Absolutely, though. The cloak and boots will suffice, he replied with a grin. Wow, you are quite the... During their exchange, an elderly military officer emerged from the manor. Upon approaching, Emma addressed the officer. I apologize, but Mr. Shaw is unwell and unable to attend. I have come in his stead, and I believe it would be better for us to converse alone. Chapter 10. You are a scoundrel. After their conversation, the officer wrapped his arms around Emma from behind and led her inside. I don't like how close you are with him. What? Are you jealous? It's merely a gesture of courtesy. Well, do your thing. I will be watching you, so don't worry. Thank you. Following his exchange with Emma, Martin shifted his focus to Charles and the others. With Sebastian absent, a divergence of opinions arose among them. Charles and Moira believed that Sebastian's absence meant they need not take action, lest they raise suspicion. In contrast, Eric insisted that Emma knew Sebastian's whereabouts and that they should capture her first. After a brief argument, Eric seized the opportunity when the others were distracted and dashed down the stairs. Helpless, Charles instructed Moira to stay behind and followed Eric. Are you not going? Moira inquired, gazing at Martin. No, my target is Sebastian. Through Emma's gaze, Martin observed their interaction, and suddenly Emma shed her clothing, revealing herself in only her undergarments. Oof. Don't worry, he can only look. It was not that Emma was particularly fond of Martin. Rather, she required his assistance. When Charles and the others burst in to locate their target, they found Emma lounging in her lingerie, nonchalantly munching on cookies, while the elderly man on the large bed seemed to be conversing with the air. Bang! The door swung open, and Emma turned to face the newcomers. "Don't worry. I will protect you," Martin reassured her. "You better arrive in time. My mission is to rescue you, and you have not yet been captured. I will increase the stakes." "No, during the mission, changes are unacceptable." "Scoundrel." Upon seeing the officer, Charles immediately recognized Emma's scheme and used his abilities to put the man to sleep. As Charles struggled to maintain his composure, Emma transformed into her diamond form and addressed both Charles and Eric. "When I am like this, you cannot read anything." Transformed into diamond, she felt impervious to harm and intended to charge forward. However, after only a few steps, she was seized by Charles and Eric. Eric manipulated the metal bed frame to bind Emma, a metal rod tightening around her neck. "Martin, they're going to kill me." While the diamond form obstructed thought reading, Emma's focus was solely on Charles, not Martin. "It's fine. They won't kill you. For now, consider this as your reward to me for your predicament, and a punishment for seducing others." "Damn it, I can't breathe. Help me." As the rod constricted tighter around her neck, Emma, despite her diamond form, was powerless against Eric's strength. The diamond transformation only altered her surface. Her neck remained vulnerable. Otherwise, she would still be able to move her limbs while in that form. Martin restrained the rod to prevent it from causing harm to Emma, but did not completely release it. "You are a scoundrel. Your mission is not yet complete, and I do not belong to you. What kind of punishment is this?" Emma cursed internally. "Now that I am captured, you could do your job, right? The timing is mine to decide." If Emma were to return to seek out Sebastian, how would the game continue? Ignoring Emma's furious outburst, he admired the performance of those before him. Under Charles's persuasion, Eric released the rod from Emma's neck. Emma reverted to her human form, tacitly allowing Charles to access her memories. In a moment of revenge against Martin, she remarked, "You claim to dislike others seeing me like this, and now there are two more. Do not worry, they can only look. You are such a scoundrel." Charles and Eric interpreted Emma's furious expression as mere anger from her capture. Through Emma's memories, Charles learned of Sebastian's plan. Emma and Martin had concealed their connection, remaining undetected by Charles, who was likely not considering that angle and was focused solely on Sebastian's scheme. This was a significant predicament. The bear was set to deploy bombs in Cuba. After informing Eric, Charles turned to Emma, stating, "We must take you with us. The CIA wishes to interrogate you. Let us see if they possess that capability." Charles and Eric began to escort Emma away. "Wait, let me put on some clothes. Someone dislikes seeing me like this." After dressing, the two men continued to guide Emma outside. "Scoundrel, is it not time yet?" "No." With a sudden shift in energy, Charles sensed a familiar presence. Where had he encountered it before? In the tavern. Martin. Outside, everyone had already been subdued, and the two men brought Emma before Martin and Moira. Once in the car, Emma and Martin sat facing each other, their gazes locked. The only distinction lay in Martin's amusement at Emma's angry expression, while Emma was incensed by Martin's inaction. "You are simply stunning. Damn it, Sebastian will not succeed. I believe it is better for you to remain in their designated location. When the time is right, I will come to rescue you." Just based on them? And me. Charles has hired me. My task is to thwart Sebastian. I do not believe you can accomplish that. You will witness my prowess. Martin chuckled lightly, signaling to everyone that all was well, before turning back to Emma. "My dear, with your ambition, I presume you would not be satisfied merely serving under Shaw. Once we eliminate him, you will be free. The Hellfire Club will be yours." You can clearly rescue me, yet you want me to be confined by that bunch. Well then, what do you desire? Join me. Do not forget. Once I rescue you and fulfill the transaction, you will belong to me. You are quite the schemer. No, do not misunderstand. I have no interest in the Hellfire Club, only in you. Just ensure that you do not dangle me along. If I complete my tasks and you have a change of heart, do not blame me for being unkind. I will not. After a brief silence, Emma offered a slight smile. "I hope you are not boasting. I await the day I become the master of Hellfire. Trust me. Oh, and thank you for considering my feelings earlier. The person I refer to is not you." Among the group, Charles had been observing the two closely, and he was now certain that there was something amiss between Martin and Emma. He worried whether Martin intended to rescue Emma and how that might affect their future actions. Chapter 11. Mystique Raven, what are you discussing? Charles ultimately decided to interject. Martin and Emma's flirtation was interrupted by Charles. We're talking about personal matters. Emma nodded in agreement, casting a provocative glance at the others. Oh, Emma, please don't create trouble for me, Charles remarked. Emma smiled silently, while the others began to regard Martin with growing suspicion. Do not worry. I'm a person of professional ethics. I will fulfill my promises to you, Martin assured. What will you do next? Rescue her? Charles inquired. No. This is my business. You just need to focus on your own tasks and let me know when it's time to act, Martin replied. At least today, I haven't interfered with you. Have I? I thought you were all on the same side. Emma continued to stoke the flames with a smile. Dear, I told you, it's merely business. I'm not aligned with them, he said, glancing at Charles, and certainly not with Sebastian. I'm simply here for the money. Pointing to his head, he added, if you don't believe me, I can allow you to read my memories. Don't worry, this time it's permitted. Charles was unhesitant. While most would refrain from such actions, he activated his ability directly. Enough. Martin forcefully expelled Charles's thoughts from his mind. You only need to know what you ought to know. In a moment of distraction, he nearly allowed Charles to uncover other information. Child, will you ever learn to respect others? He scolded, administering a small reprimand. Charles's most irksome trait was his tendency to delve into others' thoughts and memories. Ah, Charles exclaimed, clutching his head in pain. What the hell are you doing? Eric's voice rang out, causing the others to nervously aim their weapons at Martin. I am fine. Charles raised his hand in a gesture of calm, then turned to Martin and said, I apologize. You need not apologize. Feel free to attempt again next time, if you wish to avoid turning your brain into mush. Though Charles faced consequences for his recklessness, he at least confirmed that Martin was genuinely not an adversary he needed to fear. Among them, only Emma sat quietly, enjoying the spectacle. Anger comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. After all, at her age, she had mastered the art of maintaining her composure. What could be more important than admiring beauty? Emma noticed Martin's gaze and smiled, adjusting her posture to present her long, slender legs before him. After the plane landed, the group escorted Emma to another base. Following the handover, she was taken away. Do not worry, I will find you. It will not take long. You had better keep your word. Are you not concerned about me facing danger here? Haha, I will take revenge for you. Their mental exchange did not disturb the others, who were captivated by another matter. Shortly after the handover, they were informed that the base where Salvador was located had been attacked by Sebastian and his men. Darwin had perished, and Salvador, unable to endure the discrimination, chose to side with Sebastian. Concerned, they hurried to the location. Upon arrival, they found it in ruins. After confirming that the remaining individuals were unharmed, they expressed slight regret for Darwin's death before discussing their next course of action. Shaw has his own team. We need one too, Eric remarked, gazing at the young ones. They are still children, Charles contended, deeming it inappropriate. They were once children, Eric countered. With Eric's persuasion and other support, Charles hesitated briefly before consenting. However, he believed their abilities were not yet sufficiently honed and required training. Charles recalled his home, a sprawling estate with ample space. That afternoon, they arrived at the location he described. After settling everyone in, Charles convened with Hank and Eric to discuss training matters. As for Martin, he too took residence there, unsure when he might need to act. Having learned from his previous experience with Salvador, Charles preferred to keep him close, lest he be unable to locate him later. Martin did not require training. He was busy admiring the aged castle. Is this your room? Martin inquired as he wandered near the dormitory, spotting Raven seated in a chair. Someone once asked, if your girlfriend were a character from the Marvel series, who would you choose? There were many answers, predominantly Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. Of course, Raven was not overlooked. Despite her blue skin and protruding features, these were trivial matters. For with her, one could possess all women, as she could transform into anyone, ensuring perfect imitation inside and out. Besides, what was wrong with the protrusions? Moreover, her physique was quite commendable. Upon prolonged observation, her face revealed a certain beauty. Since transformation did not alter her clothing, she used her abilities to conjure garments, thus her usual attire. Well, you can imagine the curves were quite substantial in every sense. Upon noticing Martin, Raven smiled and said, "Hi, Martin. Please come in." "Thank you." Martin stepped inside, surveying the room as he spoke. "This castle is quite remarkable." "Indeed, but one must grow accustomed to it. Why are you sitting here alone? Everyone should be busy tidying up." "I did not want to disturb them," she replied. "By the way, you seem to have organized quite rapidly." "Rapidly?" Martin chuckled, his thoughts stirring as the unmade bed covers levitated and arranged themselves neatly. "What a convenient ability." Martin took a seat across from her and inquired, "By the way, I still do not know what your powers are." "Yes, you were not present when we showcased them. Did you all demonstrate?" "Yes, last night. The 6 of us were there, including Darwin." As she mentioned the loss of a fellow, sadness washed over Raven, causing her to lower her head. It is entirely natural to feel sorrow for the passing of comrades and friends. "Huh, you seem to have experienced quite a bit," Martin noted. "Of course, I should have introduced myself in detail, but none of them did either," Raven replied. "How about this? I will share a little secret with you." "All right," Raven responded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Martin. Chapter 12, A Little Secret. I was born in 1835 and have endured numerous wars, the most notable among them. Remarkably, Raven was born in the 1930s, and she is now in her 20s. Martin is the oldest person she has encountered, marking a century of difference between them. I harbor a deep aversion to war, having lost many friends and comrades. It took an extensive period for me to recuperate once the turmoil ceased. Throughout the long years, I have watched my friends and the girl I cherished gradually age and succumb to death. Martin smiled and remarked, with the experience of encountering death, "I have slowly become accustomed to it. As long as we cherish our time together, that suffices." I had always perceived us as contemporaries. Raven sighed. "It is merely a matter of ability. You will encounter individuals as extraordinary as myself, or perhaps even more remarkable." "Really?" I inquired. "Indeed," she affirmed. "I know 2 individuals who are even 2 years my senior, and we recently shared a drink together." "Wow. Haha, how astonishing. All right. The time for consolation has arrived," Martin stated. "Very well, thank you. This is a little secret." "Of course not," Martin jested, merely teasing the young girl to elicit a smile, reminding her that age is but a number. "I promise," Raven said, pretending to zip her lips. "You are an adorable young girl. Although I'm aware of your age, witnessing you before me and hearing you call me a young girl feels somewhat peculiar. I do not often express such sentiments. I reserve them for moments of genuine astonishment. The last time I was addressed in such a manner was decades ago." "And who was that?" "Charles," Martin replied candidly. "I understand you are siblings, but he has offended me on 2 occasions. Once when we first met, he attempted to probe my thoughts without my consent, and the other time, even with my permission, he overstepped the boundaries. I apologize on his behalf," Raven said regretfully. No, it is unnecessary. I comprehend him well, and I have already imposed a small punishment and forgiven him. When individuals possess certain abilities, they often cannot resist the urge to utilize them. I was the same once. However, I was exceedingly cautious and seldom experimented on others. You see, in the preceding decades, we individuals were deemed monsters. "We are still perceived as such," she replied. "Perhaps, but it depends on your perspective. When you possess sufficient strength to ensure your own protection, you may freely choose whether to conceal your abilities. If you are indifferent to how others perceive you, then it matters not. If you care, concealment is advisable, but is not a grave matter." "But what if one lacks strength?" Raven asked eagerly. "Acquire strength for yourself, and surround yourself with friends and organizations of considerable influence whom you can trust, ensuring they will not betray or abandon you." "I cannot help but be affected by the gazes of others, as if I were a monster," Raven lamented. "If not for Charles taking me in, I would have long been treated as one." "A monster? You?" "Indeed." Raven hesitated, revealing her true appearance: blue skin, yellow eyes, deep red hair, and numerous small protrusions on her face and collarbone. "Is it quite unsightly?" she inquired. "To some extent, the initial shock is considerable. However, upon gazing for a while, one may find it tolerable, and with further observation, even perceive a certain beauty. Raven did not press further, for at least Martin's eyes reflected no disdain. I find your eyes lovely. They possess a certain charm, Martin remarked after scrutinizing her closely. Really? Raven asked, her surprise evident. As anyone would feel revulsion upon first seeing their true self, hence her desire to hide it. You see, Martin began, mirroring Raven's current appearance. Ah, how can that be? Raven exclaimed in astonishment. You have likely never viewed yourself in such a direct manner, have you? He stood and slowly turned in front of her. Do you find it ugly? No. Of course, no one perceives themselves as unattractive. Is your true form similar to mine? Something like this? Raven asked excitedly. I apologize, Raven. I have always presented my true self. Seeing the disappointment in her eyes, Martin continued, if it would bring you comfort. I can maintain this visage until our tasks are complete. I am indifferent to how others perceive me. When necessary, such as in work or courtship, I can assume any form that pleases others. Beyond that, I seek no one's approval. I am not a commodity. As he spoke, Martin transformed his skin to blue, his eyes to yellow, and allowed protrusions to manifest on his body. Raven felt disheartened, having believed Martin also chose to conceal his true identity. No, thank you. You need not do that. Trust me, Raven, you need not concern yourself with the gazes of others. It suffices that those who matter to you hold affection for you, and those who are significant to you could never dislike you. If they do not, perhaps they are not so important after all. As for strangers, even if they do not like you, so what? At most, they might say to their friends, "Hi, I encountered a rather peculiar person today. Blah, blah, blah." Yet they dare not harm you. You are no longer the defenseless little girl you once were. You possess numerous friends who can protect you. Well, considering your adorableness, I might offer you a discount should you seek my assistance. Raven's mindset was significantly influenced by Charles. As one of the most important figures in her life, Charles consistently conveyed that humans and mutants should coexist peacefully. Yet he never instructed Raven on how to handle the peculiar perceptions others had of her. Ha ha ha. Raven, initially contemplating Martin's words, was amused by his final comment about the discount. I thought you would say it would be free. Well, that is not entirely out of the question, but it must at least be when we become friends. Are we not friends? You have even shared your secret with me. All right, Martin feigned a sigh. We are now friends. Feel free to seek my help. Thank you. No one has ever told me how to manage my uniqueness. If it aids you, then that is sufficient. In a few years or decades, who knows, perhaps extraterrestrials will appear. Who can say what they might look like? Some may even lack physical forms, or possess heads larger than their entire bodies, and they could be of every color imaginable. Martin recalled the few memories he had of those with blue and red skin. Chapter 13. Do you wish to soar? Are there really extraterrestrials? Indeed. Have you ever encountered one? No, but trust me, you shall, and I shall accompany you. I promise. I believe you, old man, Raven cheerfully replied, teasing Martin in the process. What? Did you just call me old man? Oh, how it saddens me, Raven. I hold such fondness for you, yet you refer to me as old man. Ha ha. When others arrive, they will find two azure beings engaged in jovial banter. Raven, who is he? Charles inquired with curiosity. Martin turned his head, but alas, his altered appearance rendered him unrecognizable for the moment. I hail from the MT-5 Nebula, a planet seeking my kin. Martin adjusted his voice. What? Ha ha. All right, Martin, cease your jesting. Raven chuckled. She understood that Martin was merely attempting to amuse her, and indeed, she was quite delighted. Martin nodded and reverted to his original form. Charles and Eric had grown accustomed to Martin's newfound abilities. They merely found him increasingly enigmatic, which boded well for them. I nearly believed it, young man, Sean remarked. Martin transformed once more, noticing Raven's puzzled expression, and said, I had promised you I would maintain this form. Though you did not consent as a friend, I have resolved to accompany you, allowing you to acclimate. Thank you, Raven said, touched, as she grasped Martin's hand affectionately. You're welcome. We are about to commence training here. Although you need not partake, do you have any thoughts? Charles asked. Martin declined, expressing little interest, and Raven concurred. Both had become quite adept at wielding their abilities. After Charles departed, Martin and Raven conversed for a while before parting ways. In the following days, Charles and Eric led a group of young men in rigorous training, with Eric participating as well. Under their diligent efforts, each individual learned to harness their powers effectively. One afternoon, they gathered outside the castle, where Sean practiced his flight. Sean's ability was powerful sound waves, and under Charles's guidance, he learned to use sound waves to propel himself upward. With the aid of Hank's bionic flight suit, he could soar through the air. After several days of practice, the results were less than satisfactory. They suspected the low altitude hindered his ability to release his powers without colliding with the ground. Charles led them to a tall tower, standing several meters above the ground, providing ample height for Sean to practice. "Fear not. If you falter, I shall protect you," Eric assured as Sean donned metallic gear that would safeguard him. "Are you ready?" Charles asked, standing behind Sean. "Wait." Seeing Sean hesitate, Eric playfully pushed him forward. "Ah!" Sean's terrified scream echoed through the air. "Eric!" Charles gazed at Eric. "What's the matter? You thought the same, did you not?" Eric teased. "Very well." Charles nodded, acquiescing to his sentiment. He was simply accustomed to leading, with decisions typically falling upon him. A good person, yet overly subjective. Amid their conversation, a peculiar sound arose from below, accompanied by Sean's soaring figure. He had succeeded. Raven, who had been observing Sean, felt a surge of joy for him. "Indeed, oh yes." Sean's exhilarated voice resonated through the air. As humans, the ability to fly would excite anyone. Martin, noticing Raven's envious gaze, asked, "Would you like to try?" "What?" "To fly." Martin shed his shirt, unfurling his black wings amidst the astonished expressions of the others. "May I hold you?" Without waiting for Raven's consent, Martin stepped behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, and before she could react, he flapped his wings and ascended into the sky. "Ah, slower. This is too sudden," Raven exclaimed, struggling in a moment of panic. Martin maintained a firm grip on her, ensuring her safety was not a concern. In her struggle, Raven's hands instinctively clutched Martin's arms tightly. "Do not fear. I shall keep you safe." With Martin's reassurance, Raven gradually calmed, beginning to relish the sensation of soaring high above the ground. Gazing down at the landscape, it was a wholly different experience than from an airplane. A smile graced Raven's face. "Ha, how beautiful." "Yes, chase him," Raven called out to Sean ahead. "All right." Martin accelerated, playfully darting past Sean, who was momentarily startled as he attempted to control his flight suit to pursue them. The three engaged in a charming game of tag in the sky, with Sean gradually gaining the ability to fly freely at his own will. After several minutes of play, Sean announced, "I'm a bit tired. I'll land now." "All right, we'll play a little longer before returning." Martin soared with his wings, while Sean relied on his voice, thus tiring more quickly. After Sean gradually descended back to the castle, Martin inquired, "So, where shall we go next?" "There," Raven said with a smile, pointing toward a small lake. Having previously collaborated to assist Sean, Raven now wished to experience the sensation of flying above water. Martin guided her low over the lake's surface, allowing her to reach out and touch the water, and Raven delightedly played. Satisfied, they returned to the heights. "I wish to turn around. I'm a bit tired. Shall we head back?" "No, just turn me around." Martin halted in midair, loosening his hold slightly as he turned Raven to face him. "Is this all right?" he asked, securing his arms around her. It's fine." Raven tossed her hair and said, "Thank you for being so kind to me." "Very well. I graciously accept your gratitude." Raven gazed at Martin, wrapped her arms around his neck, and leaned in to kiss him. Their embrace tightened as the kiss grew increasingly passionate. After a long moment, they parted, and Martin asked, "How does it feel to kiss in the air?" "Absolutely wonderful." Martin rested his forehead against hers, gazing into her eyes. He found her visage more enchanting with each glance. "You are truly beautiful." "Thank you. Shall we continue?" "Why not?" When they returned to the castle, everyone had already resumed their own activities. Had Raven not been blue at that moment, one could easily discern that her lips appeared slightly swollen. Chapter 14. I need to cover up that evening. After Martin completed his nightly ablutions, he reclined on his bed, surrounded by objects that floated in the air, ranging from the size of a chair to that of a coin, as he practiced honing his ability to control magnetic fields. Suddenly, A knock resounded at the door. Martin remotely opened it, inviting in, "Please come in." Raven entered, her gaze falling upon the extraordinary scene. "You are truly dedicated. No wonder you are so strong." I just wanted to wow. As Martin shifted his attention to Raven, the floating objects nearly slipped from his control. "Be careful." Raven chuckled. Martin restored the objects to their position and then regarded the enchanting figure before him with earnest admiration. Raven stood unclothed, embracing her natural state. Her azure skin resembled a snugly fitted blue leather suit, revealing every contour of her being, both the mountain of life and the spring of life visible in their entirety. At such a close distance, Martin could hardly tear his gaze away. "Ahem." Raven playfully cleared her throat. "Is it, not okay?" "No, it's not good. Someone might see you." "Huh. No worries. The important parts are covered." With that, she sauntered to the edge of the bed, lifted Martin's covers, and nestled herself beside him. "But right now, I truly need something to cover up, for there is a wolfish gaze upon me. You are simply stunning." "Thank you. May I embrace you?" "No," Raven replied with a mischievous grin. "Your word does not hold sway." Ah. That night, Martin discovered that although Raven appeared as if she wore nothing, her essential parts could retract, akin to how certain special undergarments, like band-aids, could conceal without revealing. "Good morning." In the tenderness of Martin's gaze, Raven slowly opened her eyes. "Good morning, old man." Martin leaned down, teasingly tickling her as he inquired, "After night-s time, you still call me old man? Which old man can make you beg for mercy?" "Ha ha ha. It seems I need to strengthen my training," Martin said with a playful smirk as his fingers inadvertently strayed. "Ha ha. No, we should have breakfast. They are waiting for us." "Let them wait. If there is no food left, we shall dine out." Indeed, there was no breakfast left for the two. With Raven feigning annoyance, Martin resolved to take her out for a meal. "Are we really going out like this?" Raven asked, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Martin had previously mentioned that if Raven wished to venture outside in her current form, he would accompany her. She longed to present her true self to the world. Yet, as the moment approached, doubt crept in. "Fear not. You have time to ponder, but you must wear clothes outside. Your figure is too captivating. I worry a rogue might whisk you away." "Aha, that won't happen." Once dressed, the two drove to a restaurant. As they prepared to disembark, Raven hesitated once more. "Darling, if going out like this makes you uncomfortable, then let us revert to a normal appearance. There's no need to fret. Just remember that the abilities we possess are meant to serve us, and we should embrace whatever feels comfortable. Superpowers, for us, are no different from our limbs. They are a part of who we are." Martin took her hand, reassuringly. After a moment's reflection, Raven exhaled in relief. "Yes, you are right. My feet are meant for walking, yet I can choose to pause whenever I wish and walk again when I desire." With a smile, she transformed into her normal appearance. "I shall no longer hide anything intentionally, but in this instance, it is evidently more suitable." "Indeed, you are correct." Martin also returned to his usual form and kissed her gently. "Thank you, Martin." "Huh, you have already expressed your gratitude numerous times. Then this shall be the final time." Moi. Raven returned the kiss and added, "I am hungry. Let's go." After exiting the vehicle, hand in hand, they entered the restaurant. Perhaps due to a shift in mindset, Raven suddenly perceived the world with extraordinary clarity. Martin, the scoundrel. Would Emma weep in despair if she knew she was confined while he flirted with another? While she would not faint from sorrow, she would certainly be anxious. Emma's confinement had ensured she remained oblivious to the outside world, making Martin her sole beacon of hope. Days passed, and under Charles's guidance, Eric finally succeeded in manipulating a massive metal structure weighing several tons nearby. On the same day, the government announced a state of war due to the Bear's intent to deploy nuclear weapons in Cuba, vowing to intercept any Bear vessels crossing the blockade, which would be treated as an act of war against America. Presently, a vessel was en route to the blockade, expected to arrive the following day. There was a traitor among Charles's ranks. The female agent Moira informed everyone to gather at the airbase the next morning to board a plane destined for Cuba to prevent the outbreak of war. The following morning, as everyone assembled, Hank was notably absent. Upon arriving at his laboratory, they found it in disarray. On the wall, A note indicated he had gone to the airbase and instructed them to take the boxes left on the floor. When Eric opened the boxes, he discovered a collection of uniforms, predominantly yellow, reminiscent of the classic X-Men attire. One eyesore. Martin internally scoffed. Others shared similar sentiments, yet ultimately donned the attire for its various functionalities. Hank had prepared one for Martin as well. "No, I refuse to become a little yellow figure," Martin remarked with a strange smile. The others exchanged glances, resigning themselves to his whim. Upon reaching the airbase, they found only one plane, but Hank was nowhere to be found. They speculated that he might be occupied with some task and decided to wait, as they still had ample time. "I have arrived." Accompanied by Hank's voice, a towering figure stepped through the door. The backlight obscured his features until he stepped into the light, revealing a dramatically transformed Hank. "What in the world?" Charles exclaimed in astonishment. Raven explained, "Hank sought to utilize my serum to develop a remedy to conceal his flaws, my appearance, while he possessed large feet. However, after some contemplation, I chose to abandon the pursuit of altering myself." It appeared that Hank had indeed used the serum, which had not attacked his cells but rather enhanced them. Initially, both Hank and Raven desired to appear like ordinary individuals, yet their paths diverged significantly. Chapter 15. They are right below Raven, tormented by her peculiar appearance since childhood, yearned for change. Yet, upon encountering others like herself, she discovered a sense of belonging and acceptance, leading her to abandon her desperate desire for transformation. Hank, on the other hand, bore only a subtle difference in his feet, easily concealed beneath shoes and socks. He had always lived among ordinary people and now served the government. His pursuit of change was primarily intellectual. Ironically, while Raven, who faced more severe challenges, became indifferent to her appearance, Hank, who had fewer issues, grew increasingly consumed by his own insecurities, adopting a more beastly demeanor. Often, what we seek eludes us, while what we wish to escape clings stubbornly. Such is the unpredictability of life. Martin felt a fleeting urge to laugh, but restrained himself, not wanting to be mistaken for mocking. After offering Hank some comfort, the group boarded the plane bound for Cuba. Upon arrival, the timing was impeccable. On the sea, two factions were poised for confrontation. Within the blockade, the American fleet stood ready, prepared to fire upon any vessel that dared cross the line, signaling the commencement of war. Outside the blockade, the Soviet fleet was present, led by a solitary warship, followed closely by its escort. It seemed illogical for the Soviet ship, potentially carrying nuclear arms, to sail unaccompanied, an obvious setup as a living target. As their plane soared over the two fleets, Charles began to utilize his abilities to gather intelligence on both sides. Martin, naturally, was equally intrigued. At that moment, both fleets were primed for battle, awaiting the Sahel's crossing of the blockade. Just as the Sahel approached the line, the Soviet command issued a return order. The fleet commander relayed the command, yet the Sahel offered no response. Among those present, only Charles and Martin understood the grim truth. The crew of the Sahel lay dead, victims of Sebastian's machinations. Through the eyes of a Sahel crew member, Charles glimpsed the Red Devil, only to witness that crew member brutally slain by the fiend. Watching the Sahel draw perilously close to the blockade, Charles and Moira speculated that Sebastian and his cohorts were not aboard. Charles took control of a Soviet officer and launched a missile targeting the Sahel. With a deafening explosion, the Sahel erupted into flames. The Red Devil, possessing the ability to teleport, vanished just as the missile approached. It became clear that the Sahel carried no nuclear weapons. It was all part of Sebastian's scheme to incite war between the two nations for his own gain. In the aftermath of the explosion, all three factions breathed a sigh of relief, for war had been averted. The Americans, though bewildered by the sudden turn of events, shared in the relief. The only ones incensed were Sebastian and his entourage. Did the radar detect them? Hank inquired of Moira. "No sightings on the surface," she replied. "They must be submerged." "Unfortunately, we lack sonar," Hank lamented. Sean, the sea monster, suddenly recalled his powers. "We have sonar. I can't assist." The others quickly grasped the implication and excitement surged, particularly among Charles and Eric. "There's no need," Martin interjected. "I have located them. They are directly beneath us. An enemy submarine." Shall we proceed? Martin's duty was to confront Sebastian, and with the spectacle concluded, it was time for action. He was not one to take payment without delivering results, despite Charles and the others yet to compensate him. Excellent. Just keep him restrained. His life is mine, Eric exclaimed, eager for vengeance for his mother. Good. There are 3 more inside the submarine. They are your targets, and I trust you know who they are. Everyone nodded, preparing for the impending confrontation. Opening the hatch, Martin soared into the air above the sea, employing his magnetic control to compel the submarine to rise to the surface. Though the vessel was heavy, Martin found the task manageable with a bit of effort. With a resounding splashing sound, the submarine emerged from the depths. The surface is not conducive for combat. I will guide this vessel to the nearby shore. You follow. Also, their men will be emerging soon. You best handle it yourselves, or additional compensation will be necessary. Understood, Charles replied excitedly. Hank, steer the plane to the shore. Martin will bring the submarine along. Everyone, prepare for battle. Absolutely. The group was invigorated by the day's developments thus far. As the submarine exhibited signs of distress, the Red Devil took notice. However, Sebastian was currently preoccupied in a secret chamber, absorbing nuclear energy, and could only hold his ground for the moment. Having teleported out of the submarine amidst the tumult, the two soon spotted Martin hovering in the air, prompting an immediate attack. The Red Devil attempted to teleport onto Martin to strike him, but Martin instinctively repelled him, allowing Charles to seize control. Hydra spiraled rapidly, forming a vortex aimed at Martin. This maneuver posed no threat to Martin, who didn't even bother to evade it. Upon contact, all the energy from the whirlwind was absorbed by Martin, dissipating the vortex entirely and revealing a bewildered Hydra within. Martin cast him aside, where Eric was ready to intercept, thanks to Hydra's metallic composition. No one emerged for a moment, but soon Salvador appeared, soaring into view. Dear, we need not resort to violence, do we? Martin asked. Why do you stand with them? Salvador questioned, having joined Sebastian out of a desire to escape the judgment of others. On the day Martin arrived, he had clashed with Sebastian's crew, leading Salvador to believe Martin would not ally with them. I do not side with them. I merely operate for payment. Now, Sean is out. You two can play around. Just ensure you avoid injury. Oof. The outcome is far from certain, Salvador retorted, charging toward Sean. With no distractions left, Martin could fully concentrate on controlling the submarine. As for Sebastian, the more energy he absorbed, the more he became a source of power for Martin. With this energy, Martin would find future endeavors far more manageable. Nuclear fuel is precious, and wealth does not guarantee access to it. After 2 minutes of exertion, Martin guided the submarine to the shore, discarding it there. Though the distance was short, its heavy weight and the presence of opponents made the task cumbersome. Chapter 16. The helmet, or not the commotion outside, inevitably disturbed Sebastian within, yet he remained engrossed in absorbing energy. Martin tore through the submarine's exterior and ventured inside. Upon entering the lounge, he found no one else present, but he could sense a powerful energy emanating from the adjacent wall. After a brief search, he located the control switch for the nuclear fuel behind a painting at the far end and promptly deactivated it. Nuclear leakage is no trivial matter. Caution is imperative. Once he confirmed the switch was off, Martin ripped through the wall, too apathetic to seek out the hidden door switch. Oh, Martin, you have utterly disappointed me. I shan't elaborate further, nor do you need to. Having absorbed a substantial amount of nuclear energy, Sebastian expanded significantly, nearing Martin's own stature. With a grin, Sebastian pointed a finger at Martin's chest, ready to unleash energy, confident that just a smidgen would reduce Martin to ashes. Yet, the smile vanished from Sebastian's face. Allow me to assist you. Martin deftly controlled Sebastian's helmet, detaching it from his head and subduing him. The sensation was exquisite. An unending stream of energy flowed into Martin. The nuclear fuel released energy rapidly, but it paled in comparison to the release of superpowers. In roughly half a minute, Martin had completely drained the energy from Sebastian. Martin gazed at the helmet hovering before him, an unexpected delight he had not anticipated, a splendid acquisition, now rightfully his. Old man, if you desire this, perhaps you should part with some currency, haha. As he donned the helmet, Martin prepared to depart with Sebastian in tow, but his gaze lingered on the unfinished nuclear fuel. Such opportunities are rare, and neglecting them could lead to dire consequences. Wastefulness is not an option. Martin secured Sebastian to the wall, mended the surface, and extracted the nuclear fuel rod, gripping it firmly. Had he known to delay his actions, he would have been swifter. With approximately 10% of energy remaining, it still consumed Martin over half a minute, significantly slower than Sebastian's previous drain. After absorbing the energy, he was unperturbed by the potential for accidental leakage. It was not greed that motivated Martin. Rather, he acted with environmental preservation in mind. With the helmet that originally belonged to Magneto and Sebastian levitating behind him, Martin stepped out of the submarine with a resolute stride. The fierce battle that had raged outside came to an abrupt halt as all parties beheld the defeat of the formidable antagonist. "Is that it resolved?" Sean inquired, uncertain how to articulate his emotions. Having witnessed Sebastian's might, he had anticipated a monumental clash between him and Martin. Yet, to his astonishment, it had concluded silently, with Martin having subdued Sebastian effortlessly. Indeed, Martin turned to the approaching Eric, presenting Sebastian, still ensnared in metallic netting. "He is now yours. My task is complete. Either you or Charles remember to settle the remaining payment." Eric received Sebastian with a clenched jaw. Of course, no problem. For the time being, Martin needed only to observe the unfolding drama. Joining his companions, Martin inquired, "Is anyone injured?" "I'm fine." Two Raven and Salvador exchanged glances. Salvador remarked, "Please don't take offense. We were merely—" "I understand." Raven had been present that fateful evening when the two departed. However, after Salvador's exit, their paths had diverged. Sighing, Martin suggested, "Let's sit and await the outcome." He fashioned a makeshift raised platform from the surrounding debris, large enough for a dozen individuals. The ensuing matters were for the powerful to address. Others need not interfere, but seating was acceptable. Not everyone could embody Martin Horn's audacity in such a grave setting. No matter. Martin merely sought an excuse to alleviate the tension. At Eric's end, a melodramatic scene unfolded. Upon losing Martin's control, Sebastian regained autonomy, hurling scornful taunts at Eric. However, deprived of energy for the moment, he found himself securely bound. Though Eric had once aligned with Sebastian's political ideologies, his hatred for Sebastian ran deep, rooted in the murder of his own mother. Charles, the noble figure, sought to prevent Eric from executing Sebastian. Yet, Eric was now devoid of the helmet's defenses against Charles' control, resulting in Charles taking command, manipulating Eric's abilities to dominate Sebastian. "Cough, cough, Eric. Do you desire this helmet?" Martin intruded into their private exchange within Eric's mind. "Yes," Eric asserted resolutely. "No, Martin, you cannot do this." Martin paid no heed. If Sebastian remained alive, how could he account for his actions to Emma, his precious darling? She had obediently endured confinement for so long. Failing her now would surely lead to dire repercussions. The helmet was not constructed of metal. Thus, Charles could not leverage Eric's abilities to exert control. He was powerless to dominate Martin. Previously, apart from the Phoenix, Charles possessed the most formidable telepathic abilities. Yet now, with Emma's powers combined with his own, the strongest was Martin Horn. As the helmet adorned Eric's head, he immediately broke free from Charles' grasp. The others lacked the courage to impede Martin, and those wishing to intervene found themselves unable to approach the helmet. Eric wasted no time, producing the coin that had led to his mother's demise. "When I count to 3, this coin will penetrate your brain. 1, 2, 3. The once mighty Black King, Sebastian Shaw, perished at the hands of Magneto. Eric, having achieved his goal, Eric engaged in a fateful debate with Charles, whether to coexist peacefully with humanity. Neither could sway the other, leading to their inevitable separation. Eric swiftly absorbed Sebastian's followers into his fold. Raven regarded Martin. "Pursue your desires. You know where to find my home, and you know where the key lies. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call, for personal matters only." "Understood." After contemplation, Raven allied with Eric, drawn to his belief that mutants need not compromise for humanity. "Wait, almost forgot. You two have parted ways. Who will compensate me?" "Oh, Eric, you shall cover the cost of your helmet. The amount matters not. Should I find it lacking in worth, simply return it to me. Give me some time. I require the helmet, Regardless of the cost, Eric affirmed. Now at odds with Charles, Eric knew he could not remain vulnerable without the helmet. What his share? Martin inquired, gesturing towards Sebastian's lifeless body. Chapter 17. Emma, I'll settle the account, Charles, Mr. Frost stated, furrowing his brow. His concern wasn't the sum, but rather the lingering unease about Eric. Excellent. With matters concluded here, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell, Martin teleported to Emma's confinement, his intentions set. As Martin departed, the others prepared to leave when a barrage of missiles rained down from American forces. Charles, a testament to where your allegiances lie. Do you truly believe they would aid us? Despite the imminent threat, Charles remained steadfast, his reasoning inscrutable. Without disguise, Martin entered the building's entrance. Sir, security check, a guard demanded. With a mere gesture, the guard was sent flying. Halt! Hands in the air! A contingent of security personnel and armed combatants aimed their weapons at Martin. Undeterred, Martin advanced, mentally pinpointing Emma's location. Those who dared to challenge him were met with a telekinetic force, sent hurtling backward. Bang! Rat-tat-tat! The initial gunshot unleashed a torrent of gunfire. Pistols and rifles alike. I had no intention of bloodshed. This is your own doing. As the words faded, the bullets reversed their trajectory. With few exceptions, those who had fired were struck by their own rounds. Some were merely wounded, others met a grim fate. Learning that the 22nd floor housed prisoners, Martin boarded the elevator. Whiz! An ominous sound accompanied the elevator's abrupt halt. Damn it! Stranded, Martin was forced to rely on his own abilities. The elevator ascended, reaching the 22nd floor. The doors remained sealed, necessitating a forceful breach. Boom! The elevator doors exploded, and Martin emerged. Open fire. Bang! Rat-tat-tat. He discerned from a portly man's thoughts that Emma was being held. Hello, beautiful. Miss me? Emma, reclining idly, was startled by the voice. She sat up, a radiant smile gracing her face as she saw Martin. I thought you wouldn't come. Impossible. I've longed to possess you. What of Shaw? We've barely met, and you inquire about another man? You promised. Dead. I witnessed his demise. Oh, yes, and some of his underlings have aligned with Eric. Though my ranks are diminished, I am not without resources. Come, let us return. We can converse at leisure. You are correct. I've had my fill of this place. Martin embraced Emma, their eyes locking. From this moment forward, you are mine. He sealed the declaration with a kiss, a claim of ownership. When they parted, they were in Martin's residence. Where am I? My home. I must return to the club. Shaw's death, if revealed, would be detrimental. You may return tomorrow. Tonight, you shall remain here. If the so-called White Queen cannot manage this affair, perhaps you should remain at home and bear my children. Martin cut her off, his grip on her arm tightening. Does my gentleness lead you to believe I am easily manipulated? Sebastian Shaw, whom you could not defy, was powerless before me. Moreover, to rescue you, I, who abhor complications, have taken lives. Therefore, consider your words carefully, lest I deem you unworthy. I apologize, Emma said with a forced smile. Martin relaxed his grip, a smile playing on his lips. He lowered his hand, their bodies pressed together, foreheads touching. He gazed in her eyes. You will be obedient, won't you? Yes, Emma replied, smiling. Excellent. Rest assured, I shall not mistreat you. You may pursue your desires, save for intimate acts. However, as you are now my exclusive property, your compliance will be rewarded with my favor. Understood, Emma said, batting her eyelashes. Such a good girl. Moi. After a brief kiss, Emma inquired, may I bathe? I haven't had the chance to do more than wash my face and brush my teeth in days. Of course. The bathroom cabinets are stocked with toiletries. Help yourself. Thank you. As Emma walked towards the bathroom, Martin interjected, shall I join you? Emma, startled by a twinge of unease, wondered if Martin had sensed her thoughts. Perhaps later? I'll be sure to be thoroughly clean. Very well. Emma entered the bathroom, casting Martin a smile as she closed the door. Having bathed, Emma, a paragon of fashion, never wore an outfit twice. Yet, she found herself without a change of clothes. Ultimately, cleanliness prevailed. She emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel that barely covered her thighs. During her ablutions, she had steeled herself. She craved power, though her specific aspirations remained undefined. She reveled in the feeling of superiority, a sensation that demanded substantial influence. The Hellfire Club's reputation stemmed not only from its members' vast authority, but also from Sebastian's unparalleled mutant abilities. Her own powers were insufficient to control her diverse subordinates. Without the Black King, Sebastian, she would inevitably be overthrown. There was only one solution. Observing Martin, lounging on the sofa, facing the bathroom door, sipping his drink, Emma composed herself and offered a radiant smile. "Come," Martin beckoned, patting the space beside him. Emma sauntered over, her gait feline and graceful. Unfazed by the brevity of her towel, she sat beside Martin, crossing her legs and gazing at him with a smile. Before him sat a vision of beauty, Emma's skin luminous from her bath, a diamond of a woman. "Why didn't you dry your hair?" Martin manipulated the magnetic field, drying her hair with a wave of his hand. "Thank you," Emma said, leaning in to plant a kiss on Martin's cheek. Chapter 18. Emma's gift. Your transformation is indeed remarkable, for you are correct. Yet, I still cherish your rebellious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Emma smiled faintly, feigning indifference. "Haha, well, I still prefer the obedient girl," Martin remarked as he gently caressed Emma's hair. "Admit it, you are fond of me, regardless of my demeanor," Emma teased. "I have never denied it," Martin replied with a mischievous grin, pulling Emma onto his lap. Emma, leaning delicately against Martin, inquired, "You will protect me, won't you?" She could agree to Martin's request, but only with assurance. "What? Do you have many enemies?" Martin asked, inhaling the fragrance of Emma's hair. "Every individual harbors ambition. Indeed, you are correct. However, do not forget, you are already mine and thus lack the standing to make demands," Martin asserted, applying a gentle grip. "Well, yes," Emma responded, her voice tinged with discomfort. "Had you not intended to breach our agreement from the outset and been compliant, perhaps I would have acquiesced. You made your choice. I am sorry, forgive me." Initially, Emma had sought to exploit Martin, yet upon realizing his strength, she chose to continue the manipulation. Her beauty served as her greatest weapon, compelling any man to desire her, both in heart and body. However, she misjudged her significance in Martin's eyes. It was evident that this man was indifferent to her thoughts. He merely sought what he desired, her body. Martin lifted Emma's chin, gazing into her eyes. Such a stunning woman, he naturally wished to possess all of her. Yet if that were unattainable, her body would suffice. Suddenly, Martin said, "I can assist you." Emma looked at him with surprise, eager for further elaboration. "You must strive to reach the pinnacle of this world and endeavor to recruit capable individuals, those with useful skills." Martin's most expedient method of enhancing his powers lay in copying the abilities of mutants, with two original sources, the Future X School and the Mutant Brotherhood. However, now there was an additional option, the Hellfire Club. "Very well," Emma replied, delighted, as she leaned in to kiss Martin. "But I shall not join you, if necessary. You may utilize my name, but do not bring me trouble." "That will suffice," Emma nodded in agreement. "Remember, do not act in a way that displeases me." Emma obediently nodded. "Yes, I will remember." Martin nodded in satisfaction as he gazed out the window. It is dark now. Indeed, Emma shyly closed her eyes. The following day, Emma spent another day with Martin. Now armed with his support, she feared no one who might defy her. Having defeated Sebastian and extricated himself from the CIA's grasp, Martin had become an entity that was deemed unnecessary and best avoided in the eyes of both mutants and the government. They could only hope to find something to suppress Martin. Until then, they could merely wish he would not turn against them. Hence, she felt secure. In the days that followed, she sought Martin whenever she had the chance, nurturing their emotional bond. One day, adorned in her signature attire, Emma sat in her private room at the club, sipping wine with a smile. She had just seen Magneto, Eric, who had come to propose a collaboration. Emma had consented. The sensation of wielding control over others' fates was truly gratifying. Moreover, she noticed a significant change in Martin's demeanor toward her since she had become his woman. Although he still spoke in his usual manner, his actions were tender, cleaning for her, preparing meals, offering her water, and even carrying her to the restroom when she appeared weak. He was a man who treated his woman with great gentleness. As he demonstrated his tenderness, She felt compelled to reciprocate, to earn even more of his affection. She picked up the telephone on the table. Send the Wendy sisters to the dressing room to see me. Her tone was entirely different from when she spoke to Martin, cold yet resolute. After placing the call, Emma entered the club's dressing room, a space where beautiful women changed and prepared for gatherings. Everyone out, Emma commanded, her gaze sweeping over the room filled with alluring women. Some girls hastily exited, barely having donned their garments. Emma approached the changing area, meticulously selecting attire that would ignite desire. Knock, knock. Come in, she said without turning her head. A beautiful girl entered, bowing upon seeing Emma. This girl was also a mutant, belonging to Emma for certain reasons. Her singular ability was duplication. As long as she had sufficient stamina, she could replicate herself indefinitely, with each duplicate sharing sensations and, if necessary, possessing their own personalities. Hence, they were commonly referred to as the Wendy sisters, although simply calling them Wendy sufficed. Originally, Emma intended to use them to court the powerful, having undergone extensive training for that purpose. However, now, what figure of authority could rival Martin? None. Ignoring the two, she continued until she found the attire that met her desires. Pointing to a scantily made outfit, she instructed, "Take 2 of this outfit and change into them before coming to my room." Yes. After Wendy went to change, Emma proceeded to her room, retrieving a property deed from her safe. This deed pertained to a villa, complete with an outdoor swimming pool, a tennis court, and a helipad. The villa was equipped with the most advanced amenities of the era and was situated on a secluded mountain in the outskirts of New York, ensuring privacy and tranquility. This property was originally intended for Emma, as she relished the environment. Yet now, she planned to gift it to Martin. With a single call, arrangements were made for the villa's setup, along with a designated person to handle the property transfer. Armed with the newly processed documents and Wendy, Emma arrived at the villa. She first inspected the arrangement, ensuring everything was satisfactory before nodding in contentment. "Darling, could you come here? I have a gift for you." Martin, having nothing pressing to attend to, agreed and informed her of his imminent arrival. With his enhanced psychic abilities, he could easily connect with Emma from a distance and teleport to her side at will. "You will remain here, attending to the needs of your new master. You must obey his every command, understood?" When he nodded, "Yes." "Rest assured, should you care for him well, you will reap unparalleled rewards." "Yes." Chapter 19. Wendy. After a brief wait, Martin appeared before Emma without any warning, arms wide open. "Ha, you've come, my dear," Emma exclaimed joyfully as she nestled into Martin's embrace. "Did you miss me?" Martin inquired, planting a kiss on Emma's cheek. "Yes," she replied, then added, "Look, this is what I prepared for you. Do you like it?" "It's quite nice." Martin had already envisioned the entire villa in Emma's mind. "I'm glad you like it. And this is her. Her name is Wendy." Emma cheerfully informed Martin about Wendy's abilities and then commanded Wendy, "Show him what you can do." Of course, dressed in a seductive black maid outfit, Wendy suddenly conjured an identical version of herself, followed by a second, a third, until 5 copies stood before them. Wendy appeared somewhat fatigued before ceasing her duplication. Observing the spectacle, Martin gazed at Emma with admiration, tenderly caressing her face. "Thank you, Emma. I truly appreciate your gift." "Good to hear," Emma replied with a smile of apparent pride. "Now, you all go tidy up the room." After Wendy left, Emma cautiously asked, "Darling, aren't you curious about how I acquired Wendy?" "I'm indifferent. My concern lies solely with those dear to me. And she is not one of them. Am I?" "Of course you are." "Thank you." Martin settled onto the sofa, holding Emma close. "Dear Emma, you must have more on your mind than merely presenting me with gifts today." "Hee, you're so clever, darling." "All right, speak your mind," Martin encouraged, inhaling the fragrance from Emma's neck. Eric visited me today. He wishes for me to collaborate with him to create a world solely for mutants." I agreed. Darling, Emma pouted playfully. "All right, how may I assist you?" "Nothing, I merely wanted to share my progress with you, and to forewarn you, should danger arise." "Emma, trust me, Eric cannot succeed. There are plenty of formidable individuals in this world." Curiously, Emma inquired, "Would your assistance not suffice?" "Why should I help? Those ordinary people have done me no wrong." After a moment of contemplation, she asked. Am I to retract my agreement? No need. Your alliance with Eric should remain discreet. Focus on strengthening your own forces. Once you wield sufficient power, everyone will regard you with caution. Even you? Emma asked with a playful smirk. Slap, what do you think? Ah, no, I would never oppose you, Emma replied with a coy tone. How many individuals do you currently command? Not many, just those from before. Most are ordinary people. Recently, I have been assimilating the forces left by Shao, which I just completed. Are there any with sufficient combat capabilities? Martin questioned. None. Only Red Devil and Surge are available to assist. Did they not join Eric? Martin asked, intrigued. I assured them you would protect me. Very well, what of Raven? She has not. However, that Salvador has joined my side. It seems there is a bit of discord between her and Raven. No matter, continue seeking mutants primarily, though. It isn't essential that they are mutants. Anyone genuinely willing to join you can remain. They may prove useful. Understood. As for Eric, you may support them through transactions, but refrain from direct involvement. Humanity is not simply powerless. I will heed your advice. Good girl, you're not returning tonight, are you? Dinner is prepared by Wendy, who, according to Emma, has undergone specialized training and is proficient in various national cuisines. Splendid. Thank you. Wendy expressed her gratitude. All right, let us sit down and dine together, Martin invited. Wendy glanced at Emma. What are you looking at me for? Yours now? Emma said with discontent, worried Martin might misconstrue Wendy as a spy sent by her. Afterward, she sweetly fed Martin, who smiled as he accepted the food, reassuring her. Do not worry. Thank you, my dear. After their meal, Martin embraced Emma and led her to explore his new bedroom. The room was spacious, featuring an open bathroom with a large bathtub. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they could gaze upon much of New York City. Come, let us test the softness of the bed, Martin said, tossing Emma onto the mattress. Certainly soft. Should I call for Wendy? No need. You are sufficient. You are so kind. After completing their morning routines, Martin and Emma dressed and descended the stairs, where Wendy had already prepared breakfast. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by several Wendy's bustling about, an aesthetically pleasing sight. After breakfast, as a reward for Emma's efforts the previous night, Martin teleported her home. Upon returning, he found Wendy tidying the rooms. Seeing Martin arrive, Wendy approached to help him change his shoes and clothes. Come sit with me for a while. Certainly. Through their discussions, Martin learned that Wendy's background was simple. She was a mutant orphan girl who had to seek employment for survival until Emma discovered and took her in, followed by extensive training. Eventually, she was sent here. That evening, Martin experienced the sensation of an emperor surrounded by several identical girls, all blushing as they attended to him. The blush was not due to anything else. Rather, it stemmed from their shared sensations. In the morning, upon waking, Martin found Wendy preparing his toiletries while two others lay on either side of him. Let us sleep a bit longer. Today is for resting, Martin murmured to Wendy. There's no need. As long as one of my duplicates is resting, I can continually restore my energy, Wendy explained. A remarkable ability. In that case, arrange your schedule as you see fit. Rest if you feel unwell. Thank you, Wendy said, touched. She had once thought her fate would lead her to someone who would not care for her, yet it was evident that Martin was not that person. No need for thanks. You have become my woman. I shall rise first. I'll help you. After breakfast, Martin intended to exercise. Wendy, feel free to go out and have fun. Just leave one person at home. Is that permissible? Wendy asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Of course you are free. However, ensure you are armed. Never mind, I'll accompany you. Thank you, Wendy exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Martin's cheek before happily heading to her room to change. Chapter 20. The eruption of power with a mere thought. I conjured a doppelganger, intended for a leisurely shopping excursion with Wendy. We then arrived at the outdoor sports arena, equipped with various apparatuses to hone our abilities. Summoning 10 copies of myself, we engaged in games to enhance our control over the magnetic field. When Wendy emerged, having changed into her attire, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Martin shared a similar capacity, admiring his strength. I'm ready, sir, she declared. Please, do not call me sir. Address me as Martin or dear. Let's not be so formal. Taking her hand, Martin led her to the garage, where his vehicle awaited. Dear, when he attempted to call, Maha, let's proceed. Today is yours. All right. The remaining days of 62 unfolded with tranquility. Martin spent his time wandering, occasionally seeking relaxation with the girls. The only unrest was the intensifying Vietnam War, as the military began a substantial recruitment drive, enlisting soldiers from all factions, including mutants. Martin Horn, your country requires your service. Please come with me. What is your name? Since acquiring his psychic abilities, Martin's memories had become vividly clear. The officer before him, flanked by several soldiers, bore a striking resemblance, broad brows and expressive eyes. William Stryker, colonel of the U.S. Army. Stryker, interrupted by Martin's impudence, felt a twinge of irritation. It was said that Martin was a formidable mutant, capable of significantly influencing the war, which prompted the recruitment effort. Stryker firmly believed that no matter how powerful a mutant might be, they would always be inferior before the might of the national military. Initially neutral towards mutants, Stryker's perspective soured dramatically upon discovering that his newborn son was a mutant, a revelation that had cost his wife her life. Consequently, his animosity towards mutants deepened. Very well. I comprehend. You may leave now. You may not have heard clearly, Martin retorted, his gaze playful as the armored vehicle they had arrived and crumpled like tinfoil, its soldiers' weapons now aimed at their respective commanders. Continue speaking. Retreat. Stryker commanded, his voice echoing with authority. At that moment, his loathing for mutants surged, urging him to hasten the execution of his sinister plans. Upon returning, he would seek out his friend Trask. Is everything all right? Emma approached, placing a hand on Martin's shoulder. Is there any cause for concern? Over the past months, Martin had encountered numerous mutants. While many possessed seemingly useless abilities, they nonetheless contributed significantly to his own power. Some with similar capabilities had further enhanced his existing skills. As long as he avoided those unreasonable adversaries, Martin remained a force to be reckoned with. Martin Horn, abilities, ability replication, magnetic field control, self-healing factor, energy manipulation, telepathy, diamond form, instantaneous movement, shape-shifting, environmental survival, enhanced senses, body augmentation, flight, corrosive saliva, sonic force, energy shockwaves, cloning. Alas, many have been taken from me, Emma lamented. Ah, but you still have many more, Martin chuckled. Indeed, dear, you truly understand me. Following Martin's assistance in neutralizing several formidable adversaries, Emma attracted an increasing number of mutants seeking her protection. They scattered across various locales, even abroad, their abilities synergizing to ensure their survival. As for the war recruitment, it was an inevitability that Martin preferred to remain uninvolved, noting that even Charles and Eric found themselves powerless against it. Oh, what are you doing? Emma exclaimed as Martin lifted her into his arms. Going for a swim. Haha, swimming is one thing, but why are you undressing me? To swim. The ensuing days grew less intriguing, with news outlets inundated with reports of war, and advertisements permeating every street corner, each related to the ongoing conflict. The streets felt emptier, as various organizations seized the opportunity to exploit those who had lost their homes and loved ones. Naturally, Emma was active in these endeavors. The Vietnam War persisted for over a decade, concluding only in 1975. Logan had once written to Martin, expressing that he could no longer endure the actions of a certain officer, having taken his life. Subsequently, he was recruited by a man named Stryker into a special task force. Yet Stryker's brutal methods, cloaked under various pretenses, targeted innocent civilians. Martin recalled that broad-browed man who had once sought him out. Due to genetic evolution, most mutants enjoyed extended lifespans. Among the many abilities Martin had acquired, one enabled him to influence human longevity and health. The women closely associated with him, Emma, Wendy, Raven, retained their youthful appearances untouched by the passage of time, though they increasingly exuded an aura of sophistication. Upon learning of Martin's ability, they sought his presence more frequently. It appeared that the pursuit of youthful beauty was an unrelenting endeavor, transcending the boundaries of mutant or human. Throughout the years, Martin had yet to enable any woman to conceive. Perhaps his overwhelming strength created a reproductive barrier. This notion left him with a tinge of regret. While Emma and Raven visited sporadically, Wendy remained steadfastly by Martin's side. Since the war's conclusion, tensions between humans and mutants had escalated. The emergence of mutant powers during the conflict incited fear, leading to a rise in anti-mutant sentiments. Finding mutants became increasingly arduous, as many opted to remain hidden, joined other factions, or were captured for experimentation by various organizations. The Hellfire Club had infiltrated numerous influential groups, ensuring that wherever powerful abilities existed, Martin could acquire information. On a particular day in 1981, Martin sat on the balcony, cradling Wendy, savoring the afternoon's tranquility. His eyes, previously shut, suddenly opened. He sensed a potent new force nearby, one that, if nurtured, would surpass his own power. However, it was unstable, fleeting in its presence. He believed that, aside from himself, only Charles and a select few with unique abilities could detect this burgeoning energy. Rising, he gently placed Wendy in a chair and said, "I must step out for a moment. Amuse yourself at home. I shall return shortly." "All right." Martin closed his eyes, focusing intently on the faint vibrations in the air. Chapter 21. Jean Grey. Upon determining a rough location, Martin utilized the emanating magnetic field to pinpoint the specific site, and then he instantaneously transported himself there. Martin found himself in a desolate area where the sole remaining structure had crumbled into ruins, leaving a central patch of earth, reminiscent of a bomb crater. There lay a girl, approximately 16 years of age, with flowing red hair. The sensation he had sensed moments earlier emanated from her, and he could still detect faint waves of energy surrounding her. Martin approached and lifted her into his arms. The girl was strikingly beautiful. She would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating woman in the future. However, Martin's focus was not on her beauty, but rather on the system notifications that had appeared before him. Copyable abilities, Phoenix Force, Telepathy, Telekinesis. The significance lay not in the telepathy, a power Martin had possessed for some time and was arguably the most potent in this realm. Instead, the Phoenix Force captured his attention. It was evident that the Phoenix Force had only just begun to awaken, having lain dormant within the girl until now. The chaos surrounding them was likely a result of this awakening. If such power manifested now, one could only imagine the magnitude it would reach as she matured. Martin's heart raced with exhilaration. This would be the most formidable power he had acquired, aside from the replication abilities granted by the system. Replication. In that moment, as he issued the command, Martin experienced an unprecedented array of sensations: discomfort, expansion, empowerment, each more complex than the last. Time seemed to halt as he meticulously sensed the Phoenix Force gradually growing within him, eventually surpassing the portion residing in the girl. Simultaneously, he absorbed information about this power. The Phoenix Force was not merely a mutant ability. It was one of the most potent forces that had existed since the inception of the universe. Presently, it allowed for free flight across the cosmos and the release of energy waves resembling a phoenix. As it grew stronger, it would even grant the ability to manipulate time and traverse dimensions, realities, and universes at will. It could forge a psychic connection between singular universes, parallel universes, and even multiverses, linking lives, emotions, and minds. This was utterly overwhelming. He felt invincible. The growth of the Phoenix Force depended on the strength of the host body. After acquiring this power, Martin experienced rapid growth, and once stabilized, his combat prowess soared. Moreover, it continued to develop gradually. When Martin opened his eyes, the flow of time around him resumed its normal pace. There should only be one manifestation of the Phoenix Force at any given time, yet Martin had somehow replicated it, acquiring a second. Furthermore, he felt a connection forming with the girl. They could potentially share their lives, one immortal while the other remained undying. He could distinctly sense her emotions, fear, a fear of losing control. Piecing together the information, Martin deduced that this girl was none other than the renowned Phoenix, Jean Grey, Apocalypse version. If things continued as they were, the Phoenix Force would overshadow her true persona, giving rise to another identity dominated by its influence. Eventually, Charles would attempt to suppress this newly awakened Phoenix Force. However, When the power grew beyond his control, Jean would cease to be herself. Yet, Martin was determined not to allow that fate to befall her. He endeavored to communicate with the Phoenix Force within Jean, sensing a shared essence. Gradually, the Phoenix Force calmed, and Jean's expression shifted from one of torment to tranquility. Kissing her forehead gently, Martin whispered, "Do not fear. I will take you home." Sensing something, Jean, still in a state of unconsciousness, managed to smile faintly. Martin ascended into the air, this time harnessing the power of the Phoenix Force rather than the magnetic field. 2 vehicles were parked outside the ruins, and Martin, floating above, spotted 2 familiar faces, Eric and Charles. He smiled at them, but said nothing, vanishing with Jean in a heartbeat. Eric and Charles exchanged glances. "Charles, what brings you here?" Eric asked, feigning ignorance. Of course, it was for the same reason as Charles. Although they remained friends, differing ideologies had led to frequent conflicts over the past few years. "You could attempt to take her from him," Eric teased, knowing that as long as Charles did not gain this power, he would be satisfied. Meanwhile, he had his own secretive alliance with Martin. "Why don't you go for it?" Charles retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. "Let us head back, Eric. Goodbye." Moments later, Wendy witnessed Martin reappear, cradling a small girl in his arms. "She will be my sister," Martin explained with a smile. "The room next to mine, you prepared it, right?" "Yes. It will belong to her from now on." "Understood." When he could see how fond Martin was of the girl, his gaze remained tenderly fixated on her. "I'll take care of her for now. When she awakens, please prepare some food for her. Oh, and buy her some clothes, plenty of them." "Of course." Martin gently placed Jean in her new bedroom, tenderly laying her on the bed. He brushed his fingers across her cheek and then sat beside her, holding her hand, waiting for her to awaken. He remained there until night fell. The eruption of the Phoenix Force had placed a significant strain on Jean. Had Martin not been there to soothe her, she might have slept for days. Jean slowly stirred, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings. Panic surged within her as she sat up abruptly, only to feel a hand clasping hers. "Awake?" Martin asked gently as he met her gaze. "Who are you?" Feeling a strange sense of familiarity with the owner of the hand, Jean instinctively tightened her grip, despite being certain she had never encountered this person before. "My name is Martin Horn. And you?" "Jean Grey." "Why am I here?" "Ah." Jean struggled to control her power, the Phoenix Force remaining calm with Martin's presence. However, the telepathic abilities inherent to mutants were beginning to awaken, free from the Phoenix Force's suppression. "Jean, feel my power in your mind," Martin urged, using telepathy to guide her in mastering her abilities. Jean became acutely aware of this foreign power, softly soothing the tumultuous energy within her mind. "What is this?" she inquired. "This is your gift. You should be familiar with mutants. You have only just awakened your own abilities." Gradually, Jean began to find her composure. "Try to control your power. Now, attempt to connect with my thoughts." Under Martin's guidance, Jean progressively learned to harness her abilities, slowly merging her consciousness with his in an unfamiliar mental landscape. Chapter 22. Mastery of the Phoenix Power through Scanned Information. She gleaned fragments of Martin's memories, moments from when he first discovered his own abilities. "No, my parents." Under the protective mechanisms of her body, Jean had temporarily forgotten the events that had transpired today, but the images from Martin's mind rekindled everything within her. Martin was not like Charles, who merely sealed away the memories and powers of others. Cradling the weeping Jean in his arms, he managed her uncontrolled power, ensuring she would not be harmed by it again, allowing her to vent her sorrow. "Rest assured, I will be here with you. This place will be your home from now on," Martin reassured her. "Those who awaken psychic powers possess a strength of spirit that surpasses the ordinary." Jean sobbed for a considerable time before gradually finding her composure. Yet, her heart remained heavy with sorrow, a wound that would require time to heal. "I did not find my parents' bodies in your memories," Jean murmured softly. "I found no one else," Martin replied, gently stroking her hair. "What is that power?" "The Phoenix Force." Martin elucidated, then extended his hand before her. "Look." As he spoke, a fiery phoenix composed purely of energy materialized in his palm. "We share the same power." "I despise this power," Jean lamented, for it was this very force that had wrought destruction upon her family. Qin, this is not about the power. You simply have not been taught how to wield it properly. In this world, some are born with immense strength. Some are fortunate and are guided in the use of their abilities from the outset, while others are less fortunate, lacking guidance and inadvertently causing chaos and calamity. In the worst cases, they may suffer grievously themselves. The Phoenix Force within you is akin to a newly born beast. Its instinct is to unleash its power, and what you need is to learn how to tame it. I'm afraid. Qin whispered softly. Do not fear. Do you not remember? I possess the same power, and I will teach you. With me by your side, you will not harm anyone. I will protect you. Always, Martin declared, lifting her chin to meet her gaze. I promise. Okay. Qin nodded at the tender look in Martin's eyes. Now, wash your face and come down for dinner. Afterward, I will guide you in your initial attempts to control the Phoenix Force, to prevent it from instinctively unleashing itself again. All right, I would like to take a bath. Although Qin felt somewhat dirty, Martin was concerned that she might be frightened if she awoke to find someone had touched her clothes. So he refrained from asking Wendy to assist her. Your bedroom has a bathroom. Go wash there. Martin indicated to the bathroom just a few meters away. In a moment, I will have an older sister bring you some clothes. Okay. Martin left the room and descended to the living room, where Wendy had prepared dinner. Wendy, please take a clean outfit to Qin. Once she has changed, bring her down to eat. All right, the new clothes have been washed and are already dry. Thank you, Wendy. Martin kissed her gently and let her go upstairs. Seated at the dining table, Martin patiently awaited her return. The bond he shared with Qin remained palpable, allowing him to sense her emotions, although she was yet to grasp this ability herself. Feeling Qin's profound sadness, Martin's heart ached for her. He resolved to cherish her deeply, helping her to emerge from her sorrow. After a brief interval, Wendy returned with Qin. The unfamiliar surroundings made Qin somewhat apprehensive, but upon seeing Martin, she relaxed and hurried to his side. Please take a seat. Martin took her hand, guiding her to sit beside him. Try some of this. Wendy is a culinary master and can prepare any dish you desire. All right. Qin picked up her utensils and began to eat slowly. Wendy, you should eat as well. We can help ourselves to anything we need. Sure. With a new member in their midst, Wendy felt a touch of shyness, fearing she might lose favor if she faltered in her duties. Sensing her emotions, Martin offered her a reassuring smile. It was not that Martin intentionally pried into her thoughts. His psychic abilities were so potent that he could detect even the subtlest emotional nuances from those around him. Have you eaten enough? He inquired, noticing Qin had set her utensils down. Yes, Qin had eaten very little, likely due to a lack of appetite. Martin gently stroked her head, saying, well, as long as you've had enough. While dining, he shared stories of his past encounters with mutants, gradually lifting her spirits. Qin was understanding and did her utmost to engage with Martin. Let us proceed. I will take you to practice. Qin rose, eager to gain control over her abilities, at least to calm the tempest within her. Arriving at the threshold of her bedroom, Martin remarked, this room adjacent to yours is my own. If you need anything, just call for me. Okay. The sheets and covers in her room had already been changed by Wendy while Qin bathed. The two sat facing each other on the bed, Martin holding Qin's hand. Follow my energy and try. They remained in this position for 2 hours, with Martin's presence offering reassurance. Qin quickly established a faint connection with the Phoenix Force. Simultaneously, she could distinctly sense the bond between herself and Martin. Stealing a glance at the closed-eyed Martin, Qin smiled softly before shutting her eyes once more. You are remarkably clever, Qin, Martin praised, sensing her progress. Thank you. The compliment brought joy to Qin. Now, I will withdraw my energy. You try on your own. Martin opened his eyes. All right. The moment his power receded, Qin's demeanor grew serious. Yet, the anticipated upheaval did not ensue. She maintained her control. Just as artifacts recognize their masters, so too did the Phoenix Force respond to Qin. No longer resisting the Phoenix Force, she could command it as long as she established a connection. You're doing wonderfully, Qin beamed, attempting to summon a flame phoenix in her palm, similar to Martin's. Ah, it's all right, relax, do not tense up. During her initial attempt, Qin mismanaged the intensity, nearly triggering an involuntary eruption of the Phoenix Force. Thankfully, Martin was right beside her. Ease up. Yes, just like that. I did it, Jean exclaimed, her eyes alight with joy as she beheld the vibrant phoenix in her hand. Indeed, you succeeded. However, her eyes began to shimmer red once more. It's all right. Martin comforted her. Jean, would you like to try another form of power? Martin suggested, seeking to divert her attention. Chapter 23. Guess who I am? Is it the kind of telepathy that mutants possess? Indeed, it is less challenging to master than the Phoenix Force. Just last night, Martin had already instructed her. Although it took some time, and she could not instantly delve into Martin's mind, she ultimately succeeded. What am I thinking? Martin inquired with a smile. Me, Jean replied, blushing. What about you? You are complimenting my cuteness. Haha, you are indeed adorable. Thank you. Is it fun? Continue. After some practice, Martin intended to explain when this ability should and should not be used. He showed Jean the instances when Charles had attempted to explore his memories without permission. Who is he? I can sense that you found him quite unpleasant. Charles. Along with this, Martin conveyed Charles's information to her. How could he invade others' privacy? Thus, telepathy is a potent power. Unless absolutely necessary, one should refrain from prying into others' minds. If one encounters someone stronger, it is oneself who may suffer. Okay, I will remember. Jean witnessed the outcomes of Charles's 2 intrusions. However, I permit you to access my memories at any time. Upon hearing this, Jean felt a slight shyness and then asked, what if it's someone I dislike? That is permissible, but you must ensure your own safety. All right. After spending some time playing with Jean, Martin bid her good night and returned to his own room. Good night, Jean. Good night, Martin. You can call me brother. No. Once Martin left, Jean found herself alone, and the melancholic emotions began to surface again as she lay in bed. Weeping softly. Sigh. Knock, knock, knock. Martin tapped on Jean's bedroom door. Please come in, Jean mumbled drowsily. Martin entered, and Jean propped herself up, bleary-eyed, gazing at the doorway, already showing a hint of allure at such a young age. Hee, it's time to rise, sleepyhead, Martin remarked, ruffling her disheveled hair. What time is it? 11 o'clock. Ah, Jean gasped, instantly awake. She had never risen this late before. I'm sorry. Why apologize? Martin asked. It's nothing. Jean smiled. You must be hungry. Wendy is preparing breakfast. Okay, I'll get up now, Jean responded. After their meal, Martin took her outside for a breath of fresh air. Jean pointed at various tools and oddly shaped metal pieces scattered about the yard. What are those for? That is for practicing my abilities, Martin explained, making the objects float, some moving randomly while others transformed in shape. Wow, you're amazing. Thank you. You can do it too. How do you know? Because you possess another ability. I can feel it, but it was too late last night. Hee. Jean smiled, extending her palm toward a small stone on the ground, gradually making it levitate. Huh? When did you? Last night. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling thirsty, and noticed the cup moved slightly with my thoughts. So I tried it out, but I can't move anything too large. Telekinesis is not an overwhelmingly powerful ability. Compared to telepathy and the Phoenix Force, it holds little significance. Having become accustomed to these 2 powers, Jean found it easy to master telekinesis. Oh, so that is why you got up so late today. Yes, Jean replied, not disclosing to Martin that she had been unable to sleep due to sadness. That is fine. As for not being able to move larger objects with more practice, you will only grow stronger as you mature. Can I practice with you? Jean asked eagerly. Due to their mental connection, Jean cherished the time spent with Martin, especially since he was so gentle and patient with her. Of course. Thus, the 2 practiced together at the training ground. In truth, Martin's current level of practice was of little use. It was merely a long-standing habit, and without it, he would be at a loss for what to do. After about half a month, Jean had become familiar with everything here, gradually brightening up, successfully concealing her sadness. Jean rested her chin on the back of the sofa, wrapping her arms around his neck. What is it? Can I go back to school? Through Emma. Martin had gained guardianship over Jean. Oh, it was my oversight. I meant for you to rest well. I'm well rested. All right, when do you wish to start? Tomorrow. Come here. Martin patted the space beside him. Jean walked over and sat down, gazing at Martin. Are you feeling bored at home? Martin asked, stroking her hair. No, I just... Well, yes, a little. Ha! I apologize for not taking better care of you. Not all, Martin. You've been wonderful to me. That's not what I meant. I'll take you to school tomorrow. No need. I can manage on my own. Then let Winnie take you. You know her abilities. I would feel at ease otherwise. Martin, do you really think anyone could harm me? It's quite far from school, and you wouldn't want to transfer, would you? Let her take you. All right. Thank you, Martin. Sheen mustered the courage to plant a gentle kiss on Martin's cheek. This is to show my gratitude. Okay, I accept your thanks. If anything happens at school, remember to tell me, especially if someone bullies you. Martin imparted many reminders, and Sheen listened attentively with a smile. She relished it. Okay, I will remember. I am strong. You need not worry about anything. I can handle all troubles. Good. The following morning, Wendy's doppelganger drove Sheen to school. Martin suddenly felt the house grow cold and empty. Fortunately, someone arrived. Guess who I am? Martin's eyes were suddenly covered. Sniff, sniff. With his acute sense of smell, Martin didn't need to utilize any other abilities to ascertain her identity. It was undoubtedly a lost smuff that had wandered in. Ha! Martin, I've missed you so much, Raven exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Martin's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. I missed you too, dear. It's been ages since you last visited. Ha! I came just last month. You mentioned last month. But today marks the first day of this month. Chapter 24. It seems I arrived at an opportune moment, haha. Come here. Martin beckoned her, lifting her effortlessly onto his lap, embracing her tightly while inhaling her fragrance. He then pressed his lips against hers. What have you been up to lately? I couldn't reach you. After releasing her, Martin inquired. I've been working independently, Raven replied. What's wrong? I don't know. Eric has become increasingly unhinged. He shows no compassion for ordinary people and his methods. After the war, many mutants have gone missing. They discovered that someone has been abducting them for experiments, seeking ways to eradicate mutants. Moreover, during the war, Eric witnessed humanity's madness towards its enemies. Thus, the remnants of his compassion for ordinary people have vanished. In the past, after rescuing mutants, Eric would not annihilate ordinary humans. But now, upon discovering a site where mutants were experimented upon, he spares not a single breath of human life, aside from mutants. Raven was not a saint. Their original intention was to create a sanctuary for mutants. However, Eric's goal has shifted to completely eliminating all humans who are not mutants. While Raven does not wish for the total annihilation of humanity. Furthermore, Eric has begun experimenting on ordinary people, attempting to find a way to transform them into mutants. The two could only part ways. So what are you doing now? Martin asked curiously. I can only do my best to rescue some mutants in distress, Raven said, leaning against Martin's embrace. That's all right. That's quite commendable. Just do what you wish to do. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. Well, after a brief pause, Raven shifted the topic. I would like to rest for a while. I wonder if there is still a room for me here. Of course, my dear. Wherever I am, you shall also be. I love you. And I you. The two were lost in each other's affection. Ah, it seems I arrived at an opportune moment, Martin said, breaking away from Raven's embrace as he turned towards the entrance. Emma had arrived. No, your timing is impeccable, Martin teased with a smile. Really? Emma gracefully approached and sat down beside Martin, while Raven slid off his lap. Indeed, what an unusual occurrence to see both of you here at the same time. Oomph. If she can come, then I can too. Emma shot a glance at Raven and planted a kiss on Martin's cheek. Emma had always been obedient, only displaying a hint of hostility when in the presence of Raven. You! Emma suddenly exclaimed in anger. Martin turned his head to find Raven mimicking Emma's appearance, striking a pose to mock her. What if my girlfriend misbehaves? A firm reprimand is in order. What if both are unruly? Then what? You have two? Well then, a thorough reprimand for each. Martin raised his hand, levitating both women behind him as he ascended the stairs in silence. No, no, no. Martin, you must respect me. Disregarding my wishes is, Raven exclaimed, flailing her arms in the air, lacking any leverage. No, my dear, you need not respect me. Emma seized any opportunity to oppose Raven. FCKUBTCH. Come here, baby. Thus, those who seek trouble are often filled with excess energy. Once fatigued, they quiet down. If they remain restless despite exhaustion, a more rigorous reprimand is surely in order to ensure compliance. The three of them, clad in bathrobes, sat on the outdoor balcony chairs, with Emma and Raven leaning against Martin's shoulders, sipping wine and admiring the sunset. "Ah, how beautiful," Raven languidly remarked. "Indeed. I chose this house," Martin replied. Martin seemed a bit troubled. "It appears you both have rested well." Raven and Emma promptly fell silent, their gazes averted, not uttering a word. After dinner, they would likely need Martin's assistance, and it would be a task of utmost difficulty. After all, mutants' abilities do not enhance their physicality, and they remain flesh and blood, not iron. "My dear, where is Wendy? Why isn't she preparing dinner?" Emma inquired. "Yes, I'm hungry too," Raven chimed in. "Because there are still people missing from home. They should have returned by now. The school for mutants is not a factory. Classes end quite early in the afternoon." "Who?" both women asked simultaneously, sharing an unexpectedly harmonious moment. It seems that understanding can transcend physical boundaries, a testament to their bond. "Haha, you should know her. Just remember not to frighten her when she arrives. We'll go down to greet her," Martin said, pointing to the car making its way up the hill. As Martin stood to leave, Raven and Emma felt a sense of urgency. "Martin, I'm back. Could you help me carry some things?" Sheen called out as she stepped out of the car. In a flash, Martin was by her side. "What things? How was school today?" "Quite good, just like before. I went back and found some old belongings," Sheen responded calmly. "Oh, my apologies, I didn't remember to take you back to see it. And besides, that place." Martin began. "I'm fine, Martin. You've done more than enough." "And indeed, it has turned into a wasteland," Sheen said, turning around with a smile as she walked backward. "I only found a few old items. Can I put them in the house?" Returning to familiar classmates and visiting home had evidently lifted her spirits. Additionally, from her words, it was clear she had already begun to consider this place her home. "Of course. May I take a look?" "Wait until I tidy up, then I'll let you see. It's not presentable at the moment," Sheen replied. "All right, just these 2 boxes in the back?" Martin asked, eyeing the 2 cardboard boxes in the trunk. "Yes." Turning around, Sheen linked her arm with Martin's, and the two headed home, the 2 boxes floating behind them. "Did your friends and classmates say anything about your long absence?" "They only expressed some concern. They are unaware of my situation." "That's good. Were you lonely playing alone today, without me to accompany you?" Sheen asked with a smile. "Oh, yes." "Is that so forced? Were you secretly having fun by yourself?" Sheen teased. "Haha, I don't have anything exciting. Just 2 friends," Martin said, glancing at the 2 women standing at the entrance of the living room. Sheen's smile momentarily faltered. Observing the 3 of them in identical bathrobes made the situation abundantly clear. Raven and Emma, upon seeing Sheen, sighed in relief. It turned out she was just a little girl. Chapter 25. Raven and Emma. Allow me to introduce Raven and Emma, both of whom, like you, are mutants. Emma, much like us, possesses telepathic abilities, while Raven's power is equally fascinating. She can transform into anyone at will. This is Jean Grey, my sister, who is destined to become one of the most formidable mutants of the future. Martin proceeded to introduce a few individuals. Mindful that Jean is still young and refrained from elaborating on her abilities to avoid any inadvertent exposure. "Hello, Jean." "Hi, Jean." The 2 women greeted her with cheerful smiles. Jean pursed her lips, wrapped her arms around Martin's, and smiled back, nodding in acknowledgement. "Hello. All right, when you should be finishing dinner soon." "Emma, Raven, please wait a moment. I'll help Jean put her things away before joining you." Martin indicated the boxes behind him. "Okay, let's go upstairs, Jean, and help you with your belongings." "Sure." Once upstairs, Martin placed the cardboard box on the floor and helped Jean to open it. Inside were some tattered books, a half-destroyed photo album, and other items, the origins of which were unclear to Martin, especially since he had found nothing during his last visit. Martin picked up a picture frame, its glass missing, revealing a photograph with several holes, barely discernible as depicting 3 figures, 2 adults and a child, likely Jean with her parents. "Martin." "Yes?" "Who are they?" "Raven and Emma. As I just introduced. Were you not paying attention?" "No, I meant their relation to you." "Oh, we are good friends, friend for many years." Martin continued to sift through the contents while replying. "Your partner?" "No, certainly not. What I mean is, not exclusively, Martin looked up at Jean. "I can sense your thoughts." "Yes, I know. Martin stood and approached Jean, gently ruffling her hair. What's the matter, Jean? I don't know. I just don't like them. Could you share your reasoning? I don't know. I just don't like them, Jean said, frowning. Jean, I've known them for many years. We've supported each other for 2 decades. To me, they are family, just like you, those who provide a sense of belonging simply by being present. Martin explained as he sat beside her. Moreover, they are genuinely nice people. They will come to adore you. All right. Jean smiled slightly. Martin suddenly grinned at her. Oh, I see. Are you worried I might stop liking you because of them? Yes. Do not fret. I will always cherish you, care for you, and protect you. I have promised, and that promise is everlasting. Martin lowered his head to touch her forehead. Okay. Jean smiled and nodded. Let us go downstairs for dinner, and then we can organize these treasures. All right. As they descended, Martin inquired, May I come into your room tomorrow? I have a gift for you. Of course. Just like you, my bedroom is always open to you. Jean replied with a smile. Good, you will surely enjoy it. I'm looking forward to it. Holding Jean's hand, Martin entered the dining room, addressing the others. Our little princess has arrived. We may commence the feast. Observing the smiles of the 2 women, Jean retorted, I'm not a child. Indeed, a soon-to-be adult princess. Time to eat. Jean shot Martin a playful glare before taking a seat next to him. When the 4 of them gathered, they typically discussed recent events and the plight of mutants. However, with Jean present, Martin preferred to shield her from such topics for the time being, so he refrained from bringing them up. Should Emma or Raven inadvertently mention related matters, Martin would deftly steer the conversation elsewhere. Thus, today as dinner table discussions revolve around amusing incidents encountered in daily life. For instance, one mutant had the peculiar ability to sprout spines from his face, and he had grown quite large. Although Jean was not fond of Emma and Raven, her exposure to mutants had been limited, as Martin had claimed it was for her protection. She trusted Martin, yet her curiosity about these matters remained, and she listened intently. Noticing Jean's interest, the others elaborated more. Emma and Raven adored children, yet sadly, they had never conceived a considerable regret. Despite their youthful appearance, they were both in their 40s. Though they had not undergone testing due to the risk of genetic leakage, the trio speculated that the issue likely lay with Martin. Not that he was incapable of fatherhood, but rather that his formidable powers might have rendered their reproductive cells incompatible. After all, it was implausible that both women would be unable to conceive. Besides, there was also Wendy and Salvador, who only sought to fulfill desires, along with the occasional encounters Martin had during outings, such as with Lucy, Maya, and Cindy. However, the idea of bringing children into the world with others was far from their thoughts. Even if such a notion had crossed their minds, considering Martin's jealousy, it was likely that the moment intentions were established, it would all end in ashes. Martin possessed numerous virtues, such as gentleness and thoughtfulness. Yet he harbored a significant flaw. He was exceedingly jealous. When consumed by jealousy, he would become uncommunicative, his expression suggesting a desire to unleash fury upon a city, instilling fear in those around him. Emma was well aware of this. Years ago, when she had unconsciously displayed a hint of affection toward the partner, Martin had become intensely jealous, even eliminating the rival without leaving a trace. The justification was that the individual had dared to slight him by stepping through the door with their right foot first, and in a restaurant that belonged to them. Ultimately, the individual perished, and the restaurant became Martin's. Emma faced her own punishment, confined to the house for an entire month. Had it not been for Martin's influence, she might have considered reporting domestic violence. Yet, it was precisely Martin's jealousy that conveyed his affection and possessiveness. Coupled with the myriad thoughtful details of daily life and his formidable ability to protect them, it made them reluctant to part ways with him. Otherwise, with their pride, why would they willingly choose to accompany him? He remained indifferent to fleeting encounters and women without emotional ties. Now, Emma and the others placed their hopes on Martin, as he had mentioned that upon finding a particular individual, he might acquire the ability to share his powers with others, thereby enhancing their capabilities. Emma had already dispatched someone to Egypt in search of this individual, hoping it was not too late. No, it was absolutely not too late. Chapter 26. The photograph of Qin after dinner. Several individuals ventured into the courtyard to admire the night's scenery, before returning to the living room for a brief period of leisure, eventually dispersing to their respective rooms. "What you two up to?" Martin inquired as Emma and Raven passed by his bedroom without pausing, continuing deeper into the house. "Darling, all right, let us sleep. You promised." The two women, reassured, followed Martin into the room with cheerful spirits. Once they lay down, Raven remarked, "Martin, could you tell us about Qin? She seems rather reserved." "She's not reserved. She simply doesn't engage much with you two." Martin was puzzled as to why Qin appeared to be distant from them, considering they had never truly met. After listening to Martin's explanation, Raven said with sympathy, "That is truly unfortunate." "Indeed," Emma chimed in, adding, "However, I feel it's not solely because of that." What do you mean?" "Jealousy," Emma teased, casting a knowing glance at Martin. "Ikan sensei talia. I didn't even notice it. Has your intuition surpassed mine?" Martin replied, bemused. "That is just because you spend every day together and haven't noticed. She's only 16. It's improbable that I would have such thoughts. Isn't 16 the age of youthful innocence?" Martin looked at Emma. "What about you at 16? No, Martin, please. That was in the past." Emma nestled into Martin's embrace, playfully protesting. "Let us not change the subject," Raven interjected. "Yes, darling, let us stay on topic." "I'm not changing the subject. There's nothing more to say." "All right, let me pose a different question. If one day Qin brought home a boy and told you he was her boyfriend, what would you do?" "I'd break his legs." "Ha ha. Okay, I really don't wish to discuss this." Martin recognized the peculiarity of the situation. They had only known each other for half a month. Even if there was a bond akin to that of an adopted family, it shouldn't develop so rapidly. If such emotions truly existed, there could only be one explanation: the bond of the Phoenix power. He had felt a sense of affection. That emotion had persisted, but he had believed it to be a brotherly love. However, she might not perceive it the same way. And did he genuinely feel that way? Suddenly, Raven burst into laughter. "What is amusing, my dear? Martin, when we were infants, you were already nearing a century in age. And now, we are your women. It's different. She is different too. We are all unique. I assumed you liked her, because you had an affinity for children. We prefer to have our own children. And besides, Qin is already grown up. All right, I understand. Time for sleep. If you can't, we can try harder. Good night. Good night. Oomph. Good night. Moi. Love you both." "Me too." "Ah, with the two of you acting like this, it's akin to a vacation, yet you wish for children." Martin grumbled as he saw the two women off, then proceeded to Qin's room. The items she had brought back the previous day were neatly arranged, albeit somewhat tattered, contrasting sharply with the room's decor. Nevertheless, it was evident that Qin cherished them. Martin's intention was to restore these items as a gift for Qin. He recalled the moment he first acquired the Phoenix power when time had momentarily ceased. Through relentless attempts, he had now mastered the ability to manipulate time on a small scale. While he couldn't affect large spans, he could advance or rewind the timeline of small objects for brief periods. It was akin to the character in a film he had once seen, utilizing a time gem on an apple. The distinction was that Martin employed the Phoenix power. Some might argue that adjusting the timeline of these items back by half a month would mean they would revert to their original state as time progressed, which was indeed the moment when the Phoenix power had caused their damage. However, that would not occur. Once Martin restored them, their timeline would align with the present moment, as they had already transitioned to this point, effectively erasing the span of broken time in between. Have you seen the series, I Am the Fastest Person in the World? But each season someone is faster? Recall how Ancient One explained time branches to the Hulk? You could think of Martin's restoration as generating a new parallel universe. In this universe, these objects are pristine post-restoration, while in another universe, they remain damaged. As for the fate of that alternate universe, Martin could not care less. His sole concern was ensuring Qin's happiness in this reality. He trusted that the Martin of that universe, akin to himself, was equally intelligent, powerful, and charming, and would find ways to make Qin joyful and content. This is merely a thought. There's only one Martin. After dedicating some time to restoring everything, He felt neither fatigue nor a breakthrough of limits. The Phoenix power was still inadequate. Once everything was restored and returned to its rightful place, Martin approached the door. Just a glance won't hurt, right? It's not as if I'll damage anything. Qin shouldn't be upset. He halted, reconsidering, and closed the door he had just opened. Feeling a twinge of guilt for invading someone's privacy, Martin stealthily approached Qin's wardrobe and extended his hand. He picked up a thick photo album resting on the nearby table and lay on Qin's bed, flipping it open. The first photograph depicted two unfamiliar adults, presumably Qin's parents. As he turned several pages, he finally encountered an image of a baby. Ah, Qin has always been beautiful. The album chronicled Qin's journey from a toddler in a diaper to a pure, radiant young woman, evolving into the beautiful Qin she was now. Life is indeed marvelous. Martin mused thoughtfully. He had never harbored thoughts of having children. With Emma and Raven, he simply wished to let nature take its course. Yet, observing Qin's growth stirred a sense of envy within him. As one ages, the fondness for children often blossoms. How trivial, how sentimental, Martin chuckled to himself. How many desire to live longer? Is there not enough softness in an eternally 18-year-old girl? Though he could not accompany his child through their growth, he could witness numerous 18-year-old girls age alongside him. That felt right. Martin, well done. Before closing the album, Martin discreetly took a solo photograph of Qin, likely from a gathering. In the picture, she donned a white short skirt, her face adorned with a playful expression. If she doesn't notice, it's of no consequence. If she does, I shall simply feign ignorance. Surely it must have been lost during her previous visit to her home. Chapter 27. The guilt-ridden Martin had never engaged in such clandestine activities, and all day he felt somewhat distracted. On one hand, he was particularly fond of that photograph. On the other, he feared Chi's displeasure. "Martin, what are you thinking about?" Chi inquired, leaning closer to him. I wasn't thinking about anything," Martin replied, so absorbed in his thoughts that he had lost track of time, oblivious to Chi's return. "What? You're back so early?" "Early? This is a normal time. Yesterday, I was delayed on my way home." Come on. Let us see the surprise I have for you." "All right," Chi responded joyfully, having spent the entire day speculating about what Martin might prepare for her. Upon arriving outside Chi's bedroom, Martin stepped aside, saying, "Ladies first." "Thank you." Pushing the door open, Chi scanned the floor, the bed, and the desk, but found no gift boxes. Wait, what else on the desk? The items he had brought back, previously in tatters, were now perfectly positioned as they had been when he left that morning. Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she glanced at Martin and hurried over to inspect each item. Toys, trinkets, picture frames. Finally, she reached for the most important album. Tears welled up in her eyes as she slowly flipped through the pages of the album, identical to her memories. With a soft clap, she closed the album and threw herself into Martin's arms. "Thank you, Martin. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I love you." "I love you too, Chi." Martin embraced her, allowing her to weep. These items held immense significance for her, remnants of her parents, tokens from her home. After a while, she lifted her head, her eyes red, yet smiling. "How did you manage this?" "It's the power of the Phoenix. I can manipulate time for small objects." You're truly remarkable. Perhaps in time, you too will be able to. I merely acted ahead of schedule. I will because you are by my side." With a smile, Chi took Martin's hand, pulling him to her previous position. "Martin, let me introduce you to my family." "All right." Martin replied awkwardly, though Chi, caught up in her excitement, didn't notice. Ugh, I should have known better than to take it. While Martin's mind wandered, Chi continued her introductions until... Why is one missing? Chi resumed her search, wondering if it had been misplaced among the other pages. "Missing what?" "A photo I took when I was in high school." "Did you notice it when you were restoring things today?" Chi asked. "No, I didn't." Martin stuttered, struggling to articulate. Cough. "Could it have been lost back at home?" "Impossible. I saw it last night. It was right here that photo had." Suddenly, Chi sensed something amiss. It was the power Martin had inadvertently released due to his embarrassment. Observing his awkward demeanor, she turned to him, carefully attuning her senses. Although she did not pry into his memories, she deduced much of the evening's events. Never mind, if it's gone, it's gone. That photo was quite unflattering anyway. No, it was beautiful. Seeing Chi's mischievous expression, Martin lowered his head, sighing, I'm just not cut out for this. I'm sorry, Chi. I was just curious to see it, and I really like that photo, but I felt too shy to ask you for it. Chi initially intended to tease him further, but upon noticing his flushed face, she couldn't bring herself to continue. It's all right, Martin. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Martin, feeling defeated, replied, okay. Leaning closer, Chi whispered, anything I have, you can have. All of it. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Martin enveloped her in his arms. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Chi gazed at the album containing her cherished memories with her parents, whether in the photographs or outside of them. A blissful smile graced her face. After a while, Martin released her. Just a moment, I'll be right back. Without waiting for Chi's response, he vanished, only to return minutes later with an exquisite picture frame. Why did you buy this? To hold your photo. Where will you put it? Chi asked eagerly. In my bedroom. I want your picture too. Upon hearing this, Chi was delighted. I don't have a photo. Martin recalled that he had only taken one photo, a black and white picture for his military records, which likely had faded into obscurity over the years. Why not? Chi inquired, puzzled. Others take photos to preserve their appearance. But I want to grow old, so there is no need for me to. Oh, could you take a picture of me? Chi ventured. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Martin smiled and nodded. When shall we go? Now. Ha, all right. Wait, let me change. Very well. Martin acquiesced, glancing at his attire. Winnie always kept her clothes immaculate, and Emma was a fashion maven, so his outfit was presentable enough. He was about to say he didn't need to change when he caught sight of. Couldn't you wait until I step out to change? Glancing at Chi's smooth, fair back, Martin left the room with a flourish. Chi, however, couldn't help but smirk mischievously. I'm ready. Chi emerged from upstairs, donning a white short skirt, extending her hand toward him. Martin shot her an exasperated glance and called up to Wendy. Wendy, we want to be home for dinner tonight. If you want to go out, arrange it yourself. Okay. Today, Martin decided not to take Wendy along. He often brought her out, but never had he taken Chi on an outing. Are you taking me out for a date? Chi asked excitedly. Yes. I can't believe I haven't taken you out even once. It's all right. I know you want me to gain control over my powers. Otherwise, it could be dangerous. Ha. Martin gently ruffled her hair. All right, let us take the photo first, then go eat. The rest, you can plan. I'll think about it slowly. The two found themselves in a quaint alley of a bustling street. Take your time. If you can't decide today, we can think it over slowly. We'll go whenever you're ready. No, let us do it today. Okay. They arrived at a seemingly upscale photography studio. Welcome, sir and madam. Chapter 28. Is it a date? Uh-huh, Martin replied, as he and Sheen surveyed the samples within the shop. Are you two here to capture a wedding anniversary? The question made Sheen smile, nearly burst forth. Yes. Does she appear to be of marrying age? Martin queried. She is my family. Sheen gritted her teeth in the background, wishing she could bite Martin for his insensitivity. My apologies. I mistook you for a couple because you bear a striking resemblance to one another. No wonder you look so alike. It turns out you were siblings. Hearing him speak such nonsense made Sheen chuckle. Am I really that handsome? Martin's veiled self-praise made Sheen overlook his earlier faux pas. Well, sir, you are indeed very handsome. She replied with a smile. Thank you. You have a way with words. We shall proceed with the shoot here, Sheen declared. Thank you for choosing our studio. Please follow me. The two entered the photography studio. Initially, they took a relatively intimate standard photograph, but Sheen wished to capture a few more. Not a couple, indeed. The photographer internally scoffed. In total, they took 6 photographs, and, as Sheen contemplated, she said, we only require the last 2, and please print 2 copies of each. The last one should be of that size. She pointed to a nearly 2-meter-long photograph hanging in the shop. Then she indicated a 20-centimeter photograph, saying, the other one should be this size. We will also take the frames. The photographer felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at having taken 6 shots only to fulfill a request for 2, but upon seeing the enormous dimensions, he nodded enthusiastically, indicating it was no issue. What on earth do you need it that large for? The large one will hang in our bedroom, while the small one will rest on the bedside table. Sheen stated candidly before inquiring, when will it be ready? We will arrange for it immediately. You can collect it tomorrow, or we can deliver it. Delivery incurs a fee. Such a long wait, Sheen murmured, batting her large eyes at Martin. Martin patted her head and produced a wad of cash. I want it tonight. The photographer swallowed hard. No problem, sir. I assure you, after 8 o'clock tonight, the photographs will be ready for you. If you have other commitments, it's perfectly fine. I will wait. This stack of cash would take him half a year to earn. He could easily call a friend to help and cut in line. All right, keep the negatives for us. We will come by to collect them later, Martin said, taking Sheen's hand as they departed. The photographer accompanied them to the door, almost wishing to kneel in farewell. Once outside the photo studio, Sheen gleefully clung to Martin's arm, skipping along the sidewalk. Are you this happy? Of course. This is our first photograph together. Martin shook his head. Let's go eat. Arriving at a restaurant, after ordering their food, they deliberated on their next destination. Sheen had countless places she wished to visit. Amusement parks, shopping malls, theaters, even proposing a bar visit. However, under Martin's intense gaze, the bar suggestion was swiftly dismissed. Until you turn 18, you are absolutely forbidden from sneaking alcohol. And until you're 20, 21, or even 22, you cannot visit a bar. 22. Sheen exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, I am a man. I understand the motivations of most men who frequent bars. They are typically drawn to naive girls like you, who lack experience but possess boldness. Once you reach adulthood, you may drink at home or host gatherings with friends. But bars are off limits. So, you often go to bars to meet girls? Sheen inquired curiously. That is not the point. Fine, I promise you this. Before you turn 22, if you need to drink or go to a bar, I'll let you accompany me. All right? Good girl. You think you can control me for a lifetime? Sheen retorted. I certainly can. The only way to escape my oversight is to prove that you are stronger than I am. I'll remember that. As they ventured out, Sheen's spirits lifted significantly. During dinner, their playful banter was nearly incessant, and Sheen's smile never wavered. By the time they finished their meal, she still had not decided what to do next. Noticing her distressed expression, Martin suggested, how about this? We can stroll through the shops, and wherever you wish to go, we shall go. Anything we miss out on can be saved for next time. We can come out often. As long as you don't annoy me, I'll accompany you every day. Really? Sheen asked, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Of course, but not if I have other commitments and not when I am with those 3, unless we all go together. Oomph. You only care about them. They're my girls. And I am not. Not quite. Oomph. I'm a girl. To simplify, I am your girl, so I am one of them. Reluctantly, Martin took her hand and said, All right, my girl, let us go. Sheen let out a soft sigh, but willingly wrapped her arms around Martin's. As they passed numerous ordinary shops, they found nothing particularly exciting. Let's go watch a movie. Sheen suddenly pointed to a cinema across the street. Sound good? Upon arriving at the cinema and glancing at the screening schedule, they found many new films, such as Dimming Lights and The Perfect Lady. However, Sheen wanted to see a romantic film from the previous year, titled Time, Rewind Q10. This film told the poignant tale of a young man and an elderly woman whose love spanned 70 years. All right then, today is all about making you happy. The film lasted over an hour, nearly 2. Surprisingly, it proved quite touching, and the leading lady was undeniably beautiful. One could say that the movie stars of this era possess an innate beauty that is pure and unblemished. Alas, their love, separated by so many years, faced the bittersweet reality of returning to the past only to lose it again. Richard only recognized the depth of their relationship upon Jane's passing. Isn't it just 70 years? You, as an old man, certainly wouldn't mind. Just wait 70 years, and you'll still look this way. Can you tell me how steel is forged? Sheen asked, dissatisfied. Steel is made from iron ore. I'll bite you, don't run. Ha. The two playfully bantered as they arrived at the photo studio, the clock indicating it was past 9, yet the door was still open. Sir, madam, you've arrived. Your items are ready. Show us, Sheen said eagerly. The photographer led them inside, where 4 frames stood prepared. The large photograph depicted Martin embracing Sheen, while she affectionately leaned against him. The smaller picture captured Sheen kissing Martin's cheek, purely a familial display of affection. The moment there was any hint of impropriety, Martin would instinctively shy away. Chapter 29. Martin's illusion Sheen displayed a satisfied smile. Very well. As long as you are pleased, we shall wrap it up for you now. Oh, this is the negative. After Martin confirmed that everything was in order, he accepted it. Once they completed the packaging, Martin lifted the large photograph, while Sheen carried two smaller ones. They made their way to the alley, and Martin remarked, "All right, here we are. Hold on to me." Okay. The act of teleportation had become second nature to them, and in the next instant, they found themselves in Sheen's bedroom. "Where would you like it hung?" Martin inquired as he set down the photograph. There." Sheen pointed to the wall directly facing the bed. "There? You might get startled if you wake up in the middle of the night. It's a photo of you and me. How could I possibly be frightened? Sometimes you might be. Hanging it above the bed would suffice. Let South not place it there." "All right." With a flick of his mind, the photograph floated over and adhered to the wall. Martin manipulated the scraps to transform into wall nails and hooks, securing the photograph in place. All done. Sheen stood on the ground, surveying the scene, and nodded in satisfaction as she placed the smaller photograph on the bedside table. "All right, this little one goes here. Now, let's head to your room to hang yours." At Sheen's request, the large photograph was also hung above the bed, making it immediately visible to Martin upon turning his head. The smaller photograph rested on the bedside table, alongside Sheen's high school picture. "It's truly beautiful," Martin marveled. "Oomph. You're complimenting me. What is the use of your compliments? Then what should I do?" "Sigh. I plan to sleep here tonight." Sheen suddenly burrowed into the covers. "No way. I insist on staying here." "Then I shall go to your room." "Absolutely not." "Sheen, you are too young, you know. I will be of age soon." "How am I still young?" "You said it yourself, soon." "Furthermore, perhaps this sensation is merely a byproduct of the Phoenix Powers connection, rather than a reflection of your true feelings. Also, I'm quite the flirt. The Phoenix Power only fosters a sense of closeness. It does not compel us to fall in love." Sheen deftly sidestepped the topic of infidelity. "No, absolutely not. Listen, having such feelings in an adoptive relationship is inherently erroneous. My abilities pertain to the mind. I can discern my own inner workings and sense yours. Moreover, you have merely found me, not adopted me. The immoral feelings in an adoptive relationship refer to the distorted love cultivated under the guise of ignorance, which is indeed unethical. I possess a clear and distinct self-awareness." Sheen suddenly sat up, speaking earnestly. Persuading an academic achiever proved to be a challenge for Martin. He found himself at a loss for words. "Regardless, it is simply not permissible. You are being unreasonable. Then I shall run away from home. You may certainly try. If I become angry, I will lose control of my powers. I beg you, Martin, let me stay. I do not require anything from you. I merely wish for your company." "No, you may remain seated. If you dare leave this room, I will truly run away." "Fine, you sleep first." I need a shower." "Sheen!" Martin shouted in frustration, teleporting away in haste. "You broke the agreement." Sheen called out loudly. Standing outside, Martin grew increasingly agitated, ultimately deciding to teleport back inside. Bam, bam, bam. He pressed down on Sheen's head and delivered several playful knocks to her forehead. Then, in the bewildered gaze of Sheen, he unleashed the full force of the Phoenix Power. Time rewound. Sheen stood on the ground, surveying the scene, nodding in satisfaction as she placed the smaller photograph on the bedside table. "All right, this little one goes here. Now, let us go to your room to hang yours." At Sheen's request, the large photograph was also hung above the bed, making it immediately visible to Martin upon turning his head. The smaller photograph rested on the bedside table, alongside Sheen's high school picture. "Right here," Martin silently declared. "All right, let us step outside for a moment." The imagination was exquisite, yet regrettably, Martin found himself unable to fulfill it, at least not at that moment. Sigh. Martin knocked on the door. Sheen pouted as she opened it. Martin sat on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside him. Sheen walked over and sat down. "Listen, Sheen, before you come of age, let us interact as siblings would. And once you are of age, we can revisit this matter, shall we?" "I don't understand what you're worried about," Sheen said. Disheartened, "Why must I wait for more than a year? What concerns me is that whether for you or for me, what if our feelings are misaligned? What if one day we discover that what we share is merely familial affection? Very well, but tonight you must hold me while we sleep. That is my only condition. Can I really set conditions on such matters? Is it inappropriate for a brother to hold his sister while sleeping? Absolutely not. Oomph. Observing Martin's resolute demeanor, Cheen could only huff in resignation and depart. Chapter 30. The sudden appearance of Cheen gazing at her peaceful slumber. Martin decided to let it be. She was right. She was no longer an innocent little girl. Nevertheless, the 2-year agreement must be honored. As long as she upheld her part of the bargain, she could indulge in a bit of intimacy, and he found himself unwilling to refrain from pampering her. With no school today, he allowed her the luxury of extra sleep. Upon hearing the door close, Cheen smiled in her sleep. Turning away from the entrance and shifting closer to where Martin had just been lying, pulling the covers over herself to continue dreaming. After completing his morning routine and noticing that it was still early, Martin decided to let Cheen enjoy her rest while Wendy prepared breakfast sufficient for just the two of them. After their meal, he intended to check in on Emma and Raven. Life without a mobile phone could be quite bothersome. It occasionally rendered him unable to reach anyone. He extended his hand toward Wendy, who placed hers atop his, leaning gently against him. Emma was indeed right. Martin was worthy of trust. It was due to his protection that she had escaped a grim fate. Many formidable mutants had been captured. What chance did she stand? Moreover, given the peculiarity of her abilities, it was not merely the threat of being taken for research, but the possibility of being ensnared by those hypocritical elites. Here, she enjoyed her freedom and the affection of Martin. Did you spend the night with Cheen? No. Huh, it seems you enjoyed it. Indeed, I did. I feel the same when I'm with you. Can't you tell? When he glanced down, nodding in understanding. Well, with Emma and Raven absent, I fear I'll be at a loss. Don't you like it? No, I genuinely do, Wendy replied with a smile. Come closer. Do you love me? I do. After all these years of companionship, how could I not? Forgive my selfishness in keeping you all to myself. Initially, it was slightly uncomfortable, but I grew to appreciate it, especially since we are so vulnerable. Everything must be suitable, and this is no exception. I speak of emotions, and you speak of something else? I'm speaking of the same, when he chuckled. Emma and Raven are not the type to remain idle, and I cannot assist you. So we must play to our strengths. Very well, I shall strive to continue my selfish ways. Good luck. Tonight, Cheen must not stay with me. Come now. It's just one day. A day feels like 3 autumns. Reflecting on the previous period when Emma and Raven were absent, he was grateful for Wendy's ability to multitask. Of course, her division of labor was merely for rest and recuperation, lest it hinder their affairs, given their interconnected senses. After waiting for another half hour, Martin rose and entered the bedroom. Observing Cheen still fast asleep, he gently tousled her messy hair and called out, "Hey, sleepyhead, time to wake up." Upon hearing Martin call her sleepyhead, Cheen could no longer pretend to slumber. As soon as Martin got up, she followed suit. Yet she hesitated to rise, opting instead to keep her eyes closed, waiting for Martin to coax her awake. Feigning sleep even after waking? Martin playfully pinched her nose. "I was waiting for you to call me." "Well, can you get up now?" "Give me a kiss," Cheen replied, eyes still closed. A good morning kiss from a brother to his sister. Martin kissed her cheeks several times. Moi. Is that enough? Delighted with her wish granted. Cheen responded, "Of course, if you want to give me a few more, that is perfectly fine." They frolicked for a while longer before Cheen finally agreed to rise. Life must continue normally, even in a world filled with heroes, where the extraordinary seemed less significant than the mundane. Excluding certain exceptional incidents, life remained quite beautiful. Since entering into the agreement with Cheen, she had been exceptionally diligent, attending school punctually each day and returning home without mingling with dubious friends. At home, she interacted with Martin as if they were siblings. Well, aside from the occasional affectionate gesture, which was not overly inappropriate. That night, just as Martin had settled into bed, Cheen knocked on his door, claiming he and T said goodnight. Upon his return, Raven could no longer contain herself. Ha. Why were you in such a rush? You could have gone to keep her company earlier. I think this is still your fault. You often become unreachable. Martin teased, pinching Raven's cheek. Apologies regarding that. I merely wish to contribute in some way. Sometimes I'm unable to greet you in time. Yes, you. I'll be fine. Your abilities are primarily in shape-shifting. While you may have learned combat skills, your opponents are mutants with various extraordinary powers. How can you guarantee your safe return unscathed? Listening to Martin's concerns, Raven replied, "We agreed. You 1T prevent me from pursuing what I wish to do." "I'm not. I merely worry for you," Martin said as he lay down, embracing Raven. Raven nestled closer, resting her head on his chest. "I understand. Don't fret. I will be cautious. By the way, I encountered a mutant recently whose ability allows for rapid recovery, much like yours. I truly couldn't best him. But he recognized you. Who is he?" Martin inquired, intrigued. Raven propped herself up, resting on Martin's chest. "When he learned of my ability, he asked for my name. Upon hearing it, he inquired if I knew you. When I confirmed, he let me go but warned me not to meddle." Martin speculated, "Is it Logan? What other abilities does he possess?" Raven pondered before responding, "Well, his claws are incredibly sharp, resembling those of a feline." "Oh, is there anyone else?" "No, just him. He is quite mad, relying on his rapid healing to disregard the risks of injury." Chapter 31. The disappearance of Raven. He is indeed a madman. Henceforth, do not provoke him, although he dares not oppose me. The two brothers are the kind who act recklessly when angered. Raven lowered her head and asked, "Who are they? Do you remember the day we formally met?" She continued with a laugh. "Of course, you old man. Took a few days to coax me into your bed." Raven chuckled. "Coax? You willingly came to me." Martin replied with a hearty laugh. "But let us continue. I once mentioned 2 mutants who are 2 years older than I. They're the ones." As Raven nodded in attentive silence, Martin elaborated. "This one you met is Victor, nicknamed Sabretooth. Is he your friend?" Martin shook his head. "No, we merely know each other. We worked together for a time. However, his half-brother, Logan, and I share a good relationship. He is also a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart within. I recall you sometimes going out for 2 days claiming to see friends?" Martin continued. "Yes, that would be Logan. His abilities are quite similar to his brother's, though instead of bone claws, he possesses 3 bone blades that emerge when he clenches his fists. I believe I have heard of him. It seems he works for certain individuals. Perhaps. We tend to steer clear of each other's affairs unless assistance is required. Forgive a lonely soul who has wandered for so long, a poor old man without a place for his spirit. I am better off than him, having met you all. Otherwise, I might have ended up like him." Raven wished to divert the conversation from such heavy topics. Thus she said, "I have never heard you speak of others. That is because I have no one else. I do not concern myself with others. My sole desire is to protect you. I feel the same." The conflict, interrupted by the piano, was now an opportune moment to begin. Raven's assurances proved futile in the days leading up to the new year. Martin wished for all his family to gather, yet he could not reach her. It had been a month since he last heard from her. He attempted to locate her through telepathy in magnetic fields, but to no avail. Either Raven was in a distant place, too far for him to sense, or she was in a location shielded by some device. It was quite normal for telepathy to be obstructed. Devices like Eric's helmet could achieve that. Yet, Martin felt helpless regarding the magnetic fields. The magnetic fields, he could sense, encompassed the entirety of the Earth. The challenge lay in the overwhelming number of magnetic fields on this planet, akin to an elephant being oblivious to an ant beneath its feet. Martin could effortlessly manipulate the magnetic fields of any location, but the magnetic field of a single individual was like that ant. He needed to search with extreme caution. And Raven, in relation to the Earth, was even smaller than that ant. Such delicate operations became increasingly difficult with distance, especially given that he did not even know where Raven was. The only power he could wield, the Phoenix Force, remained dormant for lack of sufficient cosmic energy. She had yet to mature. Unable to reach her, Emma approached Martin, sitting beside him. "Indeed, the number she left is unreachable. What about you? Any news?" "None." "Well, she's quite clever. I doubt anything has happened to her. Let us have dinner first, and tomorrow I shall go look for her." "All right." Hand in hand, they made their way to the dining room, where Wendy and Quinn were already present. The two wisely refrained from mentioning Raven, having gleaned the situation from Emma's shake of the head. Martin, Wendy prepared a plethora of delicious dishes, and Emma and I lent a hand, Quinn said, wrapping her arms around Martin's. "Is that so? Were those made by you?" "I must be cautious while eating," Martin remarked. gazing at the array of delectable foods that lifted his spirits, reminding him to maintain the evening's festive atmosphere. Do not underestimate me. I have been honing my skills for quite some time. When did you learn? As they took their seats, Martin looked at Quinn. You spend all your time being affectionate with them. How could you possibly notice me? Do you have no conscience? Martin feigned indignation. Ever since you came to our home, you have been everyone's darling. That is true. Martin's affection for Quinn, along with her own charm as the youngest in the family, led everyone to dote on her. Quinn used her fork to offer Martin a bite from one of the dishes. How does it taste? Delicious, Martin replied, savoring the food. You truly possess a talent for cooking. Thank you. Have some more. All right, but do not only feed me. You should eat too. The warm dinner failed to alleviate the worries in Martin's heart. The following morning, after exchanging a few words with Emma still lying in bed, he departed the house. After a brief moment of focus, Martin appeared before Charles. Charles was easy to locate. In matters of the mind, he shone like a firefly in the dark, unmistakably visible. Noticing Martin's sudden appearance in class, Charles remained calm, instructing the other students to continue their studies before gesturing for Martin to follow him outside in his wheelchair. Mr. Horn, is there something I can assist you with? Charles inquired once they were outside. Had it been anyone else, Charles would have already discerned their intentions. But with Martin, he hesitated. I need to use your machine. It has been far too long without news of Raven, and I wish to try the brainwave enhancer. Charles turned to face Martin, his brow furrowed in concern. I thought you would ensure her safety. This is a personal matter, Charles. I am merely informing you out of courtesy. Spare me your lectures. Their relationship had grown strained since that battle years ago. In Charles's eyes, Martin had not only taken his sister away, but also provided Eric with the helmet that inhibited Charles's abilities, ultimately rendering him incapacitated. What are you staring at? Are you going to take me, or shall I go alone? Let us proceed, Charles replied, leading the way while Martin followed. As they passed through various areas, numerous students from the institute looked on with curiosity at Martin. How does it feel? Charles asked proudly. What? They're the future of mutants. Huh. How many of them have you molded into your so-called future with your abilities? I am protecting them. There exists an insidious term in human society, brainwashing. However, that matter does not concern me. I remain indifferent. Chapter 32. The research-based the two approached a metallic gate in silence, where several familiar faces awaited them. Hank, Alex, and Sean. It had been a while since they last met. Time had left its mark on them. They had transitioned from children to adults, now the backbone of X school. What brings you here? Hank inquired, puzzled by Martin's unexpected visit, as he had not been active in their midst for some time. A matter of personal concern, Martin replied. Charles signaled that everything was fine, then verified their identities and opened the gate. Hank stepped behind Charles, nudging him forward, followed by Martin and the other two. Hank, activate the machine. Mr. Horn requires its use, Charles instructed. Understood. Martin approached the control console, donning a helmet reminiscent of a lie detector. Once he was ready, Hank initiated the machine. An unusual sensation enveloped Martin as he suddenly felt his telepathic abilities magnify exponentially. The entire globe laid bare before his mental gaze, allowing him to track anyone he desired. He glimpsed Emma, Wendy, and Sheen at home, and even caught sight of Logan on a mission in a remote area. With mere thought, he could locate anyone. Raven. Martin attempted to seek out Raven, but after an extensive search, he found nothing. Frustrated, he decided to trace her last known whereabouts, employing his magnetic field abilities for tracking. The last person she had encountered was a dealer named Caliban. Martin tracked him down first. Caliban possessed the power to sense nearby mutant signatures, and as Martin approached, he became aware of Martin's formidable presence. Who are you? What do you want? Caliban stammered, alarmed. Do not fret. I am merely searching for someone, and it shall not take long. Martin reassured him telepathically before delving into Caliban's memories, starting from the time of Raven's last phone call. Under Martin's control, Caliban found himself utterly powerless, trembling as he awaited Martin's inquiries. Martin deemed questioning him futile. Such individuals were often evasive and deceptive. He decided to patiently navigate through Caliban's recollections. Raven's last contact with him had been over a month ago when she inquired about a mutant. After receiving her payment, she had departed. Confirming that Raven had not contacted him since, Martin informed him that he had obtained what he needed and would now leave. Once Caliban regained control of his body, he slumped in his chair, bewildered about whom he had offended. Meanwhile, Martin continued his pursuit, first locating the mutant Raven had inquired about, only to find that he bore no recollection of her. This indicated that Raven had vanished before locating him. However, he recalled a skirmish that had occurred in the vicinity over a month prior, one that concluded swiftly, prompting little concern on his part. Slowly, Martin pieced together the subtle clues from his memories. It is you. He finally discerned Raven's fate. She had been captured by someone named William Stryker, a key figure in Martin's plans. Tracking down Stryker, Martin sought to extract Raven's whereabouts from his mind, and Stryker was presently at the very location. It became clear why Martin had been unable to sense Raven. Stryker had developed a device capable of temporarily nullifying mutant abilities and was now researching a serum to permanently suppress mutant genes. He had abducted Raven at the behest of his associate, Trask, who aimed to exploit Raven's transformation abilities to create robots, sentinels, capable of countering all mutants. Within the research base, the chaotic magnetic fields distracted Martin, yet he instinctively disregarded them. With a decisive motion, Martin removed the helmet and cast it onto the table. Just as Charles was about to inquire about the findings, Martin stated he had found Raven and instantly teleported away, leaving the others in astonishment. Charles pondered for a moment before picking up the helmet, planning to query Martin further. However, as he sought him out, he was swiftly rebuffed and warned not to interfere. Reluctantly, Charles relinquished the helmet and returned to his lesson. Martin gazed upon the isolated base, marked with military warning signs. A surge of fury ignited the Phoenix force within him. Rising into the air, he waved his hand, encasing the entire facility in a barrier. From afar, it appeared as though the base was ensconced within an inverted transparent shell, with even the subterranean areas sealed off. Alarms blared throughout the base as armed personnel converged upon Martin, while surface-to-air missiles locked onto him. In the command center, Stryker and Trask observed Martin through surveillance feeds. What a fortuitous turn of events. You have delivered yourself right to us. Stryker sneered at the mutant who had once dared to threaten him. Withdraw the soldiers and engage him directly with missiles, he commanded, his teeth clenched. Among these missiles were those designed to suppress mutant abilities. Stryker was confident that this time, Martin would meet his demise. At Stryker's command, the missiles surged toward Martin. Yet, Stryker's grin faltered when he realized the missiles did not head toward Martin as anticipated, but instead redirected towards the soldiers and armored vehicles outside, employing specialized ammunition. Martin had no time to engage with them. His priority was rescuing Raven. In an instant, he materialized within the prison where Raven was held, alongside several other mutants. Unable to use her powers, Raven appeared in her blue form, lying on a bed in a white hospital gown, a specialized metal collar around her neck. "Martin, I knew you would come to save me," Raven exclaimed, rushing into his embrace upon seeing him. "Let us see if you dare to run away again," Martin admonished gently, holding her tightly, his heart aching with concern. "No, I won't go anywhere," she promised. Initially, she had faith that Martin would find her, but upon realizing the facility could nullify telepathy, despair had begun to seep in. She had watched as mutants were taken away, never to return. Uncertain of the reason for her own confinement, having been taken merely for a blood sample, she had grown disheartened, realizing that not all mutants stood united against their oppressors. "Commander, the target has appeared in cell number 3. Adjust the feed," Stryker commanded, observing the embrace between Martin and Raven, finally understanding the purpose of Martin's intrusion. Chapter 33. Martin's Revenge. Gazing at the collars around the prisoners' necks, Strick commanded, "Detonate all suppressors on number 3. Yes. As the soldiers pressed the button, the anticipated result did not materialize. "Damn, sir, there is an invisible air wall surrounding the base. Our personnel cannot exit, nor can we establish contact with the outside world." Since Martin's arrival at cell number 3, the magnetic field had tightly enveloped the area, preventing anything from entering, including electromagnetic signals. "All right, let me first remove that device from your neck, and then we can embrace at home." "Okay." Martin pushed Raven aside, observing the device around her neck, and with a mere thought, it transformed into ash. With the sensation of suppression dissipated, Raven sighed in relief, reverting to her normal state. I want to see what you have encountered. All right. Raven stood still, allowing Martin to delve into her memories. Through her recollections, Martin learned the intricate details of her ordeal, witnessing her abduction, her confinement, the blood tests, and the bullying she endured from other mutants who were stronger, while the others merely watched. Some even acted on Strick's behalf. Martin, filled with compassion, said, "Let's go outside." Okay. As Martin embraced Raven and prepared to step outside for the next phase, someone called out to them. "Wait, sir, please help us." Observing the mutant who spoke, Martin noted that while they had not directly bullied Raven, they had found amusement in her suffering. In this place, the strong preyed upon the weak, and that was the only source of entertainment. Martin remained silent, while Raven buried her head in his embrace. In an instant, the two vanished from the prison, appearing in the open air outside. "I will avenge you, my love." With those words, Martin caused the entire structure to collapse, as every building crumbled simultaneously. Most were crushed beneath the rubble, for nearly everyone had been compressed into a pulp by the surrounding magnetic field. Only one person survived, William Strick. He was spared because Martin needed him as a more potent experimental subject, one amalgamating numerous abilities. Moreover, Martin believed that simply killing him would not suffice for vengeance. The most cruel fate would be to let him live and obliterate everything he held dear. As for Trisk, the Sentinel was of no value to him and could be disposed of without hesitation. Strick will not die. He still serves a purpose, but I assure you, I will exact my revenge. Everything he cherishes will be eradicated, Martin declared. All right, just do what you must. I only wish to return home, Raven softly replied. Yes, let's go home. In the next moment, they found themselves back in their living room, surrounded by people. Raven, upon seeing her return, everyone rushed to inquire about her well-being. I am fine. After some comforting, Raven went to take a shower and change clothes. Martin recounted her experiences. I have some matters to attend to. I will return shortly. All right, hurry back. Raven must be longing for your company. Yes. After Martin departed for a brief period, several individuals vanished from the world. Strick's parents, children, and several high-ranking officials supporting the project. Knowing their whereabouts made locating them effortless. Each strike was executed in silence, swiftly eliminating them before moving on to the next. This was his retribution against Strick. He believed that Strick would persist with his research, as Martin had not eliminated his mutant son. I will go keep her company. After greeting everyone, Martin entered the bedroom, where Raven was soaking in a bathtub. He removed his clothes and stepped in, where Raven made space for him to hold her close. I am fine. I'm not that fragile. I simply cannot comprehend why some would assist those individuals. Perhaps they wish to survive. Mutants are still human, and survival is an innate human instinct. True, yet you still killed them. Because they tormented you, Martin replied while helping Raven wash her back. But some did not. I do not care, to me. Indifference is their fault. Since they did not help you, why should I assist them? Well, you have a point. Let them be. As she spoke, Raven turned to Martin. Right now, I only wish to do one thing. What is it? Please, carry me out, Raven said, extending her arm softly. Why not here? Martin teased with a playful grin. The sudden deaths of several high-ranking officials sent the American government into a state of panic and fury. Strick was equally incensed. In his mind, he had narrowly escaped the collapsing structure while others perished. After being rescued, he received the devastating news that his family had all died, crushed beneath the sudden ruin of their home. Yet, he knew this was undoubtedly the work of Martin. Martin Horn! Strick roared, his eyes ablaze with rage. Gnashing his teeth, with the loss of his friend Trisk, the fledgling Sentinel program was now untenable, and the samples from the female mutant had been entirely destroyed in the catastrophe. His sole hope now rested with the X-Force. Strick vowed to develop something capable of countering and defeating Martin. If all else failed, he still had one last card to play, his mentally ill son, also a mutant, capable of inducing illusions in anyone. 2 hours later, as Martin descended with a rejuvenated Raven, 2 women and a girl watched them with sly expressions. Raven smiled, sitting between them while sharing whispers. Martin sat beside her, using a towel to dry her hair relishing the simple, ordinary method rather than employing his powers for instant results. The others enjoyed the sight of Raven's contentment and the envious expressions of the other women. Since Raven had missed Christmas Eve, they planned to make up for it that night, while also discussing their upcoming arrangements. That evening, after a lively dinner, Raven announced, "Tonight, he is mine. You all can entertain yourselves." Upon receiving no objections, Raven turned to Cheen and playfully said to Martin, "Don't forget your goodnight kiss." Laughter erupted. "Raven," Cheen exclaimed in mock outrage, "do you believe I will require several good-night kisses tonight?" No, my apologies." Raven quickly interjected, then added, "By the way, Cheen has turned a year older." Chapter 34. The disappearance of Apocalypse. After listening, Cheen looked at Martin with a hint of arrogance in her expression. Martin gently ruffled her hair and remarked, "Ah, you've only grown a year older. What is there to be so proud of?" He added, "Quickly finish what you need to do, then you can do whatever you wish." With a smile, Martin planted a kiss on Cheen's cheek, ensuring he didn't neglect the others. He then wrapped his arm around Raven's waist and headed upstairs to the bedroom. Emma and Wendy observed Cheen's displeasure and exchanged secretive smiles. "What are you laughing about?" Cheen pouted and inquired. "Nothing," Emma replied. "Your boyfriend is currently with another woman, and you can still laugh? Don't try to provoke me. Perhaps in a while, her boyfriend will be lying beside me." Cheen retorted, exasperated. You infuriate me. I'm not playing with you anymore." She stood up and left for her room, the unabashed laughter of Emma and Wendy trailing behind her. Meanwhile, Raven turned to Martin, declaring she wanted to give him a surprise. "What surprise?" Martin asked, intrigued. Raven smiled, slowly transforming into a stranger, a woman Martin had seen on the movie screen that night. They had just gone to watch a film featuring Sophie Marceau, who had only recently debuted and was around 15 years old. "No, Raven, she is just a little girl. It's inappropriate to turn into her at this time," Martin said, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. "But it seems you quite like her." No. It's not her current self that I admire, but the woman she will grow into." As he watched the film, Martin found himself reminiscing about a character he would portray in his 30s, a sensual and beautiful woman, which likely caught Raven's notice, leading to her misunderstanding. "Oh, I see. So what about now?" Raven mused, envisioning Sophie as she would appear in the future, her transformation continuing as Martin's gaze grew increasingly intense. "This is what you brought upon yourself." When Emma and Wendy entered, they found Martin engaged in a conversation with someone unrecognizable. However, the experienced duo quickly grasped the situation. Previously, Raven would only transform into familiar faces to spice up their lives, but this was her first time becoming a stranger. There was no time to ponder, as Raven was already seeking assistance. Cheen, feeling sulky, lay on her bed, wishing for time to pass more quickly, though she had grown accustomed to it. Moments like this always stirred a slight jealousy within her. It seemed Cheen's silent prayers were answered as time slipped by unnoticed, and she was soon approaching the promised age of 18. As the day drew near, her spirits lifted. On this day, like any other, she declined an invitation from a boy who was pursuing her after school and drove home. Martin had gifted her a sports car for her 17th birthday, and she had since obtained her driver's license. However, upon returning home, she found Martin absent. Seeing Raven in the living room and Wendy in the kitchen, Cheen inquired, "Where's Martin?" Emma needed him, so he went to meet her, Raven replied. "All right." Since the kidnapping incident last year, Raven had ceased her heroic escapades, now only assisting Emma to pass the time. More often, she would simply stay at home with Martin, waiting for Cheen's holidays for family trips. That afternoon, Martin received a call from Emma. "Martin, we've located the person you were searching for. I'll be right there." Martin arrived at the Hellfire Club, where Emma sat at the head of the table, surrounded by several mutant henchmen, including 3 familiar faces. Mr. Horn, the Red Devil, and Quicksilver greeted Martin upon his arrival. "Hello," Martin acknowledged, his gaze sweeping across the group, momentarily lingering on Salvador, who had matured considerably. He approached Emma, saying, "Let us hear it." As others busied themselves, Emma moved to sit in Martin's lap, explaining, "We discovered his trace in a collapsed pyramid in Egypt. There are many of his followers there, firmly believing he can lead them back to the era of divine rule. Indeed, Apocalypse is a formidable mutant. the second of his kind to appear on Earth. He possesses the ability to transfer his consciousness into others, acquiring the abilities of the host while retaining all his previous powers. Who was the first? I don't know. Martin recalled that the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club seemed to be the first mutant. How many leaders does the club currently have? The same as before. Everyone is still here except for Shaw, utilizing his management style. I only oversee my part. We rarely interact unless it pertains to the club's interests. What is this? Do you wish to become the White King? Emma asked, wrapping her arms around Martin's neck. Why the White King? Because I am the White Queen. With a playful grin, Martin pinched Emma's nose. And who is your Black Queen? An ordinary person, a wealthy socialite. Why are you inquiring about her? Has the White Queen grown weary and wishes to sample the Black Queen? It seemed that at this time, Celine Gallio had yet to join the Hellfire Club. Ha. My Emma, my dear, I will never tire of you. I was merely asking. Really? Emma teased. Then who do you prefer, me or Cheen? Smack. Emma received a light slap and quickly apologized. Sorry, I won't dare again. I was just asking. You both are equally important to me. It's just that Cheen is still young. I know. After sharing a tender moment, Emma inquired, how will we deal with Apocalypse? We'll send someone to keep an eye on him, perhaps enlist a few ordinary people to monitor the situation. He will be useful later. All right. Can he truly make us stronger? Yes, you should have guessed my abilities by now. Over the past few years, whenever Martin encountered a mutant, he would manifest the same abilities, all thanks to Emma as assistance. Indeed, at first, I truly believed you possessed the same abilities as I did, but I never concealed anything from you. Yes, I'm grateful you didn't bind me as initially promised, instead always embracing and caring for me. Therefore, I will fully support you, Emma whispered. Aren't you aiming for something grand? Being with you now is my grand endeavor. Martin lifted her chin, kissing her softly before commenting. It seems the bed in your bedroom has been changed. No, it hasn't, really? Let us take a look. With that, Martin scooped her up and headed inside. Haha, just say what you want. No need for excuses. All right, then I wish to. 2 hours later, Emma dashed out of the bedroom barefoot, calling outside, have Salvador come to my room. Then, she floated back uncontrollably. Wait. Chapter 35. Raven's Persuasion after months of exploration. The followers of Apocalypse, guided by certain individuals, swiftly located the whereabouts of their deity. They soon opened a passageway into the depths of the pyramid. This passage, long dormant and concealed for countless years, caused the pyramid to tremble precariously. Those praying within ultimately became entombed, as if they had offered themselves as sacrifices for their god's resurrection. As the pyramid collapsed, sunlight streamed through the crevices, allowing the consciousness transfer ritual to proceed. With the final increments nearing completion, Apocalypse opened his eyes amidst the dim glow, realizing he was buried deep underground. Enraged, he unleashed his power, splitting the pyramid asunder, and gradually rose, teleporting to the exterior. Gazing upon the barren desert before him, confusion filled Apocalypse's eyes. He then sensed his surroundings and began to walk in a particular direction. Just awakened, he remained weak. Recovery would take time, and he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of his apostles. Martin sensed Apocalypse's emergence. In a distant location, a sudden release of intense energy occurred, accompanied by significant fluctuations in the magnetic field and psychic power. Martin, continue, he urged. All right, what transpired? Emma, reclining nearby, inquired. Apocalypse has emerged. Damn it, must you discuss this now? Salvador interrupted, lifting his head in discontent. Ha ha, Emma chuckled mischievously. Whatever about Apocalypse, this matter holds greater significance, Martin replied. Simultaneously, another individual sensed Apocalypse's arrival. Charles, one of the most powerful telepaths on Earth, felt Apocalypse's formidable psychic energy. Upon its eruption, he instinctively recognized the threat and immediately sought Hank, heading towards the brainwave amplification device to investigate the cause. Most students at the X-Mansion were detected by Charles during their awakening, who then utilized the machine to locate them and bring them back. However, this time, the power was overwhelmingly potent, compelling him to uncover the situation. The absence of the primary target indicated that the individual was a seasoned mutant adept at controlling their abilities. thus eliminating the possibility of a newly awakened child. Though he could not locate the intended target, Charles identified a familiar figure, Moira MacTaggart, tasked with investigating the malevolent organization in Egypt. "What's the situation?" Hank asked. "The individual has departed, but I spotted someone I recognize," Charles replied. "Who?" "Moira. What is she doing there?" "She intends to report the events occurring there." Charles had already probed Moira's memories. Following their encounter in Cuba with Sebastian, he had erased all traces of their connection for her safety. Charles smiled. "It seems we shall pay a visit to the CIA. Are you certain it's not to see her?" "No, I seek the truth. Though meeting her wouldn't be amiss." Noticing Hank's skeptical expression, he added, "A significant event unfolded at the school today." Jean sped home, eager to share with Martin. Martin. Upon halting the car, Jean eagerly grabbed her bag from the passenger seat, calling out Martin's name as she hurried into the house. "What's the matter?" Hearing Jean's voice, Martin approached the door to greet her. Handing the bag to Martin, who reached out to take it, Jean exclaimed, "A boy at school suddenly awakened his powers today, nearly demolishing the classroom walls." "A boy?" Martin regarded her with a curious gaze, noting this was the first time she mentioned another boy. "Hey, don't worry. We're merely classmates, and we haven't even spoken." Jean, sensing Martin's discontent, smiled reassuringly. She was pleased with Martin's reaction, evidently. Emma was correct. Mentioning another boy piqued Martin's interest. "All right, tell me more about this boy." "Well, his name is Scott Summers. During class, he suddenly complained about his eyes. The boy said he shot through the bathroom wall, perhaps due to her first encounter with another awakened peer." Jean felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing it firsthand. From Martin and others, she understood that they harbored ill feelings toward mutants. Raven's previous incident served as a poignant lesson. Moreover, Martin had forbidden her from associating with mutants, a rule she adhered to diligently. "Didn't you see? That was the boys' bathroom. Do you expect me to go in there?" Jean asked, astonished. "Of course not. I meant the wall." "No, it's already surrounded by people." And Summers was later taken away by his brother. "Alex Summers? Do you know him?" "Indeed, Raven and Emma know him too. I mentioned the Cuba incident. That's where we met. He is currently working with Charles at the X-Mansion." "Oh, I see. He is the one who enjoys probing into others' minds." "Haha, yes." Raven, overhearing their conversation, interjected with mild discontent. "Charles merely wishes to assist." "All right, we shouldn't disparage your brother," Martin said, wrapping his arms around her in apology. "Humph. I forgive you. Thank you." He kissed Raven and shrugged at Jean, who smiled and headed upstairs to put away her bag. After Jean departed, Raven asked, "Do you intend to keep her from interacting with other mutants her age indefinitely?" "Certainly not. It's just not the right time yet. She is still young." "Young? She is already 17. You may love her, but you cannot confine her at home. Her life consists solely of school. In this place, she lacks even a single friend." "I'm not forbidding her from making friends," Martin retorted. "True, but your possessiveness is overwhelming. If it weren't for school, you'd probably be reluctant to let Jean out of your sight. Moreover, Jean is averse to causing you any distress. Is that so?" "It is. To be honest, Martin, Emma, Wendy, and I are willing to stand by you forever, centering our lives around you, as we have endured enough of a nomadic existence. But Jean is still young. She shouldn't spend every day solely by your side. Yet the outside world is perilous. I worry about her being alone. Besides, at school, she is a mutant. How could she genuinely befriend ordinary people? Should we allow her, a young girl, to form friendships while not being able to truly connect with others?" Chapter 36. The Xavier Institute. So, I am not going to consent to her attending the Xavier Institute. It's merely a visit to acquaint herself with peers. With your formidable abilities, who would dare harbor ill intentions towards your sister? What if she develops affections for another? Martin interjected abruptly. "Huh? And you claim to regard her only as a sister?" Martin glared at Raven, irked. "Is this not supposed to be a moment for intimate conversation? Forgive me. I shall refrain from further amusement." "She will not. Have you not discerned that her affections are solely directed towards you? Should that ever change, then I would break the legs of that scoundrel, I assure you." Jean, who had been eavesdropping at the top of the staircase, nearly burst out laughing. Upon hearing that Martin's concern stemmed from the possibility of her developing feelings for another, Her heart swelled with joy. Martin remained oblivious, as one rarely suspects clandestine listeners within one's own abode. Ha ha ha. My Martin, you are endearingly domineering. Alas, only you seem to perceive it thus. At times, even I find myself loathsome. Is our affection insufficient? Martin embraced Raven, replying, it suffices. The opinions of others are of no consequence to me. Very well. I shall give it consideration. Good. After a brief interval, Martin departed from the living room, and Jean descended the stairs to sit beside Raven. Where did Martin go? I am uncertain. He likely returned to his chambers. Ah, Raven, are you capable of assuming the likeness of any individual in every aspect? Indeed. Why do you ask? Jean harbored a notion to expedite the deepening of her bond with Martin. In hushed tones, she confided her scheme to Raven. Once Martin grew accustomed to intimacy with her visage, he would undoubtedly gradually relinquish his inhibitions. No, absolutely not. Raven retorted immediately. Why? Do you not frequently engage in such dalliances? How do you come to know of that? Raven inquired, astonished. It is of no consequence. Why is it impermissible? Raven elucidated because in his heart, you are unparalleled. Very well, I once attempted to adopt your guise, but he forbade it. While Jean was somewhat taken aback by Raven's past endeavor, she reasoned that it was, in fact, advantageous, as she herself held no objections and could thus more readily persuade Raven. You yourself stated that it was in the past, when I was but 16. Now, I am on the cusp of 18. This time, it is certain to succeed. I implore you, you would not wish for me to tarry any longer, would you? As matters stand, even when that day arrives, I shall require a considerable period to unite with him. Observing her beloved's entreaties, Raven's heart softened, and she resolved to attempt it once more. Very well, but should he become incensed, you must intercede on my behalf. Agreed, without fail. She giggled. Raven shook her head, remarking, this is the first instance in which I have encountered someone proactively soliciting another to impersonate them. Does Emma not also acquiesce? That is presently, and under particular circumstances. Each individual believes themselves to be unique, and no one relishes the notion of another assuming their identity. Initially, Emma was quite displeased, but Martin afforded her no opportunity for rebuttal. Very well, but I consent to your transformation into me. I am amenable to assisting you, but you must divulge how you became privy to our affairs. Jean demurely whispered an explanation into Raven's ear. Subsequently, the two engaged in confidential murmurs. As evening descended, each retired to their respective chambers. Raven, as was her custom, drew the curtains of the balcony, but then, struck by a sudden thought, resolved to draw them even more tightly. However, someone abruptly poked their head out, batting their large eyes in a pleading manner. Raven smiled and relented, leaving a small gap to satiate her curiosity. Raven? Prompted by Martin's urging, Raven cast a reproachful glance at the figure outside before returning inside. The following day, Raven fell gravely ill and was compelled to rest. She had expended considerable effort in persuading Martin and had suffered the consequences. After Martin descended, Jean stealthily crept into the master bedroom. Raven, regarding the instigator of her woes, testily inquired, Why are you not at school? It is the weekend. Hee. Ah, you have brought me to ruin. Really? I'm not blind. Very well, now depart. I wish to sleep. Raven demurred. Very well, rest well. Jean completed her ablutions and then descended the stairs. Martin, seated in the living room, felt a peculiar unease upon seeing Jean. Jean was cognizant of the reason, but proceeded as usual, offering her cheek to him. Good morning. Moi. Good morning. Jean sat beside Martin and inquired, What is the matter? Nothing. Really? You typically embrace me. Why do you keep your distance today? Nonsense. I shall embrace you now. Good. Observing Martin's awkward movements, Jean sensed that her triumph was imminent. After breakfast, Jean declared, Raven is unwell. I shall take her some sustenance. Anxious that Raven might divulge something to Jean, Martin hastily interjected, I shall take it. You rest, and I shall take you out later. How thoughtful of you. She is fortunate indeed. Then, go ahead. Very well, be good. Martin departed with the repast, and Jean, left alone, revealed a smile that belied her public persona, a smile of cunning, as though she had committed a misdeed without detection and achieved her objective. Alas, I advised against it. Yet I feel exceedingly ill at ease in Jean's company, Martin confided to Raven upon returning to the bedroom. TSK, regretting it now? What did you do last night? Hee. First, partake of some nourishment. Feed me, Raven commanded, sitting up. Very well, I shall feed you. After tending to Raven's meal, Martin descended and announced to Jean, I shall take you to a wondrous place today. Indeed? Where? Jean inquired eagerly. The Xavier Institute. Really? Jean asked joyfully. Indeed. Are you not averse to me associating with other mutants? Therefore, I shall accompany you. Very well, let us depart. Alas! Observing Jean's elation, Martin merely sighed softly. Fear not, Martin, I shall ever be by your side, and shall not allow others to harm my own, Jean avowed, clinging to Martin's arm, aware of his apprehension. Indeed, I trust you. The two conversed as they entered the vehicle and set off towards the Xavier Institute. Rather than utilizing their abilities for instantaneous transport, Martin intended to convey Jean leisurely, savoring the scenic vistas along the way. After all, the purpose of the day was to provide Jean with amusement and respite, not to accomplish any specific task or rush about in haste. It was evident that Jean harbored considerable anticipation for the Xavier Institute, which Emma and the others frequently mentioned. Martin drove, glancing at Jean, who had been beaming throughout the journey. Are you delighted? Yes, being out with you is naturally a joy, Jean responded, swaying to the rhythm of the car's music. I assumed your elation stemmed from the impending visit to X Academy. Well, a bit of both perhaps, but spending time with you is the greater pleasure. It's not as if we haven't gone out before. Since their initial outing, Martin had realized he hadn't spent enough time with Jean, and subsequently made it a point to take them out for a few days each month, sometimes within the city or its environs, and occasionally venturing further afield during longer holidays. Jean cheerfully remarked, but we rarely have the opportunity to be alone together. Indeed, family is paramount, and togetherness is essential. Jean gazed at Martin and said, I understand, yet I still prefer our moments alone. You needn't constantly concern yourself with everyone's activities, their fatigue or their thirst. As now, you need only focus on me. You little imp, are you expressing concern for me, or merely jealous? Take a guess. I surmise it's jealousy. Upon hearing this, Jean turned to Martin, her eyes sparkling with surprise. He had never before uttered such intimate words. It seemed her strategy was proving effective. Indeed, you've guessed correctly. Here's a reward. Without regard for the speeding vehicle, Jean unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned over, and gently kissed Martin on the cheek. All right, settle down, Martin said with a smile. As the appointed time with Jean approached, both she and Martin grew increasingly excited. He now understood that he could never let her go. It was merely a matter of time before he fully accepted it. In this era, particularly in this liberal nation, teenage love affairs, adults engaging in mature activities, drinking, drug use, and bar hopping were commonplace. Even more so, young children were having children of their own. At times, Martin felt prudish, questioning what he was truly upholding. Morality? No, he was inherently self-serving and not particularly virtuous. Ethics? No, the two were not related by blood. And when they met, Jean was, in a sense, an adult. At least, in some states, she could obtain a driver's license and operate a vehicle independently of a guardian. Later, Martin realized that if it were anyone else, he might simply accept things as they were, but Jean was someone he had taken in. He didn't want her to grow up, truly understand things, and one day suddenly believe that he had brought her home solely to possess her. This reason sufficed. For the sake of family, utmost caution was paramount. Having come to this realization, he decided to lay his cards on the table. Jean, Martin called out gently. Jean looked at Martin inquisitively. Martin quietly conveyed his thoughts. I apologize, I'm quite fond of you from the moment I first laid eyes on you. But as I've said, I don't want to give you any reason to harbor unfavorable thoughts. Can you understand that? Yes. Jean nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, I thought you genuinely didn't like me, and that my feelings were unrequited. Nonsense. How can anyone not like you? Oh, stop it. I'm not that great. I'm glad I didn't give up, Jean said, relieved. What would you have done if I had given up halfway? I would have pursued you. What if I had found a boyfriend? I would have broken his legs and then pursued you. Haha, what if we had done something scandalous? I would have castrated him, then broken his legs, and then pursued you. Ha ha, I thought you might kill him. Perhaps I would have. If Jean had genuinely fallen for someone else, Martin would have, in all honesty, wanted to kill him. But if this person was someone Jean truly loved, could Martin bring himself to harm him, risking Jean's resentment? Others might, but Martin could not. Some words may seem absurd, but when applied to oneself, they reveal their truth. With their hearts laid bare, the atmosphere between the two became more harmonious and relaxed, and the previous dynamic of one pursuing and the other fleeing ceased to exist. Amidst their heartfelt confessions, the car arrived at the gates of X Academy. Wow, this place is enormous, Jean exclaimed, marveling at the castle before her. What? Do you like it? Should we have one built for our family? Money was no object. At Martin's level of wealth, it was no longer a concern. No, I was just saying, such a house would be too large for us. I still prefer our home. I agree. Large houses may be comfortable, but beyond a certain point, they become desolate. Come, I'll take you on a tour. Martin reached out and took Jean's hand, intertwining their fingers as they walked inside. With Jean's smile as his guide, Martin explained each location, sharing anecdotes from his time residing in the castle. The castle grounds were teeming with students resting, reading, and conversing. Perhaps mistaking Jean for a new student, they looked at the pair with curiosity. Jean, seeing so many peers with similar extraordinary abilities for the first time, was visibly delighted. She even waved enthusiastically at those who gazed at her with curiosity. Do you find this place appealing? Would you consider transferring? Jean looked at Martin and asked, Are you serious? Would you be amenable to that? No, because this place is a hotbed of controversy. Charles is too ostentatious. He underestimates the capabilities of ordinary people and overestimates their virtues. I suspected as much, judging by your assessment of him. It's clear how little you like him. Martin said, If you genuinely wish to come, I have no objections. As you've said, you possess clear and sound judgment. No, I've never considered attending any special school. As long as I have you, I need only live the life I desire. As for saving the world or mutant kind, let those with grand ambitions take on those tasks. Martin stroked Jean's head. So young, and already so apathetic. Where did you learn that? From my apathetic brother. Ha! I enjoy hearing you call me brother. Really? Jean looked at Martin with a peculiar expression. No, you misunderstand, Jean said with a smile. It's all right. I don't misunderstand you, brother. Let's go. Let's continue. Upon entering the castle, Hank and Sean, having received word of their arrival, greeted them at the entrance. Jean, these are Hank and Sean. I'll mention them to you. This is Jean, my sister. Hello, Jean greeted them. After returning her greeting, Hank asked, What brings you here? Nothing in particular. So I brought Jean here to see the place and meet some fellow mutants. She's a mutant too? Indeed, the most powerful and beautiful mutant in the world. Jean smiled, basking in Martin's praise. The two scrutinized Jean with curiosity, their expressions conveying disbelief. Where's Charles? Why aren't he and Alex here? Hank explained. There were unusual energy fluctuations in Cairo, Egypt, so the professor went to see Moira. Professor? Is that what you call him now? Indeed, he is a professor at X Academy. Is it not quite fitting to address him as such? Besides, he has always been a professor in the past. Well, that is true. I wish to take Sheen to explore inside. Do you have any objections? Rest assured, I shall not lead her to any areas that are inappropriate. The two exchanged glances, and Hank said, Of course, Martin, feel free. With Charles absent, they would not dare to obstruct Martin. The students here would struggle to explain any mishaps to Charles. After bidding farewell to the two, Martin took Sheen on a tour of the public areas he was familiar with, even visiting the room he once occupied, which remained uninhabited. It was originally a guest room, too small to serve as a student dormitory. Moreover, the castle boasted ample rooms, so one or two were hardly missed. This was Raven's former room. Martin opened the door, revealing an interior identical to what it once was. Sheen looked at Martin and asked, You just opened it like that? What of it? Raven won't be upset. Besides, she hasn't lived here in ages. Charles likely kept it for her return. In truth, it was not much different from an empty room. All right, when we return, I shall tell Raven that you entered her room without permission. Haha, go ahead, she won't mind. If one day I were to enter your room, would you be angry? I must contemplate that. Really? Sheen laughed. No, I wouldn't mind at all. Well then, have we explored enough? Where would you like to go next? Raven once told me how you flew with her in the sky. She said it was one of her happiest moments, and I wish to experience that. All right, my little princess has spoken. Your wish shall be fulfilled. Let us go, Sheen exclaimed eagerly. As they made their way to the high platform, Sheen inquired, although I've seen you fly, I've never seen your wings. They serve little purpose. I possess several means of flight now. Magnetic field manipulation, the power of the phoenix, especially the latter, as it is more convenient and swift. For long distances, I can teleport. There is hardly ever a need for them. Thus they remain unused. As he spoke, Martin chuckled. Only for charming the ladies, I suppose. Humph. How many do you intend to charm? Sheen asked, somewhat displeased. As long as life endures, so too shall my pursuits of romance, haha. With that, Martin dashed ahead. You rascal, don't run away. Under the watchful eyes of all the students in the courtyard, they chased each other until they reached the base of the high platform. All right, you caught me. The chase had not involved any powers, leaving Sheen slightly breathless. Shall we take a break? Sure. After a moment, they ascended, leaning against the railing, gazing at the scenery below. A smile graced Sheen's face. The environment here is truly splendid. Indeed, the elevated position offers a breathtaking view. I don't quite understand what you mean, but it seems to make sense. You need not comprehend, for all the vistas I behold, I shall share with you. Hearing this, Sheen smiled back. All right, I will accompany you. Have you rested enough? Martin asked, simultaneously removing his shirt and hanging it over the railing. Though Sheen had seen it a few times, this was the first instance she openly scrutinized Martin, causing her cheeks to flush. Observing Martin's muscular torso made her heart race. Martin pinched her cheek and then unfurled his wings from his back. They're truly beautiful. Unable to resist, Sheen reached out to caress the black wings. Indeed, Martin turned to allow her a closer look, but they are merely for aesthetics. They serve no practical purpose. Beauty is sufficient. It need not have a function. Besides, they are not entirely useless, as is evident now. You have a point. With that, Martin turned to face Sheen, who had spread her arms wide. What are you waiting for? With a smile, Sheen leaped into Martin's embrace, holding tightly. I am ready. All right, brother will take you flying. With that, Martin flapped his wings and soared into the sky, Sheen's joyous laughter echoing through the air. They visited all the places Raven had experienced, even making a trip to a distant lake. In a mere 20 minutes, Sheen reveled in delight. When they returned to the place where they had left their clothes, her face glowed with excitement, her smile unwavering. Sheen did not release her hold on Martin, tilting her head to gaze at him, expectant. Martin, captivated by her beauty up close, could no longer resist. He lowered his head, breaking the promise he had made to her. Sheen slowly closed her eyes and tilted her chin, welcoming Martin's kiss. They embraced tightly, their wings instinctively enveloping them. The kiss filled with fervor, the location unchanged, and their feelings as deep as ever. Only the person in his arms had shifted. The girl's waist was soft, her lips tender, making it difficult for Martin to release her. It was only when Sheen began to struggle for breath that Martin gently let go. They held each other closely, foreheads touching, feeling each other's heartbeat. The moment was exquisite. Your heart is racing, Sheen whispered. So is yours, but it feels somewhat faint. How can that be? Perhaps it is due to something soft, muffling the sound of your heartbeat. Something? What? Sheen suddenly blushed and remarked. I hadn't realized you were so mischievous. Do you like it? I like it very much. Once I've marked you, you will truly be mine. There will be no opportunity for regrets. I would never regret. The two remained quietly embraced, savoring the sweetness and warmth of the moment, reluctant to part. Chapter 38. Charles's plea it was time to descend. Otherwise, the children below would surely suffer from stiff necks. Peering down, Sheen noticed a throng of students gazing up at her with expressions that surely reflected curiosity and envy. She recalled her own self 2 years prior, likely embodying a similar innocence and yearning for a sweet, romantic love. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of maturity, no longer the naive girl dreaming of love, for she had already experienced it. Martin had donned his attire, and together they made their way down. Ascending, they had playfully chased one another, and now, with Sheen sweetly linking her arm through Martin's, they strolled leisurely downward. Hey Sheen, what brings you here? Who is this? A young man with red glasses approached, greeting her. "Hello, Scott. I'm well. Thank you," Jean replied with a smile. "This is my boyfriend." It was her first time introducing Martin as such in front of others, and he offered no objection. "Oh, I'm glad to hear that. We should be going now. See you later?" "Yes, goodbye." As Jean walked away, Scott felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he could do nothing about it. Is he the boy who punched through the bathroom wall? Indeed, it sounds rather peculiar, doesn't it? He's no superhero, she chuckled softly. Upon returning home, Jean rushed to Raven's side, brimming with excitement as she shared her secrets. Meanwhile, Charles had learned from Moira about the impending threat of Apocalypse. She had been investigating the XIE cult and had witnessed Apocalypse's emergence. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Charles hurriedly returned to the X-Mansion with Moira and Alex, where he learned from Hank about Martin's visit. If Apocalypse is as formidable as the legend suggests, Martin may indeed be of assistance. However, we must locate Charles first. Hank pondered, furrowing his brow. Martin is fine as long as we compensate him. But will Eric lend his support? We must make the attempt, Charles mused, uncertain. Eric and Apocalypse shared a common goal, the establishment of a new era for mutants. Despite their friendship, Eric had always been resolute in this matter. Moira, bewildered, inquired, "Who is Eric? Who is Martin?" Following the events in Cuba, Charles had erased her memories to protect her, leaving her unaware of the individuals involved. "They are immensely powerful mutants," Charles explained as he led them to his office. His intuition was correct. Eric had aligned himself with Apocalypse. After years of conflict, Eric's ambitions had yielded little progress and had cost many mutant lives. In his pursuit, he had witnessed the strength of ordinary humans. While they lacked the diverse powers of mutants, their intelligence allowed them to devise various devices and serums capable of countering mutant abilities. Destroy one, and another would swiftly emerge. Eric desperately sought a formidable ally to completely overpower humanity. He was willing to do anything to achieve his goals, and perhaps Martin could fulfill that role, though Martin's girlfriend Emma had made it clear that he would not partake in such endeavors. When Apocalypse approached Eric, he recognized a fortuitous opportunity, having experienced Apocalypse's might. He felt his own power significantly enhance. He even believed he could now defeat Martin, who, if aware, would likely scoff at the notion. The fluctuations in Eric's power were readily perceptible to Martin, yet Eric remained oblivious to Martin's awareness. They presumed their actions were covert, unaware that everything transpired under Martin's meticulous planning and surveillance. In this world, Eric had not retreated into obscurity, nor had he suffered the loss of his wife and daughter at the hands of law enforcement. Nonetheless, he had still joined Apocalypse's ranks. Whether or not he had joined was inconsequential, for Martin's aim had always been Apocalypse, seeking merely the strength it offered. If Apocalypse could rally formidable mutants, all the better. If not, it mattered little. With the Phoenix Force at his disposal, Martin needed only to bide his time for his power to grow or seek opportunities to acquire vast cosmic energy. He no longer sought additional abilities. He had enough. The growth of the Phoenix Force had yielded two avenues, one through normal energy acquisition, the other triggered by intense emotions. He had previously erupted when Raven was captured, but he could not risk endangering his loved ones for the sake of strength. He was no Thanos. His interest in Apocalypse stemmed from two primary abilities, the capacity to shield others from mental intrusion and the ability to bestow his power upon others. Only these abilities were essential to Martin, one to protect his family, the other to enhance their strength. Emma and Raven placed their hopes in the latter, dreaming that once empowered, they could have children with Martin. He too entertained this thought, albeit with cautious optimism. Upon arriving at the office, Charles first attempted to call Eric, but the line was dead. He then reached out to Martin's residence, where Wendy answered. "Hello, this is the Horn residence. How may I assist you?" "Hi, I wish to speak with Raven. Is she home?" He had initially intended to contact Martin, but felt averse to the unpredictable nature of his endeavors. Remembering that Raven should be present, he decided to start with her. "She's here. Please hold." Wendy was ever formal when greeting guests or answering calls. In the living room, she called out, "Raven, someone is on the phone for you." Chatting with Sheen, Raven relayed the message before moving to answer the call. "Hello, Raven, it's me. Long time no see. Charles, What brings you to call today? Raven was genuinely pleased to hear from him, as they had grown up together. Without Charles, she wondered where she might be now. However, knowing Charles's character, he wouldn't reach out unless there was a pressing matter. I couldn't reach Eric. I plan to use the telepathic amplifier to try again. You know, Mr. Horn gave that helmet to Eric. That was purchased by Eric, not a gift from Martin. It was merely a transaction. Raven corrected him. Yes. In any case, I need to attempt to use the amplifier to locate Eric. Could you come back? Return? I am currently in my home. This is also your home. No, I have merely stayed there. I don't feel I owe anything, Charles replied, exasperated. Indeed, you remain ensconced in your castle, dreaming of peaceful coexistence with humanity, while neglecting how those outside perceive our kind. Furthermore, you've imparted this ideology onto others, never considering the challenges they may face in the future. I will come over. Thank you. Neither of the two mentioned Martin, for they were acutely aware that should Raven find herself in peril, Martin would never remain idle. Thus, it is perhaps wiser to adopt a passive stance. In the minds of the ambitious, only their aspirations matter. To realize their objectives, no resource is deemed unworthy of exploitation. Charles, in his cunning, has capitalized on Raven's friendship as well as Martin's affection for her. Perhaps the friendship is genuine, yet the manipulation is equally authentic, merely cloaked in the guise of assistance. What has transpired? Sheen inquired upon hearing Raven's words and observing her terminate the call. Charles requires assistance. I must pay him a visit. Will there be danger? Sheen expressed her concern. I cannot say. I will only know once I arrive. Please remain here. I will seek out Martin. I will accompany you. As they stepped onto the balcony, they found Martin reclining in a chair. Darling, just now. Raven recounted the events to Martin, concluding, I must go. Martin regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before replying, Very well, go. I will keep a watchful eye on you. Do not fret. Thank you. She planted a kiss on Martin's lips and turned to leave. May I join you? Sheen suddenly asked. No. Both Martin and Raven simultaneously rejected the notion. Why? Raven can go, but I cannot? Sheen, Raven possesses extensive combat experience, whereas you do not. But you mentioned that the Phoenix Force we possess is the most formidable power in the world. Additionally, my telepathic abilities are quite proficient now. No, my dear. It is not yet time. It is too perilous. Sheen earnestly questioned, when will it be the right time? Raven continued, moreover, you just stated that you would be watching over Raven. What danger could we possibly encounter? What if I become distracted? Or if we encounter something that can nullify our abilities? Raven had faced such a situation previously. Sheen lowered her voice. I wish to go. Emma, Raven. And Wendy can assist you, while I would merely be under your care. Sheen, you are still young. Is that so? Yet today, I have become your girlfriend. No longer just a little sister. Furthermore, my telepathic abilities would enable me to alert you immediately in the event of any danger. Suddenly, Raven declared, I will look after her. Perhaps it is time for Sheen to begin learning combat. Martin, reluctant to reveal himself, pondered the implications. Regardless of the circumstances, Apocalypse's targets remained unchanged. One was Charles' body, and the other was Cairo, where he intended to commence his transformation of the world. However, if he intervened, would he need to thwart Apocalypse? Failing to do so would leave him unable to account for Raven, while intervening could potentially unleash chaos upon the city, inviting unnecessary complications. At that moment, Martin sensed a faint tremor emanating from around the globe. Very well, but you must ensure you heed Raven's guidance. Should any unexpected events arise, keep your distance and inform me at once. Sheen replied joyfully, Thank you. I promise to follow Raven's instructions. After bidding Martin a cheerful farewell, the two women departed from the house. Martin attuned himself to the happenings at the X-Mansion, and it was not long before he felt the vibrations of an explosion and the intense release of energy. Well, that alleviates my concerns. After a brief contemplation, Martin instantly appeared beside Emma. Darling, Emma was seated at her desk, poring over some documents. Martin, I was just about to call you. Our people have relayed news. Apocalypse has commenced his actions. I am aware. I have come to take you home for a few days, as things may become chaotic. With Apocalypse on the move, the government would undoubtedly follow suit, and as one of the leaders of the mutant community, Emma could likely find herself targeted. Understood. After Emma agreed, Martin embraced her and transported them home. Chapter 39. Charles captured. After ending the call with Raven, Charles endeavored to locate Eric using the cerebral amplification device. To his surprise, the search proved to be far less arduous than anticipated, as Eric was not wearing the helmet that obstructed telepathic communication. Charles called out into Eric's mind, "Eric." "Charles?" Eric responded. The group had just returned from Auschwitz, a place where Eric had spent his childhood, awakening his powers and losing his mother. Apocalypse had harnessed the fury and conviction within him to fully awaken his abilities, rendering him exponentially stronger than before. "What do you need from me?" Eric's feelings towards Charles were somewhat complex. They had been allies during a tumultuous period, aiding one another in vanquishing enemies. Yet their divergent philosophies had led them to part ways. Friendship is one thing, but ideology is another. "Eric, I require your assistance." "Oh, a formidable mutant has re-emerged." "I am aware." As their conversation unfolded, Apocalypse sensed Charles's presence. Realizing the potency of Charles's telepathic abilities, Apocalypse felt confident that he had found a suitable vessel for his next incarnation. His strength lay in consciousness transfer and power bestowal. While his telepathic skills paled in comparison to Charles's, he required this strength to achieve his ambitions. Their separation mirrored a relationship of intensity and range. Charles possessed a broad range, albeit with less individual strength than Apocalypse, who, in turn, lacked Charles's expansive reach. Together, they could forge an unparalleled force. Leveraging his formidable powers, Apocalypse utilized Eric as a conduit to invade Charles's mind, subsequently exerting control over him. Through Charles's eyes, he discerned a swift method to accomplish his goals. By seizing Charles's body, he would amplify his own strength and connect with humanity, thereby orchestrating devastation and control. In such a scenario, the world would be left with only mutants. Having arrived at this juncture, Apocalypse took the decisive step of commandeering soldiers who controlled nuclear launch codes, ordering them to execute a launch. Simultaneously, he elevated them into the sky, proclaiming his return to the world. A sovereign of such stature naturally required subjects to serve him. This task was not to be entrusted to mutants, leaving only ordinary humans to fulfill it. Apocalypse's former regime operated on this principle, where superpowered mutants were the aristocracy and ordinary humans, the commoners. As Apocalypse prepared to advance his plans, Hank and Alex had already discerned something amiss with Charles. The machine could no longer be deactivated, prompting Alex to obliterate it with an energy wave. Charles finally broke free from Apocalypse's control, but succumbed to unconsciousness due to the excessive use of his powers. Although his objective was unfulfilled, Apocalypse remained unfazed, for Charles was still present. As long as he inhabited this planet, no one could evade his pursuit. "Come, let us find him." Apocalypse summoned everyone to his side and activated his teleportation ability, transporting himself and the four horsemen to Xavier's school, where they confronted Charles and his companions in the corridor just outside the cerebral amplification chamber. Only Hank, Alex, and Sean were capable of combat, but it was evident that they were utterly outmatched. With a mere gesture, Eric sent Charles and his wheelchair hurtling towards Apocalypse and his cohorts. Alex, in a fit of rage, prepared to unleash an energy wave to obliterate them. Yet, Apocalypse had no desire to engage in battle. His priority lay in transferring his consciousness. As Alex's energy wave was released, Apocalypse and his allies teleported away, the energy wave striking Xavier's energy reactor and resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Eric shared a notable trait with Martin. Wherever they went, they sought out women. However, their motivations diverged. Martin yearned for children, while Eric's interest in ordinary women was fleeting, often oblivious to the existence of any offspring. One such child was Peter Maximoff, who unwittingly learned that Magneto was his father, prompting him to search for Eric. Unfortunately, much like the swiftest lad from the neighboring house, he suffered from a common flaw of speedsters: tardiness. Time and again, he brushed past Eric, arriving just as Eric departed. Upon pursuing him to Xavier's school, he arrived at the entrance to witness the eruption of flames. Without a moment to spare, Peter unleashed his speed to rescue everyone. Charles had been taken, and although Hank and the others were anxious, their foremost concern was to ensure the safety of all students. After conducting a head count, they realized one individual was missing. Alex Summers, Scott's brother, had stood too close to the reactor at the moment of detonation, leaving him unrecognizable. Scott, having recently emerged from a surge of powers, was devastated. As the group grappled with their disarray, a medical helicopter approached. Moira, a CIA agent, stepped forward to liaise with the incoming personnel, accompanied by Hank. However, the awaited medical team was not comprised of caregivers, but rather the long-anticipated William Stryker, who sought to develop a serum to suppress mutants, requiring a substantial number of mutant test subjects. Disguised as medical personnel, Stryker's operatives revealed their true intentions upon nearing the group, deploying a shockwave weapon that incapacitated everyone. Stryker surveyed the fallen and ordered his subordinates to capture Hank, Scott, Peter, and Moira, dismissing the children as inconsequential. "Leave the kids. Quickly get them on the helicopter," Stryker urged. The children held little value, and higher authorities would not permit their involvement in experiments, not out of mercy, but out of fear of igniting a war with mutants. Having seized this opportunity, with Xavier absent and the school in ruins, Stryker and his men swiftly departed after ensuring no one was overlooked. When Raven and Jean arrived, they found only a group of bewildered children amidst the ruins. "What transpired here?" Raven inquired, surveying the devastation with urgency. Yet, the children did not recognize her. By the time they arrived, Raven had already departed, leaving them without answers. Suddenly, Raven spotted a familiar figure, Kurt Wagner, known as Nightcrawler, the son of the Red Devil. Chapter 40. The rescue of Hank, however, Raven did not engage in much conversation with the other party. "Hi, it's you. Thank you for saving me," Kurt exclaimed upon seeing Raven, his despondent expression instantly lifting. He was not yet the formidable superpower he would become. He was still just a child. The explosion at the academy had left him anxious, but the sight of Raven, who had come to his rescue, seemed to provide him with a sense of security. "Yes, I remember you. What happened here?" Raven inquired upon recognizing a familiar face. "I don't know. There was suddenly an explosion inside the academy. Before we could react, a person clad in silver rescued us. Then a rescue helicopter arrived, and the people who came down said nothing before attacking us. I blacked out afterward and just woke up moments ago," Kurt stammered, recounting what he knew. Although Raven still did not fully grasp what had transpired, she had gleaned a few crucial points. First, the explosion originated from within. Second, someone had rescued them. And third, several individuals had been taken away. "What about Charles?" Raven asked, having heard no news of Charles. She did not believe that the people piloting the helicopter could have taken him. "I don't know. When we were rescued." "Oh, there was a woman who mentioned something to Hank about how the professor had been taken away by someone, but she didn't specify. And then the helicopter arrived. That woman and Hank tried to negotiate, but then we were attacked, and we all passed out." Raven furrowed her brow and asked, "Did the helicopter have any markings?" "I didn't notice. Everyone was too frightened at the time." Without any leads, Raven felt utterly at a loss. "Should I read their memories to see if I can uncover any clues?" Jean suddenly suggested. I'll read." "Kurt, would you be willing?" Raven inquired. "Don't worry. I'll only look at what just happened," Jean reassured. Perhaps due to their shared age and Kurt's inherently kind nature, he nodded in agreement. Jean activated her telepathic ability and entered Kurt's mind, searching for memories from just a few minutes ago. "It's him," Jean exclaimed suddenly. "The person who took you last time." "Stryker? Are you sure? How do you know him?" Raven asked, puzzled. "I saw him in Martin's memories." "Don't worry. I only glimpsed his recollections. Martin allowed me to practice using them, and I encountered him once after that day," Jean explained. "Can you locate him?" Raven tentatively asked, knowing that Jean and Martin had the ability to connect with others. "Stryker just left. He shouldn't be far from here. Perhaps Jean can find him." Jean tried, but shook her head. "No, either he has moved too far away, or he is in a place that can block detection." "Forget it. Let us ask Martin for help," Raven concluded. "But what about them?" Jean gestured to the dozens of children present. Raven hesitated. "Let us have Martin come over. He will be willing to help." Jean smiled, of course. Responding to Raven, Jean began to connect with Martin through their link, which was far more convenient than using a phone. However, if Jean was the one initiating the connection, she couldn't be too far away. but within the city's limits was manageable due to her Phoenix power boost. Martin, what is up? Martin was currently with Emma. Could you come over? We need assistance. All right, I'll be there shortly. After informing Emma, Martin instantly teleported to the two women. What's going on? The sight of the once grand X-Academy, now reduced to ruins, was indeed shocking. Raven conveyed her concerns to Martin, eagerly awaiting his response. She understood her beloved's character. Yet this was her former home, and Charles was her dear friend. These children represented Charles' hopes. Don't look at me like that, darling. These are just minor issues, Martin said. Let them all come over. We'll settle them at our place. With so many of them, they'll have to squeeze in. Martin had initially considered having Emma find them a location, but thought better of it. Emma and Charles were adversaries, and he didn't want to create any trouble. Thank you. Kiss. Raven expressed her gratitude with a kiss to Martin before gathering everyone to hold hands together. Come over, Jean. Martin took Jean's hand, ensuring that everyone was in contact, and transported them all to their home lawn. All right, let them stay here for now, Jean. Please have Winnie prepare some food for them. We'll head out shortly to find Hank. They can't just remain uninvolved in rescuing Charles. Okay. Raven approached Winnie to speak with her while calming the children. Martin briefly explained to Emma how they had come back with so many people. Can I pick one of them? Emma asked with a smile. Darling, they're all just children. They can't help you much. Besides, with Charles around, it's probably best to leave it be. Taking them would only cause you trouble. Oh, by the way, did you see that blue child? He could work. You know his father, the Nightcrawler? Yes, they do resemble each other quite a bit. Their abilities are similar too. Both can teleport. If you want, you could reunite them. But I'm not sure if Nightcrawler would appreciate having this child. Whether he likes it or not doesn't matter. Leave it to me. All right. After Raven finished her instructions, she returned to Martin's side. Everything is set. I'll see if I can find Stryker. With that, Martin closed his eyes, concentrating, and ultimately located a base in a snowy mountain where Stryker was stationed. This base was also conducting research on mutants, and within, Martin recognized a familiar face. Through the patrolling soldiers, he also identified the captured individuals. Found them. Want to go play? Martin asked Raven and Jean. This time, with Martin present, Jean could join in. All right, I want to go. Emma and Wendy couldn't leave, but it would have been nice to take them along for a family adventure. Grasping the two women, Martin bid farewell to Emma and Wendy before the next moment found them at the base's entrance. Let us go in. Once inside, Martin sealed the door behind them. Upon noticing strangers entering, the guards inside armed themselves and rushed towards the trio. With a mere thought, Martin summoned countless metallic weapons that swiftly navigated through the enemy's throats. Chapter 41. Super speed. The bullets shot at them were all halted 2 meters away from the trio, only to return and seek their owners. How does it feel? Martin inquired of Jean, who was witnessing such a scene for the first time. Me fine. All right, let us proceed to a certain location and release an old friend. Sure. Martin led them to a room housing a heavy container, from which the ferocious roars of a beast emanated. What's inside? Raven asked. A person, Jean replied. With that, Martin opened the container, revealing Logan, bare-chested and adorned with unknown equipment, his eyes glowing crimson and his expression fierce. Yet upon seeing the three, Logan froze, momentarily ensnared by Martin's control. His mind was a tumult of chaos, solely fixated on slaughter. This was a clone, gleaned from Stryker's memories. He had been engaged in the study of mutants, and Logan, with his extraordinary regenerative capabilities, was a prime weapon on the battlefield, as well as the preferred subject for research. Regrettably, the lifespan of clones was ephemeral. Logan himself held steadfast beliefs. He had plans and was of value, thus the focus remained on studying clones. The research bore fruit, the clone was successful, and with brainwashing and the implantation of specific commands, he could be made to obey. Subsequently, adamantium was infused into the clone. Martin delved into the deepest recesses of the clone's mind, erasing all the implanted memories left by Stryker. Hello, Logan. Where is this? Why am I here? Logan queried, bewildered. In his recollection, he had just bid farewell to Sabretooth, intending to leave the X-Men for a life of seclusion. Is 1983, Logan, you're a clone? What? Logan exclaimed in shock and anger. Martin relayed the information he had obtained from Stryker. Fouquet. Logan's roar echoed within the cave. After a moment, Logan asked somberly, "So, I want to live long?" The lifespan of clones was merely a few months. They were essentially disposable. This was not due to physical aging, but rather genetic degradation. Were it a physical ailment, Logan's abilities would allow for complete self-healing. "Yes, I'm sorry. I can't be of much help." "No, you've already assisted me. My life has been one of wandering. Stryker shall not destroy it all." Martin had witnessed Stryker's plans for Logan's original self, and the clone was informed of this. "What do you intend to do?" Martin asked. "Break out, and then, will you seek me?" Logan inquired regarding his original self. "Of course, but I have matters to attend to, and I am unaware of his precise location. He would not wish for me to probe with my abilities." "Indeed, neither would I, because you're the same person." With a deep exhale, Logan declared, "Leave Stryker to me. Do not let him ruin my life." He had learned from Stryker's memories that his original self was living a blissful life with a job, a home, and a loving wife. "All right, I shall go. After I finish my tasks, I will seek him out. Farewell." With that, Logan turned and strode out. "And you?" Martin asked. Though he was aware that Logan was merely a clone, he still bore the visage of his closest friend. "I do not know. Come to my home. Just as we once spoke, if one of us dies, the other must handle the affairs. To me, you are Logan." "No. I wish to live a life I have never known," Logan proclaimed before charging out, his roar resonating. "Stryker!" followed by the cries of adversaries. Raven and Jean silently listened to the exchange, refraining from interruption, as they sensed Martin's sorrow upon encountering his old friend. Originally, Martin had intended to keep Stryker alive to create the Deadpool experiment, but now he suddenly found himself disinterested, for he already possessed what Deadpool had, and the slight enhancement to his combat prowess would not significantly benefit him. It was merely a compulsion to collect. As for the concern over a future without Deadpool, he deemed it irrelevant. Furthermore, he recalled that in Deadpool's standalone film, he seemingly did not originate from Stryker's creation. Ultimately, in this world, Deadpool would invariably be vanquished by Wolverine and Sabretooth. Whether he came into existence was no longer crucial. Let Logan handle it. If Stryker lives, then so be it. If he dies, then let it be. Let's go find Hank and the others. Very well. The trio exited the room, only to find the corridor strewn with dismembered corpses and bloodstains. Jean felt slightly uneasy. The bodies Martin had slain appeared as though they were merely sleeping, save for the blood at their necks. However, when Logan killed, especially in a furious rage, it was as though he sought to rend every foe into pieces. "Are you all right?" Martin grasped Jean's hand, concerned. "I'm fine. I just need to adapt." Martin utilized the Phoenix Force to obliterate all the corpses, sparing Jean the discomfort of the sight. This tender gesture brought a smile to Jean's face as she followed closely behind the two. Arriving at a familiar location, they discovered a dungeon encased in a barrier that emitted an electric field capable of suppressing the powers of mutants within. Outside, however, was unaffected. Martin dismantled the surrounding walls and disabled the generators of the electric field. Inside, Hank and the others, upon seeing the opening, finally felt relieved. "Can we come out?" Raven inquired. "Yes," Hank affirmed, leading Moira and Scott out, while Peter promptly dashed to join them. Among the four, only Hank and Scott were truly acquainted with the trio. Moira had lost her memory, and it was Peter's first encounter. "How did you know we were here?" Hank asked. Martin, with a hint of exasperation, pointed to his head. "Oh, my apologies. Are they your friends?" Moira asked. "Indeed," Hank replied, glancing at Martin, who smiled and remarked, "I know. Charles' signature move." "Who is this?" Peter extended his hand. "I'm Peter. Martin Horn. Pleased to meet you. Copyable ability. Super speed, speed physiology, molecular acceleration." "Hello." Super speed encompasses both movement speed and reaction speed capabilities, with limitless potential for movement speed. Currently, Peter can move at supersonic speeds, covering over 1,000 meters per second, able to circumnavigate the Earth in 6 hours. It remains uncertain if he can exceed the speed of light, but Martin is undoubtedly faster, as he is the protagonist. Speed physiology enables the body to withstand the effects of high-speed movement, such as the impacts of rapid acceleration. However, this ability is somewhat redundant, as Martin possesses energy control, rendering all external forces ineffective. Chapter 42. Bidding farewell to Logan. Moreover, nearly every mutant possesses enhancements to their physical form. Martin's body has reached an extraordinary level of strength. His final ability, molecular acceleration, allows him to accelerate the molecules of objects in close proximity, potentially leading to their disintegration or acceleration. The most practical application is the ability to accelerate his own molecules, enabling him to pass through solid objects, a skill colloquially known as phasing through walls. Among his 3 new powers, super speed is distinguished from high-speed movement and instantaneous teleportation. For instance, if someone were to strike Martin with a punch, and their speed surpassed his, even teleportation might not suffice to evade the blow. However, possessing super speed that exceeds his opponent's guarantees his escape. It is one thing to avoid injury, yet possessing such an ability is entirely another matter. It is something one can forego, but not something one can do without. I have never encountered a mutant as formidable as you, Peter remarked with a hint of excitement. His quest to locate Magneto had kept him well informed about mutant affairs. Who told you I am a mutant? Martin replied with a smile. Aren't you? Yes and no, Martin answered enigmatically. Emma at home must have already deduced the origin of his abilities, yet she has never broached the subject, deeming it unimportant. Others assumed Martin to be a mutant, and Raven and her companions would likely think he was merely jesting with Peter. Will Mr. Horn assist us in stopping Apocalypse? Moira interjected, disregarding the previous banter. Why would I help you? He retorted. He aims to destroy the world and enslave humanity. I am not an ordinary person, nor is my family. But Martin found such reasoning tiresome. He could choose to assist, yet such presumptions were unwarranted. He eagerly anticipated the day, perhaps a decade or 2 hence, when that nefarious foe would come knocking. Enough of this jesting, Raven interrupted. He will go, but only to help me rescue Charles, not to perform tasks for you. Martin nodded in agreement. As long as you take action, the reasons behind it matter little. Moira fell silent. Can I kill her? Martin quipped. No. Hank immediately countered, blocking Martin's view. I was joking. Do you all have somewhere to go? We'll return home first. We currently lack transportation. The group departed from their cell and walked toward the entrance. Logan? Martin inquired curiously. The door is sealed and the walls are too thick. We might as well wait for you to exit, Logan replied, arms crossed in resignation. Apologies. I guess it was you. It is your style. Martin said as he opened the exit. Coincidentally, it was you who taught me that when fighting an enemy who is not your equal, it is best to cut off their retreat. Yet you never do so yourself. Fortunately, I am accustomed to finding my way out. Had I been trapped inside, you would not remain here. Teaching is one thing. Execution is another. If I do not wait for you, I shall continue digging. This place cannot hold me, Logan declared, extending his adamantium claws. How do the new claws feel? They're acceptable, though slightly uncomfortable. I suppose it is an adjustment. It is not merely a matter of adjustment, but rather suppression. However, that is of little concern for a clone with a limited lifespan. Once outside, they found themselves at the base of the snowy mountain. Let us proceed to my home, and then we shall attend to our respective duties, Martin stated. Raven and Jean each took hold of Martin's hand. Logan, place your hand on my shoulder. I do not wish to go. I understand. Do not fret. No one will trouble me. Besides, if you desire to go somewhere, you will need some form of currency. I shall arrange that for you to avoid complications. Logan pondered for a moment and concurred with Martin's reasoning, resting his hand on Martin's shoulder. What are you all waiting for? The other 4, upon hearing this, joined hands and touched Martin's other shoulder. Just as they were about to depart, a tremor emanated from the ground, resembling an earthquake. Apocalypse has begun, Martin remarked, and promptly transported the group to his home. Upon arrival in his courtyard, they were met with a throng of students, a stark contrast to the usual tranquility. After calming them, Hank expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Martin. No need for thanks. Hurry and take care of business. The sooner you resolve this, the sooner we can leave. My space is too cramped. Martin preferred a quieter environment. Understood. Moira was on the phone, presumably reporting the situation and requesting operational permits and equipment. Martin led Logan into the house, introducing him to Emma and Wendy. Wendy's several duplicates were busily preparing meals for the children. Are you really not planning to stay with me for a while? No. Very well, Emma. Please arrange for someone to assist him in obtaining a passport. One that is uncomplicated. Emma nodded and made a call to have the task executed, while Martin instructed Wendy to retrieve a card. Take this, do not worry. I have plenty of funds. Ha, I will make Logan repay me. Thank you. Emma concluded her call. It will be ready soon, but delivery may take some time. I will fetch it myself. In such a hurry? When life becomes scarce, one realizes how insufficient it truly is. All right. Martin stood up, obtained the address from Emma, and took Logan to the garage. Choose a vehicle. Logan approached an SUV. This one. Good. The keys are inside. Drive away. Logan nodded, opened the door, and climbed in. After starting the vehicle, he nodded at Martin and sped off. Logan had always been a wanderer, perpetually engaged in combat. While his original self had enjoyed a few peaceful years, this clone had not shared in such experiences. Thus, upon learning of his impending demise, he simply wished to explore the world. He longed for a serene little town, preferably by the sea, with a quaint tavern. Each day, he envisioned himself enjoying a drink and fishing by the shore, quietly passing the remainder of his days. Although discontent lingered, he felt powerless to change his fate. As they exited the garage, official personnel had arrived to escort them. Will you come with us? Mora inquired. No, you may go. Hurry and take your people away from my home. Hello, I am, began a man who appeared to be the leader. Without even glancing at him, Martin sent him flying, crashing against a vehicle. I do not care who you are. Prior to your arrival, you surely did not investigate my background. I have dispatched numerous CIA agents. I trust you do not wish to become the next casualty. Moira attempted to negotiate further, but Hank restrained her, and the group departed in their vehicle. Will you not rescue Charles? Raven asked. Chapter 43. The Power of Apocalypse. Of course, I must go, otherwise you will be upset with me. Perhaps, but I am uncertain. Rest assured, I shall make my way there immediately, although I will not be acting alongside the government officials. Humph. Those individuals are forever scheming to exploit others. I do not believe they possess greater cunning than I. A chuckle escaped from Chin, who stood nearby. Very well. I shall proceed on my own. And us? Raven inquired. I will go alone. It is far too perilous. With you present, we would be safe, Chin insisted. No, it cannot be this time. Perhaps next time? Yes? Oomph. Observing Martin's resolute stance, Chin pouted and retreated into the house. Stay safe at home and ensure everything is well. Do not worry about Charles. I will bring him back. Understood. After bidding farewell to Raven with a kiss, Martin felt a powerful tremor. Some buildings had already begun to collapse. He briefly sensed the source of the quake before teleporting away. Martin materialized beneath a pyramid in Cairo, the very site of Apocalypse's awakening, where the consciousness transfer device was located. Hank and his companions were still aboard their fighter jet, and it would take them some time to arrive. The area had been nearly obliterated by Eric's powers. To guard against any interruption during Apocalypse's consciousness transfer, Eric had surrounded the vicinity with metallic objects, controlling them within a radius of several kilometers. The floating metal appeared, from a distance, as a colossal net. Martin positioned himself near Eric, shielded by a protective barrier. He soared towards Eric, clearing every obstacle in his path. Upon witnessing this, Eric's expression shifted slightly. He had underestimated Martin while overestimating his own capabilities. Although it was a strenuous task for Eric to maintain such control, Martin effortlessly dismantled it. Eric attempted to obstruct him, but it was futile. Are you trying to stop me? Weren't you supposed to stay out of this? Eric queried. Indeed, but you know I cannot refuse Raven. What do you intend to do? Bring Charles back and, by chance, meet Apocalypse. He is the most formidable mutant I have encountered. He could establish a nation for mutants, which would benefit us all. That is true, but I cannot refuse Raven, Martin replied. Well then, I came merely to say hello. I shall seek out Charles. Do not overstep. I would rather not have to eliminate one of Raven's friends to save another. Will you not impede me? Not at all. I am indifferent. Having concluded his response, Martin turned towards the entrance of the pyramid, while Eric maintained his position. Upon reaching the entrance, Martin beheld 4 unfamiliar figures alongside a paralyzed Charles, who was unable to move. The others also took notice of Martin. Apocalypse sensed the immense energy emanating from Martin, far surpassing that of his 4 horsemen. Have the angel escort Charles inside and make him comfortable, he commanded before soaring towards Martin. Martin, eager to test his newfound strength, prepared to measure himself against Apocalypse. As Apocalypse approached, he unleashed a wave of energy directed at Martin. Rather than absorb it, Martin decided to withstand the onslaught. Apocalypse's energy wave was formidable. Martin's chest, including the skin beneath his clothing, disintegrated instantly. However, his remarkable regenerative abilities promptly restored the lost flesh. New tissue formed only to be destroyed again, continuing in a cycle. It seems your energy is insufficient, Martin observed, aware of his own physical resilience. He concentrated the energy within him to enhance his healing capabilities. How is this possible? Apocalypse exclaimed in disbelief, having never encountered such a powerful mutant. As Apocalypse intensified his output, Martin's regenerative capacity, bolstered by the energy, reached new heights, maintaining pace with Apocalypse's destructive speed and hinting at a potential surpassing of it. Yet, the energy within him remained too scant. The external energy he absorbed could not meet the demands of battle. Muttering under his breath, Martin began to absorb Apocalypse's energy wave. His chest wound healed instantaneously. The energy he absorbed surged forth in the form of a wave directed at Apocalypse. Apocalypse dodged, but was still struck, suffering a significant wound at his waist, which began to mend gradually. You belong to me. Charles's importance diminished in an instant. It was Martin's body that Apocalypse sought. He intended to defeat Martin, seize Charles's abilities, and then transfer his consciousness into Martin's form. With a thunderous declaration, Apocalypse began to assault Martin's mind with his psychic powers. Underestimate me? Why engage in any game other than the mind? You should know that Martin's psychic abilities stem from some of the most potent mutants known, though their focuses differed. When combined, Martin exhibited no weaknesses in this regard. There was no need for diamond duplicates to block him. His psychic prowess could thwart Apocalypse's onslaught. Within Martin's mindscape, they transformed into colossal figures, Martin significantly larger than Apocalypse. Unbelieving, Apocalypse raised his hand to strike Martin. Martin seized Apocalypse's fist, applying just enough pressure to bring him crashing to the ground. Confining Apocalypse's consciousness within his own mind, Martin teleported in front of him and grasped his throat. Copyable abilities, teleportation, psychic powers, molecular manipulation, energy control, energy absorption, energy transfer, force field control. Laughter echoed through the pyramid, a villainous grin adorning Martin's face. The bounty was immense. Although several functions overlapped, they were undeniably more potent. Teleportation could now transport not only himself, but also others without the need for contact, as long as they remained within a 5-meter radius of his portal. Apocalypse's psychic abilities could not manipulate others as Charles could, but he could read thoughts and memories. Alongside telekinesis, Chine's psychic power encompassed telekinesis as well. Molecular manipulation resembled Raven's shape-shifting, allowing for arbitrary alteration of one's appearance and even molecular structure. Energy control, beyond mere absorption and expulsion like Sebastian, now enabled the reconstruction of matter, creation of illusions, alteration of memories, and healing of physical damage. Energy transfer allowed Martin to share his strength with others, enhancing their abilities. Force field control was a formidable ability, encompassing gravitational, electric, and magnetic fields. Previously, Martin could only manipulate magnetic fields. Now, he had upgraded to command all force fields. One could only say, what a tremendous windfall, acquiring new abilities, upgrading old ones, and experiencing a dramatic increase in combat prowess was a monumental leap. Truly, he was worthy of contending against both Charles and Eric. In the cinematic narrative, had it not been for Qin, they would have been utterly helpless. Indeed, my Qin is remarkable. Chapter 44 rewards Martin Horn abilities, ability duplication, Phoenix Force, force field control, self-healing, energy manipulation, telepathy, diamond form, instantaneous movement, teleportation, transformation, super speed, flight, corrosive saliva, sonic waves, cloning, speed, physiology, environmental survival, B-senses, physical enhancement. With such an array of powers at his disposal, Martin felt invincible. Even Thanos would have to crawl back in defeat. However, he reminded himself to remain grounded. Ignoring the three who had attempted to ambush him, he focused on reviewing his gains. The most coveted ability remained energy transfer. He had acquired everything else. But this was the missing piece. Moreover, it was a power long anticipated by Emma and Raven. With it, they could grow stronger, find joy, and perhaps even start a family. Having relished that thought, Martin suppressed Apocalypse and turned his attention to the others. Even the smallest creature holds value. First, he would deal with Angel, then make contact. Duplicable ability, flight, healing, pathetic. He pushed her away and beckoned Psylocke to him for interaction. Duplicable ability, telepathy, such softness. No, it was acceptable. Psylocke's telepathy had three remarkable aspects: mind-shattering, precognition, and creation. Mind-shattering could inflict damage on a target's body using psychic energy, even bypassing helmets that grant immunity to telepathy. Precognition allowed for random foresight of future events, albeit with an esoteric probability. Lastly, creation enabled the crafting of weapons, particularly cold steel, from psychic energy. Not bad. After a brief squeeze to appreciate the softness, he pushed her away amidst her embarrassment. Next, he summoned Storm. Having observed Psylocke's experience, Storm struggled in mid-air, shielding her chest with her hands. What do you mean? You. If you won't let me do it, I shall do it anyway. Duplicable ability, weather control. Though it was singular, it was immensely powerful, capable of conjuring lightning, tornadoes, and blizzards. It would prove convenient. When energy ran low, he could strike himself with lightning. Let go. Due to her distraction, Storm loosened her grip. Such attitude. He squeezed her a bit more, noting her considerable size compared to Psylocke, before pushing her away. Apologies, I wasn't paying attention. Compared to Apocalypse, the trio offered little. Ignoring the ire of Storm and Psylocke, he released Apocalypse from his mind. Having a man within him felt peculiar. Concentrating energy in his hand that grasped Apocalypse's throat, he unleashed a surge. Ah, no. Ordinary energy would not significantly harm Apocalypse. But who was Martin? He was the protagonist. Even if ordinary energy fell short, he possessed the Phoenix Force's energy. Alas, he was still a fraction short. The Phoenix Force dissipated into ash before it could be utilized. Whether or not to kill Apocalypse was inconsequential, but if he survived, Charles would undoubtedly return. At that point, he would struggle against Raven's pleading gaze once more, so it was better to resolve this decisively. Charles, I've completed my task. Shall I take you back? Or will you manage on your own? Hank and the others should be on their way. Can't you finish everything? You chose to be a hero. I did not. My purpose was merely to assist Raven in saving you. Also, in the future, you ought to act within your limits and not drag Raven down with you. That is my family matter. No. It is my family matter now. Raven mentioned you merely stayed for a time. Oh, I forgot. Your home has turned to ruins. What? Charles struggled to prop himself up. Oomph. Martin disregarded him, turning to leave. You three are free now. Do as you please. My associate is arriving, and he is working for the government. He won't be able to leave shortly. Aren't you going to capture us? Storm inquired. Why would I? If I weren't concerned about you assisting Apocalypse, I wouldn't even acknowledge you. Is that so? Your hands were not saying the same a moment ago. Psylocke remarked with a cold smirk, sensing Martin's sincerity. That was merely an accident. Don't dwell on the details. I mean it, you should leave now. As for the one outside, do not concern yourselves. He's a friend of the one lying here. As they conversed, they approached the entrance, spotting a fighter jet approaching from a distance. See? I wasn't lying, was I? Quite typical of the U.S. government. They only arrive after the matter is settled. Well, I shall take my leave, Angel said, rising into the air. So will I. Thanks, but forget it. Consider it your payment. Storm added, rolling her eyes as if to dismiss the matter, preparing to ascend. That is insufficient. Either do not pay or offer more. Storm shot him a glare, her eyes entirely white at that moment. Do you wish to pay me? Psylocke asked flirtatiously, her hands gliding over her figure. He chuckled lightly. What ill intentions? Hurry and leave. With that, he ignored her and teleported home, leaving them to tidy up. Oomph. Noticing Martin's lack of response, Psylocke glanced at the approaching aircraft before leaving with a huff. Where's Charles? As soon as Martin appeared in the living room, Raven stood up to inquire. "I am your man. This seems inappropriate," Martin exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Haha. Judging by her expression, it appears everything went smoothly," Emma remarked. "Indeed, my Emma understands me well." Martin approached Emma and Jean, resting an arm around each of their shoulders as he reassured Raven, "Do not worry. Apocalypse is dead, and his only ally is Eric. Hank and the others arrived just as I was leaving. Everything will be fine." "Oh, that's good." Raven sighed in relief, leaning in to kiss Martin. "Thank you. One kiss from you is more than enough." Martin smiled in return. "If you wish, Raven may take my place." Jean pouted, as Raven's approach had inadvertently pushed her back. No, that won't do." Martin lifted Jean onto his lap, embracing her. "Is this acceptable?" Jean nodded in satisfaction. "Did you gain anything from this?" Emma queried. "Indeed, significantly. I have discovered a method to enhance your powers." "Really?" Emma and Raven exclaimed in delight. "Absolutely. Come on." Emma immediately attempted to pull Martin upstairs. Wait. Can we wait a few more hours?" "I just returned," Martin said, gently pulling her back to the sofa. Chapter 45. The Pursuit of Power Cradling the Instrument. Martin comforted Emma and Raven, gently dissuading them from their immediate desire to enhance their abilities. "By the way, has Logan left?" Emma nodded. "I received a call. He has obtained what he needed." After a moment of contemplation, Martin remarked, "In a few days, I shall be heading to Canada." While Raven and the instrument were aware of his intentions, Emma, though uncertain, felt it irrelevant. Martin's words were law to her. Moreover, having met this Logan, it was evident why he wished to venture out. "May I accompany you?" the instrument inquired. "No, you must attend school. You are graduating this year. Have you decided where to continue your education?" A soft chuckle escaped the instrument. "What is amusing? I have qualified for admission to MIT," she declared with pride. "Really? When did this happen? Why was I not informed?" Martin responded, astonished. "This indicates you are not a diligent parent. You never pay attention to my studies." "Wait." Martin chuckled awkwardly, adding, "Well, my primary concern is your happiness and whether anyone bothers you. While I may not currently match your prowess, I doubt anyone my age could bully me." The instrument replied confidently. Indeed, Martin conceded. The instrument's Phoenix power had significantly increased, primarily in terms of energy, making her quite the formidable girl. "Are you still planning to attend the prom? Have you decided who you will go with?" Raven inquired, her curiosity piqued, as she was the only one present with the chance to partake in such an event. Martin playfully nudged the instrument's leg, affirming, "Who else could it be but me?" "Of course, we shall attend together," she responded with a smile. Emma interjected, "Can we join you for some fun?" Although she suspected a high school prom would pale in comparison to the Hellfire Club's gatherings, its significance intrigued those who had never experienced it. "Perhaps we could sneak in. There will be so many people," the instrument suggested. As they chatted amiably and savored various flavors of tofu, hours swiftly passed. The sound of approaching vehicles echoed outside, and soon, footsteps were heard at the door. Raven brushed away the hand resting on her thigh and rose to greet Charles, who had arrived. The instrument felt a bit shy and shifted from Martin's lap. "Emma is truly the best," Martin mused, squeezing her gently. Yet, he knew he must ensure the girls maintained their dignity in front of guests. Releasing his grip, he made his way to the door just as Charles and Hank entered. After welcoming them into the living room, they settled in. Charles, perhaps aware of Martin's distaste for the CIA, had come alone. Or perhaps Maura was preoccupied with her own affairs. "Is everything in order?" "Yes. Thank you for your assistance and for looking after these children." "Not at all. Thank Raven for that," Charles replied, directing his gratitude toward her, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. "I'll take the children back." "Back? The school is in ruins. How will they be accommodated?" "I will first settle them in another location. I will arrange for the academy to be rebuilt." Charles's gaze inadvertently flickered toward the instrument, sensing the immense Phoenix power she radiated. "This is the instrument, the one I brought back 2 years ago. Hello, I am Charles. I founded the X Academy, which enrolls all mutants. In the future, we will also accept ordinary individuals. I am striving for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans. Thus far, the results have been promising, as the government's stance remains relatively amicable." Martin remained silent, merely smiling at Hank and the others. The instrument nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware. Martin took me there a few days ago, but you were absent. Ah, yes, Hank mentioned it. Though I did not realize it was you. Charles replied with a smile, then curiously asked Martin, how did you manage to suppress the power within her? To him, that power seemed overwhelmingly destructive, far too potent for a child to wield effortlessly. There was no suppression. I merely encouraged her to embrace it. Fortunately, she succeeded. They accepted one another. But that power feels simply power. It is neither good nor evil. It depends solely on who wields it and for what purpose. Indeed, you are correct. After a moment's contemplation, Charles said to Martin, I intend to form a team of mutants to maintain the current peace. Would you be interested? Who? Emma? No, certainly not. Emma is the White Queen of Hellfire. She would never join Charles' cause. The others, including Raven, declined, as she felt that her remaining ties to Charles did not imply agreement with his views. Compared to Charles, she found herself more aligned with Eric's ideology. Were it not for Eric's reckless actions, she might have remained with the Brotherhood of Mutants. Disappointed by the rejections, Charles engaged in light conversation before departing with the X-Academy group. Has Nightcrawler agreed to your proposal? Martin inquired, watching the blue youth follow Charles out. Not yet. He seems rather fond of the atmosphere at the X-Academy over Red Devils. Very well, that is of little consequence. Now that everyone who needed to leave has departed, should we not focus on the matter at hand? Emma asked with a smile, clearly eager to enhance her abilities. What matter? Martin inquired with amusement. Emma hesitated, slowly licking her lips. Martin took Emma and Raven's hands, exclaiming, let us return and begin. And what about me? The instrument asked. You are unnecessary. Your Phoenix power is inherently the strongest. My ability merely augments the powers of mutants. The instrument protested, I wish to observe. Very well, let us go, and you too, Wendy, may join us. Since it was merely a matter of enhancing a few powers, she could watch. Upon returning to the room, Martin asked, who shall go first? I will, what must I do? Emma eagerly stood before Martin. You need do nothing, he replied, taking her hand and activating his energy transfer ability to begin amplifying Emma's strength. MMM. The sudden influx of energy filled Emma with a sense of completeness. However, as the energy continued to surge, she felt her cells stirring restlessly throughout her body. Chapter 46. Enhancement of Power. Ah, dear, I feel as if... Raven jested. Are you certain you are assisting her in enhancing her power? Sheen, blushing on the side, held hands with her. If their positions were any closer, this scene would undoubtedly be inappropriate for children. Normally, this ability enhances the X gene, and I worry that it may come too swiftly for your comfort. Therefore, let's take it slowly. We have ample time. Really? I feel quite comfortable, Emma responded. All right. Martin's expression grew somewhat peculiar. I shall take my leave now. You both carry on, Sheen said, her cheeks flushed. In the past, while engaging in serious tasks, she was unembarrassed, even sneaking into Martin's room. Yet today, in this formal context, she felt a touch shy. It must be due to her changed identity, the presence of others, and the fact that she had yet to engage in any intimate actions with Martin. As Sheen hurried back to her room amidst the teasing expressions of Raven and Wendy, the other two paid her no mind. They had witnessed far more scandalous scenes before. Emma's current sensation was indescribable, as if every cell in her body had awakened, restlessly stirring within her. This feeling persisted for quite some time, until Martin sensed that her body had reached its saturation point after half an hour. Ceasing the energy output, Emma relaxed her brow and opened her eyes. How do you feel? Raven inquired eagerly. Emma assessed her abilities, testing her telepathy, which had expanded at least tenfold in range and intensity. Transitioning into her diamond form, she clenched her fist to gauge her strength, declaring, It's formidable. I believe I could challenge my dear. As she spoke, her 10 fingernails elongated into diamond spikes, defiantly gazing at Martin. This new power represented a significant enhancement in her combat capabilities. Now, she possessed both defense and offense. Although she was well aware that she was no match for Martin, she relished the playful banter. After all, Martin would never truly harm her. All right, you said it. I will assist them first. In a moment, we shall see who surrenders first, Martin remarked, observing her sparkling diamond form. He had yet to experience this version of her. Really? Emma was taken aback. Let us see if your shield is more durable or my spear sharper, he replied, not unfamiliar with the diamond form himself. Huh. Mine is the spear, Emma asserted, raising her fist with her nearly 20-centimeter-long fingernails. Martin felt a tightening sensation in a particular area. Raven interjected, it's my turn now. You two can continue your banter later. Following the same process, Raven underwent the transformation. Half an hour later, she explored her shape-shifting abilities. Not only could she transform into other people, but she could also morph into various objects, both large and small, even simulating non-biological structures. Previously, while Raven could imitate others' clothing and weapons, they lacked substance. Now, however, she could genuinely replicate those items. Weapons remained limited to cold arms. While she could mimic the appearance of firearms, she could not replicate their firing capabilities. Raven extended her hand, envisioning a dagger, which materialized in her grasp. She joyfully played with it, noting its sharpness. Unfortunately, the dagger would vanish once it left her physical contact, as the sustaining energy was still derived from her. Thank you. Dear Kiss, Raven expressed her gratitude. The enhancement is truly remarkable. You're welcome, Martin replied, embracing Raven before turning to Emma. Look at Raven. You reward me. Yet you provoke me. Weren't you the one who said await? Haha, I was merely jesting. Releasing Raven, he extended his hand to Wendy. Come now, it's your turn, darling. When he placed her hand in Martin's palm. In less than half an hour, Wendy, feeling somewhat disappointed, remarked, I haven't acquired any new abilities, but my physical prowess has significantly improved. Her abilities were not combat-oriented, so the most evident enhancement was indeed her physical capabilities. Well, that could still be considered an enhancement, as a stronger physique allows for a greater number of more potent clones. That suffices. Protecting you is my duty, and a lack of combat abilities is of no consequence. Martin reassured her. Thank you. Overall, each individual's enhancement was tailored to their unique abilities, yet a commonality existed. Their physical strength and resilience had undeniably improved. With the formalities concluded, it was time to attend to other matters. Martin turned, a mischievous smile directed at Emma. Emma, with a flirtatious smile, approached, wrapping her arms around Martin's, and with a wink at Raven and Wendy, said, You two carry on. I have some private matters to discuss with my dear. With that, she led him outside. Where to? The pool. Sheen will be able to see. As long as it is not visible from outside, it is fine. It proved that as long as the spear was sharp enough, no shield, no matter how sturdy, could withstand it. Carrying Emma back to her room, he gently placed her on the bed and coaxed her into slumber before leaving and returning downstairs. Raven quipped, You two are something else. If there were anyone else around, they would undoubtedly report you for disturbing the peace. Would they? Raven and Wendy nodded in unison. Well, it matters not. It's just us here. We can indulge as we please. Who is free tonight? Martin inquired of the two. Raven pointed behind Martin her. Turning around, he found Sheen, her hair damp, standing behind him. Why did you come down without drying your hair? Martin approached, urging her to sit on the sofa as he dried her hair. Sheen sat quietly, leaning slightly, her eyes closed in enjoyment of Martin's tender care. Once her hair was dry, Sheen settled onto Martin's lap and leaned up to kiss him. I want to spend the night with you, Sheen whispered. All right. Upon hearing this, Sheen bit her lip, her eyes twinkling as she gazed at Martin. The two shared another kiss. All right, enough of that. Be careful not to spoil your appetite, Raven warned, emerging from the kitchen with 2 plates. Sheen exchanged a playful smile with Martin, who then said, I will check on Emma and call her to dinner. Whose fault is that? You weren't gentle when you should have been, and now you remember. Martin halted, glancing at her. Do you prefer a gentler version of me? Raven, silent, lowered her head and returned to the kitchen. Emma was fine now. When Martin approached, she had already arisen. Chapter 47. Farewell to Logan after dinner. The family engaged in their usual activities, watching movies, chatting, or simply enjoying drinks together. However, Sheen, who would soon turn 18, felt a bit restless as she anticipated her first taste of alcohol. Even before taking a sip, her cheeks flushed, revealing her eagerness. All right, that's enough for today. I'm tired and heading to my room, Raven announced, pulling Emma and Wendy along with her. Sheen gazed at Martin with wide eyes. "Shall we?" Martin asked with a smile. I wanted the prospect of waking up beside each other certainly deepened their bond. Today, Sheen felt even more at ease and affectionate around Martin, her demeanor suggesting she wished to be near him at all times. "It's time to eat," Martin gently said, cradling Sheen and patting her softly. "Don't put me down. Carry me while you eat," she playfully responded, leaning against his shoulder. "All right, moi, how can you be so adorable? Because I love you. Let us go." Although the year's greatest crisis had been averted, Martin felt no sense of heroism. Being a savior of the world, running about daily, subjected to others' opinions, he thought, could lead to a solitary existence akin to that of the foolish son of a neighboring farmer, nursing his wounds in silence. In contrast, he preferred the comfort of affectionate interactions with his beloved family. This moment allowed the entire family to collectively unwind for a few days before returning to their routines of school and work. A few days later, Martin found himself in a small logging town in northwestern Canada, surrounded by an endless expanse of towering trees. At a lumber mill, he spotted a familiar figure wielding a chainsaw. "The fresh air and the scent of timber is quite invigorating," he mused, leaning against the front of his vehicle while lighting a cigar. Busy Logan, having just finished cutting a log, stood up and caught sight of Martin. Initially doubting his eyes, he approached with a smile, discarding his gloves. "What brings you here?" Logan inquired. "When do you get off work?" "Soon," he replied, mirroring Martin's stance against the car hood while lighting his own cigar. "So what's on your mind? Can't I just come and share a drink and chat?" How Logan laughed, clearly skeptical, while Martin stroked his stubble. "Let us find somewhere to eat first." Unsure of how to broach the subject, he felt the weight of years of friendship. After all, Logan had finally found peace after many tumultuous years, only to discover that he had been watched all along, and that his wife belonged to another. "No need to find a place. Kayla will bring food shortly. I can share some with you." Logan's face radiated happiness as he spoke. After a brief conversation, Logan extinguished his cigar. "I'll be right back. Wait for me." "All right." After nearly half an hour, Martin observed Logan joyfully working and chatting with his colleagues before approaching him again. "Let us go." "Where to?" Martin asked, following Logan. "To the clearing up ahead." "What is for lunch today?" "Not sure." "Do you care?" "Don't you?" "I only care about what I drink." Upon reaching a clearing on the mountainside, they beheld a picturesque view of the valley. A red car was parked nearby, and a gentle and graceful woman was laying out a picnic blanket, with a basket filled with food and beer beside her. "Looks like it's not vodka," Martin remarked. "Are you not satisfied with beer?" Logan teased as he hurried over to embrace and kiss Kayla before introducing her. "This is my friend Martin Horn. She is my beloved Kayla." "Hi." "Hello," she greeted, glancing at Logan. "He has never brought friends to meet me." "That's because he has no friend apart from me," Martin joked. "Shut up," Logan retorted, feigning indignation in front of Kayla. Kayla smiled and asked, "Where are you from?" "New York." "Wow, a big city. It must be much more bustling than here." "It's all right. This place is quite nice and suitable for living." After a brief conversation with Kayla, Logan produced 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Martin. "Here you go." After taking a sip, Martin asked, "Have you been here for the past few years?" "Yeah, let us eat and chat," Logan suggested, settling on the blanket. Martin sat opposite Logan and Kayla. "Sounds good." It seemed that the food had been prepared for just 2, and since Martin was not particularly hungry, he tasted a few bites before stopping. Logan, however, was quite hungry from his strenuous work. Kayla cheerfully inquired, "Don't you like to eat?" "No, I'm just not hungry." "Don't mind me. You two enjoy." "It's fine. Don't be polite with him," Logan added. They continued to chat until Logan had his fill. They clinked their beer bottles together. After a moment of contemplation, Martin finally spoke. "I saw someone a few days ago." "Guess who it was?" "Who?" "Victor?" Logan speculated, as he thought that was the only mutual acquaintance they shared. "No, it was you." Logan stared at Martin, chuckling. "Nonsense. It's been years since we last met." "All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. You must have felt the recent global earthquake, right?" "Yeah, we took a couple of days off." "There's a mutant, one that's been around for thousands of years, who was considered a god in his time. He was buried underground after being betrayed, but he was recently released. He intends to reclaim dominion over this world. So, what does this have to do with me?" "My girlfriend is the sister of that Charles. He once took her in. After becoming aware of Apocalypse's actions, Charles sought out my girlfriend. By the time she arrived at the X Mansion, it was already in ruins. Charles was captured by Apocalypse, while several others were taken by someone named William Stryker. Chapter 48. Revealing the truth to Logan. Logan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Stryker?" "Yes." And then? Martin continued, "While we were on a mission to rescue someone, we stumbled upon a hidden base in the snowy mountains. Besides those from the X Academy, there was a beast confined there, a creature driven solely by the urge to kill." He paused, observing Logan's bewilderment, and added, "That creature is you. More precisely, your clone." "What?" Logan exclaimed, struck by disbelief. Casting a glance at the somewhat uneasy Kayla, Martin fell silent, allowing Logan a moment to process this shocking revelation. "Logan," Kayla suddenly called out. Logan, deep in thought, turned to face her. Martin interjected, "I acquired some memories from Stryker that I believe you should know." "Where is Stryker now?" Logan asked. "He should have been killed by that Logan. I'm not certain. He hasn't mentioned anything to me since." "I have something to tell you, Logan," Kayla stated. "All right. I think since Logan is your beloved, you ought to reveal certain truths to him. You know him well. He would do anything for you rather than collude with those who harbor ill intentions." Martin suddenly remarked to Kayla, "What are you talking about?" Logan asked, perplexed. Martin scratched his head and said, "You can either tell him yourself, or I can show Logan the memories from Stryker." Allowing Kayla to confess seemed the wisest choice. If Martin's claims were indeed true, it would undoubtedly distress Logan. "Kayla?" Logan's eyes widened as he gazed at her in disbelief. "I'm sorry. He took my sister," Kayla confessed, tears streaming down her face. Seeing their emotional exchange begin, Martin stood up, giving them space. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Logan demanded, his voice filled with anger. "I was afraid," Kayla replied. "If I exposed him, my sister would become his test subject. Stryker promised me that as long as I cooperated, she would be safe, and he would eventually release her." "So, you're also a mutant? No wonder you accepted my appearance so quickly." Logan mused, recalling how he had been haunted by dreams of battle and assisting Stryker ever since he had been with Kayla. In those dreams, his bone claws had wounded her multiple times, yet she had never held it against him. Instead, she comforted him. It was one of the many reasons Logan loved her. "What is your ability?" "Mind control." "So, our feelings are a fabrication?" Logan questioned. No, Logan. I love you. Our feelings are genuine. My ability pertains to the mental realm, but I have never used it on you. I swear, Kayla hurriedly explained. If Martin hadn't arrived, were you truly going to keep this from me? Kayla fell silent, as that had indeed been her intention. You should trust me. I'm sorry. I just wanted to wait a little longer. I didn't want either you or Emma to be harmed. Have you finished your conversation? Martin asked as he noticed they had been quiet for a while. Yes, Logan replied softly. Shall I now share the memories I obtained from Stryker? How will you do that? Logan asked. We'll discuss that later. Martin explained, using his telepathic abilities to convey Stryker's memories, including the encounter with Logan's clone at the secret base. Stryker's memories encompassed his scheming for the X-Weapon project and the individuals currently working for him. However, Martin had neglected to delve into the specifics of the mutant prisoner Stryker had under his control, as he was only interested in what he deemed necessary. Damn it. Witnessing Stryker's actual research on his clone, Logan angrily smashed the bottle he was holding onto the ground. Kayla, startled, trembled at the sight of Logan, who had always been courteous in her presence. Sensing her unease, Logan restrained his fury. Are you certain Stryker is dead? Logan asked, furrowing his brow. I'm not sure, but the possibility is quite high, Logan. I mean, you know how he was at that time. I don't believe he would let Stryker go. But since you found the place, you haven't checked whether he was still there, have you? I sealed the entrance. I didn't pay him any mind at the time. Martin suddenly felt a nagging suspicion that Stryker might still be alive. These agents, always scheming, were adept at self-preservation. There could very well be secret passages leading from the base. Then he must be alive. I know him, Logan asserted with certainty. Why didn't he inform me? Martin inquired. Because he knows that you and I wouldn't spare Stryker, and besides, I want to personally sever that bastard's head, understanding that both Logan and Martin would be relentless in their pursuit of Stryker, and given his dwindling time, Stryker had likely chosen to focus on his own agenda. leaving the matter of Stryker to Logan. What do you plan to do now? That son of a bitch dared to use me as a subject. What do you think I should do? Logan replied, his gaze unintentionally drifting towards Kayla. So, according to Stryker's memories, John Ghost, Chris Thunderbolt, and Fred Blob have left. I need to find them to locate Stryker's base. If Martin had some knowledge of the target, he could quickly track him down, but unfamiliar individuals pose a challenge. We should proceed according to Logan's plan. Others' affairs could be disregarded, but Logan's relationship could not be neglected. Decades of emotions were at stake. Do you need assistance? Martin asked. Of course. Couldn't you have come a few days later? I was finally enjoying a peaceful life, Logan lamented. Resolving this matter will allow you to resume your tranquil existence. Do not blame Kayla. She merely kept this from you and did not genuinely betray you. At least for now, the future remains unwritten. In the gaze of Kayla's anticipation, Logan exhaled softly. I will rescue your sister, but must be according to my plan. All right, Kayla eagerly replied, stepping closer to grasp Logan's hand. I'm sorry. It's fine. Don't worry. Martin is quite capable. Yes. They embraced for a moment, and then Logan suddenly asked, I don't recall you possessing any mental abilities. Could I be mistaken? Chapter 49. The boxing gym. Ha, Logan, times have changed. And so have I. It's not unusual to occasionally awaken one or two powerful abilities, is it? What? Why do I still possess only those two abilities after all these years? You're getting old, my friend. Rubbish. You're only 2 years younger than I am. All right, I'll go inform the boss, and then we can set off. Martin inquired, where to? California. John has opened a boxing gym there. That is all I know about his whereabouts. Okay. Logan went to request leave or possibly resign, leaving Martin and Kayla behind. Can you tell me about your sister? Kayla glanced at Martin and asked, why do you want to know about her? I'm just curious. I learned from Strike that your sister's name is Emma, and that she possesses the ability of diamond form. Coincidentally, my girlfriend is also named Emma and has the same ability. Really? ISNT your girlfriend, called Raven? Kayla, just beginning to inquire about this Emma. Suddenly recalled Martin mentioning that Strike's girlfriend was named Raven. They both are. Kayla looked at Martin with a puzzled expression. What? Is that not permissible? No. I just didn't expect you. Martin clarified. You misunderstood. They are aware of each other. We live together with 2 other girls. Oh, you certainly have a lively arrangement. Kayla seemed to reassess Martin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. All right, enough about this. Let's talk about Emma. Martin, feeling a bit embarrassed under her gaze, urged her to continue. My sister and I are not very close. We lost touch long ago after separating, and then Strike found me. Have you seen her? I have. This confirmed that this Emma was not the one from home. For his sister had always remained in New York and would return occasionally, never having gone missing. Do you have a photo of her? Martin asked. No. I was only taken to a place to catch a glimpse of her. It was indeed her. Regardless of our distant relationship, she will always be my sister, so I must find a way to save her. Does she possess any other abilities besides diamond form? Yes, I haven't heard of her having any others. After spending 2 days, the trio arrived near Logan's intended destination. Kayla had accompanied them. Knowing someone was watching them, she felt uneasy staying home alone, and Logan was concerned. While resting the previous night, Kayla had insisted on going to bed early. Why are you watching, Martin? You won't do anything with Logan. They'll just have a drink, honestly. If it weren't for your relationship with Logan, haha. Logan, what brings you here? John looked surprised at the sight of Logan and his companions entering. Having grown weary of Strike's actions, he, along with the others, withdrew after Logan had left. However, due to Strike's overwhelming influence, and with Victor and Agent Zero being his lackeys, he avoided contact with old acquaintances to stay under the radar. Subsequently, Fred the Meatball also arrived, but the pressure had led him to develop a food obsession, resulting in binge eating. The two had opened a boxing gym to make a living. He had only contacted Logan a few times, trusting that Logan would not harm him due to their shared work experience over the years. Moreover, Logan had grown weary of a life filled with gunfire and chaos, making it unlikely he would pursue any harmful actions. He never anticipated that Logan would visit one day. I came to inquire about a few matters. Logan introduced Martin and Kayla to John, glancing at the boxing training area. All right, let us discuss this in my office. They proceeded to John's office on the second floor, where Logan stood by the window, observing the training below. "What is it?" John asked. Logan replied, "I wish to know what you all have been up to since I left." No, Logan. We haven't done anything. It's just the same things we used to do." "Is that so?" Noticing Logan's skeptical expression, John hesitated before speaking. "After you departed, Strike and his crew became increasingly outrageous. Before long, we began capturing people indiscriminately." "Who did you capture?" "Our kind." Logan held onto a flicker of hope and asked, "What about Victor? He was the most proactive." Zero simply followed Strike's orders. "And after that, I could no longer tolerate it and left first. Later, Fred found me and said he had left as well. He mentioned that Chris had also departed, while Wade had perished." Recalling Wade, Logan remembered the incessantly chatty individual with a penchant for risky remarks. "Where are the individuals you captured held?" Logan turned to face him. "I don't know. We were only responsible for capturing them and then handing them over to others sent by Strike." "Who should I approach to learn of their whereabouts?" John shook his head, exasperated. "You're going to get me killed, buddy. Tell me, John. I promise I will resolve this issue without involving you. Otherwise, do you wish to live in hiding under Strike's watchful gaze?" With a look of despair, John said, "Chris died not long ago at an amusement park." As he spoke, he handed Logan a newspaper. Upon receiving it, Logan noticed a headline: "Amusement park employee killed in beast attack." Yet he knew full well that it was no beast. It bore the marks of Victor's claws. "Fred might know. He was familiar with the guards who came to take us away during that time." John sighed. "Where is Fred now?" "Right below." John gestured upwards, and as Logan glanced down, he spotted a familiar face at the boxing ring, though. "My God, what has happened to him? His backside is practically exposed." Fred had once been quite robust, yet now, from a distance, he appeared as a mass of flesh. That protruding belly, due to ill-fitting clothing, made him look like an oversized backside. He has developed a food obsession," John remarked with a resigned smile. "Let us go down and have a word with him." As they approached the training area, John cautioned, avoid mentioning anything related to his physique. Given his sensitivity, he should indeed consider shedding some weight. Arriving at the practice area, as they reached the ring, Fred, holding a milkshake, sent his sparring partner flying off the stage with a punch. Chapter 50. Clue: it was evident that he was a strength-based mutant. His corpulent physique did not hinder his fighting prowess. "Well, Logan, long time no see," Fred remarked, sipping from his drink. Logan hesitated momentarily, intending to make a jest, but recalling John's warning, he refrained from speaking his mind. In the past, their banter had been commonplace, yet now he deemed it prudent to hold his tongue. Logan had no desire to endure a beating. Although he was not afraid of injury, pain was still pain. Fred understood Logan's unspoken sentiment, and perhaps due to the reunion, his expression shifted, but he did not retaliate. "Fred, I would like to inquire where Stryker's captives are sent," Logan asked, gripping the edge of the boxing ring. "Come up here, defeat me, and I'll tell you," Fred replied, a peculiar smile spreading across his plump face. Logan's expression soured instantly, given Fred's current size. He knew he was no match. He had always been tough and resilient, but now, stepping into the ring would only lead to punishment. Nonetheless, in pursuit of information, Logan removed his shirt, donned boxing gloves amidst John's gleeful expression, and leaped into the ring. "You'll go easy on me, right?" Logan asked. Of course, Fred chuckled, before launching a punch straight at Logan's head. Logan was unprepared, and the blow sent him crashing to the ground. "Damn it, you're lacking in sportsmanship. My rule is that once you step into the ring, the fight begins," Fred declared, tossing aside his empty cup. "All right," Logan grumbled, rising to his feet, rubbing the area that had been struck, and then assuming a fighting stance, aiming a punch at Fred's midsection. Fred did not even bother to evade, allowing Logan to land a punch. "Is that a scratch?" he taunted, observing Logan's staggering form. Despite landing several punches, Fred retaliated with a single blow that sent Logan sprawling once more. Fred wasted no time, sitting down heavily upon Logan. "Ouch! It feels as if my back is breaking," Logan winced. In response to the pain, his bone claws punctured through the boxing gloves, aiming for Fred's posterior. Fred roared in sudden agony, raising his fist to smash down on Logan's head. "No!" Kayla cried out. Martin, too, could not bear to watch. Logan was devoid of adamantium skeleton, And while he would not die from the blow, it would certainly be akin to a watermelon hitting the ground. With a mere thought, he halted Fred's descending fist mid-air, preventing the blow from landing, then flung Fred off Logan, sending him crashing against the ropes of the ring. The sudden manifestation of unfamiliar powers led John and Fred to deduce that it could either be Kayla or Martin. The expressions on their faces confirmed it was indeed this dashing gentleman's ability. Kayla hastily climbed into the ring to check on Logan. "I'm fine," Logan grumbled as he stood up, stretching his limbs. He faced Fred and added, "Buddy, I am no match for you. However, you must still divulge the information I seek." "Very well," Fred stammered, taken aback. He dared not refuse. Maintaining cordial communication was essential, for if he angered Logan, this formidable individual could easily dispose of him. Logan felt a surge of words stuck in his throat, slightly uncomfortable. He had not anticipated Fred's swift concession. "Logan, could you introduce me to this gentleman?" Fred inquired. This is Martin," Logan replied as the three descended from the ring, reintroducing Martin to both Fred and John. "My goodness, you are Martin Horn. I never expected to see you here," Fred exclaimed with delight. Logan and the others looked on, curiosity piqued, including Martin, as they wondered how Fred knew him. "John, do you recall the Magneto who visited us a few days ago?" "He spoke of Mr. Horn," Fred explained. "Eric?" Martin asked. "Yes, indeed," Fred confirmed. "Eric is currently in need of recruits. He has been actively searching for mutants. He approached me a few days ago, sharing his ambitions, and I said I would consider it." They later discussed the earthquake, and Eric recounted the events of that day. Martin's formidable presence instantly garnered Fred's admiration. As Fred animatedly recounted his tale, the others, including Logan, seemed to perceive Martin anew. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Horn," Fred said enthusiastically. "Likewise," Martin replied. "So, you possess the remarkable ability to locate anyone through powerful telepathy, along with the capacity for teleportation?" Logan inquired, eyes wide. "Indeed, what of it?" Martin responded. "What of it?" Logan retorted incredulously. "If you can find anyone, why not locate Stryker directly? Why must we spend 2 days traveling?" Stryker is too far away. I cannot pinpoint his exact location. Searching individually would take as long as inquiring for information," Martin explained. He had only attempted to locate Stryker after meeting Logan, having previously believed that the clone of Logan had already eliminated Stryker. However, he had not succeeded, likely due to the vast distance. His psychic ability was potent, yet not strong enough to locate anyone without the aid of a brainwave amplifier. His current range was roughly the size of a city like New York, which was impressive, far surpassing both Charles and Apocalypse. Logan accepted this explanation. "And the teleportation?" Martin replied innocently. "I'm only able to teleport to places I have previously visited. I cannot merely intrude on your memories to find this location. Would you prefer someone rifling through your memories or spending 2 days on the road?" "All right." With no shortcuts available, Logan turned to Fred. Perhaps inspired by meeting his idol and harboring confidence in Martin, Fred responded without hesitation. "There is a mutant who once escaped from there. His name is Remy LeBeau. You can find him at a casino in Las Vegas." "An exact location?" Martin inquired. "Any large casino there should suffice. He frequents those places," Fred replied, uncertain of the specific whereabouts. Martin reassured him, "No problem, we'll head to Las Vegas. As long as he is still there, finding him should not pose a challenge." Chapter 51. Encountering a familiar face, he then inquired, "Does this Remy have any distinguishing marks, or perhaps a photograph?" "None, but he often dons a cowboy hat to obscure his face while gambling with his abilities. He carries a cane topped with a white crystal, which makes him easily identifiable." "Excellent. As long as he has unique traits, it will be manageable. If he has been sighted recently, I shall find him," Martin stated, pointing to his head. "Let us depart now," Logan replied. "I shall accompany you," Fred and John declared in unison. Logan regarded the two with curiosity. They were typically reluctant to involve themselves, so why the sudden willingness to assist? "You are correct. I do not wish to remain hidden any longer," Fred smiled. "With Mr. Horn present, our success is assured." "Very well. En route to Las Vegas?" Logan suddenly asked. Are his metal claws a result of Stryker's experiments? He felt a stir of excitement from Martin's information. It was clear that possessing such claws would greatly enhance his strength. Ignite alloy, The very substance you sought in Africa years ago, Martin replied. Do you think I could be injected with it as well? If he can endure it, so can I. That is far too perilous, Martin cautioned. Logan looked puzzled, prompting Martin to continue. While the liquid Ignite alloy would indeed replace your bones painfully, your recovery rate is impressive. You could withstand it. However, the alloy possesses a particular property that inhibits your healing factors. If your body is saturated with Ignite alloy, it would effectively amount to a slow form of suicide. How do you know? He seems fine. I simply know. Its toxicity is insidious, gradually eroding your body rather than manifesting abruptly. Are you suggesting that one day my self-healing ability will vanish, that I will age, sustain injuries, and ultimately perish? Indeed, this situation is not entirely unfavorable. Martin looked at him, astonished. Surely, you do not wish to end your life? Of course not. Despite spending a century in solitude and conflict, the instinct to survive is innate to humanity. Now that life seems to be improving, I truly do not wish to die. But what about that fighting prowess? Could I not perhaps modify only certain parts of my body? Logan raised his hand to inquire. I cannot say. What if that property spreads throughout your system? After a moment of silence, Logan replied, I wish to try. Simply modify my arm. I have confidence in myself. These claws are my finest weapons. Mere bone cannot compare to the sharpness or hardness of Ignite alloy. In the bustling streets of the Las Vegas casino, two vehicles pulled into a parking lot. After disembarking, Logan turned to Martin. It is your turn. Leave it to me, Martin said, beginning his search through the memories of a nearby casino security guard for Remy, the one with the tall hat and crystal-top cane. Unfortunately, the guard's recent memories yielded nothing. Nevertheless, he proceeded to seek their supervisor, but there was none, so he moved on to the next. After visiting several casinos, Martin finally uncovered Remy's whereabouts through the duty manager of a larger establishment. In the manager's recollection, Remy seemed to have an inexplicable streak of luck at gambling, never losing. The casino naturally suspected foul play, yet lacked evidence. The casinos frequented by Remy had united to monitor him. At that moment, Remy was indeed within one of the casinos. Following the trail of memories, Martin located him, dominating the tables as Fred had described. Remy's hat concealed his face deeply, while he effortlessly manipulated the cards before him. Martin could distinctly sense a unique energy emanating from the cards. We have found him. Shall I read his memories, or do you wish to approach him? Martin confirmed. Simultaneously, he identified the so-called island. Can you locate that island? Logan asked. Yes, I have already found it. There is no necessity for contact. He is merely a gambler. Wait. I recognize someone. Martin smiled. Logan halted abruptly, glancing at Martin. Who? Victor. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. The name Sabretooth evoked palpable fear. Where is he? Logan demanded, his demeanor serious. I'll check. Martin had seen Victor's presence in the casino through Remy's memories, though he had not recognized him at the time. Victor had caught Remy's attention due to his unusual aura, yet Martin had not paid it much thought. Given Martin's familiarity with Victor, it was not difficult to track him down in the city. Victor was located just behind the casino where Remy was, evidently with Remy as his target. He had yet to grow arrogant enough to act. Just over there, Martin said, extending his arm. Without hesitation, Logan placed his hand on Martin's arm. Take me there. Why? Martin questioned, puzzled by Logan's insistence on meeting Victor. I wish to understand why he seeks to ruin my life. Very well. The other three exchanged glances. Kyra hesitated but ultimately grasped Logan's hand. Trusting him, she temporarily set aside her fear of Victor. Fred and John, having worked alongside Victor for many years, were acutely aware of his ruthlessness and savagery. His formidable combat prowess left them feeling helpless against a being who could not be killed. Initially, they had believed their strength surpassed his, but the realization that he could not die while they could led to an instinctive fear of him, worrying about inadvertently provoking him. I fear him not. Looking into Logan and Martin's eyes, John declared resolutely, though it was evident to others that he felt trepidation. Fred focused his gaze on Martin. Do not worry, Martin smiled. After all, you are my first and only fan. All right. Seeing Fred's expression of reassurance, Martin felt a pang of regret. If only his first fan were a woman. Alas, His first admirer was a man. Yet, he could not deny the pleasantness of being admired. Martin began to contemplate whether his years of passivity, merely floating through life, were indeed the right choice. Chapter 52. Victor merely recalled the few beautiful and considerate women at home. After ensuring that everyone was gathered, Martin activated his abilities and appeared before Victor. Victor was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of a person, a mere reflex response. Jimmy? Logan, hearing a name he hadn't encountered in years, glanced at Victor with a complex expression. Victor, I didn't expect you to come to me. Martin, long time no see, Victor replied with a smile, simultaneously noticing Martin. However, in his memory, Martin still resembled the one who shared his regenerative abilities and could manipulate minor objects. But that was inconsequential. He believed he could handle it. In Stryker's eyes, Victor was merely a tool, and tools naturally need not possess excessive knowledge. Should they know too much, the possibility of betrayal or escape might arise. Why Victor? Why assist Stryker in monitoring me and attempt to bring me back? Logan inquired. Because you betrayed me first, Victor asserted. I mentioned before we are brothers, and brothers ought to support one another. In his mind, it was only after he helped Logan escape from home that they could arrive at their current situation. Yet Logan had abandoned him last time, an act of betrayal and abandonment. Victor harbored the hope of capturing this group entirely, but their numbers were overwhelming, and he was no match alone. Without warning, Victor turned and fled. Wait, Logan shouted as he pursued him. Stryker is finished. You shouldn't continue to stand with him. Seeing this, John teleported in front of Victor, obstructing his escape. Logan caught up, and Victor immediately began to counterattack. He was correct. One person alone could not match him, but here three were engaging him. In a matter of moments, Victor was subdued by the group. All right, you have caught me. Now what? Do you wish to kill me? Victor struggled in vain, Fred holding him down so he could not move. We already know the location of Stryker's base. We shall proceed to destroy it. As for Stryker, he is doomed, Logan declared. So, just the two of you? Yes, just us. Apologetically, Logan squatted down before Victor and delivered a punch that rendered him unconscious. Rising to his feet, Logan stated, find a place to confine him. He must not be allowed to return. Martin retorted, why not just come see him earlier? Once we complete our task, what can he do? Logan paused and replied, he is Victor. Yes, he is your only kin. Martin approached, grasped Victor, and then looked at the others. What are you waiting for? We should leave. Once the others were prepared, Martin led them to the Hellfire Club in New York. Mr. Horn, the staff, greeted Martin, aware he was the partner of their boss. It's fine. You all carry on with your duties. Just then, Martin sensed Emma in her office and called for her to come out. With outsiders present, he couldn't take them directly to Emma's quarters. Emma soon appeared in the hall. Darling, come here. Embracing Emma, Martin released her and introduced Logan, Kyra, Fred. Emma, having met the clone Logan, greeted everyone with a smile and turned to Logan. Martin has mentioned you over the years, claiming you are his only friend. Thank you. Emma observed Martin, awaiting his words. This is Victor. Confine him, and we shall return for him after our business is concluded. Is he the saber-tooth you spoke of? Yes. Raven is aware of him. All right. Is there anything else? We are heading to Stryker's base. Another one? Emma chuckled. Why does he have so many bases? Ha! As if you only have one. Well, the place we are going has many captured mutants. Are you interested? Really? What is their combat capability? Most of them are likely just children, Martin noted. Emma reflected. If they were formidable, how could they have been easily captured? I'm not interested. You should consult Charles and Eric for such matters. You are right. Martin glanced at the unconscious Victor, having secured him a suitable location, and arranged for the children. You entertain them for a while. I will step out. Where are you going? Logan asked Martin. To find someone who can provide for those captured. Otherwise, how will you manage them? Logan remained silent, acquiescing to Martin's plan. First, he would locate Eric, who was at the Brotherhood's hideout in New York. Eric. Martin approached Magneto, and his subordinates immediately assumed defensive postures upon seeing him. Poor old Magnus. With hardly any powerful subordinates. The only familiar faces within were the two angels and Psylocke. The angels were Salvador and Warren, one of Apocalypse's four horsemen. Salvador was Emma's associate. It's all right. Martin, what brings you here? Upon hearing Eric's words, those unfamiliar with Martin lowered their guard. Good news. Don't you lack manpower? Martin proceeded to inform Eric about Stryker's situation and his own plans, which piqued Eric's interest. Count me in. Bring your people. We shall gather first. I need to find Charles as well. I am enough. Eric was naturally reluctant to strengthen the ranks of his old adversary. There are many children there. I doubt you're interested in them. Charles can teach them. I can too, Eric confidently replied. No, I must be fair. If I don't inform him, he will think I'm siding with you. Would you care? Eric retorted. Not at all, but I enjoy watching your love-hate dynamic, Martin said with a smile. Eric was momentarily speechless. Fine. Confident in his abilities, he believed that even with Charles involved, he could recruit individuals. As for Martin's amusement, let him watch. After all, he couldn't match Martin's prowess. Martin activated the teleportation ability acquired from Apocalypse, and Eric's group observed him, recognizing the power. However, they refrained from asking further questions. Both Charles and Eric were astute individuals who suspected Martin's true capabilities. However, Martin's strength was his greatest asset, and they could only pretend to be oblivious. Chapter 53. The base on the island. After escorting Eric and a few of his formidable subordinates to Emma, Martin returned to X Academy. The place was undergoing repairs. The castle almost restored, and finishing touches were being applied. Observing the individuals flitting about, Martin understood the reason. It appeared that mutants made excellent construction workers. He found Charles and recounted the events, to which Charles readily agreed. Charles' team remained the same, yet Storm, whom Martin had previously encountered, had joined Charles' side. Should she also ally with Eric, the four horsemen would indeed be assembled. Scott replaced his brother as Charles' aide, leading the group to Emma's domain. Thanks to his remarkable regenerative abilities, Victor had regained consciousness and appeared to have been persuaded by Eric, now standing beside him. It was only natural. Both men valued strength, and thus found common ground. Magneto possessed a magnetic charisma, while Victor was content with any task, provided it was one he enjoyed. When Charles and Eric met, a verbal sparring ensued. Just as Martin and Emma were engrossed in the spectacle, they were abruptly interrupted by Logan. With impatience, Logan remarked, "Are we going to start working, or let them continue their bickering? You don't find this amusing?" Martin glanced at Kayla, shrugged at Emma, and then addressed both parties. "All right, it's time for us to depart." Upon hearing this, Charles and Eric ceased their debate and turned their attention to Martin. After bidding farewell to Emma, Martin transported everyone to Stryker's base. They materialized in a corridor where alarms blared ominously. Martin pointed to the right. "Proceed down that way. It leads to the holding cells for mutants." Then, glancing at Logan's hand, he continued, "You all go ahead. I have matters to discuss with Logan." Understanding Martin's intent, Logan reassured Kayla, urging her to join Eric and the others in rescuing her sister. After their departure, the sounds of gunfire and screams echoed from around the corner. Disposing of several enemies approaching from the other side, Martin placed a hand on Logan's shoulder and led him into a room. It appeared to be an operating theater, with a man lying on a surgical table, his body marred by surgical scars and his mouth sewn shut. Stryker stood behind a young man in a wheelchair, flanked by several individuals clad in white coats, presumably researchers. This young man was Stryker's son, endowed with the ability to create illusions. "If you had arrived a few days later, I would have succeeded," Stryker lamented. "But it matters not. I'm still the victor." After speaking, Stryker leaned down to whisper something in his son's ear. Suddenly, Martin's surroundings shifted. He found himself at home, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of Raven, Emma, and others. The assailant was an unfamiliar figure, standing behind him, brandishing a knife aimed at him. Thanks to his formidable mental fortitude, Martin realized instantly that this was an illusion. However, Logan perceived differently, witnessing Victor slaying Kayla, who stood right before him. Stryker's son possessed incredible powers. Once ensnared in his crafted illusion, an ordinary person would fail to recognize the deception, believing wholeheartedly in the reality they perceived. Harnessing his energy manipulation abilities, enhanced by Apocalypse, Martin also possessed the capability to create illusions and naturally to dispel them. After subduing Logan, he used his powers to break free from his own illusion. But Logan remained entrapped. Channeling energy into Logan's mind, he assisted in liberating him from the illusion. Logan blinked in confusion at the altered scene. It's an illusion. His ability. Martin pointed towards the young man in the wheelchair. Enraged, Logan lunged at Stryker, who was merely an ordinary man, utterly defenseless against Logan's onslaught. As Martin simultaneously controlled Stryker's son and accessed Stryker's memories to confirm he was not a clone, he watched as Logan's claws plunged into Stryker's heart, ending his life. The researchers recoiled in terror, retreating to a safe distance. After ensuring Stryker's demise, Logan rose and scoffed. That was remarkably easy. Huh. This is his territory, and the security is all outside. Abruptly, a woman clad in black combat attire charged towards Logan from the side, catching him off guard. Her abilities resembled Emma's current powers, with long metal spikes extending from her 10 fingers, composed of the same liquid metal stored in a nearby pool. Logan, unable to evade in time, was brutally impaled in the back, but he quickly retaliated. Seizing the opportunity amidst their struggle, Martin approached the wheelchair-bound Jason Stryker. Delving into his mind, he discovered that Jason was merely a soulless automaton, not much better than a vegetable. Replicable ability. Illusion. Upon acquiring this ability, Martin unleashed his energy, reducing the young man to ashes. Such powers, capable of controlling others, were the most terrifying, and Martin felt compelled to eliminate him entirely, lest one day his abilities be turned against his own family. To ensure safety, he incinerated Stryker's corpse as well, believing that in this complex world, it was wise to leave no trace of one's actions, for one could never anticipate the enemy's contingencies. He did not harm the researchers. They still had their uses. Initially, Martin had contemplated assisting Logan in reconstructing his arm, but now there were more qualified individuals available. Martin, help me, Logan shouted angrily. Despite her petite stature, the woman possessed considerable strength, boasting a healing factor comparable to Logan's, and her bones were composed entirely of adamantium, rendering him ineffective against her. Chuckling softly, Martin manipulated the combatant, sending her flying away from Logan, suspended in the air before him in a sprawling posture. Habitually placing his hand on her forehead, he nearly faltered. Upon closer inspection, he realized her nails were not embedded within her palms like Logan's. Instead, they were an extension of her abilities, capable of growth like any nail. Furthermore, Deathstrike was a machine, her entire being, including her brain, a product of artificial creation. This led Martin to contemplate a certain entity, Sentinels. She was indeed a creation of Trask, Stryker's associate, who had somehow acquired Raven's cells and, after years of research, combined them with adamantium to produce an alloy with unique properties. Chapter 54. The Deathly Yuriko. Subsequently, experiments were conducted on the brainwashed Yuriko, enveloping her entire being in a metallic substance. Her brain was also augmented with metal, retaining the essence of human thought. Her internal organs were preserved, maintaining the functionalities of a human body, yet her exterior and interior were entirely composed of metal. The fusion of Raven's cells with Edmund alloy granted this metal a semblance of vitality, albeit at the expense of its ability to morph at will. She could only control whether her outer skin was covered, while the capacity for her nails to grow freely remained intact. The Deathly Yuriko possessed inherent control systems, and Trisk installed a neural interface within her, enabling connectivity with computers and remote system control via the network. Thus emerged the current incarnation of the Deathly Yuriko, a being that was both human and a product of artificial creation. Subsequently, Trisk intended to base Sentinel research on her. However, as he was preparing to advance, he was slain by Martin, leaving the facility in ruins, with only Yuriko surviving. Following Trisk's demise, the Sentinel project was shelved. Yuriko fell into the hands of Strick, where she underwent a second round of brainwashing, instructed by Martin to shed her skin disguise. Now under Martin's control, Yuriko immediately complied with his desires. Her skin transformed from the typical hue of an Asian descent to a silvery metallic sheen, her hair also morphing into metallic strands. Martin, placing his hand where one would expect softness, felt the Edmund alloy, though exhibiting a degree of vitality, was considerably more rigid than actual flesh. Under Martin's directives, Yuriko revealed the data interface hidden in her palm. Upon instruction to remove her skin, she complied, discarding her outer layer of skin, exposing only her body and limbs. As she could not manipulate her head, this was her capability. Her brain functioned as an intricate controller, instinctively preventing her exposure. From her chest cavity, Martin glimpsed her metallic organs and an enigmatic metallic sphere. Through her memories, he discerned its significance. It was her central processing unit. Once connected to the external network, her thoughts or external stimuli would be processed there before reaching her brain. Moreover, this device had the potential to evolve upon contact with more advanced technologies. Martin regarded Yuriko, reminiscent of Tony Stark S. Jarvis, and thought of Yuriko as his own. Who could refuse a soft, perhaps not so soft machine, a human? It was simply the way of things. Martin wiped away Yuriko's brainwashing, restoring her to normalcy. In an instant, her eyes transformed from mechanical emptiness to vibrant life. Though brainwashed, Yuriko possessed dual thought processes. Her mechanical aspect was governed by her human side. Thus, she had always been aware of her surroundings, unable to resist. Looking at Martin, gratitude emanated from Yuriko's gaze. "Put on your clothes. The human guise is more beautiful," he urged. "Yes," she replied with a bow, donning her top and reverting to her former appearance. Her black hair tied into a ponytail, cascading down her back. "Will you come with me?" "Thank you for saving me." "I am willing," she responded, having nowhere else to go. Following Martin seemed a favorable choice. Martin, satisfied, caressed her face, feeling its rigidity, then untied her hair, reminiscing about the depiction of the deathly Yuriko in comics. "Can your hair transform into waves?" "Indeed," Yuriko replied, her shoulder-length hair transforming into large waves. "Beautiful," he remarked. "Indeed," she concurred. Logan, with a hint of irritation, glared at the two. "Are you finished?" What is her story?" Martin recounted Yuriko's tale to Logan. And amidst Logan's silence, Yuriko approached, bowing in apology. "Well, can you assist me now?" "Of course." Martin turned to the researchers. "Can you modify the skeletal structure of his arms to Edmund alloy?" The researchers exchanged glances, remaining silent. "Sir, I can manage that," Yuriko bowed. "Ah, splendid. Just call me Martin, and there's no need for excessive formality when speaking with me." "Understood." Yuriko bowed in agreement. Observing her gradual adjustment, Martin suggested, "Then assist Logan." Yuriko nodded and led Logan to an adjacent surgical table, revealing the interface in her palm and connecting to the computer program. As Logan underwent transformation, Martin observed the group of medical professionals. He pondered that had he not intervened in time, Raven might have faced similar experiments at their hands. With a snap of his fingers, all the researchers disintegrated into a sanguine mist upon the ground. After resolving the situation, Martin approached Logan, who lay upon the table, arms submerged in water tanks, each forearm pierced by 3 metallic injection heads. "I am ready to begin," Yuriko announced. Logan nodded in affirmation, and Martin signaled to Yuriko. Subsequently, a stream of Edmund metallic liquid began to flow into Logan's arms through the connected tubes. "Ah!" Logan screamed in agony as veins bulged on his exposed skin, sweat pouring down his face. Bound by metal, he struggled against the pain. Martin placed his hand on Logan's head, temporarily alleviating his discomfort, while simultaneously infusing energy into Logan's arms to hasten the metallic transformation. "Ugh, this hurts immensely." "Indeed, I can tell. I will sever your pain receptors for now and release them once the transformation is complete." "All right," Logan replied, still shaken, under Martin's guidance. The Edmund alloy gradually replaced the bones in Logan's forearms. Initially, Logan's regenerative abilities resisted the alloy's spread, but gradually, the cells in his forearms began to assimilate with the metal, transforming his bones into metallic structures. Approximately 20 minutes later, Logan's arms were completely transformed. Yuriko deftly withdrew the injection heads, and Martin released Logan from his constraints. "Is it done?" Logan inquired. "Indeed." Eagerly, Logan extended his bone claws, which had morphed into gleaming metallic blades, longer and sharper than before. He swiped at a nearby table, leaving 3 deep gashes on the metallic surface. Chapter 55. 2 Ms. Ha ha. "Perfect," Logan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. As Logan eagerly experimented with his new claws, Martin observed the remaining Edmund metal in the pool, pondering how to make use of it. Realizing he had no immediate need for it, Martin decided to collect it nonetheless, as it was undeniably valuable. "Is there something to store these in?" he asked. "Yes, there are specialized containers," replied Lilith, retrieving 2 large boxes from a corner. Upon opening them, they revealed an array of glass containers. Martin deftly activated the containers, pouring the liquid metal into them. The Edmund alloy could remain in liquid form, yet once smelted and cooled, it would solidify permanently. The transformation of Logan required little of it. The boxes were nearly full. This was the genuine Edmund alloy procured by Stryker, not the inferior variant developed by the government later. Although Martin could not conceive of an immediate application for it, its potential value could not be dismissed. This substance was measured by the gram, and they possessed several hundred kilograms. Once secured, Martin levitated the 2 boxes behind him. Logan stood by the surgical table, gazing at a corpse. "Do you know him?" He is Wade," Martin replied after inspecting him. Wade had yet to undergo transformation. His chest cavity was already opened, and his skeletal structure appeared normal. "Destroy him, lest he be taken by others or subjected to research," Martin instructed. "Very well." Under Logan's watchful gaze, Martin unleashed a beam of crimson energy from his eyes, incinerating Wade's corpse in an instant. "Your eyes," Logan remarked. "No, any part would suffice. I merely find it amusing." Martin recalled a scene from a film where a character shot through the smokestack of a nuclear power plant and yearned to replicate that sensation. The experience felt akin to using other parts of his body, though targeting his eyes transformed everything into a crimson hue, somewhat impairing his vision. "Well, we have completed our task. Let us seek them out," Martin declared, extending his hand to grasp Lilith's, then casting a glance at Logan, who nodded in agreement. Martin transported the 3 of them to the location of Eric and the others, an expansive space flanked by numerous iron cages. The cages had been opened, liberating mutants clad in yellow prison uniforms. Scattered across the ground were the lifeless bodies of guards, one of whom was an Asian man distinctively dressed. Brandishing a handgun, he was Agent Zero, playing with firearms in front of Old Man Van. How amusing. Logan mused as he noticed Kayla cradling a young girl and hurried over to express his concern. As Martin observed the individuals dividing into 2 groups, aligning themselves beside Eric and Charles, he realized they had successfully executed their plan. "Once we confirm that no one is left behind, we will depart," he stated. After ensuring the area was clear, Martin transported them to the bridge leading to the small island connected to the city. Gazing at the island, Martin activated his abilities, transforming it into a desolate ruin before it sank into the sea. Amid the astonished reactions of those present, he said, "You may return on your own. I will escort Logan and the others home." Eric and Charles raised no objections, having garnered significant rewards from their endeavor. Even if they had, would they dare voice their dissent? Martin approached Logan and Kayla, observing the girl named Emma. She was slender, with a cascade of golden hair, strikingly beautiful yet younger than his own Emma, who exuded a more captivating charm. "Hello, I am Martin. My girlfriend is also named Emma. You bear a striking resemblance. What is your ability?" Emma beamed at Martin, transforming into her diamond form. "Is there anything else?" "No, that is all." His own Emma possessed telepathic abilities, an impressive power. "You share similarities with her," Martin noted. "Really? Thank you for rescuing me. Think nothing of it. Shall I take you back?" Martin inquired, glancing at Logan and Fred. John and Fred had established a casual acquaintance, and since Fred was a fan, Martin decided to extend them a ride. "No need for trouble. We wish to explore outside," John and Fred replied. Previously, Stryker's oppressive presence had compelled them to hide, but henceforth, they would no longer need to conceal themselves. Logan shared this sentiment, eager to wander with Kayla. Emma asked, "May I meet the Emma you mentioned?" She was intrigued by the prospect of meeting another with similar abilities. Kayla had no objections. Their sisterly bond was not particularly close, and as long as they both remained safe, that was sufficient. Of course, after bidding farewell to Logan, Martin transported Lilith and Emma directly home, 2 large boxes trailing behind them. The others had noticed their arrival but refrained from inquiring about the contents. "Gina gone to school," cherishing her final moments of high school. In the living room, Raven, Emma, and Wendy were engaged in conversation when they caught sight of Martin entering with two beautiful women, prompting a collective raised eyebrow. You misunderstand. This is Emma, visiting our home. This is Lilith, who will be staying here. Emma teased as she regarded Martin, rising to extend her hand to Emma. Emma Frost. Hello, I'm Emma Silverfox. The two women gazed at each other, both bearing striking similarities not only in appearance, but also in abilities, leaving them with an inexplicable sensation. Had they not been aware of their origins, they might have questioned whether they were indeed sisters. Emma, of course, had knowledge of little Emma's memories. Ahem, Martin interjected, observing the affectionate glances exchanged between the two, his discontent prompting a cough as he positioned Lilith in front of him. Raven stifled a laugh, casting a knowing glance at the jealous Martin before greeting Lilith. Emma, regaining her composure, approached Martin, wrapping her arm around his, and greeted Lilith. I somewhat regret bringing her back, Martin remarked, referring to little Emma. No, dear, I'm merely curious about her. Who can say? Martin retorted, turning to Wendy, who had finished her greetings with the two women. Dear, would you mind taking them to change into something more suitable? Of course. Their home contained an abundance of women's clothing, all prepared by Emma. After little Emma and Lilith departed, Martin pulled Emma into an embrace. What are you scheming? Dear, she's just a girl. A girl is still a girl. Do you not recognize your own allure? Raven, seated on the sofa with her arms crossed, watched the exchange between the two, laughing as their gazes met. Apologies do continue. Chapter 56. The concept of establishing a company after taking their seats. Emma perched on Martin's lap and playfully inquired, Do you not desire to, Emmis? I do wish for that, but only if it does not mean losing you. For you are my one and only Emma, Martin replied, gently pressing his forehead against hers. Ecstatic, Emma leaned in for a kiss. Once they parted, Martin turned to Raven, who was still smiling, and asked what is so amusing. He then pulled Raven close and kissed her fervently. After a brief moment, the three settled comfortably. Martin remarked, There truly is no place like home. He glanced at Wendy, who was serving him food and water, and said, In just a few days away. I've already missed you all. So have I, Raven said, feeding Martin a piece of fruit. It is often said that a life of leisure can become addictive, and Raven certainly felt that way. She found herself increasingly averse to going out, preferring instead to stay at home, sheltered by Martin, engaging in joyful pursuits each day. As they conversed, Wendy descended with little Emma and Yuriko, both of whom had changed into new outfits. Little Emma wore a form-fitting white dress, a style that seemed more suited to Emma herself than the young girl. Yuriko, on the other hand, donned a short pink kimono, a playful outfit prepared by Emma for their light-hearted moments together. The hem of the kimono reached just to her thighs, and Emma had several even shorter and more revealing options. Martin's eyes widened to the sight of Wendy. Yuriko wished to wear this, but we lack longer styles at home. Wendy explained. Yuriko added, It has been years since I wore attire from my homeland. I adore this one. Very well, if it pleases you, wear it. However, do avoid wearing it outside. I shall take you shopping for clothes another day. All right, Yuriko replied. After some light chatter, Martin rose and said to Yuriko, Come with me to the study. I have matters to discuss. Yes, she answered. As they ascended the stairs, Martin noticed both Emmas chatting together and, using his mental abilities, warned Emma, If you dare to be seduced away by her, I shall certainly retrieve you and break your legs. With a curious smile on Emma's face, he proceeded to the study with Yuriko. Once inside, they settled into the lounge area. Sit, Martin instructed. Yes, Yuriko responded, bowing slightly in gratitude. The kimono was somewhat loose on her. As Martin took his seat, Yuriko prepared tea for him while awaiting his directions. You're skilled in this? Indeed. I learned in the past. Drinking tea was a habit Martin had cultivated during his idle moments, and now he shared it with Yuriko. I wish for you to establish a company, a technology firm. This year has seen the advent of mobile phone products, but they are cumbersome and ineffective over long distances. I purchased one, but its weight immediately dampened my interest. We are entering the era of the internet, which, while not yet fully developed, is ripe for exploration. It was an opportune moment to embark on such a venture. Martin, uninterested in undertaking it himself, found Yuriko to be the perfect candidate for this endeavor. He conveyed his thoughts to Yuriko. Your abilities are ideally suited for the realm of the internet, which will greatly benefit you in the future. You may pursue any research you desire. All I ask is that you swiftly develop a lightweight phone. I'm utterly fed up with that unwieldy brick. Understood, Yuriko affirmed. I can provide you with my account. Feel free to use the funds within. While not abundant, Emma can assist you in seeking investments. Martin chuckled. Investment? More like donations. Haha, the Hellfire Club's influence is evident here. All right, Yuriko agreed. Hearing the repetitive affirmations from Yuriko, Martin looked at her with mild exasperation. Do you have any ideas? None. This is not a challenge for me. Very well. Martin observed Yuriko diligently preparing his tea and remarked with a smile, You are truly beautiful. This time, Yuriko responded differently, her cheeks flushing slightly as she glanced at Martin. Would you like to sit beside me? She asked, nodding slightly as she moved closer to him, leaning gently against his side. May I embrace you? He inquired. Yuriko nodded faintly. May I kiss you? She set aside her tea, slowly turning to face him with her eyes closed. Knock, knock, knock. Martin, Chin is back. When Martin was discussing serious matters, others typically did not intrude. He released Yuriko, saying, All right, I shall be down shortly. Embracing Yuriko, he gently caressed her head and remarked, You look lovely in that kimono, but do avoid wearing it so short in public. Yes, Yuriko replied, her Asian features endearing to Martin. Let us descend. Also, please be less formal with me. It feels somewhat awkward. Before kissing her, he did not feel this discomfort. Now, it was as if he were engaging in something illicit. All right, he said, satisfied with her slightly improved response. As he took Yuriko's hand and led her downstairs, Chin, seated on the sofa, noticed them, furrowed her brow slightly, and rushed over to Martin, throwing herself into his embrace. Brother, I miss you so much. Martin, wishing to hold Chin, had to release Yuriko's hand. So have I, he said, kissing Chin and bringing her to the sofa. He shared his plans with Emma, suggesting that she and Yuriko collaborate to establish a company and develop their careers. Emma had no objections. It was a productive endeavor. In this capitalist nation, with sufficient funds, one could secure a stronger foothold in society, ensuring the safety of those under her care who would likely be eager to cooperate. As for those who caused trouble, Emma was unbothered by the thought of turning them into puppets. After discussions, the women all expressed a desire to join, intending to treat the company as a family enterprise. Chin also formulated ideas for her university courses. Martin had no objections. With his presence, any issues would be easily resolved. Thus, the Horn Group was born within these walls. The only outsider, little Emma, expressed her wish to find a position within the company, and Emma consented. Observing their camaraderie, Martin felt an uneasy sensation, as if an ominous cloud loomed over him. Months later, Chin successfully graduated and enrolled in the computer science program at MIT. Martin accompanied her to her graduation party. It is quite dull, he shared his sentiments with the others, causing the previously envious women to lose interest. The regrets of missing the event due to their busy schedules vanished in an instant. The company was now fully established, comprising two research departments, one focused on internet research and the other on mobile technology. Chapter 57, Demigod Level within the company. Emma serves as the general manager overseeing external affairs, while Lilith supervises research and development, and Raven manages human resources. Young Emma is Emma's secretary, a fact that often causes Martin to grit his teeth in frustration. The bond between these two women has grown exceedingly close. Whenever Emma is not with Martin, she is inseparable from Lilith, accompanying her everywhere, even sharing a bed at night. Wendy, though nominally a board member, is the secretary to Martin Horn, the chairman. As each of them became engrossed in their respective tasks, the home grew quiet, typically occupied only by Martin and Wendy. Chin resides at school and only returns during holidays. Previously lost in the comforts of domesticity, Martin had little ambition for enhancing his strength, considering himself invincible among humanity. With time on his hands, he devoted his days to sensing and augmenting his abilities, primarily focusing on the Phoenix power. Although this formidable force had increased within him, it remained modest. By night, he and Emma aspired to have children, but alas, as time swiftly passed into the following year, Martin found himself sitting on a rooftop, suddenly enveloped by a profound sensation. Everything around him seemed to freeze in place. Something in the cosmos resonated with him, and, as he attentively focused, the phoenix power within him surged rapidly. Meanwhile, Jean, far away in her state, felt her own power becoming uncontrollable. She discreetly left her classroom, seeking a secluded spot. Through her senses, she discerned that the source of this energy originated from home. Initially anxious about Martin's well-being, she soon felt a wave of joy emanating from the phoenix power, allowing her to relax. Her own phoenix power appeared to be gradually increasing as well, sourced from an unknown realm in the universe. This state persisted until the afternoon, when both Martin and Jean opened their eyes, acutely aware of their substantial growth and strength. Martin, in particular, noted that while he had previously been capable of effortlessly obliterating a city and sensing the Earth's magnetic field, though faintly from afar, he now gazed upon the entire city before him, feeling that annihilation was within his grasp without exerting much effort. The potential for complete obliteration extended across the entire continent of America. Although he might not destroy the entire planet, he certainly possessed the capability to induce a mass extinction event. His phoenix power had grown significantly, and he sensed that he could connect with anyone on Earth at will. Moreover, he could traverse through time and dimensions at his leisure. Focusing on a nearby tree, he attempted to manipulate time, but alas, he was unsuccessful. Time, being the most formidable force, was beyond his current abilities. Instead, he directed his attention to a tree not far away and activated his power. Gradually, the tree diminished in size, transforming into a sapling. Though not a towering tree, it had still reached a height of 10 meters. Gaining a clearer understanding of his capabilities, Martin restored the tree to its original form. Reflecting on this experience and drawing comparisons to the Marvel Universe's classification of powers, he concluded that if he had previously been at the planetary level, he had now ascended to the demigod level. The demigod classification was appropriate, as a true god could effortlessly destroy a planet, whereas he, with effort, might achieve such feats, though not with ease. He found himself on par with beings such as Thor, a young Thanos, and Captain Marvel. He resolved to strive diligently to reach the level of a true god, rumored to be embodied by figures like Odin and the Ancient One. Martin felt a sense of satisfaction with his current abilities, encouraging himself. For quite some time, he had awaited the arrival of the Ancient One. Initially, he sought to acquire her powers, but over time, his curiosity had simply grown, though gaining magical abilities would be a welcome bonus. Yet over the years, the Ancient One had never made an appearance. This was unlike the tales and novels where individuals reincarnating or traversing dimensions were often sought out by her. Perhaps the Ancient One only cared for beings from the Dark Dimension visiting Earth? Or did she know of Martin's abilities and wish to prevent him from obtaining her power? Or perhaps he was left in the dark. She simply had not come. He recalled passing by Brick Street, not actively searching but merely strolling. He had failed to notice the place with the unique skylight. Collecting his wandering thoughts, Martin observed a car returning home, with Lilith at the wheel. Ever since the women in the household found their own pursuits, they had exhibited great enthusiasm, even purchasing a residence near the company. They took turns returning to accompany Martin. At times, he felt as though he were being used. They would come to spend the night and leave early the next morning as if they were merely dropping off a bundle of cash. Lilith, too, had adopted a similar habit. Recently, she had donned a white kimono that reached just above her ankles, and Martin had found himself gazing at her for an extended period. It seemed that was when it all began. The women who entered his home were once his. They were simply too busy. In truth, Lilith was far more attentive than Wendy. Whenever at home, she remained by Martin's side, serving him tea, offering massages, and attending to his needs. It was not that Wendy was inadequate. Rather, Martin was a man of many desires. As Lilith exited the car, Martin teleported before her, guiding her back inside. He then lifted her, taking his place behind the wheel while she settled on his lap. With the vehicle lifting off the ground, they headed toward the mountaintop. Lilith nestled comfortably in Martin's embrace, her dark eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at him. "The view from a mountaintop is splendid. Let me show you," he said. "Yes," she replied. They climbed atop the car, embracing each other as the cool metallic surface chilled them. Lilith generously offered the expansive hem of her kimono for Martin to sit upon, wrapping her arms around him. The vista was indeed breathtaking, with the entirety of New York sprawling beneath them. It was Lilith's first visit to such heights, and she couldn't contain her excitement, shouting joyfully as she released the pent-up pressures of her daily life and work. Surrounded by the serene atmosphere, Lilith wore a flowing red silk kimono that accentuated her grace. Meanwhile, Martin, having transcended the sensations of heat and cold, remained bare-chested at home. A gentle breeze wafted through as the sun began to set, creating a truly delightful ambience. The only downside was a minor tremor that caused the ants beneath the car to hastily relocate. For 2 hours, Martin held Lilith atop the mountain, savoring the view, and he felt as though the entire world rested firmly within his grasp. Indeed, in reality, it did. Chapter 58. Courage Udon Tower. The sensation at the summit was delightful. Martin suddenly pondered whether he should seek out a full moon night to venture onto the rooftop. Ha ha ha, what a lunatic. It is only due to the current underdevelopment of technology that such antics can be tolerated. In a few years, who would dare engage in such folly near the city? Certainly not Martin. Time swiftly advanced to 1988. Over the past 5 years, nothing of significance had transpired, particularly in relation to Martin. If one were to summarize, it would be that the Horn Corporation had begun to thrive, making remarkable strides in both computer networking and mobile communications, expanding its reach globally. Emma and her companions, once hiding among the mutants, had transformed into the elite of the nation. Especially Emma, whose followers comprised not only the Hellfire Club, predominantly made up of mutants, but also individuals embedded within various companies and government sectors across the United States. It is no wonder that ordinary people harbor fears towards mutants. After graduation, Jean continued her studies, acquiring a master's degree in her field as well as a degree in finance, now pursuing her doctorate while serving as an assistant to Yukiko at the company. As for Martin, his power had grown, albeit not significantly. He had not experienced the sensation he felt in early 1994 since then. He sensed a need for energy, an immense amount of it. There were 2 elements on Earth that could satisfy this need, the Time Stone and the Space Stone. However, the Time Stone was in the possession of the Ancient One, and Martin had no desire to provoke her. It was evident that her strength was on par with a celestial being, having kept the dimensional demon at bay beyond Earth. The power of the Ancient One could be roughly surmised from this. The Space Stone, meanwhile, was under research by SHIELD, and Martin was reluctant to intrude recklessly, knowing it would only lead to unrest in his life. It was certainly not due to laziness. He had concealed himself well over the years. Despite the continued societal disdain for mutants, neither Martin nor his family had involved themselves in the affairs concerning them. Thus few were aware of their existence. Charles and Eric, for instance, were also cautious about revealing themselves. Emma had dealt with any departments possessing their records, and for those she could not, Martin handled them himself. Martin was acutely aware that his greatest ability was always replication. However, it lacked direct combat power. His second, most reliable asset had become the Phoenix Force. After all, one of the most formidable abilities in the universe. While magnetic field manipulation was powerful, he worried it might not suffice against the enemies that appeared later on. He yearned for an opportunity, a chance to acquire the Space Stone. No matter how strong he became, he did not wish to incite upheaval in the world unless provoked. He relished his tranquil and serene life. Having a modicum of power and causing chaos without uttering a word was not a mark of greatness, but rather foolishness. What defines a strong individual? It is not merely the act of brandishing one's fists, though that is also a possibility, but rather the ability to safeguard everything one cherishes, and to attain what one desires when the time arises. Returning to the matter at hand, perhaps the universe held the answers Martin sought. He had attempted to leave the atmosphere previously. Upon entering space, his body was capable of enduring the vacuum, and besides the Phoenix Force, his environmental survival skills proved invaluable. Yet, the experience was unbearably uncomfortable. The cold and suffocation were overwhelming. As a creature reliant on oxygen, suddenly finding oneself in an oxygen-deprived environment was decidedly disorienting. He returned shortly thereafter. Another reason was that Earth appeared rather isolated in the cosmos. While the rate of energy absorption outside the atmosphere increased slightly, it was still insufficient. He would need to venture deeper into space to find what he sought. That night, amidst a group of Wendy's and a familiar Asian beauty, Martin suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something. A presence soaring through the atmosphere at remarkable speed, descending upon Earth. "What is it?" the Asian beauty exclaimed, her voice echoing Raven-esque as she was roused from her slumber. Martin smiled at her enchanting visage, reminiscent of her prime. "Nothing, just sleep. I have something to attend to." Raven acquiesced and drifted back to sleep. Martin donned a pair of baggy shorts and sensed the entity in Missouri, promptly teleporting himself there. Suspended mid-air, he beheld a spaceship floating beneath him, resembling a battered bird, patched up in various places. The vessel emitted a beam of white light from its nose, drawing in a young boy from Earth. Patience is key, Martin mused. When the time comes, it will present itself. The spacecraft seemed specifically dispatched to retrieve the child. With him secured, it began its slow ascent. Beep, beep, beep. As the ship ascended slightly, alarms blared, and it halted abruptly. "What is happening? Why have we stopped? Did you lazy fools forget to check before departure?" A man with deep blue skin, clad in a trench coat adorned with a maple leaf emblem, a bald head with a prominent red crest, and sharp teeth, shouted in exasperation. "I did check, Yondo. If you had paid a modicum of attention to this vessel, you would notice it is affected by external forces, a subordinate." Turning away from Yondo, retorted with a hint of trepidation. "This is merely a worthless hunk of junk. Why should I care?" Yondo scowled. "Hurry and ascertain the issue. Once we deliver the cargo, I wish to procure a better ship." Yondo, lost in reverie, dreaming of a lucrative venture, Yondo snapped back to reality. "What?" "It seems this planet is not solely inhabited by primitives." Before them, the ship's display screen revealed a handsome young man clad in vibrant shorts and flip-flops, beaming and waving at the crew inside. "Should we engage?" the first mate asked sternly. Martin raised an eyebrow, vanished from view, and reappeared within the spacecraft. The crew, startled by Martin's sudden appearance, instinctively drew their weapons. "Look what I've discovered," a stowaway, Martin jested, and in an instant, all were compelled to lower their firearms. "Phew!" Yondo let out an unintentional whistle as Martin raised his hand, an arrow materializing in his grasp. The whistling continued as the arrow writhed in Martin's hand, although it proved ineffective. "Perhaps I harbor no ill intentions?" Martin remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yondo fell silent, regarding Martin with utmost seriousness. The arrow, hovering before Yondo, was forged from a metal he had never encountered, a remarkably light material, yet merely a metallic arrow. It flew towards Yondo, suspended before him. Chapter 59. Hitching a ride, Yongdu lifted one side of his coat and whistled, causing a metal arrow to return to his waist. "Who are you? Why have you come to Earth?" "Earth? Is that the name of this planet?" Yongdu inquired with curiosity. "Yes, that's what we locals call it." "Oh, we'll be leaving shortly." No, you misunderstand. I merely came to take a look around." Yongdu nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, this place is quite primitive, even more so than the most backward planet I've ever encountered. There seems to be no unification, no valuable resources. Surely, no one would find this place appealing." It appeared that he was relieved to confirm he had not intruded upon anyone's territory nor been captured. "So, you are here for that child?" "No, do as you please. I have no objections." Cough's esteemed warrior, "I am Yongdu Udanta, the leader of this band of marauders. If you don't mind, we should take our leave." My name is Martin Horn. If it's not an imposition, may I catch a ride with you?" We typically do not allow outsiders aboard." Just as Yongdu was about to refuse, Martin had all weapons trained on their owners, including Yongdu's arrow. However, privileges are often granted to the powerful. Chuckles. It proved that even among technologically advanced aliens, few possessed exceptional personal strength. At the very least, on this ship, no one felt secure. All were concerned about whether Martin would pose a threat. "That's settled then. Allow me to send a message." You wouldn't mind waiting for 2 minutes, would you? I need to fetch someone. Martin initially intended to leave a note for his family, but remembered his promise to Raven to show her an alien. Yongdu smiled broadly. Of course. We shall wait for your return before departing. Good, I trust you. Once Martin spoke, he immediately vanished from their sight. As he left, Yongdu whispered, "Yes, he cannot be detected on the ship." The first mate replied softly, eventually raising his voice. Upon hearing this, Yongdu visibly relaxed and strode to the control seat, proclaiming loudly, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart from this wretched earth." "Yes," echoed the crew, returning to their positions as the ship began to tremble, the engines emitting a brilliant white light. Wait, Yongdu, the cargo is missing," a crew member shouted as he rushed in. "What?" Yongdu exclaimed in surprise. The child suddenly vanished. "I swear, I was watching him the whole time. He just disappeared in an instant." The crew member stammered in panic. His responsibility was to oversee the cargo. Now that a person was lost, Yongdu would not let him off easily. Due to his duty of watching the human child, he had failed to notice Martin's actions. Damn it, cunning earthling. While feeling anxious, the crew member trembled at Yongdu's furious outburst. In the awkward silence, the first mate asked, "Shall we still leave?" "Leave? Oomph. We shall wait for him," Yongdu replied, unfastening his seatbelt with resignation. Martin had discovered his vulnerability. Had he taken a crew member, Yongdu would have easily abandoned him. However, this child was his cargo, the very reason for his presence on this planet. "Sweetheart, wake up." Raven opened her eyes and looked at Martin. "What's wrong? Get dressed. I'm taking you to see aliens." "What?" Raven sat up, questioning whether Martin was joking. "You heard correctly. Aliens." "Really?" Raven quickly jumped up, excitement radiating from her as she donned her clothes. "Where? Are we going now?" "Yes, go wash up first, and then I'll take you." "All right, I'll be quick." Raven dashed into the bathroom, leaving Martin and Wendy in the room. "Darling, I'm taking Raven out for a while. Remember to inform the others tomorrow." Winnie asked, "Can I come too?" Martin sat down and embraced Wendy. "My dear, I'm uncertain what lies outside. Raven can fend for herself, but you. It's far too dangerous. But you'll be there, right? I won't be in any danger with you. I'll stick by your side and won't wander off." Gently patting her head, he replied, "Next time, all right? Everything I see this time. I'll share the memories with you when I return. Once I gain some experience, I promise to take you along next time." "Oomph. All right, be good. I'll bring you back a gift." When he spoke with a hint of disappointment, "Okay, but you must be careful. Rest assured, you are still unaware of my capabilities. I can protect myself. If danger arises, I will whisk Raven away. You know how cautious you can be, don't you?" Chuckles, "All right, sleep now. I'll take her with me." "How can I sleep now?" "Even if you can't sleep, go to Emma's place while I'm away. Here's a task for you. Keep an eye on Emma, and don't let that little girl charm you away. I won tea." After soothing Wendy to sleep, Martin exited the bedroom and found Raven waiting for him on the balcony. "Why are you so fickle? Who is that child? Is he an alien?" "Not exactly. He is the target of the aliens. I brought him along because I feared that group might flee. Cunning. TSK. Do you have no conscience? If you weren't still thinking about him, we would have already left Earth." "All right, thank you, my dear. Shall we go?" Looking at Raven, Martin said, "My dear, return to your original form. This time, you need not worry about standing out." Raven transformed back to her blue appearance and asked, "Are there others with my skin color?" "More than you can imagine. You'll see when we arrive." "What kind of people are they?" "A band of marauders. Much like a gang of pirates, but they operate throughout the cosmos." After briefly explaining the situation regarding Yongdu and his crew, Martin wrapped his arm around Raven. "Are you ready to go?" "Let us go." Martin nodded, and a portal appeared behind them, enveloping both Raven and the child lounging on the balcony. Once the portal vanished, they found themselves aboard Yongdu's ship. "Yongdu, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm all set on my end." Yongdu gazed at the sleeping child and gritted his teeth, saying, "Heh, no worries, we aren't in a hurry." Chapter 60, The Kind-Hearted Martin, Ohio. "I feared he might awaken and that you would lack his sustenance, so I took him back. However, he remains in slumber." "I see." Raven had been surveying the surrounding extraterrestrials, perceiving the remarkable variety of beings present. Their gazes upon her were devoid of curiosity or disdain. Instead, there was a sense of. It is known that marauders roam the void for extended periods, encountering females infrequently. Moreover, Raven's striking physique and her cerulean skin appeared entirely ordinary to this assemblage. Suddenly, two ravenous aliens, nearly drooling at the sight of Raven, were reduced to mere dust. This spectacle startled the others, prompting them to retreat hastily. Martin embraced Raven, stating, "Allow me to introduce her. This is Raven, my beloved." A glance around revealed that all had hastily averted their eyes from Martin's gaze. "You do not mind, do you?" Yangdu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is the law of nature, survival of the fittest. Provoking the strong is common knowledge." He did not inquire about Raveness origins. There were numerous blue-skinned races within the cosmos. "Very well, I believe we are ready to depart. Prolonged exposure may invite complications with the locals. All right, I shall arrange accommodations for you. The ascent will be rather turbulent. If it is not too much trouble, we would prefer to sit there, for the celestial vistas are a rare delight." Martin indicated two adjacent seats situated at the rear of the ship, where the scenery could be admired from both front and side. "Certainly," Yangdu replied, gesturing to the others. "You two, proceed to the back." Captain," they chorused. "Please take a seat and do not forget your seatbelts." Yangdu chuckled, settling into his own seat and demonstrating how to fasten the safety harness, while his thoughts remained inscrutable. His demeanor was commendable. "Thank you." Martin and Raven mimicked his actions, sitting down and pressing a button beside them, which caused straps to materialize from either side, securing them in their seats. "All right, initiate the launch and depart from this place," Yangdu commanded. He had come to terms with the situation. As long as Martin did not commandeer his ship or obstruct his business, everything would be manageable. Having such a formidable ally aboard could indeed be advantageous. The spacecraft trembled momentarily before accelerating swiftly beyond the confines of Earth. The immense thrust forced all occupants, including Martin, firmly against their seats. The inertia within the vessel was neutralized by the propulsion field. "Thank you, my dear." Raven turned and smiled sweetly before gazing out at the cosmos. Yangdu and his crew exchanged glances with Martin, recognizing that such feats could only be attributed to him. Raven's words confirmed their suspicions. The ship soon pierced the atmosphere, venturing into the vastness of space, gradually decelerating. "Perhaps you wish to glimpse your home planet," Yangdu remarked, turning to the couple. "Indeed, thank you," they replied as the ship navigated slowly in a particular direction. Martin and Raven beheld the azure globe of Earth, which appeared diminutive against the backdrop of the cosmos, with the moon nearby reflecting a faint luminescence under the sun's embrace. "Truly beautiful," Raven marveled. "Indeed, the starlit expanse is equally enchanting," Martin replied, his gaze lingering on Raven's face, visibly delighted. He had traversed this void before, having witnessed such sights firsthand. After some time, Martin nodded toward Yangdu, who reciprocated, prompting the ship to accelerate once more. "When shall we return?" Raven inquired, watching as Earth gradually receded from view. "Not for long, worry not, for I shall be by your side." At this point, the spacecraft had stabilized, and Martin unfastened his seatbelt, drawing the suddenly pensive Raven into a comforting embrace. "We lack a vessel. Fear not, my dear. I shall procure one for you." Raven glanced at Martin, her gaze momentarily meeting Yangdu's. Martin turned to Yangdu with a smile. "Rest assured, my friend, I harbor no ill intent towards your ship. Very well. If you desire a vessel, I can escort you to the trading post. You understand. Let us discuss that later. You do not mind if we accompany you for a while? In return, I can ensure your safety. If there are any profitable ventures, I would appreciate being included. I currently lack currency for use in the cosmos." "Of course, I would be delighted," Yangdu replied, his smile genuine. Such an advantageous arrangement was not one Yangdu would refuse. With Martin aboard, it was impossible for him to depart. Having him as an ally was the most favorable outcome. After a brief interval, Yangdu suddenly exclaimed, "Look ahead." Martin and Raven turned their attention forward. Wow! Before them loomed a colossal spacecraft, its exterior reminiscent of a zeppelin, stretching several kilometers in length. "Huh! You didn't think we relied solely on this modest vessel for our trade, did you?" Yangdu boasted. Their ship approached the enormous craft, entering through a portal and coming to a halt. "Welcome aboard my ship," Yangdu declared, stepping out first, followed closely by his crew, one of whom carried the boy under his arm. "Let us proceed," Martin said, taking Raven's hand as they ventured into the vast interior of the massive ship. A lengthy corridor unfolded before them, populated by a myriad of peculiar and diverse extraterrestrial beings. "Captain, are these two newcomers?" An onboard crew member inquired. Before Yangdu could respond, a towering, brutish figure with disheveled hair and an exuberant expression shouted, "A woman. The captain has brought a woman. Ha ha ha." Raven frowned. The two crew members who had accompanied Martin quickly covered each other's mouths. Electric Face, silence. "What? I have not been." Electric Face protested, struggling to break free, only to be abruptly transformed into a mist of blood. "I hope you do not take offense," Martin remarked to Yangdu. Yangdu inhaled deeply, responding awkwardly. "Of course, I assure you that no one shall disrespect your woman again. However, please refrain from indiscriminate killings. I mean, capture of children had not deterred many, yet Martin had eliminated 4. I understand, Yangdu, as long as they do not provoke her, especially with any disrespect. Offending me is inconsequential. I am quite magnanimous." Raven smiled faintly, uncertain whether she was pleased by Martin's words or recalling his encounter with Charles. Chapter 61. The Cosmic Starry Sky. "Very well. You arrange accommodations for our 2 guests, Yando instructed, gesturing to the first mate. "Yes, Captain," the first mate replied. Turning to Martin, "Follow me." Nodding in agreement, Martin and Raven followed him as he led the way. The moment Yando observed their figures disappearing around the corner, his smile evaporated instantly. He turned to the others, his tone sharp. "You fools, daring to speak without understanding their identities and capabilities." Without waiting for their rebuttals, he scolded, "What are you staring at me for? If that imbecile hadn't spoken out first, you wouldn't have acted so recklessly, would you? Oomph. Anyway, those 2 are my guests and will be with us for a while. If you wish to remain unscathed, treat them with the respect they deserve. The cargo is secured. We will find a place to rest and then deliver it to our employer." As the prospect of imminent payment filled the air, the crew erupted in excited cheers. "Remember, be courteous to them, especially the woman. Once we secure the money, we can indulge ourselves," Yando emphasized. "Understood, Captain," they chorused. Martin and Raven were escorted into a room that appeared to be one of the finest on the ship, spacious and relatively tidy compared to the other areas. Please hold on a moment. I will have someone tidy up," the first mate offered. "No need. We can manage ourselves. Thank you," Martin replied. The first mate seemed pleased by the gratitude, repeatedly insisting it was no trouble. "If there's anything you dislike, just toss it outside. We will take care of it," Martin assured. "Very well." The first mate acquiesced, departing from the room. Surveying the neat space, Martin comforted Raven. "Let's make do. After all, they are a band of interstellar pirates. I doubt anyone cares much about the surroundings. I'll tidy up. You go enjoy the view." "All right." The room featured a large platform akin to a balcony, with transparent walls offering a view of the outside, resembling a floor-to-ceiling window. Martin cleaned the balcony area, allowing Raven to sit and admire the scenery. He then turned his attention to the contents of the room, systematically moving anything unwanted outside. However, to Martin's untrained eye, much of what he encountered seemed like refuse. A few cabinets were available, but they were also marred with grime. Raven glanced around at the sparse remnants in the room and turned to Martin. "It's too dirty." "Indeed, but we lack bedding." "TSK. My oversight. I should have brought some." "Never mind. I'll clean the mattress. We can make do." "I certainly don't wish to use someone else's bedding." "Neither do I." Approaching the bed, Martin pressed his hand against the mattress, exerting his abilities at the most minimal level, meticulously sensing and dismantling every speck of dust that did not belong. Fortunately, the mattress was clean. It appeared to have seen little use, and now it resembled a brand new one. Martin raised his hand triumphantly, glancing at Raven. Seeing the refreshed mattress, Raven nodded in satisfaction, stepping closer to kiss Martin softly on the lips. "Darling, you're amazing." "I would prefer to hear that at a more opportune moment," Martin replied. Raven smiled. "Haven't I said it before? You say it every time. You're simply wonderful." Leaning down, Martin kissed her again. Just as their lips met, they were interrupted by an unfamiliar alien, who appeared nervous. "I apologize. I didn't mean to intrude. No worries, what brings you here? Martin inquired. The alien sighed in relief and explained, we are having a celebration, and Yando sent me to invite you both. Martin nodded in agreement. All right. By the way, can all the walls be made transparent like this? Raven suddenly asked. Indeed. May I come in? I can demonstrate how it works. Of course, my friend. You needn't fear me. I only act against those who are rude, Martin reassured him. Very well. The alien visibly relaxed and entered the room, hurrying to a control panel on the wall. After a few presses, the wall transformed into transparency. You can adjust things here, including temperature or communicate with the outside, he explained. Raven approached and tested it, expressing her satisfaction with a grateful thank you. As they departed the room on their way to the gathering, Martin asked, do you enjoy the view outside? Yes, it's beautiful, isn't it? Martin chuckled in time. You will tire of such sights. It's an endless void of darkness, punctuated only by distant stars. I like it now. Very well, as long as you are pleased. We shall enjoy it daily. As they conversed, the group arrived at a grand hall filled with numerous tables and chairs, already occupied by hundreds of individuals. Moreover, there were duty personnel scattered throughout the ship, totaling over 1,000. Indeed, on such a large vessel, despite its advanced technology, a higher number of crew members was essential. There, Yando beckoned to them as he stood up. As Martin and Raven approached, the crew members lowered their heads, likely apprehensive about inciting Martin's displeasure. Upon reaching Yando, he said, please, take a seat here. Ha, don't test me, Yando. This is your ship, and naturally, you should occupy the principal seat. We'll sit beside you, Martin replied, guiding Raven to a nearby spot. Yando settled into the main seat with a cheerful demeanor, raising his glass. Let us celebrate our significant profit. With that, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, all raising their glasses to drink heartily. Martin, adhering to local customs, lifted the metallic goblet before him, which appeared spotless. After a brief examination, he confirmed it contained alcohol, detecting no ill intent from anyone, and proceeded to drink. Raven followed suit. Raven scrunched her face in distaste. What is wrong? Martin inquired with concern. The taste. It's a bit peculiar. This isn't a product from Earth. I find it quite acceptable, he replied. After finishing his drink, Yando turned to ask, what do you think of my ship? Quite impressive, spacious, and technologically advanced. Ha ha. Just as a driver relishes praise for his vehicle, Yando beamed at Martin's compliment. With pride, he declared, her combat and defensive capabilities are formidable. It is through her that we survive in the cosmos. For me, nothing is more vital than this ship. However, it is somewhat cumbersome. After this profit, I intend to purchase 2 smaller vessels, enhancing the strength of my team. Chapter 62. Spatial Leap. Martin took some food from the plate before him and handed it to Raven, then inquired, could you enlighten me about the Marauders? Of course. After Yando's explanation, it became evident that Marauders were not as mystical as one might think. They were merely mercenaries. They would undertake any task as long as the employer provided adequate compensation. As long as the payment was satisfactory, they would perform any deed. This was not dissimilar to Martin's own line of work, though he had not taken on a mission in quite some time. Marauders also engaged in a different endeavor, occasionally seizing items from those deemed weaker. Once their plunder was complete, they would make a hasty retreat. However, such activities were infrequent, as Marauders relied on employers for their sustenance. Regardless, the universe was vast, as long as one was not in a territory governed by a powerful faction. One could pursue any ambition. Martin nodded, contemplating the enormity of the cosmos, wondering where they might find a vessel to assist them. Once your current affairs are settled, do remember to bring me along for the next job. Absolutely. Have you considered joining us? Martin shook his head. No, I merely wish to explore the universe. I intend to return home eventually. Why return to such a backward place? A formidable individual like you should thrive among the stars. There will be many eager to join you, and conquering a planet would be a trivial matter. Ha, Yando, that is not my aspiration. I cherish the moments spent with family. After decades of servitude in my previous life, I scarcely enjoyed any time with them. This time, after fighting for so long, I simply wish to savor life alongside my loved ones. Well, everyone has their own pursuits. If there is anything I can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask. Martin lifted his glass. Of course, we are friends now. Haha, indeed, we are friends. The two friends, each with their own agendas, clinked their glasses and downed their drinks, bursting into laughter. After a jovial conversation, Martin asked, Yondo, where do we head next? Are we going straight to deliver the goods? No, Martin. Our destination is quite distant. We must first resupply before proceeding. Are you not marauders? Won't the city expel you? Some will, some won't. As long as we have not offended the local powers, they will not meddle in our affairs. However, we are bound for the marauders' paradise, the realm of knowledge. There, as long as one has wealth, anything is permissible, Yondo explained. The realm of knowledge? Indeed. Yondo took a sip and continued. It is rumored that it was once the cranium of an ancient deity. After the deity's demise, only a skull remained, with its bones, cerebral matter, and marrow being highly coveted materials. Thus, various factions flocked to reap riches there. There are no rules, no laws, no order, only money and power reign supreme. It is a chaotic yet favorable place for individuals like us. The cranium of a deity. Martin smiled at the thought. The gathering continued for quite some time, and by the end, Raven was feeling somewhat tipsy. The local libations were deceptively pleasant at first, but their after effects were potent. As Martin conversed, Raven, as a silent observer, had unwittingly consumed a fair amount. Carrying Raven to their quarters, she drowsily pointed toward the window. I want to go. Over there. You ought to rest. No, no. Observing Raven struggle, Martin simply placed the mattress nearby before carrying her over. The starry sky was magnificent, and Raven, with her hair flowing freely, appeared even more enchanting. He resolved to find an opportunity to take her into the cosmos, where Yondo surely had protective gear and spacecraft. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Martin, are you awake? Yondo's voice emanated from the communicator. Awake. What is the matter? Martin replied. We need to make several spatial jumps to reach the realm of knowledge. Right, and what of it? Is there danger involved? None. It's merely a few jumps. There will be some turbulence during the transitions. I wanted to give you a heads up to be cautious. Understood. We are fine here. After the communication ended, Martin held Raven close, turning to gaze outside. Can Yondo see us? Not at all. There are no surveillance devices in this room. I have checked. The individual who brought us here, I've accessed his memories regarding this place. Raven sighed in relief, loosening her grip on Martin. Upon awakening, she had used his body to shield herself. Weren't you opposed to intruding upon others' thoughts? I do not do so intentionally, but when it serves our interests, it is necessary. Besides, I only viewed his memories related to this room, nothing more. I have no desire to delve into the memories of such an unattractive man. Martin gestured ahead. Look. Raven turned her gaze to see a vast, honeycomb-shaped, luminescent screen ahead. As the ship approached, it drew ever closer until it plunged into the light. Upon crossing the barrier, they found themselves in an unfamiliar expanse of stars. There was a slight jolt, but Martin safeguarded them both, and they remained unperturbed. Is this what spatial jumping feels like? Raven asked in wonder. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. I wonder how much distance we have traversed. As they observed, the ship leaped several times before stabilizing and adjusting its course. Yondo's voice resonated again. We are nearing our destination. In a few hours, we shall arrive. All right. Martin glanced at his wrist, noting it was around 8 in the morning in New York. In the starry expanse, there was no concept of day or night. One could hardly discern the passage of time. I wonder what Emma and the others are up to, Martin mused, holding Raven close. Missing them after just one day? Yes. I have never been this far from them, and the duration is bound to be significant. Although I have traveled before, it was always within Earth. Do not fret. With Emma's influence and strength, they will be fine. Huh. I merely recalled them. I'm not worried about that. Martin turned to face Raven, lying beside her. Gazing at her unadorned beauty, he placed his hand on her cheek. I am grateful to have you by my side. Otherwise, I would be utterly alone. Raven chuckled. I suddenly realize you are not the same as when we first met. Back then, you were not so sentimental. She lowered her gaze to Martin's hand, nor so clingy, because I have something to cherish now. I love you, and them. I do too. Upon hearing the last two words, Raven playfully interrupted him, pushing against Martin as he turned, her strength feeble, yet her tone teasing. You rascal. you shall never see me become. Chapter 63. The Realm of Knowledge. Around noon, the two individuals found some sustenance to consume, after which they meandered throughout the spacecraft. It had been a day since they boarded, yet they had yet to explore other locales. Along the way, they encountered an array of advanced technologies that left them both in awe, particularly the propulsion system, which comprised merely a few batteries. Although the materials remained a mystery, the size of the batteries, juxtaposed with the dimensions of the spacecraft, attested to their remarkable capabilities. Perhaps we could bring back some items, suggested Raven. Bring them back for what? Martin inquired. Raven stared at him in bemusement. Darling, matters must progress methodically. Earth has its own pace of development. Introducing superior technologies abruptly may not be prudent. Surely, you wouldn't wish for our lives to become tumultuous, would you? Furthermore, whom would we entrust such items to? Those with the expertise for research are strangers to me. Given their avarice, they would undoubtedly seek to monopolize and possess them. So let us forego that idea. Our company could conduct research as well, Martin countered, wrapping his arm around Raven as they continued their stroll. But we lack an energy division. Moreover, these items are products of the cosmos. If they can be utilized in the vessels of marauders, what value could they possibly hold? We have already ventured into the universe. Should a need arise, we can simply return to purchase or How lazy. Seeking excuses, Raven retorted with irritation. I couldn't care less about Earth's scientific advancements. My only concern lies with you. Even if the world were to end, it would scarcely affect me. As long as my existence remains unscathed during such an apocalypse. Should anyone harm you or yours, regardless of their location, I would unleash every means at my disposal for retribution. All right then, I concede, you are quite eloquent. We shall not take anything, but a gift must still be prepared. Indubitably. Several hours later, Yondo summoned the pair back. Upon entering the control room where Yondo was stationed, he gestured ahead, proclaiming, "Look, we are nearly there. How grand!" Martin remarked, turning to Raven. "My dear, do refrain from showering excessive praise upon others' possessions." Raven, momentarily stripped of her wonder, shot him a disapproving glance. "I was merely jesting," Martin quickly clarified. Raven sighed, exasperated. "Oh. You." Yondo, oblivious to the exchange, observed them with curiosity. Nothing, we were just joking," Martin explained. Yondo nodded and resumed his tasks. Martin and Raven continued to gaze forward. Not far off in the starlit expanse floated a colossal cranial structure, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of shimmering lights akin to a nebula. When visualized proportionately, the original form of its owner would surpass even the Earth itself. Turning his gaze, Martin noticed Raven donned an unfamiliar device, capturing images of the scene before them. "What is that?" he inquired. Raven replied, "It was given to me by Yondo. I wish to document the sights we encountered to share with them later." Martin chuckled, tapping his temple. "I have committed it all to memory. You remember your own perspective. I am capturing mine. It is far more convenient." "Very well, continue your photography." As the spacecraft drew closer, the rear portion of the skull became obscured. The surface of the cranium was adorned with various structures resembling eyes and mouths. The Tawan group had nearly excavated this site entirely. Perhaps one day, the realm of knowledge would cease to exist. "Tell me about this Tawan group," Martin prompted. "Certainly. The Tawan group was founded by Tanya Tawan, who is known as the Collector. He has an affinity for amassing various rare and valuable specimens. No one truly knows the extent of his power, but he is said to have existed for millennia. It is rumored that he has ruled here since its discovery millions of years ago. Fortunately, his interests lie solely in collecting. He pays little heed to the order of this place. Did you hear that, little one? He has lived for millions of years, and is a known entity," Raven teased Martin. With a light slap, Raven playfully rubbed the back of her hand against Martin's arm, casting him a sidelong glance before continuing her documentation. The other individuals aboard dared not gaze in their direction, while the only one who did, Yondo, remained focused ahead. Thus, this moment was felt uniquely by Martin and Raven, each experiencing it in their own way. As the spacecraft approached, it came to a halt. "Are we not going inside?" Martin asked. Yondo replied, "This vessel is far too large. We shall switch to a smaller craft for entry. After procuring supplies, they will send someone to assist us. For safety's sake, To prevent any infiltration, we will bring our own provisions. Following Yando, Martin and Raven exchanged their larger vessel for a smaller craft capable of accommodating only a few passengers. As they ascended, several transport ships trailed behind them. Upon entering the harbor and landing, Yando stated, "Once you disembark, feel free to explore. We shall rest here for the night and depart tomorrow. Should you wish to cease your explorations, you may return here and take a ship back." "Ah, Yando, if you wouldn't mind, could you lend me some funds? Alternatively, do you have any decommissioned vessels I could salvage to sell?" Yando turned back to Martin. "You wish to borrow money from a marauder? But since we are friends, here you are. This should suffice for your ventures." Receiving a card, Martin winked and smiled. "Rest assured, I shall repay you. Just as long as you don't sell my ship," Yando replied. "Fear not, he is merely jesting," Raven interjected, alleviating the tension. As they bid farewell to Yando and disembarked, Raven looked at Martin. "You actually dare to threaten him, did I? You implied you would sell his ship. I distinctly mentioned a useless vessel. Please note, it was indeed a useless one. Ha, very well. I shall repay him, I promise. You two became friends yesterday. Is this truly wise?" Martin regarded Raven. "Do you genuinely believe that? True friendship is not easily forged. In my many years of existence, I have had but one friend. Moreover, they are marauders, the brigands of the cosmos. Befriending them is no simple feat without substantial benefit. One cannot even achieve the status of fair-weather friends." Raven queried, "Will they abandon us?" "Not a chance." Before she could inquire further, Martin continued, "I have sensed Yando's sincerity. He must have some matter in need of my assistance, though I have not deciphered the specifics. That is reassuring. Let us proceed and explore." Hand in hand, the two strolled through the bustling, chaotic streets. This place bore little resemblance to a thriving metropolis. Instead, it resembled a quaint rural market. Chapter 64. Bounty missions in the cosmos. There were no grand shops lining bustling streets, yet the atmosphere was alive with the vibrancy of a crowded marketplace. The stalls on either side offered an array of unfamiliar items, including clothing, food, weapons, and an abundance of parts and supplies for spacecraft. Among these, recycling shops predominated, accepting almost anything. The conversations around Martin were largely incomprehensible, although some were in the so-called universal language of the cosmos. After wandering for quite some time without discovering anything of value, perhaps due to their lack of discernment, the two eventually purchased a few rare earth delicacies and passed by a shop that seemed to attract a greater crowd. This particular establishment was marked by a neon sign featuring the silhouette of an alluring woman. Through the door, they observed individuals entering while shedding their garments, as well as others emerging while dressing. The lobby was filled with women whose appearances were difficult to describe, alongside robots that appeared to be of the mechanical ascendant variety, most sporting a rather unappealing shade of yellow skin. "Do not even think about it." Raven furrowed her brow, grasping Martin's arm. "Huh? What am I thinking?" Martin asked, bewildered. Raven gestured toward the shop. Martin widened his eyes at her. "My dear, I have never engaged in such activities. You are truly mistaken this time." "Really?" Raven, recalling Martin's flirtatious tendencies, was somewhat skeptical. "I have never sought such encounters. Even before I had your company. Since being with you, I have never pursued anyone else, all right? Do you still wish to pursue others?" Upon hearing this, Martin felt a twinge of discomfort. Dear, did you catch the crux of the matter? Are you getting impatient?" Taking a deep breath, Martin pulled Raven away from the scene. Unexpectedly, he encountered experiences in this life that had eluded him in the last. In his previous existence, he had briefly dated someone before remaining single due to various reasons, ultimately deciding that it was not worth it and focusing on making money. "You are indeed getting impatient." "I am not." As they searched for a place to eat, they spotted Yando engrossed in something on a screen at the street's edge. Holding Raven's hand, Martin approached and inquired, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing Martin's voice, Yando turned, smiling as he replied, "I was checking for any bounty missions." "Have you finished your shopping?" "Yes. Can bounties be accepted here?" Yando explained, "Indeed, such places exist on every planet, except for those like Earth that have yet to achieve interstellar civilization. No one knows which organization runs it, nor when it began. As long as there is a need, one can find machines like these or intermediary shops to post and accept missions." What is the reliability like? Very good. I have never encountered a breach of contract. It is said that a large team once defaulted, but they vanished afterward, and nothing like that has been reported since. As Yando continued to navigate the interface, he added, "Anyway, the intermediary fees are covered by the employer, so it does not affect us as the hired party, nor does it influence our compensation." Damn, I can never find a good mission. What constitutes a good mission? Raven queried. Haha, naturally a task that is easy and pays well. Martin nodded in agreement. Yando paused on a particular mission, stating, "This one is the simplest. It has no intricate steps." Martin glanced at the details, which involved assisting the subline in protecting their energy batteries. A vision of a golden-skinned race came to mind. Why not accept it? Martin inquired as he watched Yando dismiss the mission. "We are raiders. Stealing is one thing, but protecting is another. Furthermore, the subline are exceedingly proud. No one wishes to deal with them, as one can easily offend them, and their technology is quite advanced." Recalling a mission from a certain team, Martin asked, "Do the subline frequently offer such missions?" Yes, that planet is rich in energy resources, leading to rapid technological advancement. However, while they can fend off intruders from this universe, they cannot repel beings from another dimension. Periodically, they need to hire individuals to remove thieves from that dimension. They're even too proud to dirty their hands themselves. As Yando explained, he ultimately closed the window in frustration. Sometimes, it is just a matter of luck when picking up missions. That is quite normal, Martin agreed, reflecting on his own experiences where he had to wait for opportunities. Yet, he cared little for difficulty. His priority was the reward. "I need something to eat. Do you want to join?" "Sure, it's on you." Yando reluctantly nodded. "Of course, even if you pay, it is still my money." "Haha, do not worry. I will repay you. I am a man of my word." The food they consumed appeared to be a creature from an unknown planet, resembling a chicken from Earth, but larger, with 4 legs, and classified as a mammal. "This is quite good," Martin remarked as he tore off the last leg and offered it to Raven. The 3 of them shared 4 legs, with Martin deeming it most reasonable that Raven received an extra one. After their meal, Yando announced, "I need to attend to some personal matters. You two can entertain yourselves. Can't we join you? After all, there is nothing to do and nothing left to explore." Yando glanced at Raven. "Understood, you go ahead," Martin said with a smile, recognizing that men understand one another's intentions. Yando smiled slightly and took his leave. Raven understood as well, though she remained silent, focusing on her food. For her, it sufficed that Martin did not go along. After finishing their meal, Martin led Raven back to the mission panel they had previously visited. "Are you looking for something to do?" Raven asked. "Yes, we need money, and I must repay Yando." Raven nodded in agreement. The system flashed a notification, "Not registered. Please input personal or team information." Standing before the machines panel, Martin followed the prompts displayed on the screen. The registration page offered options for individual or team entry. Registering as an individual was relatively simple, requiring only a name, either a real name or a nickname, and a personal account. If one did not have an account, they could be provided with one. Their currency was universally accepted, allowing for easy transfers and usage. The team registration entailed slightly more information: a team name, an optional emblem, team members, and an account. There was no limit on the number of team members, and their details were akin to those of individuals, requiring merely a name. Chapter 65. I want your spaceship. Martin contemplated for a moment before opting to register a team. His companions could later join the team, including Raven, Emma, and others, ensuring they had opportunities to venture into the cosmos. Once Martin established a reputation in the universe, it would undoubtedly benefit them. Fame was one aspect, but safety was of paramount importance. "What shall we name our team?" Martin inquired, glancing at Raven. "Horn?" No, that lacks grandeur," Raven jested. "How about we call it Dominance? ISNT, that's efficient. Let us stick with Horn. It's merely a name," Martin concluded as he entered the team name. Next came the other details. The team emblem would be the silhouette of a diamond, symbolizing Emma's diamond morphing ability. Within it, a large capital H appeared, rendered in bright blue with a shadow effect, representing Martin's surname and Raven's complexion. The shadow effect signified Wendy's duplication ability. The background featured the profile of a phoenix, representing Chien and Martin himself. Now we have a family emblem. What do you think? Is there anything you would like to change? Raven shook her head with a smile, no. Following this, the registration of team members commenced, akin to individual registration, and the information would be appended to the team profile. Of course, not all team members were required to register. It was entirely at their discretion. However, when undertaking missions, having accessible information was essential. Martin's registered name was Martin Horn, while Raven chose to use her alias, Mystique. Are you not adopting a title? Martin shook his head in refusal. I have no need for it. In this world, it is strength that counts. Titles are but mere titles. He inserted the data card given by Youngdu, using it as his account information. Such cards were plentiful, akin to anonymous bank cards on Earth. Anyone could use them. They could be easily purchased at any shop with the balance stored on the card. Task bounties could be transferred at the time of task completion by the employer or intermediary, or settled in the manner specified by the other party. This card contained a balance of 10,000 units. Youngdu was quite generous. While shopping, he learned that the universal currency possessed considerable value. One could procure a decommissioned second-hand spaceship for several 100,000 units. In interstellar society, spaceships were akin to automobiles on Earth. However, as with cars, those with superior performance commanded higher prices. One could acquire a vehicle for a few thousand units, but its reliability, longevity, and speed were not guaranteed. The same principle applied to spaceships. After completing the registration, Martin idly mused, "Let us wait until we finish our business with Youngdu. I've already promised him." Agreed. Departing from there, the duo returned to the docking area of their ship, seeking the cargo vessel they intended to board. Shortly after embarking, Youngdu returned. Martin teased, "You're not so reliable, are you?" "There's nothing pressing today," Martin remarked as they returned to their quarters to rest, preparing to accompany Youngdu on a trip the following day. As the spaceship neared its destination, Youngdu approached Martin's cabin, appearing to have something to discuss. "What's the matter?" Martin inquired. Youngdu sat down, contemplating before stating, "Over the years, I have helped Igo locate numerous children to bring to him. However, each time I return, I have never seen those children again. So," Youngdu hesitated, "I'm uncertain if those children are still alive. Have you had a change of heart?" Martin jested. "I have committed many wrongs, taken many lives, but I have never harmed a child." Martin nodded, understanding this sentiment. He too refrained from harming children, except for his adversaries. "What do you wish for me to do?" Martin asked directly. Youngdu explained, "I brought this child from Earth to keep him hidden from Igo. Without me, Igo could easily find others to take from Earth. Upon arrival, we shall both meet him, you and I. I wish to ascertain if those children still exist. I hope they are alive. You possess that teleportation ability, which should at least ensure your survival. I initially planned to take this child away directly." Martin smiled. "I see. You wish to employ me. No problem. What is the remuneration? Aren't we friends? Besides, this child is one of your kind." "Hey, Youngdu, brothers must settle accounts clearly. As for him, he is not my child." Youngdu's plan to gain a free ride faltered, and he reluctantly inquired, "What do you desire? Money?" "No, I want that ship, the one I saw on Earth." "Absolutely not. That is my finest vessel." Martin glared at him. "Do not speak nonsense. You clearly stated it was a piece of junk. This is already a friendly price. Otherwise, I would insist you procure me a new one." "Did I say that?" Youngdu chuckled, entirely unperturbed, as haggling was quite normal. He continued, "That ship lacks combat capabilities, cannot carry cargo, and its materials are subpar, resulting in weak defenses. Its only merits are its flight capability and energy efficiency. That's all I need. I can manage the combat aspect myself. I fear no attack from forces that cannot be influenced by magnetic field. The capacity to absorb energy is not merely decorative. Sebastian's absorption requires contact, needing either to draw energy from a source or allow others to strike him. However, Alex's energy absorption can occur at a distance, drawing from the surrounding energy. Just because Alex's absorption range is limited does not imply mine is as well. I can envelop an area the size of that small ship. The lack of powerful energy weapons on that small vessel means its energy consumption is minimal. Even for mere flight, I could make 2 round trips back to the galaxy." "All right, it's a deal," Youngdu replied with a smile. Martin merely accompanied him on a single trip, and the price of a spaceship seemed steep. However, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, his life was invaluable. By the time we return, that ship will belong to me. Though it was not a colossal vessel, it would be Martin's first spaceship, and he felt a sense of joy. Of course, my friend. I will arrange for it to be cleaned and ensure the energy reserves are replenished when I return. Business is business, and friendship is friendship. Having given away the ship, Yongdu did not mind providing energy to enhance their rapport. Yongdu, you can rest assured about your safety, Martin stated earnestly, pleased with Yongdu's demeanor. Chapter 66. Ego Martin was in high spirits, even though Yondo had already departed. It felt akin to experiencing the joy of owning one's first car, having one's first girlfriend, or any other significant first in life. The essence of such milestones, regardless of their nature, is always worthy of celebration, especially when the reward pertains to one's deepest interests and passions. As Martin's grin stretched almost to his ears, Raven could not help but chuckle. Ha soon, we shall have our own spaceship. What a marvelous occasion. However, having witnessed grander vessels before, Raven found little excitement in the small craft. My dear, that small one is merely relative. While larger ships are impressive, one must also consider issues of energy consumption and operational complexities, not to mention the challenge of hiring a crew. Would you truly want strangers lingering in our space? And can we even trust them? Your tendency to hoard is clearly unyielding, Raven remarked. She understood Martin well. Though he spoke of the spaceship, it was evident he preferred solitude over sharing his endeavors with others. Why change? If I can enjoy it alone, why share? Humans are inherently selfish. I would rather trust a select few than mingle with outsiders, Martin replied. Raven pondered his words and found herself in agreement. Despite her man being lazy, reclusive, and somewhat fickle, a dreamless drifter, his charm and the way he cherished her were more than sufficient. Will just the two of you suffice? Should we bring along more people? Raven inquired with concern. You should accompany me, Martin decided after some thought, believing Raven's presence would be advantageous. Listening to Yondo, it seemed he preferred not to involve too many others. Moreover, within his own team, there were individuals with various ulterior motives. What if something happened to Raven in his absence? It was better for her to be by his side for protection when meeting Ego. If Ego proved to be a formidable opponent, Raven's safety aboard the ship would be compromised. In an unfamiliar environment, it was always wiser to keep loved ones close. All right, Raven responded, her joy evident. Is this the source of your happiness? Just wanting me by your side? Of course. I have no desire to be apart from you. Martin laughed, pulling her close. After about an hour, following several space jumps, Yondo announced, Martin, we have arrived. Great, we're on our way. Let us head straight down. Martin replied, understood. Ending the call, Martin turned to Raven. Let us go. There may be danger, so do not wander off. The pair descended to the lowest level of the spaceship, where all the small craft were docked. Yondo stood beside a small vessel, which bore a resemblance to Martin's, suggesting it was also designed for flight rather than cargo transport. Are they coming with us? Martin inquired. Yes, they're my most trusted brothers, skilled in their own right. Raven can come along too. All right. Yondo had anticipated this. He handed over a few items, saying, here are 2 sets of protective suits and portable flyers. Thank you. Under Yondo's guidance, Martin and Raven learned to use the equipment. Once prepared, they boarded the ship. What about the child? Martin asked. We're not taking him. Let's assess the situation first. Okay. The spaceship powered up, exiting the larger vessel and speeding towards a planet roughly the size of the moon. Its surface adorned with vast expanses of deep red and splashes of blue. From a distance, it was strikingly beautiful. This is Ego, an organic planet. Only Martin among us knows its true nature. It's stunning, Raven remarked. Indeed, but beauty often masks danger. This principle surely applies throughout the cosmos. As they drew nearer, the landscape became more vivid. It was undeniably enchanting, a grandiose fairy tale realm, a planet of dreams. Mountains, rivers, and trees radiated a fantastical allure that captivated Raven completely. We are about to land, Yondo announced, and soon the ship touched down in the open space before the planet's Soul Palace. Once the vessel was secured, Yondo instructed his two subordinates to remain on standby inside the ship, then exited with Martin and Raven. Once outside, the sights expanded and sharpened. Around a fountain, vibrant, elegantly shaped fish floated amidst a plethora of colorful blossoms carpeting the ground. The air was fragrant with floral scents and inexplicable bubbles. Yet, Martin's focus was elsewhere, on the replication system before him. Replicable abilities, life absorption, plant creation, interstellar perception, energy absorption. Members of the celestial race were predominantly cosmic-level powers, and it was evident that ego was not one of them. At best, he was of creator-level status. No need to ask Martin how he discerned this. It was intuition. Standing on this planet, Martin felt no sense of immovability. Ego was merely an energy entity. Perhaps this was a characteristic of the celestial race, and Martin, by chance, had the ability to restrain energy. Was this mere coincidence? Moreover, if ego were indeed cosmic level, the Guardians of the Galaxy would not have dispatched him so easily. With a clearer understanding of the opponent's capabilities, Martin confidently explored his newfound powers. Life absorption, as the name implies, allowed him to devour any living entity he encountered, assimilating their memories, knowledge, vitality, and spiritual strength to enhance himself. Plant creation permitted the creation of flora akin to that which ego cultivated on other planets. However, it was not limited to that form. It was entirely up to personal preference as long as it was botanical. The created plants could also be absorbed, and the energy they generated would merge with the creator, apart from what was necessary for survival. The more life a plant absorbed, the larger it grew and the quicker it consumed. This process resembled a zombie-like spread, continuing until all life on the planet was devoured. Interstellar perception endowed him with formidable mental sensing abilities, yet it was limited to areas that had come into contact with him or the plants he created, as well as his own bloodline. Upon reading the description of this ability, Martin's eyes brightened. No wonder the small mantis could hypnotize him. He too could wield such power. Chapter 67. Absorbing ego energy absorption refers to the ability to harness the energy from stars and other life forms. To put it simply, you've heard of Superman, right? Soaking up sunlight makes him stronger. However, unlike the concept of life devouring, energy absorption merely entails the extraction of a living entity's energy without encompassing memories, knowledge, or vitality. While all four abilities are formidable, they do not represent Martin's most coveted power. What he truly desires is the ability to assume a planetary form, which is conspicuously absent. The likely reason is that this is ego's essence and not merely a skill. Nonetheless, having any power is a boon. Henceforth, Mother shall no longer fret about my lack of energy, even though he has never been deprived of it. As long as there are stars overhead, energy absorption loses its allure. Yondo, you've arrived, a middle-aged man said, flying over with a smile from a distance. Yes. Where is he? Where's my son? Ego inquired impatiently. Martin, fidgeting beside him, could feel the energy fluctuations emanating from his surroundings, particularly from beneath his feet, and was on the verge of indulging himself. Ego, I have a question for you. What are the other children? Yondo asked. Ego immediately scowled. What concern is that of yours? I merely wish to ascertain their whereabouts. Yondo replied. Ha! Ego sneered, closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, then gazing skyward. Ah, he is there? Ego sensed his child nearby and assumed Yondo would accompany him, only to be taken aback when Yondo inquired about the other children instead. Since you wish to meddle, I shall eliminate you first before seeking. Ego's words were abruptly cut off as he suddenly collapsed. Those children are dead, Martin stated. How do you know? Yondo asked, astonished. Martin pointed to his head. I can probe his memories. What happened to him? Let him sleep for now, lest he escape. Huh. Very well. I shall attend to some matters. You follow my lead. With that, Martin conjured a deep pit beneath his feet and began to delve downward. As he perceived the pace was insufficient, he opted for bombardment. Yondo and Raven trailed behind him. Where are you headed? Martin remained silent, relentlessly penetrating the planet's interior. Damn, how foolish. Martin suddenly halted, exasperation evident as he smacked his head. The ego planet was not vast, and he could clearly sense its internal structure. Teleportation would have sufficed. Having never engaged in such an endeavor before, It simply slipped his mind. In a fit of excitement, he opened a portal and transported the two to the planet's core. This area proved surprisingly spacious, with interwoven rocks surrounding a spherical object at the center, Ego's core. Absorbing energy from the core was far more efficient than from the planet's surface, and this was indeed Ego's essence. Breaking part of the core's shell revealed the brain within. As the shell fractured, Martin sensed Ego's consciousness beginning to revive, prompting him to intensify his control as Ego gradually regained his composure. Indeed, it was a brain towering at human height and radiating a blue luminescence. "Wait here," Martin instructed, approaching the brain and pressing his hand against it, uttering a single command: "Absorb!" A roar of fury erupted from the core's depths. But under Martin's dominion, Ego could only helplessly succumb to slumber once more. If only you possessed more than mere energy. If your telepathic prowess were stronger, I wouldn't find you so easily manipulable. As Martin absorbed energy, he concurrently exerted control over Ego, internally lamenting, "Thus, one must never specialize excessively." Growing weary of mere energy absorption, he decided to employ his energy-controlling abilities alongside it, still craving more. He planted a seed into the ground, and upon contact, it rapidly spread outward. In no time, save for the area where the three stood, the surroundings were inundated with blue spores. With one hand on the brain and the other on the spores, Martin significantly accelerated the absorption process to the point where he felt himself swelling. Who are you?" Ego's voice echoed once more. "Hush, sleep now." "No." As Martin continued to absorb, the entire planet began to tremble, and seismic activity ensued on the surface. "Martin," Yondo called out in a panic. "Fear not. Stay put and grant me a moment." The falling debris was obliterated by Martin's force, causing little harm to the trio. Enhance! Enhance! As time progressed, Martin's strength surged. The dark red energy of the Phoenix began to envelop him, annihilating all non-allied entities it touched. A little more, just a bit more. He sensed himself on the brink of a breakthrough to the next level. "No, we are kin. You cannot treat me thus." Perhaps sensing Martin's transformation, Ego roared in defiance, his voice laced with terror. Martin employed a similar ability, leading Ego to mistakenly believe they were of the same kind. "I command you to sleep." Annoyed by the interruption at such a critical juncture, Martin intensified his control, confining Ego's consciousness within his own mind. The immense energy fortified Martin significantly. Ego was gradually outmatched, especially against the telepathic prowess that countered him. Suddenly, as the phoenix-like phantoms swirled around him, one dove into Martin's being, plunging him into an enigmatic state reminiscent of years past. His consciousness seemed to be drawn into an unknown cosmic expanse, where he floated amidst an infinite nebula, its appearance akin to a phoenix ablaze in flight. Yet, he could still sense Yondo and Raven behind him, motionless. Time around him appeared to freeze, and the phoenix continuously released minuscule energies toward him. Ego's energy transformed rapidly into sustenance for the phoenix's power. Accept all, he resolved, absorbing everything in sight. Uncertain of how long it had been, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps several minutes, or even hours, Martin abruptly opened his eyes. This time, he did not completely sever his connection to the phoenix power. He could sense its presence. Henceforth, he could wield this force to a greater extent. Extending a hand, he opened his palm to reveal a sphere of deep red energy. Realizing that Ego's energy was nearly depleted and now rendered useless to him, he felt Ego's consciousness had entirely faded, leaving him listless. Martin pressed the phoenix energy against Ego's brain, instructing Yondo and Raven, activate the protective suits. Chapter 68 Fireworks. Raven immediately responded, followed closely by Yongdu. The instant the energy made contact with Ego's brain, Martin halted time across the entire planet. In the next moment, he transported the two of them to the surface of a ship, and then, along with everyone else, returned to the colossal spacecraft. Raven and Yongdu felt as if they had merely blinked, and they were back. Martin brought Raven into the cosmos, gazing down at the planet below. "Darling, look at the fireworks," he said, releasing Ego's time. In a silent roar, Ego slowly began to fracture, releasing a burst of energy before suddenly exploding into shards, scattering in all directions. All the fragments heading towards the ship were obliterated by Martin. Ego had been nearly consumed by Martin, resulting in a rather subdued display of fireworks. Nevertheless, the explosion of such a massive entity was still profoundly striking. You destroyed a planet? Raven asked in astonishment. Indeed, Martin replied. His power had reached the level of a celestial father. Not merely a sub-celestial, but a genuine celestial father. Destroying a planet was a trivial matter, especially one as diminutive as Ego. The Phoenix Force had grown sufficiently, resulting in a significant boost in combat prowess. His control over time had also enhanced considerably, though the extent of this newfound strength would require further exploration in due course. Furthermore, he had unlocked abilities related to spatial teleportation and stasis. He had also gained the capacity to traverse dimensions and time, the range of which remained unknown. But it surely encompassed at least the size of Earth, perhaps even the solar system or the galaxy. However, it was undoubtedly sufficient for his needs. With enhanced power came new dilemmas. The pursuit of further strength could no longer rely solely on time and ordinary energy. The raw energy of the universe was essential. The Phoenix Force counted as such, but that would take time. Thus, the next objective was to acquire at least one Infinity Stone. There was no rush. Those artifacts would inevitably surface in a few years. Let others take the lead while he reaped the rewards. Isn't that a bit ruthless? Raven remarked. I don't mean him, but the other beings on this planet. Fear not, my dear. This planet is Ego. There are no other beings. Raven nodded and said, Martin, promise me you won't recklessly cause such widespread destruction again. She worried that Martin might be overwhelmed by his newfound power, becoming a person who only thought of obliterating worlds. All right, I promise you, Martin replied earnestly, looking into Raven's eyes. Satisfied with his response, she gazed at the remnants of Ego's explosion and smiled. It's beautiful, but let there not be a next time. It's too frightening. Haha, fear not. I will always be here. After witnessing the fireworks, they returned to the ship, where the gazes of all present, including Yongdu, had shifted towards them. It was understandable. Who had ever witnessed such a spectacle before? To annihilate a planet single-handedly, such claims would be met with incredulity, especially among the ordinary folk. Come on, Yongdu, we are comrades. Stop looking at me like that. Sure. All right, Yongdu replied, shaking his head in resignation. What are your plans now? To take this child away and continue the life of a marauder. Will you return to the nowhere? Not for now. The Ravagers Alliance is holding a meeting and I must attend. Martin nodded. Very well, then we shall part ways here. I intend to take Raven out to explore. Oh, by the way, Yongdu suddenly recalled, I left some information regarding known galactic factions and planetary coordinates in your ship, including Earth. Thank you, Yongdu. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. No need for formalities. You should be able to contact my ship. Of course. Yongdu smiled sincerely. Upon arriving at the docking area of his small ship, Martin surveyed the exterior, which had evidently been cleaned, and nodded in satisfaction. With a gentle wave of his hand, the minor imperfections on the ship's surface vanished, revealing a team insignia painted on. The Phoenix Force possessed the ability to alter elements, facilitating material transformation and reorganization. With further enhancement, even the creation of entities from the void might become possible. Martin grinned and said, This shall be named the Magical Shape. Thank you. Raven replied joyfully, delighted to have named it. They entered the ship, where the same cleaning procedure rendered the interior spotless. Darling, would you care to try my new vehicle? Martin smiled at Raven. It would be my honor. Raven took her place at the controls, and they seated themselves side by side. After initiating the ship and selecting their destination, they bid farewell to Yongdu and soared into the cosmos. The ship flew swiftly, yet in the dark expanse of space. With no points of reference, the sensation of speed was elusive. What are we going to do here? Raven inquired. We're here to take on missions for profit. Ha! You, who just destroyed a planet, are now pursuing money? Indeed, Martin replied nonchalantly. I am but an ordinary man. Earning a living is quite normal. Besides, I must provide for you all. My greatest dream has always been to avoid working for others and instead own a home, a vehicle, and a girlfriend. Now, I possess all these. Goodness. What's with the goodness? Martin looked at Raven, setting the ship to autopilot, then lifted her in a princess carry toward the lower cabin. You will never comprehend my perspective. The cabin served as both a storage area and a resting space. Calling it a small ship was a relative term, especially when compared to Yongdu's colossal vessel. Yet, in comparison to human size, it was still quite spacious, certainly comparable to a standard passenger aircraft. Martin's destination was a planet governed by the Sovereign, where a marketplace thrived, naturally providing opportunities for mission acquisition. He intended to undertake this task as a means of familiarizing himself with the process, certainly not out of a desire to witness the glimmering elite. Next, he would seek formidable adversaries. Chapter 69. Accepting the mission, the Sovereigns, after countless years of evolution, have entered an era of planetary unification. The Sovereign planet is renowned for its abundant production of high-energy batteries, which has propelled its technological advancements to remarkable heights. Long ago, when other planets within the galaxy were still in their primitive stages, they had already embarked on interstellar travel. With each progressive step, they have advanced further. Today, the Sovereigns have established dominion over vast expanses of the galaxy, encompassing numerous life-bearing planets. Their formidable technological prowess has fostered a sense of arrogance among the Sovereign ancestors, a trait that has been passed down through generations and has now become their tradition. Similar to the mother planet of the neighboring Great Super, the descendants of the Sovereigns are also conceived through scientific means, with each individual's status and future occupation predetermined at birth. Yet for an ordinary individual like Martin, he holds a preference for natural procreation. Perhaps in the real world, the futures of most individuals are already sealed at birth, but opportunities for altering one's fate still exist. The Sovereigns, however, are bound by their genetics, which dictate every aspect of their lives, leaving no room for dissatisfaction or rebellion. Martin and Raven have arrived on a planet called Tread under the rule of the Sovereigns. This planet is comparable in size to Earth. The Sovereigns are relatively insular, and unless invited, they are reluctant to allow outsiders to enter their domain. Hence, this place serves as the largest trading hub within the galaxy. It bears similarities to the domain of knowledge, albeit with a semblance of order maintained here. Unlike the chaos of the domain, the order is not upheld by the Sovereigns themselves, as they disdain interactions with outsiders. Long ago, after conquering Tread, the Sovereigns entrusted its management to local authorities, seeking dominion over the planet and its tax revenues. The Sovereigns are proud, but not foolish. The spaceship port resembles a parking lot on Earth, as long as the ship and its passengers are not on the current faction as wanted list. They can depart simply by registering. There are fees for parking and docking, and payment is required upon leaving. Upon exiting the spaceship port, Martin and Raven felt as if they had entered a realm of golden hues. The elevated terrain of the port allowed them to gaze down upon a landscape adorned with golden structures. As their destination lay on the opposite side of the system's sun, it was nighttime. From their vantage point, the shimmering lights made the entire planet appear to radiate a golden glow. After disembarking, the spectacle became even more dazzling. Everywhere they looked, they encountered symbols, though Martin could not quite identify their significance. He recognized them as the emblem of the Sovereigns. The mission board in the domain of knowledge featured their insignia, visible on buildings, flagpoles, and even in the sky through massive virtual projections. Raven held an electronic map, akin to a tablet but entirely transparent, resembling a framed piece of glass when not in use. It was commendable how Yondu had prepared everything, not only inputting all the navigational data for the spaceship, but also equipping them with a mobile device. This screen served multiple purposes: viewing maps, remotely controlling the spaceship's safety systems, and facilitating video calls with contacts aboard the ship. The array of functionalities was impressive, and with each feature, Martin felt increasingly grateful to Yondu. "Shall we head directly to accept the mission?" Raven suggested, swiping the screen. "Let us explore first and sample the local cuisine." Agreed. Transportation was available from the port, but Martin and Raven opted to walk, wishing to appreciate the scenery. Along the way, They encountered numerous races not seen in the domain of knowledge or aboard Yundu's ship. This planet appeared to be safer than the domain, attracting many civilians from other worlds. How could one distinguish between mercenaries and civilians? By observing their demeanor and attire, it became evident, especially with the presence of numerous women and children. The diversity of extraterrestrial life was astounding, both humanoid and non-humanoid. Martin's attention was naturally drawn to the humanoids, with skin tones ranging from pink to red, purple, and teal. It was intriguing. If such individuals appeared on Earth, they might be regarded as peculiar, but here, even Martin and Raven felt no such discomfort. Skin color was merely one of many differences. Upon arriving at a restaurant, they were met with a plethora of culinary options, a testament to the planet's prosperity. The food available included offerings from the domain of knowledge, though its origins remained uncertain. It seemed that in this interstellar age, planets engaged in trade much like nations on Earth. This is far more delicious than what we had there, Raven remarked after sampling a piece of chicken. Indeed, but then again, those people are preoccupied with finding work and likely pay little attention to their meals. Then why do they earn money if they don't invest in good food? Who knows? After their meal, the pair proceeded to the mission hub on the planet. Despite it being night, they felt no need for rest, having only just begun their day. Following the electronic map's guidance, they arrived at a hall dedicated to accepting and delivering bounty missions. It resembled a business office with numerous private booths and even customer service representatives. Can you believe it? On a planet like Tread, which enjoys the backing of a powerful faction, such orderly establishments are essential for maintaining decorum. In contrast, chaotic places like the domain of knowledge require merely a space to accept missions. Order and chaos manifest distinctly here. Of course, similar roadside machines and bounty shops exist on this planet too. It all comes down to personal preference. The hall was bustling with people, some gathered in small clusters, engaging in casual conversations, exchanging information, and even forming temporary teams. From their discussions, Martin and Raven gleaned a wealth of information. However, as newcomers, they found everything bewildering, catching only occasional names, such as Ronin, the Kree Empire, Shandar, and even the infamous Thanos and his 4 lieutenants. Rumors of Thanos' latest conquest circulated, but such topics were often discussed only briefly. In places like this, where diverse individuals converge, even the most orderly environments cannot escape the undercurrents of chaos. Since entering the hall, Martin and Raven had been curious, openly observing their surroundings, betraying their status as novices. Chapter 70. Martin under surveillance. Naturally, there were those who had set their sights on them. Martin, accompanied by Raven, arrived at a booth, activated the machine, and after scanning his identity, entered the task acquisition mode. A search for missions related to Suvlin revealed a plethora of tasks, most of which involved apprehending certain individuals. It appeared that many had incurred the wrath of these beings. After locating the mission he wished to undertake, protection of a power cell, Martin completed the acquisition process, leaving his contact information and details about his spacecraft. Thus, the task was now theirs. Should any issues arise, they could resolve them privately without involving a third party, who merely awaited payment from the Suvlins later. After securing this task, Martin searched for missions within the Milky Way. There were not many, as the galaxy appeared quite insignificant in the vastness of the universe. Most tasks revolve around the pursuit of criminals by the Xander people, with others posted by factions or individuals unknown to Martin. It was evident that Xander represented the most formidable power within the Milky Way, perhaps even one of the largest. To be precise, Xander was not situated within the Milky Way. The Xandarian space militia and scouting agencies had formed a new stellar legion, initially established to protect Xander before expanding throughout the Andromeda Galaxy, hence referred to as the Xandarian Interstellar Corps. Due to the proximity of the Andromeda Galaxy to the Milky Way, both belonging to the same cluster. Once we complete this task, let us visit Xander, Martin suggested. Sounds good, Raven replied nonchalantly. She was merely there for enjoyment, content to explore the scenery and experience the diverse cultures. As long as Martin was by her side. Lazy bones. Martin glanced back at Raven, teasingly. Me? Huh, how dare you say that to me? She retorted. Do you truly have no destinations in mind? None, Raven replied. With such a powerful backing, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. All I want now is to stay behind you. That makes sense, but it's better if you remain in front of me. I prefer being behind, as it allows me to protect you. This, after all, was his motivation to grow stronger. Strength would always serve as a family support, a source of confidence. As the saying goes, one can do without it, but must never be without it. Let us proceed. As they exited the booth, they were halted by an imposing alien figure. Wait, friends, the alien said. Martin and Raven paused, observing the individual. It was easy to feel an immediate sense of camaraderie. The alien had pale skin, a stern visage, and donned what appeared to be a form of battle attire. In cinematic portrayals, such characters were typically portrayed as virtuous. Is there something you need? Martin inquired. It seems this is your first visit here, the alien remarked. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fit, and I have been in the mercenary business for many years. Each year, numerous newcomers like yourselves meet untimely ends due to ignorance of task dangers. Indeed, and Martin prompted. Newcomers should seek guidance from seasoned veterans to avoid pitfalls. Fit advised, summoning 2 individuals. These are individuals I have assisted in the past, now helping others like me. Yes, indeed, the 2 beamed, their smiles somewhat menacing due to their racial traits. But what is your ultimate aim in doing this? Martin asked, puzzled. Connections, my friends. In our line of work, networking is invaluable. Fit replied, his demeanor casual. If you and team mind sharing the nature of the task you've accepted, I could offer some advice. Martin, intrigued, replied, regrettably, I have not taken on a task yet. Nothing piques my interest. Oh, what type of task are you seeking? Fit inquired. I wish to undertake a mission involving combat, preferably one that is straightforward, allowing for immediate engagement upon arrival. I have received the finest training from my family since childhood. Oh, pardon me. Fit's eyes glimmered with interest. Such tasks are indeed rare. We do have one, but as a newcomer, it would be wise to refrain from pursuing it. What? Martin exclaimed, astonished. You have one? Please take us along. I can forego the bounty. You see. He glanced around conspiratorially, as Raven stifled a laugh, before whispering to Fit, after inheriting my family's fortune. I lack for nothing but excitement. If you take me along, I assure you, you'll not be disappointed. With determination, Martin clenched his fist and gazed eagerly at Fit. No, I'm not seeking your money. I merely wish to befriend you. Fit hesitated, seemingly torn. The other 2 exchanged knowing glances, signaling Fit covertly. When Raven's gaze shifted, they instantly transformed their expressions into cheerful smiles. This swift change could rival that of professional actors, who typically count to 3 before they begin. Very well, I shall take you with me, Fit finally conceded. But you must promise to obey. Agreed, Martin affirmed. In battle, stay behind us and follow our lead for your safety. Understood. Fit kindly offered Martin his insights, adopting a demeanor of concern for his well-being. Martin humbly accepted the guidance. Follow me, Fit instructed, leading Martin onward. As they journeyed toward their destination, Fit subtly probed for more information about Martin. He learned that Martin hailed from an obscure little planet, a nobleman whose inheritance followed the passing of his elders. Matters Martin was unaware of. He deftly deflected with claims of unfamiliarity with outsiders. However, for Fit, this was sufficient information, as Martin had declared himself wealthy. Board your spacecraft and follow me. We shall rendezvous above, Fit said at the spaceport. All right. During their voyage, they exchanged details. Fit's team possessed a colossal battleship, currently docked in space, and he and his companions had come to procure resources. After securing their supplies, they habitually visited the task hall to see if anyone required assistance, where they encountered Martin. Upon learning that Martin possessed a spacecraft, Fit expressed a desire to accompany them for a closer look. Observing the modest vessel, Martin remarked that it was a gift for his coming of age. Though not the finest, it was his most cherished. Chapter 71. The moment of robbery. After Fit disclosed the information about his spacecraft to Martin, he departed with 2 companions. His intention was to prepare adequately while keeping a vigilant eye on the ship, ensuring that Martin did not discover anything amiss and flee. My dear, they are clearly charlatans, he remarked. Do you think I am that foolish? Martin retorted, how many good individuals exist among mercenaries. Such tricks are only effective on simpletons. It seems their capabilities can only ensnare the gullible. Is the universe truly so replete with fools? Martin pondered as he piloted his vessel through the cosmos, his gaze drawn to a formidable black warship. Although this warship was not as grand as the one belonging to Yongdu, it was a delightful surprise for Martin. How could a band of swindlers afford such a vessel? He mused. They must be deceiving someone. But who could be duped by such antics? Could it be that as technological prowess advances, the intellect of living beings diminishes? Perhaps the pristine appearance of the warship was intended to evoke trust, free of any blemish. Congratulations, you are about to strike it rich. No, my dear, Martin chuckled. It is we who shall prosper. Following the instructions given, Martin maneuvered his ship into the entrance of the warship and parked it. The two exchanged knowing smiles before disembarking and entering the ship's interior. The space was modest. Aside from Martin's vessel, there were two other ships, the man craft just piloted by Fit and a cargo ship. Ignoring the numerous armed guards awaiting outside, Martin surveyed his newfound spoils with satisfaction. Mr. Horn, you have been kidnapped. Please contact your family. Fit approached with a beaming smile, his demeanor still remarkably cheerful. No, it is you who... Martin began, but then decided against further protest. He smiled, absorbing the atmosphere on the warship. Beyond the immediate company, dozens were occupied outside. In a certain area, presumably the ship's detention room, several individuals were confined. A portal appeared behind everyone, enveloping them before vanishing into thin air, including Martin, Raven, and Fit. However, the trio arrived in a different location than the others, materializing in the command cabin of the warship, where they could observe everything outside. In a moment of panic, Fit caught sight of Martin's smiling visage, realizing Martin's ploy. He quickly forced a laugh. I was joking. Martin did not respond, his focus fixed on the view outside. Following Martin's gaze, Fit noticed all of his compatriots floating in space, their bodies slowly expanding. With a mere thought, Martin ignited their forms in a crimson glow, and then they disintegrated into ash. The explosion of over 100 humanoid figures was indeed a spectacular sight. Mr. Fit, Martin turned to face him, his expression radiating confidence. It is time for a robbery. Surrender all your possessions. All right, just don't kill me. Fit stammered in terror, feeling an intense heat emanating from his own body. He glanced down. No, killing me will yield you nothing. Fit's screams echoed as he was reduced to fine dust, leaving nothing behind. Mirdi jest Martin mused. He knew where Fit's belongings were. Controlling the ship and all related operations required merely a reading of his memories. There was no need to keep him alive, to avoid mistakenly harming the wrong person. Martin had read Fit's memories in advance, confirming he was indeed the leader of this band. Such a leader was truly blind. Sharing this memory with Raven, she learned of their possessions. To her surprise, she did not react with overwhelming joy, instead asking, "Shall we still pursue the bounty?" "Of course, why not?" Martin replied, as if it were the most natural thing. "Our endeavors are merely to save her life. The abundance of wealth is inconsequential. It is merely money." Indeed. Raven agreed. Even with his current power, Martin still considered himself an ordinary man. Yet now, wealth was no longer a priority, living was. What purpose is there in conquering the world or the universe? What would one do after such conquests? Martin believed that the most important thing was to lead a joyful life with his wife and children. Although he had no children yet, he had several wives. Ambition held no allure for him. Previously, he earned money to live. Now, he lived to earn money. Those two statements seem rather similar, he reflected, but they convey the same sentiment. Those who understand will grasp it. Martin's gaze fell upon a small group in the corner, their demeanor tremulous as they observed the two men. There appeared to be 3 factions present. The most conspicuous were a man and a woman, both adorned in golden attire, their very pupils shimmering in the same hue. Despite their apparent fear, they endeavored to maintain their composure, disregarding their quaking legs. One faction consisted of 2 men in identical uniforms, adorned with insignia unknown to Martin. The final group featured a woman with a 5 or 6-year-old girl. their skin a delicate shade of pink, possibly mother and daughter. Both wore white dresses, and a peculiar natural pattern adorned their foreheads. The young girl, hidden behind her mother, peered at Martin with wide, fearful eyes. You witnessed it. They initiated the kidnapping, Martin asserted innocently. Indeed, sir, one of the uniformed men promptly confirmed. Martin's gaze, however, remained fixated on the little girl, who was irresistibly adorable. Raven felt the same. Were they to have a daughter like her, they might awaken from dreams with smiles. The absence of children was the greatest regret among them. With her short pink hair and soft complexion, the girl blinked her large eyes, gradually revealing herself as she sensed Martin's non-threatening demeanor. Is she your daughter? Raven inquired curiously. Yes, the woman replied, shielding the girl with her hand, speaking softly. May I hold her? Raven asked gently. The woman regarded them with concern, but remained silent. Now, there is no need for fear. We harbor no animosity. Why would we harm you? Martin reassured them. Seeing that the two had ceased to mention kidnapping, their expressions relaxed considerably. Raven approached the little girl, smiling as she said, Do not worry, we are not villains. May I embrace you? The girl glanced up at her mother, then nodded. Rather than displaying the anticipated timidity, she exhibited surprising boldness. With a radiant smile, Raven bent down to lift her, admiring her delicate features as she asked, You are truly adorable. May I know your name? Chapter 72. The hostage of Fit Camilla's aunt, Raven, conversed with a mother and daughter while Martin's gaze shifted to the other two individuals. You must be from Suvlin, he remarked, addressing the two golden figures that stood like statues. Yes, esteemed Mr. Martin, the male replied, lifting his chin with a somewhat stiff tone, his expression serious. Yet, Martin sensed no ill intentions. Their pride stemmed from their character, not from ingratitude or arrogance. That's good. Just call me Martin. I have recently taken on a mission from Suvlin and can escort you back. Thank you, sir. I will inform our high priest of your kindness, the Suvlin responded. For they held the spirit of contracts in high regard and despised owing debts. I appreciate those who uphold such principles, Martin replied, and the other smiled, clearly interpreting his words as a compliment to Suvlin. Raven, could you show them to a room? Of course. I'll also help Camilla find a room, Raven replied, glancing back at Martin. That works. After a brief acknowledgement, Martin addressed the two. You may seek either her or me if you require assistance. They nodded in respect before following Raven away. With Fit's memories, they were thoroughly acquainted with the warship. And you? Once the others departed, only the two uniformed men remained. Why are only you two here? Who knows, just the way it is. Sir, we are members of the Nova Legion's Guard, tasked with apprehending a fugitive. Fugitive? Have you secured them? Martin, fond of this galaxy's neighbors, recalled their portrayal as honorable in the films he had watched. Indeed, why haven't I seen them? Martin inquired, puzzled. That mother and daughter are the fugitives. Martin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? They? A defenseless mother and daughter are your criminals? Yes. Perhaps one should not judge by appearances. Martin mused, then questioned, what crimes have they committed? According to their account, Camilla's father had been a soldier in the Nova Legion, but, for reasons unknown, had fled with his wife and daughter from their influence. To them, this constituted desertion. Thus, the Nova Legion had issued a warrant, leading to their orders to retrieve the fugitives from Tread. However, upon arrival, the deserter perished during the capture, leaving only the mother and daughter. We must return them. The Legion will not harm them. Martin raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing them. Are you certain at ISNT due to concerns over your inability to bring them back? No, sir, how could you think that? Even if we fail to retrieve anyone, as long as we report truthfully, we shall face no punishment. It seemed that the group had claimed a ransom would be provided by the Legion, allowing for their release. Fit's crew dared not provoke the Nova Legion. Although they claimed such, they intended to dispose of the two in a secluded place for profit. Martin pondered and said, You should contact your people here and have them come for you promptly. I have matters to attend to and cannot delay. Understood. We will do that immediately. One of them hurried to the control panel to commence operations while the other inquired curiously, Sir, where do you hail from? I have never encountered a race like yours. In a vast universe, there were indeed others with the ability to teleport and channel energy, but they often perceived such powers as mere technological feats, especially energy manipulation, typically associated with formidable races. I come from Earth. The other responded in astonishment. What? Earth? But isn't it still primitive there? Apologies. The Nova Legion was relatively knowledgeable about Earth, being their neighbor. Not all. Earth is indeed quite primitive. However, the absence of your rigid constraints allows for greater possibilities, does it not? Now, amuse yourselves, but do not damage my warship. Afterward, please activate the ship's cleaning robots to give it a thorough cleansing, leaving no trace of the past. With that, Martin concluded the conversation, eager to explore the vessel. Rest assured, the warship was equipped with cleaning robots. Otherwise, maintaining such a large ship by manual labor would be implausible. The warship consisted of 3 levels. The lowest housed the cargo hold and docking area. The mid-level included the control area, resting quarters, and other functional spaces, along with corridors connecting the levels. The top level, smaller than the others, served as the accommodation area. Martin floated through the lower 2 levels, finding them reasonably clean. He then ascended to the accommodation area, casually inspecting a few rooms, only to find them in disarray and dirted. Frowning, he disposed of all personal belongings and signs of habitation from the unoccupied rooms, leaving only the original layout and some clean furniture, much more pleasing to the eye. There remained 2 rooms, one for the 2 Sutherland individuals and another arranged by Raven for Camilla and her mother, who was currently present. Martin knocked and entered to find Raven cradling Camilla as they conversed with Marilyn, who appeared considerably more relaxed than before. Camilla sat obediently in Raven's embrace, her large eyes blinking as she listened to their dialogue. Upon noticing Martin, Marilyn stood, her demeanor slightly tense. "Ah, it seems you have been enjoying a delightful conversation," Martin remarked with a smile, settling into a chair beside Raven and gesturing to Marilyn to ease her tension. Hearing Martin's comment, Raven reassured Marilyn, "Please take a seat. It's perfectly fine." Once Marilyn sat, Martin continued, "I have spoken with the 2 members of the Nova Legion. They have contacted their superiors, and someone will come to escort you home." "Thank you." Marilyn sighed in relief, grateful to leave this place devoid of pleasant memories. Raven's expression dimmed slightly as she said, "They are leaving so soon." "Indeed, dear. They have their own lives to lead." Chapter 73, Phoenix 1. I understand. Raven held the little girl tightly in her arms and kissed her on the cheek, saying, "It's just that we have to part ways with this little one." It was evident that Raven genuinely cherished Camilla. Martin found himself at a loss. He had contemplated using the power of the Phoenix to create a child, yet he remained uncertain whether it was feasible. Firstly, the power of the Phoenix did not possess the same transformative ability as the power of chaos. Furthermore, would the child conceived in such a manner truly qualify as a human child? As an ordinary man, Martin could not escape the conventional notions associated with parenthood. A child signifies the continuation of life, the embodiment of love, and the promise of a family-esque future. However, the unnaturalness of this method felt disconcerting, as if it were merely a manufactured product. Additionally, Raven and the others might not accept it. At least for Martin, it was hard to fathom. "By the way, my dear, will they encounter any danger upon returning with the Nova Legion?" Raven suddenly inquired. "I do not know, but based on their intentions, Camilla and her companion should not face any difficulties," Martin replied, glancing at Marilyn to seek her thoughts. It seemed that Marilyn only then realized the gravity of the situation. She had been preoccupied with the urgency of escaping this den of wolves. Her husband, in a strict sense, was a deserter. Regardless of the reasons, any legion treats deserters without mercy. As the families of deserters, she and her daughter, even if reassured that they would not face difficulties, could hardly expect to be treated kindly. Raven cast a glance at Martin and asked Marilyn, "Are you planning to leave with them?" Raven Martin looked at her, surprised. What other option did they have but to leave? Were they supposed to accompany Martin? Setting aside Martin's thoughts on privacy during their time in space, they could indeed stay with the 2 of them. However, in a not-so-distant future, Martin and Raven would undoubtedly return to Earth. How would they arrange for the mother and daughter then? It would not do to bring them home. Martin was not fond of outsiders lingering in his life for extended periods. If they remained, the emotional attachment would complicate any future separation. Camilla was indeed adorable. and Martin held a fondness for her. Yet, she was not his child. Even if she were adopted, that would be different. But Camila had a mother and a family of her own. "I'm sorry," Martin said. "You both have your own lives." Perhaps sensing Martin's implication, Marilyn quickly responded. "It's all right. The Nova Legion is quite principled. They want to make things difficult for us." Raven looked down at Camila, nodding absent-mindedly. "All right, you should rest here today. The Nova Legion will need some time to arrive." Martin concluded the discussion. "Okay, thank you." Leaving the room, Martin entered the control room of the warship, where the two members of the Nova Legion were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Martin, they stood up to greet him. "Have you made contact?" "Yes, they will arrive in a few hours." "Very well, feel free to move about. I will inspect the warship." "All right, if I may be so bold, the control of this warship seems to require quite a number of personnel, and it appears that I am aware. Hence the need for thorough research," Martin replied, opening the control panel and examining it according to Fight's memories. "Xander has a highly advanced control system. When our superior arrives, I can ask him to assist with an upgrade." "No need, I have my methods." The warship was his private property. One could never be too certain about what the Xandarians might leave behind. Martin had his own approach. After all, Yuriko's system control ability was particularly useful in this situation. He had naturally replicated that ability, though he seldom employed it. While the various sections of the warship were controlled separately, they were interconnected in terms of data information and transmission. Apocalypse possessed the ability to transfer consciousness through data streams. When he had first emerged from the depths, he had utilized this ability to absorb knowledge about the world. Martin left his data stream consciousness within the system, meticulously testing each aspect. If any issues arose, he would modify them at the relevant nodes, allowing the various abilities to work in harmony, facilitating the process. The progress was swift, yet the warship was vast, necessitating extensive testing. Thus, after spending over half an hour, Martin managed to connect all sections of the warship. Ultimately, he based the system on the warship's original operating system, integrating his own data stream consciousness and upgrading it with Yuriko's system control capability, transforming it into an intelligent assistant devoid of independent consciousness, but capable of executing the Master-esque commands. As it was based on Martin's consciousness, his family would possess the corresponding operational permissions. Simultaneously, he modified the warship's information. Previously, it had been designated by a lengthy string of letters and numbers. Now, it was named Phoenix 1, belonging to the Private Horn team. The exterior of the warship was also adorned with the Team's emblem. "Report on the status of the warship," Martin commanded. In Martin's perception, as he issued the command, various parts of the warship commenced operational tests, currently undergoing diagnostics. Half a minute later, the electronic synthesized voice of the control system resonated from the warship's central control room. "The warship's power system is intact, utilizing 98% of power resources, with ample backup energy. All attack systems are fully operational, with sufficient energy and ammunition for the ship's cannons. The defense systems are intact. Communication systems Fight and the others had not lied. They had indeed come here to resupply, and now everything was conveniently prepared for Martin. Of course, the various components of the warship were in excellent condition, and any issues had already been addressed during his inspections. Although his knowledge was limited, he could still perform repairs based on the existing foundation. In the future, securing enough resources would enable him to use this warship as a basis to replicate and construct a warship of his own. During idle times, he could very well work as a mechanic in the world of ordinary people. Haha, just kidding. He issued commands to the system, instructing the warship's maintenance area to service the two spacecraft it had brought along, perform upkeep, and make some modifications to their design. He also directed that the control systems of those crafts be adapted to function as subsystems of the warship's control system. Having completed the commands, Martin felt assured as he exited the operating system, only to find the two members of the Nova Legion staring at him in astonishment. No matter how advanced their technology was, they had never witnessed anyone upgrade a warship's control system in such a manner. Even when the Nova Legion upgraded their systems, they needed to connect to their supreme computer for remote operation. Chapter 74. Raven's Reverie. However, this warship operated solely under Martin's command, with no external assistance. He accomplished everything merely by placing his hand upon the control panel. You may take a rest. Why linger here? Martin suggested to them. We wish to await further news. One responded, adjusting the ship's communication system. Yet, this time was different. He found himself lacking operational authority. Martin issued a command, granting him communication privileges, though solely for contact with the Nova Corps. Martin anticipated that he might require to reach out to the Nova Corps in the future, thus adding them to his contact list. Could you hurry along? I have matters to attend to, Martin expressed, growing somewhat impatient. The longer Raven spent with Camila and her daughter, the more reluctant she became to part ways. If Ryan truly wished to keep the two of them, Martin found himself at a loss for how to refuse. He resolved to avoid such troublesome situations in the future. Not only did they yield no benefits, but they also squandered his time. He longed to explore the cosmos and return home sooner. After nearly a month away, Martin felt a rising homesickness, particularly during these tedious moments of waiting. Leaving the control room, he ascended to the captain's quarters, the largest bedroom aboard the ship, which would soon become his own. Upon his arrival, he discovered Raven already present. The room appeared to have been tidied by Martin, and it seemed Raven had just bathed, her damp hair framing her face as she sat on the sofa with a glass of wine in hand. I thought you would still be there, Martin remarked, joining her and gently caressing her hair. As energy emanated from his touch, Raven's hair quickly dried. Finding a comfortable position, Raven nestled against Martin. Her expression tinged with melancholy as she said, "We can chat for a while, but we cannot linger forever." Embracing her, Martin suddenly proposed. "What if we were to adopt a child?" "Camila?" Raven inquired, her eyes lighting up with surprise. No, Raven, she has a family." "Ah, yes," she conceded. "You seem quite fond of her," Martin teased, kissing the top of her head. "Indeed, she is such a sweet little girl." "Do you not like her?" "I do, but she does not belong to us. If it were something else, I would do everything in my power to bring it to you. But she is a child, and one who has a family at that." "I understand," Raven replied before falling silent for a moment, then softly asked, "Must we truly be unable to have children of our own? Perhaps this was the price of great power." Suddenly, Raven felt a strange sensation as something flowed from Martin's hand into her being, prompting a mild discomfort. "Darling, what are you doing?" "I am attempting to enhance your abilities further. Perhaps as our disparities lessen, the chances of pregnancy may increase." The last time Martin had augmented anyone's powers was back when he possessed planetary-level strength. As he utilized his apocalyptic abilities to bolster Raven once more, she sensed no new powers manifesting within her, only a slight enhancement of her existing ones. Currently, Martin's strongest power derived from the Phoenix Force, rather than his mutant abilities. As Raven lacked energy manipulation capabilities, Martin attempted to leave some of his energy within her, but it dissipated swiftly. The Phoenix Force proved ineffective as well. While shape-shifting was convenient among ordinary individuals, its limitations became apparent. Frowning in frustration, Martin reflected, if that is the case, then Raven, Wendy, and Lilith may all remain unable to grow stronger. Jean, like myself, possesses the Phoenix Force, while Emma at least has telepathy. In that moment, a new objective materialized in Martin's mind. Magic. Magic could be learned. "Do not fret, my dear," Raven consoled him. "If it is not meant to be, then so be it. As you mentioned, once we return, we can adopt a child. Eventually, we shall have our own." "Indeed," Raven smiled, adding, "though the chances may be slim, would you like to make another effort? Regardless of the outcome, I cherish the journey." "I too cherish it. Who could possibly dislike such a process?" "Hold me close." Several hours later, a group of individuals arrived aboard Martin's warship, led by a burly man. "Mr. Horn, we are immensely grateful for your rescue of the members of the Corps. On behalf of the Nova Corps, I extend my heartfelt thanks. If you wish to show gratitude, treat this mother and daughter kindly," Martin replied, glancing at those standing beside Raven. "Rest assured, the Corps will not harm them in any way. Due to the special circumstances, they must undergo an investigation, and I trust you understand they will remain on Xander." "Indeed," Martin acknowledged. If someone under his command suddenly absconded with their family, he too would conduct a thorough inquiry. This was one of the reasons he disliked having outsiders within his team. With a lingering glance filled with reluctance, Raven watched as the mother and daughter were escorted onto the Nova Corps vessel. After the leader bid farewell to Martin, he too departed. Well, do not dwell on it. We had an agreement, Martin said gently. He shook his head slightly. Raven, being a sensitive soul, left him with no choice but to let time work its magic. Before encountering children, he had been fine, but suddenly coming across a young girl had captivated his thoughts entirely. Observing the two remaining Goldens, Martin stated, I have no further matters to attend to. If you have nothing pressing, we shall set course for Suvlin. They nodded in agreement. Martin issued commands to the ship, setting a trajectory for Suvlin. The planet lay within this star system, quite close at hand, requiring no spatial jumps. Originally, the journey aboard the Metamorph would have taken several hours, but now, with the Phoenix 1, their speed increased considerably, and they would arrive in no time. As they traveled, Martin occupied the control seat while Raven, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, Darling, upon our return, should we adopt a boy or a girl? Huh, is that what you've been contemplating? Indeed, what else would it be? Raven asked, her tone matter of fact. Martin chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had misunderstood. He had thought Raven was lost in thoughts of Camila. Let fate decide. If we find someone suitable and beloved, we can adopt without concern for gender or skin color. Yes, of course, but I still. Raven continued to express her thoughts enthusiastically, her excitement growing as if she were on the verge of adopting a child at that very moment. Martin smiled gently, listening attentively to her words. As long as Raven was happy, nothing else mattered. The two Suvlin individuals sat quietly in the back, entirely oblivious to the conversation shared between Martin and Raven. Chapter 75. Aisha and Raven's Musings. The spacecraft swiftly approached its destination, Sovereign Star. From a distance, this celestial body appeared distinct from other spherical planets, resembling a vast orb conjoined at either end with several smaller spheres of varying sizes. The planet gleamed a resplendent golden hue, more pronounced than that of Tread Star. As they drew nearer, communication initiated from the surface. Martin answered, and a virtual panel materialized before him, displaying a woman clad in golden attire, her expression slightly haughty as she spoke. In gratitude for your salvation of our kin, the High Priestess has decided to personally meet with you. She transmitted a coordinate. The warship may dock here. Very well, Martin replied, and the video call was terminated. He sighed softly, finding her tone somewhat unappealing. He reminded himself that this was merely their nature, not a personal affront. Martin possessed a generous spirit. As long as their demeanor was not directed at him, he deemed it inconsequential. Generally, warships were prohibited from entering the territories of any faction. Yet the Sovereigns permitted the Phoenix 1 to land on Sovereign Star, indicating their genuine welcome towards Martin. As the black warship docked, it seemed somewhat out of place amidst the golden surroundings, surrounded by sovereign warships and vessels. Martin was uncertain of the specifics, but they appeared quite opulent. Upon disembarking, the two individuals whom Martin had rescued led him onward, displaying evident courtesy. Additionally, a figure resembling a state minister among the sovereigns arrived to personally escort Martin. She was accompanied by a contingent that served not for security, but rather for ceremonial purposes. Greetings, I am Pauline, sent to escort you, she announced. Adorned in a golden uniform, her lower half draped in a long skirt, and her upper half cloaked. The others were a different uniform, more suited for combat. With her golden short hair, lips, eyelashes, and even pupils all in gold, her white teeth were a welcome contrast. Hello, Pauline, I'm Martin, and this is my wife, Raven. Following a cordial exchange, Martin and Raven were guided to their hovercar to meet the High Priestess. As they admired the surroundings through the transparent material, the hovercar swiftly descended outside a grand palace. The palace was situated atop a platform several meters high, connected to the ground by a wide, arched golden staircase. Please, follow me, Pauline instructed, stepping down first to lead the way. They parked outside the grand hall. The architectural style exuded a sense of technological sophistication, elevated by its golden theme, rendering it more exquisite and imposing. Upon entering the palace's grand entrance, it was evident that this was a deliberation chamber. The interior was vast, with a golden throne prominently placed upon a raised platform at the far end. Dozens of sovereigns and armed guards flanked the sides of the hall. Seated upon the throne was a woman adorned in lavish attire. As Martin beheld her visage, he envisioned her skin transforming from golden to that of an earthling. She was indeed beautiful. Among all present, her garments appeared the most resplendent, significantly enhancing her allure. While the golden color might seem somewhat gaudy, it was a hue that no earthling could dislike. However, Martin found her hairstyle rather unappealing, fully enveloped as it was, reminiscent of a peculiar earthling delicacy, albeit in a golden form. In comparison, the short-haired, poised Pauline was far more agreeable to his eyes. As Martin and Raven moved, they scrutinized the sovereigns, who in turn assessed them. Aisha, perched upon the high platform, regarded Martin, her understanding rooted in the belief that genetics dictated all. As the high priestess of the sovereigns, she possessed the ability to observe any individual. Each environment nurtures its inhabitants, and Sovereign Star is abundant in energy products. Thus, the sovereigns possess a heightened sensitivity to energy, especially Aisha, who held the highest status among them. She sensed that Martin's genetic makeup was rather commonplace, merely one of the most ordinary types in the cosmos. Yet, he exuded a formidable aura that puzzled her, an occurrence deemed impossible within sovereign tradition. Historical records indicated that most species in the universe proliferated through established customs, and Aisha speculated that Martin had likely followed a similar path. She contemplated acquiring a sample of his genetic material for further examination, but decided to wait until the current matters concluded to gauge Martin's prowess. "This is our High Priestess, Aisha," Pauline introduced, then subtly gestured to Aisha, stepping aside to stand at the forefront of the steps. Martin and Raven courteously nodded towards Aisha, with Martin stating, "Esteemed High Priestess, I am Martin, and this is my partner, Raven. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." It was not that Martin lacked an air of superiority. Rather, he believed that interpersonal interactions should be rooted in mutual respect. The sovereigns exhibited goodwill towards him following the rescue of their kin, and Martin felt no qualms in reciprocating, particularly in the presence of her subjects, where he aimed to honor their customs. Though Aisha found Martin's situation perplexing, she remained confident in her own capabilities. Should Martin have been an ordinary individual, Aisha would have expressed gratitude and presented him with appropriate gifts after their meeting. The reality, however, was that Martin was no mere commoner. His strength warranted Aisha's careful consideration. "Welcome to Sovereign Star as our honored guests, and thank you sincerely for saving my kin," Aisha proclaimed, rising to her feet. "The sovereigns are a grateful people. From this moment forth, you shall be friends of all sovereigns." At this juncture, Aisha smiled, adding, "Know that not everyone can claim the title of a friend of the sovereigns, but you, as a formidable individual, have earned that privilege." Martin and Raven exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips. "It is nothing," they stated, "that I am qualified, not unqualified." Although Martin remained indifferent to the matter of his qualifications, he nodded. "Indeed, I am honored." Aisha's sincere smile broadened at Martin's words. "I also extend my gratitude for assisting us in resolving our troubles. Energy cells have always been our primary product. Many in the universe covet them, yet they lack the audacity to steal from the sovereigns. However, a detestable group of thieves emerged, beings not of this dimension. We attempted to eradicate them, but to no avail. They reappear periodically. While their pilfering might seem trivial to us, the dignity of the sovereigns cannot abide any being disregarding our presence." Chapter 76. The High Priestess's Curiosity now that they had become friends. Aisha fervently explained to Martin and his companion the origin of their assignment. After enduring prolonged assaults, the sovereigns had discerned their habits. It was conjectured that the next attack would occur within the next 2 days. The two discussed relevant matters, and Martin generally understood the capabilities of the creatures they would confront. Based on their past performances, he felt no pressure at all. It was akin to squashing a mere insect. Aisha, hands resting on her abdomen, remarked, "I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further at this time. Pauline will arrange your accommodations. You may rest for now, and we shall meet again in the evening." "Very well. See you tonight," Martin replied, feeling content with the arrangement. He and Raven stood in the grand hall, aware of the curious gazes directed at them, which felt somewhat unsettling. "Follow me," Pauline said as she approached them. As expected, their lodgings were opulently adorned, exuding a noble air with a splendid combination of classical beauty and technological flair. "If you require anything, you may contact me via the communicator." "Understood." Once Pauline departed, Martin and Raven were left alone in the room. They exchanged glances, both sensing an inexplicable feeling, the nature of which eluded articulation. "It's all right. This may be the extent of their hospitality," Martin remarked. "Being proud is acceptable. It's far preferable to dealing with those who constantly harbor ulterior motives." "At least we need not worry about the Sovelins plotting against us," Raven replied. They surveyed the advanced technology within the room before stepping onto the balcony to admire the view. The sun was nearing the horizon, casting a radiant glow upon the distant golden edifices. Compared to the vibrant landscapes of Earth, the scenery here seemed rather monotonous and dull. Yet it possessed a certain majestic beauty. The balcony was furnished with an array of food and wine, and Martin and Raven engaged in casual conversation, reminiscent of their time at home. "At least the food isn't golden," Martin quipped. Later, Pauline returned to guide them to another room. At its center stood a dining table laden with an abundance of food. Aisha was seated there alone, and upon their entrance, she said, "I have heard that many places have the custom of inviting guests to share a meal as a gesture of friendship, so I would like to invite you to dinner." The three took their seats, Pauline on one side, Martin and Raven on the other, with Aisha in the central position of honor. Martin inquired, "I assumed you did not require food, given your advanced energy technology. Although we possess the means to provide various energy products for the body, we still have a need for food," Aisha explained. The spread was indeed lavish, featuring both familiar and unfamiliar dishes. As she ate, Aisha posed a question. "So, you are in a husband and wife relationship, correct?" Martin nodded. "Yes. Do Sovelins not have such relationships?" "Not at all," Aisha replied with pride, gazing at Martin. "Each of us is born according to the design of our species, with controlled DNA for our offspring, allowing them to develop and emerge from reproductive pods, ensuring that each body and mind is flawless." Martin was somewhat skeptical, but replied, "Every race has its own characteristics and customs. I have heard of a powerful race that shares similarities with yours. Their offspring's genes are meticulously selected, and they utilize something called the Codex of Life to ensure their progeny." "What is the name of that race?" Aisha asked curiously, likely having never encountered any customs akin to theirs. "Krypton, a formidable race," Martin stated. "I have not heard of them," Aisha remarked. "Perhaps they are a fabrication. I, too, have forgotten where I learned of them. It is said that they annihilated their planet due to their unrestrained exploitation of resources." Aisha nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. It is impossible for any race to rival the Sovelins. As for planetary crises, our ancestors anticipated such issues long ago. The energy unique to Sovelin is a renewable resource, so we shall not face such peril. Thus, your race reproduces through traditional means between couples?" Aisha inquired with curiosity. "Well, not exclusively between couples, but indeed, offspring are typically conceived in a more traditional manner," Martin replied, glancing at Raven, reflecting on their own relatively traditional partnership. "Perhaps, when you have the time, you can share with me about your methods," Aisha said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, while also looking at Raven. "If you do not mind. I have heard that most species with such relations tend to have jealous women." "No, in our society, the strong always possess privileges," Raven asserted. "This principle holds true across the cosmos." After a while of conversation, with the groundwork laid, Aisha looked at Martin and asked, "I find it perplexing. Although your genes are merely ordinary biological genes, not categorized as a superior race by Sovelin records, I can sense an immense power within you. This should not be the case. Perhaps I am somewhat exceptional," Martin replied. "Indeed, that seems to be the only explanation," Aisha concurred. After their meal, accompanied by Aisha and Pauline, Martin and Raven explored the surroundings, even witnessing the so-called reproductive pods. Along the way, their curiosity about ordinary races led to an unending stream of inquiries. As their familiarity grew, Aisha and Pauline became less formal, engaging in a more relaxed manner. Through the transparent shells of the reproductive pods, they observed the undeveloped embryos and fully formed infants, leading to discussions about offspring. Martin and Raven shared their own concerns. Aisha remarked, "The individual differences are too vast. Your genes are unlikely to merge successfully. If you wish, I would be delighted to assist you in creating one or several offspring using your genes." "Absolutely not," Martin and Raven replied in unison. Aisha, puzzled, asked, "Do not misunderstand. We simply do not wish for our child to appear so different within my community. Yet, according to your customs, do not all parents consider their children to be unique?" Aisha countered. Chapter 77, New Ideas. That is different, Aisha. This uniqueness refers to the emotions children evoke in their parents. Their abilities can also be distinctive. However, if they come into existence through such unnatural means, they may face discrimination and other forms of scrutiny, Raven elucidated. Aisha struggled to comprehend this, responding, "Discrimination? That is a vile trait. We would eliminate any undesirable elements at the genetic level." Martin and Raven nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments. Over the next 2 days, Martin and Raven wandered about during their leisure time. Whenever Aisha or Pauline were available, they would gather together. The employment agreement indeed specified a potential time frame for adversaries to appear, allowing a full week, thus avoiding any breach of contract. That evening, Martin and Raven continued to gaze at the night sky on the balcony, which was unlike anything on Earth. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. "It's gonna rain. I thought Severian stars never had such weather," Raven remarked. "No. I sensed different fluctuations in the air, with energy dissipating and magnetic field disturbances. Our enemies are likely approaching," Martin stated. No sooner had he spoken than a communication device in the room relayed Pauline's notification. "Let us go." Indeed, upon arriving at the council hall where they had first convened, they found it bustling with people. "Then let us proceed with our tasks," Martin declared succinctly. Aisha nodded and inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Upon hearing this, the other Severians cast curious glances at their high priestess. It seemed odd that they sought outside help only to now offer assistance to Martin and his companion. "Thank you, but no," Martin replied with a smile, appreciating the gesture. It was evident that Aisha held a favorable view of the two, to propose her assistance so readily. Taking Raven's hand, Martin activated the portal to where their adversaries were expected to appear, enveloping both of them, and in the next moment, they vanished. Others assumed Martin had employed some unknown teleportation technology, while Aisha speculated it was due to Martin's abilities, having sensed an energy emanating from him moments ago. Suddenly, a large virtual projection materialized in the center of the hall, revealing the location of the energy battery. The pair stood there, gazing upward. "Are they here?" Raven inquired curiously. Martin nodded. From the thick clouds, a rift suddenly tore open, reminiscent of a spatial rupture. Through this fissure emanated an aura they had never encountered before, one that did not belong to their current dimension. The Phoenix's power inherently possessed the ability to traverse dimensions, though Martin was currently unable to consciously open the dimensional gate. From the dimensional rift, an enormous creature burst forth, resembling a grotesque fusion of a skinless toad and an octopus. Its Cthulhu-like appearance left Martin and Raven momentarily unsettled. The creature lacked intelligence, acting solely on instinct, akin to a famished beast. Upon emerging from the dimensional rift, it charged toward the energy battery, taking people's wealth, alleviating their disasters. As the monster approached, Martin raised his hand, unleashing a surge of brilliant red phoenix energy, which struck it squarely on the head. Upon contact, the creature let out a harrowing scream, and wherever the energy enveloped it, the creature was reduced to ashes. "Is it over?" Raven asked. "Yes, only this one." "How dull," Martin remarked, turning to look at her, flicking her forehead playfully. "If our enemies were all this easily vanquished, that would be ideal." Raven smiled and embraced Martin's arm, nodding in agreement. When faced with the choice between excitement and safety, she chose the latter. "Let us return." In the Severian Council Hall, everyone exchanged glances. Having witnessed none of the epic battle they had imagined, it had merely been a simple gesture, followed by an abrupt conclusion. Aisha appeared contemplative. Then, in a flash of blue light, Martin and Raven reappeared before everyone. The proud expressions of the Severians shifted as they regarded Martin and his companion with newfound reverence. "The mission is complete," Martin stated with a smile directed at Aisha. Indeed, Aisha was at a loss for words and turned to Pauline beside her. Pauline nodded, stepping closer to Martin and Raven, presenting Martin with a monetary card. This is your reward, Aisha announced. Good, transaction complete. Indeed, Aisha nodded. But I hope you can stay on Severian Star for a while. Martin agreed, as he had yet to fully explore Severian Star. A few more days would be delightful. On that day, Raven, guided by Pauline, went out to enjoy herself, intending to craft a set of Severian attire for everyone at home. While Martin was alone, Aisha unexpectedly visited. Today, her hairstyle was somewhat different, with her golden locks cascading freely. Your hairstyle looks lovely, Martin complimented. Aisha nodded, but remained silent. Why do you usually keep your hair covered? Because the chair I constructed is a neural connector, and I need to place my head in the slot. This way, I can connect to our neural network. Martin recalled their first meeting when Aisha had withdrawn her head from that recessed slot, and nodded in understanding. I think you should maintain your hair like this. I shall consider your suggestion. What brings you here? Martin inquired. Aisha moved closer, gazing intently at him. I seek your guidance on traditional methods of procreation. So you came to me while Raven is away. She is not a hindrance. I can explain everything. Martin replied. No, I wish to experience it practically, Aisha said, stepping closer until they nearly touched. What should have been an intimate moment was overshadowed by her serious demeanor. That cannot be your true intention, can it? Martin asked, gently lifting her chin. Aisha complied, though her head was already raised. I desire your genes. From what I understand, this method would increase the likelihood of your agreement. Martin looked at her, resolute. No, I shall not allow anyone to study me. You misunderstand. I do not wish to study you, but rather to attempt creating a child with you. Through this child, I can enhance the Severian genes. You are formidable and will undoubtedly contribute to this endeavor. Aisha explained, as High Priestess, my genes possess unique abilities. Although my body may not be as strong as yours, together we can surely conceive offspring. Chapter 78. Let us go back, so you intend to use our child for research? Aisha inquired. Certainly not. While you may lack parental instincts, I possess them, came the response. Oh, I see now. You believe I would study our child? Is that not the case? No. Every individual gene of the Severlin is recorded in the genetic database, eliminating the detrimental ones while preserving the advantageous. Nothing will happen to the child. The data is collected through the mother. When your genes enter my body, they will be detected via neural connections by Severlin technology. I assure you, if the child is successfully conceived, I will strive to be a competent mother, and you, too, shall be its father. Martin gazed at Aisha, discreetly assessing her to ensure she spoke the truth. Why aren't you in casual attire today? He asked, noting her opulent outfit. Typically, during their private gatherings, Aisha donned more casual clothing. Do you like it? Aisha replied with a hint of a smile. Indeed, not everyone's genes are worthy of me. It has been established that Severlin blood is golden, she continued. Aisha was an eager learner, determined to try everything Martin had mastered. Aisha embraced Martin and looked up into his face. Can you stay with the Severlin? A sudden wave of unfamiliar emotion washed over her, a sense of longing. Martin shook his head. I will return here. He promised Aisha that aside from his desire for her, he wished to test whether their suspicions were indeed correct. Regardless of the means, Severlin technology surpassed that of free Earthlings. Yet, in Martin's view, this advantage came at a significant cost. Essentially, every Severlin, including Aisha, had surrendered their freedom. Beasts would never be enslaved, yet they were all slaves to technology. To return to the matter at hand, if their suspicions proved accurate, Aisha should find it easier to conceive than Raven and her companions. Your cells contain immense energy. They have all been absorbed, Aisha suddenly remarked. Thus, I require more. Upon returning to their quarters, Raven was already there, organizing the day's findings. Raven wrinkled her nose and said, Could you perhaps take a shower first? All right. After his shower, Raven remarked irritably, You get into mischief when I'm not watching you for just a moment. Come here. Martin extended his arms. Raven rolled her eyes at him, but still nestled into his embrace. Shall we go home? To Earth? Yes. Martin observed Raven as she continued. It's not just about this. I feel like I've had enough fun. I'm starting to miss home, and besides, there will be plenty of opportunities in the universe later. I suddenly feel quite bored. Perhaps the universe is not suited for me. She claimed her feelings regarding Aisha were irrelevant. Raven paused and admitted, yes, it is related, but what can I do? I've always been by your side, yet you. I apologize. I should have considered your feelings. After a moment, Martin proposed, all right, let us return. We shall leave tomorrow. Raven nodded in agreement. The following morning, the couple sought out Aisha to bid her farewell. Aisha felt slightly displeased, sensing a loss as if someone had taken her husband, even though she was entirely unaware of what a husband truly was. It was not love, merely discontent. You will come back, one TU? Yes, and we have means to contact each other at any time. The ship's communicator can traverse interstellar distances. I'm not pregnant, Aisha suddenly declared. Either our hypothesis is erroneous, or I am unable to match your vitality. However, she had already collected Martin's genetic information and was surprised to find it yielded no extraordinary results. Merely ordinary human genes. It bore no distinction from the most inferior genes in the Wolverine genetic database. Thus, Martin's prowess must stem from the potential for freedom he had spoken of. If Martin were to learn this, he would simply say, I apologize, but I have my own matters to attend to. Let fate decide. Though the odds are slim, the future is still lengthy. Following their farewells, Martin and Raven boarded a vehicle, personally driven by Pauline to their ship, the Phoenix One. Raven appeared in good spirits as they prepared to return home. What is our destination? The moon. The warship was too large to bring back without a proper docking space. It was, after all, private property. Once on the moon, I will construct an underground space to dock the ship, and we will return on the morphing ship. The helipad at home has always been vacant, and the morphing ship has ample space. The satellites will detect it, Raven remarked while setting the destination. Let them see. I do not mind. If they wish to provoke us, they can meet their end. Your bloodlust is rather intense, Raven teased. Each time the conversation drifted toward the American government, Martin grew impatient, leaving one to wonder how they had offended him. The only individual he was privy to was William Strick, but he had already passed. Why do you despise them so? Raven inquired curiously. Ha, who doesn't he? Martin chuckled. Ha ha, no one likes them. The journey home was always filled with joy. The passage of time became imperceptible as the Phoenix One swiftly entered the solar system. Gazing upon the distant sun, Martin pointed to a nearly imperceptible white dot. We shall arrive shortly. Raven smiled. I can hardly wait. They had been away from Earth for a month. Laughing at Raven's delight, Martin gestured toward the front of the ship. Following his gaze, Raven spotted a massive blue portal ahead. The Phoenix One traversed this portal, reappearing on the surface of Earth. The moon appeared desolate, seemingly devoid of life. However, Martin sensed a presence beneath the surface on the far side of the moon, though it was of no concern to him. After bringing the morphing ship out and securing it, the pair planned to explore. Martin intended to establish the underground docking space for the Phoenix One, while Raven sought a distraction. Remember to wear protective gear. The moon is inhospitable to humans. As you say, Raven replied, retrieving the protective suit provided by Yondo, donning it and activating the switch, enveloping herself in a layer of blue energy. Hee. Chapter 79. Encountering familiar faces at school, Martin smiled and extended his arm to embrace Reuven, lifting her into the air. From this vantage point, they beheld a magnificent blue planet in the cosmos ahead, which was their home. Behind them, the surface of the moon began to swell, and after savoring the view for a while, they turned back to witness a perfectly formed deep pit. Holding Reuven close, Martin manipulated the metallic elements in the lunar soil to create metal panels, covering the walls of the pit. Then, the Phoenix One vanished from sight, as Martin transported it to an underground space. In conclusion, he sealed the area with a layer of metal sheets, followed by a covering of soil. The alarm system of Phoenix One was activated. Should anyone discover this place, I would be alerted. Reuven casually remarked. I'm only concerned about when you will take me home. With a grin, Martin replied, right now. The morphing vessel lacked any cloaking technology. Thus, upon their return to Earth, alarms simultaneously blared from the space agencies of several major nations. Upon landing at their designated helipad, when he was already waiting outside for their arrival, as soon as Martin emerged, she rushed towards him and leapt into his embrace. I miss you so much. Me too. Once back home, Martin divided himself into two avatars, marking his first use of this ability. I will check on Sheen and Emma. The two avatars vanished, one appearing in Emma's office at the company, while the other appeared at the university where Sheen was studying. At Emma's location, Yuriko was also present, resulting in a fortuitous encounter between the two. Meanwhile, Sheen was immersed in her studies at the library, engrossed in literature pertaining to genetics. She was so absorbed in her world that she did not notice Martin sitting beside her. Geniuses often find themselves in solitude. As the most brilliant student at MIT this year, Sheen was accustomed to navigating her academic journey alone, even in the most coveted spots of the library. She always found herself surrounded by emptiness. When did you develop an interest in genetics? Martin inquired softly. Upon hearing his voice, Sheen looked up to see Martin's face, her expression transforming into one of delight. Martin, when did you come back? Instinctively, she leaned in to embrace him, her voice rising slightly, drawing the attention of others in the library. A few minutes ago. Sheen beamed. Come on, let us go for a walk. The library is not a place for conversation. After tidying her books and returning them to their rightful places, Sheen led Martin out of the library. As they departed, whispers erupted among the students, eager to discuss the extraordinary pair. As a celebrated figure at the school, the prodigious girl had never been seen in the company of a male. Even wealthy scions who had enrolled 2 years prior received little favor from her. Previously, Martin's visits to Sheen were always outside the school premises. Upon exiting the library, Sheen linked her arm with Martin's, chattering incessantly about her experiences over the past month, her words imbued with longing for him. What is life like in the cosmos? Sheen inquired with curiosity. It's quite remarkable. I encountered many diverse races and cultures, and even made a few extraterrestrial friends. Reuven captured some videos. You might find them intriguing. Sheen smiled, or perhaps I could view them directly. All right. They found a bench by the roadside where Sheen placed her hand on Martin's forehead, accessing his memories from his time in space. The wonders of the universe astounded Sheen, particularly the being known as Igo, whose life form resembled a celestial body. Martin chuckled. The universe is vast, teeming with every conceivable form of life. Moreover, the earth beneath our feet may very well harbor such beings. Is that true? Indeed. Sheen believed Martin wholeheartedly, yet she held no particular thoughts about it. In his presence, she and her companions had long grown accustomed to living without concern, simply pursuing their desires. Do you want to explore the campus? Sheen asked. Absolutely. I have never been to college before. I'm eager to see what your life is like. In Martin's childhood, tumultuous wars had rendered education a luxury. He had no formal schooling and was compelled to self-teach, let alone attend university. They embraced and began wandering through the campus of MIT, with Sheen eagerly narrating the purposes of each location they visited and sharing her experiences. The campus was vast, not something they could fully explore in a single outing, but their intent was not merely to tour. Sheen chatted away joyfully, clearly delighted by Martin's presence. Soon, lunchtime arrived, and they ventured outside to a restaurant they had frequented together in the past. This establishment catered primarily to students, and both Martin and Sheen had dined there before. Settling into a familiar spot, they ordered their usual meals, indulging in each other's company as they waited. Is anyone pursuing you at school? Martin asked, wrapping his arm around Sheen. Yes, if you hadn't returned, I might have been swept away, Sheen replied with a laugh. Ha, you dare? I would break your legs. Oomph. Although Sheen huffed playfully, her smile remained intact. Is there any trouble that requires my assistance? No. Sheen assured him, don't worry, I am well. Besides, who could possibly harm me? As they conversed, their meals arrived. During lunch, Sheen inquired about Martin's plans for passing the time now that he had returned. How about we start a farm at home? This was Martin's recent notion. Since he had little to occupy his time, he thought it would be pleasant to establish a place akin to Yellowstone Farm. They could invite interesting individuals to join them, including Logan, who was currently living in seclusion. After all, he had his wife, and there was safety in companionship. He intended to utilize his previously unused avatar ability, creating two, one to enjoy Earth and the other to explore the cosmos. However, mastering this ability was somewhat disorienting, as he simultaneously experienced two perspectives. For instance, at this moment, He was with Sheen while another version of himself accompanied Reuven and Winnie at home, and the third was with Emma and Yuriko at the company. Were it not for Martin's formidable mental capabilities, he would likely have gone mad from the strain of juggling so many experiences at once. Wendy, when employing this ability, avoided engaging in complex tasks, opting instead for simple household chores. There was something unsettling about observing one's other self spending time with one's beloved. Chapter 80. A whimsy yet upon reflection. That individual was but a reflection of one's self. All visual and tactile sensations were merely personal experiences, which he endeavored to suppress and largely ignore. However, he could no longer afford to accompany them simultaneously in his duality. He lacked the sentiment for such entanglements. A farm? What prompted this sudden interest? Sheen inquired, her curiosity piqued. For amusement, as I find myself with ample free time, Martin replied. Sheen regarded him with exasperation. And where do you envision establishing this farm? California or Texas, perhaps? Those regions are vast and have a spirited culture. It could prove interesting. Why not New York? Venturing to other states seems rather distant. Given that our schooling has already led to infrequent gatherings, you embarking on such travels would only exacerbate our separation. Ah, that is a valid point. Very well, somewhere near New York, Martin conceded. Pleased with his response, Sheen nodded approvingly and offered him a bite of her food. After their meal, as they exited the restaurant, a luxurious sports car roared to a halt nearby. From the driver's seat emerged a youthful acquaintance, with a striking beauty alighting from the passenger side. They appeared to be students, their ages evident. Upon spotting Sheen, they altered their course to approach her. Sheen, it has been quite a while, greeted Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark, what brings you here? Sheen asked with a smile. I merely wish to say hello, he replied, turning to Martin and extending his hand. Tony Stark, may I inquire your name? Just a nameless youth. How is your father, Howard? Martin queried, extending his hand in return. Tony's expression shifted slightly, his impatience surfacing. Yes, he is well. Do you know him? Many sought to connect with his father through Howard, leading Tony to presume Martin was no different, thereby feeling somewhat displeased. At this age, Tony was still quite rebellious, likely to remain so for many years to come. Yes, it was quite some time ago. A smirk of disdain crossed Tony's face. Is that so? Might you share your name? I could relay your story to him upon my return. Martin Horn, a figure of his stature, may well have forgotten me. Huh. Tony presumed he had discerned Martin's intentions, perceiving his familiarity with his father as a ploy to draw closer, while suggesting that his father might not recall him. If he were indeed to inquire about Martin, his objective would be achieved. We should take our leave, Martin said, turning to Sheen. She nodded in agreement. Once outside, Sheen remarked, I was unaware you had any acquaintance with Howard Stark. Indeed, we crossed paths briefly years ago, though he likely does not remember me. Both of us were frequent patrons of a bar. Reflecting on the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., Martin considered the possibility of records still existing. During the war, he and his fellow mutants had achieved commendable feats. Moreover, his company was now known as Horn Group, a multinational high-tech enterprise that would certainly conduct thorough inquiries. Not well acquainted, he resembles his father quite a bit. However, Howard should be in better spirits nowadays, recalling a man bold enough to pursue Peggy Carter. A smile emerged on Martin's face. Lost in thought about something amusing? Indeed, that is. On their way back to Sheen's residence, Martin recounted events from years past. The era of war was brutal, yet for those who came after, it held a certain allure. Sheen listened with rapt attention. Meanwhile, at the company, after some camaraderie with Emma and the others, Emma began discussing recent occurrences. Everything is running smoothly in company affairs, but a few days ago, someone approached us, seeking our cooperation in infiltrating other nations, Emma explained. I employed some subtle tactics to dismiss them. How do they propose we cooperate? Martin inquired, intrigued. By monitoring our communication networks. Let them stay as far away as possible, Martin scoffed. Which department was it? Several. But the most formidable would likely be the CIA and the military. Is there one known as S.H.I.L.D.? Martin asked, his curiosity piqued. S.H.I.E.L.D. No, I've not heard of them. They typically operate under the guise of other agencies, so their absence is not surprising. They would discover your subterfuge, Martin remarked. These agencies are quite capable, filled with intelligent individuals. Given their meticulous nature, any anomalies would surely be detected. Even if they were not caught, those involved would not remain in their positions for long. Being dismissed is a fortunate outcome. Martin continued, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. It's fine, let them come. It could be rather entertaining. The company's secrets are securely held within our circle, especially under your EcoS watchful eye. They won't uncover anything. Should any discrepancies arise, I will ensure they are addressed. Are your subordinates quite competent? Emma replied confidently. I am no longer the person I once was. No one can evade my grasp. My fellow mutants have been living quite peacefully, with no new ambitions. During their free time, they simply lead their lives, and any issues that arise will be handled by the company. The peace enjoyed by the mutants can persist, even with the birth of that child, named Jimmy. Now that the Sentinel program had been dissolved, Martin recognized that the only looming threat was Jimmy, who possessed the ability to eliminate mutants. As for what Eric and the others planned in the interim, that was their concern, as long as it did not involve him or his people. Let them enjoy themselves. In this country, wealth equates to safety. Given the size of Horn Group, danger is unlikely. If someone harbors ulterior motives, it remains uncertain who would be in peril. In this era, advanced technology reigns supreme. And with your EcoS assistance, both their networks and communications are rapidly advancing, destined to grow ever stronger. Reflecting on the Sentinels, Martin was reminded of Raven. The Sentinels were developed from her genetic material, yet Martin would never allow such a thing to transpire. After discussing company matters, Martin stated, I wish to acquire a piece of land. Emma asked where? Somewhere near New York. I'd like to establish a farm for leisure. Any specific requirements? Remote, tranquil, and easily accessible. That will suffice. Emma nodded. Very well. I shall expedite the arrangements. Martin embraced her, placing a gentle kiss on her cheek. Thank you, darling. Would you care to express your gratitude in the lounge? Of course, I would love to. With Emma grateful, it would only be fair to extend the same to Eureka. Favoritism would not do. Logan, what are you up to? Working, of course. Even Wolverine must attend to his duties. Chapter 81. Racial talent. Martin felt an immense joy enveloping his life. Each day was filled with carefree indulgence, supported by a variety of enchanting wives. He pondered, why not come to my place? I envision establishing a farm. He questioned why the two of them lingered on that mountain when his farm was located near New York City, in a splendid environment replete with mountains, waters, and woods. Come on over. Meals and accommodation are included, plus a share of the profits. I need to discuss this with Kyra, he said, nodding on the phone. And don't forget to mention that Emma is also in New York. He referred to Kyra's younger sister, the little girl who now assisted Emma. All right, I'll hang up now, he concluded. After ending the call, Martin made his way to the farm Emma had secured for him. It was a vast expanse of land, over 1,000 hectares, featuring a small lake that connected to the forest in the south. Unlike most farms, this land wholly belonged to Martin, rather than being leased. As for how Emma managed to acquire it, well, having connections certainly helps. The road adjacent to the farm allowed for a 20-minute drive to Martin's home, not far from the city center. Logan would undoubtedly come. He may wish to remain uninvolved in worldly matters, but he had to consider Kyra. It wouldn't do to keep his wife in a desolate place indefinitely. If they were to have children in the future, it was unreasonable to expect them to accompany the couple in such isolation. Now, with Kyra's sister also present, Martin decided to prepare the farm adequately, fencing, housing, tools, and so forth, before she arrived. He did not intend to rely on his superpowers for this. Hiring help would suffice. As he began to plan, he suddenly felt a bit flustered. The fencing seemed straightforward, merely requiring some materials to enclose the area. Constructing the houses appeared manageable as well. He could select 2 well-located plots to build a pair of detached homes, one for himself and one for Logan. However, when it came to machinery, planting, and livestock management, even an extraordinary individual like him found himself at a loss regarding these matters. Despite years of experience in various jobs, he had never been a farmer. Dear me, it seems I require a farm manager. Managing all this is quite the challenge, he sighed, returning home with a look of defeat. Upon entering, he addressed the few people in the living room. Raven chuckled unceremoniously. Emma inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" No, I'll manage on my own. You're already quite busy." Feeling a bit embarrassed about his inability to handle the farm matters, Martin thought it unreasonable to depend on them for everything. Professional tasks ought to be left to professionals. He could scatter some seeds with a wave of his hand, causing lush crops to sprout from the soil, and the animals would thrive under his care. Yet, was that truly the farm he envisioned? In his study, he powered on an antiquated computer from the Hohen Group, its sluggishness lagging as it opened a website. In this era, job search websites were non-existent, and the internet's efficiency left much to be desired, with slow speeds hindering access to timely information. The site he entered served as a repository for company introductions. He drove to the entrance of a modest agency in Manhattan. This firm was not particularly large within New York City and could be categorized as a private office. The reason for his choice was the intriguing background of its owner. Born in one of New York's most chaotic neighborhoods, surrounded by gang members, he had not succumbed to their ways. Instead, he navigated between the police and the gangs, establishing a consulting business. Need information? Seek him out. Want to investigate someone? Approach him. Searching for work? P.S. your man. Need to hire someone? P.S. still your go-to. A veritable jack of all trades. Martin took the elevator to the corresponding floor, where the wooden doors swung open. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, dense with smoke. Most individuals were adorned with extravagant gold chains and watches, their skin decorated with various tattoos. It was uncertain how many of those chains were genuine. From their continuous stream of expletives, it was easy to deduce their character. Martin's formal attire set him apart from the crowd, making it clear he did not belong to their ilk. Consequently, as he entered, a hush fell over the room, with all eyes fixated on him, some gazes laced with hostility. Ignoring the unfriendly glances from a few young men, Martin raised an eyebrow and strode toward the busy front desk. The person behind it, a stout African-American woman with curly black hair, was engrossed in her calculator, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise. "Good day, ma'am," Martin greeted. Upon hearing his voice, she lifted her head, and upon seeing his tailored suit, a smile spread across her face. "Hello, you can call me Lucy. How may I assist you?" she replied, clearly pleased by Martin's politeness, as few refer to her as him. "I am looking to hire someone. Whom should I approach?" "Just come to me," she said, taking a final drag from her cigarette before swiftly extinguishing it in the ashtray on her desk. "What type of person are you seeking?" "A farm manager to help oversee the operations." Lucy appeared somewhat surprised by his request. "What brings you here to recruit?" "Most individuals who come here are either fresh out of prison or akin to that crowd over there." She gestured toward the rowdy group. "Hey, Lucy, mind your tone," one of the men interjected. Without missing a beat, Lucy retorted, "If you don't like it, you can leave. I've done plenty for you lot, all right? Don't think I'm unaware of what you call me behind my back. Fat pig, is it? Your mothers must have taught you." Nothing her tirade continued unabated, targeting one particularly brazen individual. "If you can't handle that damn cigarette, then don't smoke it. If you set my sofa on fire, I swear I'll shove every last one of those cigarettes up your." She ranted for quite some time, her breath steady. Such racial talent was indeed formidable. Seeing the others rendered speechless, Lucy turned back to Martin. "So do you have any further requirements?" "Just someone who understands farm operations and can manage it well." "No excessive demands," he replied. "Understood," Lucy noted as she inquired further, "What about background?" "I don't mind, as long as it doesn't interfere with their work." Lucy looked at Martin in surprise, who returned her gaze with a smile. "May I ask where your farm is located? And what is its approximate size?" "Out in the suburbs, over 1,000 hectares." This statement rendered the entire room silent. Chapter 82. Curious Events in New York City. Over 1,000 hectares of land represents a wealth they could hardly fathom. Martin shrugged, remarking, "Not bad, right? Who would have thought we'd have our own day of Versailles?" He pondered how long it would take to find the person he sought. "A few days. Please leave your number, and we will notify you when the time comes." After leaving his number, Martin bid farewell to Lucy amidst the varied gazes of onlookers and exited the company. As he descended the stairs and gazed at the vacant parking spaces, a curious expression crossed Martin's face. Ah, the fun begins. He had not anticipated this twist of fate. It had been ages since he had visited such a place. Previously, He frequented parking lots under vigilant supervision. Who would have guessed that this solitary occurrence would yield a surprise? Where could the culprits possibly flee beyond the solar system? The car lacked a tracking device, yet remained an inanimate object. Nevertheless, there were certainly witnesses nearby who had seen where the vehicle had gone. New York streets were abundant with vagrants and petty criminals. Martin sought out those who had driven his car away mere minutes ago, observing their features and the direction they had taken. With a surge of psychic energy, he pinpointed their locations several blocks away, along with the site of his vehicle. That car is already being modified. It seems there exists a well-established network for such activities. In an instant, Martin found himself outside a seemingly innocuous second-hand car dealership, which, in truth, also dealt in stolen vehicles. Though some might have witnessed Martin utilizing his teleportation abilities, it mattered little to him at that moment. He no longer feared the sole overlord of Earth, the Ancient One. When there were rivals, one must maintain a low profile. In their absence, one could afford to indulge. While Martin would not squander his time, he felt no need to hide. Moreover, with the increasing number of superhumans, his presence was no longer of consequence. He was not as significant as he might have believed. After all, passers-by were engrossed in their own affairs. Upon reaching the entrance, he happened upon the two thieves who had stolen his vehicle, emerging from the shop with a noticeable swagger, suggesting their haul had been satisfactory. They formed an unmistakable black and white duo. Accompanying them was a well-dressed, middle-aged African-American man, sporting a substantial belly and exuding an air of success. "Sir, looking to buy a car?" The man, presumably the shop owner, inquired with a smile. Martin remained silent, and with a mere thought, the three men suddenly found themselves unable to control their bodies, unable even to utter a word. They instinctively turned back toward the shop, with Martin following closely behind. As they entered the store, the heavy door slammed shut behind them. The interior was modest, with the second-hand cars parked outside in a small square. There was likely a repair service, and Martin stood in what appeared to be the office space. To the left, a vehicle lay disassembled, tended to by two mechanics. To the right was a wall, but Martin knew his car was just beyond it, undergoing modification. The three men finally regained control of their bodies and turned back in alarm. Suddenly, the wall on the right burst open, and Martin's car floated into view. With a smile, he addressed the trio. "This is my vehicle." Startled by the turn of events, the owner stammered, "It's not my fault. I was just... I..." At that moment, the commotion drew the attention of others, including the four mechanics working nearby. The two car thieves, maintaining their composure perhaps due to their profession, seized the opportunity to draw guns from their waists and aim them at Martin. However, as they raised their weapons, they melted before their eyes, transforming into two hiltless blades that hovered menacingly in front of them. Simultaneously, the tools held by the other mechanics morphed into similar weapons, suspended in the air. This left the thieves paralyzed with fear. One began, but Martin interrupted. These two car thieves were to be dealt with. But first, he needed to negotiate compensation with the owner. Martin turned to the trembling proprietor and pointed at the partially painted car, asking, "I do not wish to hear anything else. How do you intend to compensate me?" I will have it restored. Just give me a moment." The owner replied nervously. "Incorrect," Martin replied, driving the blade toward the man's right wrist. "I'll compensate you at full value." "Wrong." This time, the blade pierced his left wrist. Damn it, we want." The owner gasped, sweat pouring down his face. "Perhaps you shouldn't use foul language." As Martin's words echoed, the blade struck again, this time into the bend of the owner's left leg. With that thrust, the owner collapsed, unable to remain standing. Sorry. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I will give you anything you want, I beg you." "Very well. You shall accompany me with one leg." With that, the last intact leg of the owner was pierced at the knee. The other limbs received equal treatment, leaving him a mere shell of flesh, all internal structures severed. "That will suffice. I forgive you." Those were the last words the owner heard before losing consciousness. Martin then redirected his gaze to the two car thieves. I'm sorry. The money is in my possession. You may take it all. I have a family, children. Please. That is of no concern to me. How can a wretch like you have children? If you don't die, who will?" Martin, usually restrained in his language, could not help but curse. 2 minutes later, the shop's door swung open once more, and Martin emerged, driving his newly restored vehicle in high spirits. The car had not been repaired by the mechanics, but restored by Martin himself, using his power to rewind time, returning it to its state before being stolen. Before departing, he transformed all the vehicles awaiting sale outside the shop into scrap metal. He spared the owner's life, intending for him to experience the harshness of existence. With so many cars left for him, even if he were crippled, he could still live comfortably. After Martin's departure, the four mechanics exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the remains of a crippled man and two lifeless bodies on the floor. Chapter 83. Charlie, shall we call the police? You can, but I dare not. Neither do I. Damn it, I'm unemployed again. As the four maintenance workers observed their boss in such a state, they could only take some electrical tools from the shop that still held some value to offset their wages. After 2 hours, the boss groggily awoke, surveying the disheveled shop and the two lifeless bodies beside him. The intense pain radiating through his limbs sent him spiraling into despair. He yearned to smash something in frustration, but found himself too incapacitated to move. Instead, he wept bitterly over the cold remains, cursing in anguish. Do not question how he did not bleed to death. Martin wouldn't allow it. Thus, the world gained another who loathed mutants. 2 days later, a call came from the agency, announcing they had found a suitable candidate. The individual was a British national, a professional farmer who had brought his family to America. However, the so-called land of freedom and happiness soon turned tragic, as an unfortunate incident led to the loss of a small farm, home, and vehicle, leaving him burdened with debt. It was a cliché but painfully realistic. One misfortune could obliterate a family's fortune. Yet, compared to others, they were fortunate. At least the family was unharmed. Why leave their stable homeland for this place? They arranged for the candidate to visit in the afternoon for a discussion. Other family members were preoccupied, busy with their own affairs. Even Wendy had been taken away by Raven. In the afternoon, the candidate arrived as promised. Mr. Horn, I am Charlie Evans. We have a meeting scheduled for this afternoon. I'm outside your residence. Come in, please. Upon opening the front door, Charlie drove his small car inside. Martin stood up and walked to the entrance, watching him park and exit the driver's seat. With a distinctly British hairstyle and dressed in a suit complete with a tie and polished shoes, Charlie stood approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, his face adorned with a subtle smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. Martin felt an immediate positive impression upon meeting Charlie. Mr. Horn, I am Charlie, he greeted, extending his hand. Hello, you can call me Martin. Very well, Charlie replied, hesitating slightly as he glanced back at the car. May I? Martin followed his gaze to find two pairs of bright eyes peering through the gap between the front seats and the back. Who are they? My children. I apologize. My wife is at work, and I must watch over them. They are too young to stay home alone, Charlie explained apologetically, acknowledging the impropriety of bringing children to a job interview. It's quite all right, let them out. They shouldn't remain in the car, Martin reassured with a smile. Charlie's anxious heart eased as he approached the back door and opened it. Kids, come out, he called, smiling at the children as he extended his hands to lift them out one by one. Descending from the vehicle were two children, a boy and a girl, both around 7 or 8 years old. Dressed neatly, it was evident that Charlie and his wife took good care of them. With golden hair and rosy cheeks, their large, dark eyes boldly gazed at Martin upon exiting. What are your names? Martin inquired, bending down to the little ones. Jeremy, the boy responded eagerly. Jerome? Martin asked. No, Jeremy. Jeremy, the boy corrected. Ah, nice to meet you, Jeremy, Martin replied before turning to the slightly shy girl beside him. And you? Nina. Hello, Nina, I am Martin. Martin smiled and extended his hand. Nina timidly shook his hand before quickly withdrawing, displaying her shyness. Standing up, Martin addressed Charlie. Shall we go inside and talk? Of course. Once inside, Martin poured drinks for the children and encouraged them to play in the living room while he and Charlie sat on the sofa to converse casually. It was a relaxed chat, primarily to confirm Charlie's professionalism, as Martin himself had limited knowledge in that field. I wish to delegate all farm-related matters to my manager, Charlie stated. Indeed, Martin replied, listening attentively. However, you mentioned your wife is at work. What does she do? She's a chef at a restaurant downtown, Charlie replied. Martin continued, if both of you are working, your wife will likely spend long hours at the restaurant, and you will be preoccupied with the farm. Who will care for your children? Where do you live? Where do the children attend school? I rent a house in Manhattan, close to where Lucy works. And Nina and Jeremy attend the community elementary school there. It's not far from my home, so my wife and I could take turns picking them up, Charlie explained. No, Charlie, the farm is somewhat distant. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes by car. I am fine with that. We can manage, Charlie assured, nodding, indicating his eagerness to secure employment. Let us go. I'll show you around the farm, Martin suggested. Very well. As they stood up, Martin turned to the two children, who were gazing at the aquarium. Kids, your father and I are taking you somewhere else to play. Okay. Reluctantly, the children left their spot. Martin's home housed no pets aside from the colorful tropical fish in the large aquarium, measuring 2 meters long, almost 1 meter wide, and over 1 meter high, containing dozens of fish of various sizes and species. Come on, when your father's business is concluded, you can return to watch the fish, Martin consoled them. Will you give my dad a job? Jeremy asked. Perhaps. Do you want me to give your dad a job? Martin inquired, ruffling the boy's hair. Yes. Martin did not drive. He sat in Charlie's car, directing him along the route. After a 10 to 15-minute journey, they arrived at their destination. Compared to just a few days prior, 2 wooden houses had been erected on the cleared land, embodying the authentic essence of a farm, Martin's handiwork. Initially, the plan was to hire someone for the construction, but he ultimately decided to undertake it himself. One house was for him, and the other for Logan. Didn't we agree not to use superpowers? As Martin led Charlie, each carrying a child, they reached a hill on the northern side of the farm, pointing to the vast expanse below, which included a significant area in the distance. This is all mine. Aside from those 2 houses, there is nothing else. What are your thoughts? Chapter 84. Family gathering. Charlie pondered for a moment before inquiring. Do you primarily wish to focus on livestock or cultivation? Is there a significant difference? Indeed, when it comes to agriculture, Charlie elaborated on the distinctions between the two, along with their respective merits and drawbacks. Well, I want both. You decide what to plant and what to raise, and you can find the people you need. If any insurmountable issues arise, such as troublesome individuals, you can come to me. Just present me with the bill when the time comes. I have but one condition. Any enjoyable activities or anything you deem beneficial for the farm, you are free to pursue. What do you think? Martin's words made Charlie's scalp tingle. Working for oneself is a different experience than working for others. If the land belonged to him, he could experiment freely. Noticing Charlie's hesitation, Martin continued, I can offer you an annual salary of $40,000. Should the farm generate profit, I can grant you 5% of that. I'll take it. Charlie promptly agreed. $40,000 was a considerable sum, especially in an era when America's GDP hovered around $20,000. After finalizing their agreement, they drove back home, where another elegantly dressed man awaited them in a parked vehicle. This was the lawyer Martin had summoned. Following their discussions, Martin and Charlie signed a contract, after which the lawyer departed. The agreement encompassed not only Martin's property, but also a substantial adjacent parcel of land, intended as a gift for Logan. Initially, Martin had hoped Logan would assist in managing the farm, but reconsidered to avoid making Logan feel like a dependent. Thus, he decided to purchase the adjacent land and gift it to him. It was entirely normal for friends to exchange gifts, and Logan was well aware that Martin could afford it. However, it would be inconvenient for Logan to remain solely on Martin's property. This land, Martin explained, is that parcel to the west I previously mentioned. Understood. That is a gift for my friend, but for now, I will oversee it until he takes over and decides how he wishes to manage it. Regardless of his preferences, your salary remains unchanged. It was highly probable that Logan would still entrust Charlie with the management. Martin's offered salary included the oversight of that land. Very well. You can start planning in the coming days, find the right people, and commence work as necessary. Agreed. Charlie departed with his children. Before they left, Martin prepared gifts for the 2 little ones, a small fish tank housing 2 lively fish. The children were delighted, and so was Martin. On that day, as Martin opened his eyes, he felt as though the world had transformed entirely. The news, both on television and in newspapers, was dominated by a singular headline: Spider-Man spotted in New York streets. Furrowing his brow, Martin watched the host fervently discuss the news about Spider-Man. Is it truly 1988? Has the failed man finally emerged? Given that mutants had been in the public eye for years, one Spider-Man should not have caused such a stir. However, unlike other mutants, this Spider-Man was seen performing acts of kindness daily, even assisting elderly ladies across the street. While Charles's X-Men had largely become pawns of the American government, capturing criminals, Spider-Man's beneficiaries were the ordinary citizens of the streets. This distinct approach endeared him to the general populace, leading many to believe that coexisting peacefully with mutants would pose no issue if they were all like Spider-Man. Most reports were overwhelmingly positive, save for one gruff, bushy-browed elder who voiced dissent, claiming Spider-Man's emergence was a mutant conspiracy aimed at pacifying the masses. Only Spider-Man and a select few capable of detecting mutants knew he was not one. Only he and Martin were aware of his mutation. Does this imply that the old man who uttered with great power comes great responsibility has passed away? Reflecting on the films he had seen, Martin recalled how every iteration of Spider-Man tragically lost Uncle Ben. Indeed, a grim fate. Are you intrigued by him? Emma asked, noticing Martin's interest in the news. No, merely observing. I've never encountered such a so-called superhero. Indeed, even our circumstances as mutants have improved considerably, largely thanks to him. However, according to intel from a club, he is not a mutant. There are several individuals capable of detecting fellow mutants, each varying in strength. Organizations like the X Academy and the Brotherhood of Mutants have such talents, and even the American government possesses them. Spider-Man's appearance was but a minor episode in Martin's life, which continued unabated. At the farm, Charlie had already begun planning, recruiting various professional teams who eagerly commenced work. Operations like farm offices, agricultural machinery, and warehouses all needed to be built from the ground up. Meanwhile, Logan was en route, and Martin planned to retrieve him shortly. Are you not going to the office today? Martin asked Emma, who sat beside him. I have no pressing matters today. I will accompany you to pick up Kayla and the others. Really? Emma nodded. The Howletts are our only friends. Of course, I will go. James Logan Howlett was Logan's full name, with Logan being his biological father's surname. In the afternoon, Martin, accompanied by Emma, drove 2 vehicles to the airport to collect their guests. Raven and Winnie were busy packing for their move, as the farmhouse was ready for occupancy. Though the mountaintop villa was pleasant, it was rather dull compared to the lively atmosphere of the farm. After waiting a while at the airport, Martin spotted Logan walking out with Kayla. He approached with a smile, and the two exchanged a fist bump in greeting. Was the journey smooth? Yes. The group exchanged casual pleasantries before heading to their vehicles, as this was not the place for lengthy conversations. At the farm, preparations were underway to welcome Logan and Kayla, with special arrangements made at Logan's new home. Martin and Logan shared a vehicle, while Kayla rode with Emma. They chatted casually about their recent lives and reminisced about old times until they arrived at the farm. The vehicle halted outside a standalone house, from which they could see the construction site not far away. What do you think? All the enclosed areas are ours. The houses of both families are situated on either side of the boundary, and the warehouse and similar structures are built at the junction, accessible to both. In the distance lay forests and lakes, while the other side opened up to the road, offering convenient transportation. The environment is quite pleasant. That's good to hear. Come inside. I have a gift for you. Upon entering, Martin produced the prepared farm documents along with a set of car keys. Chapter 85. Someone is looking for me. The key was to an antique car prepared by Martin, perfectly suited to Logan's character. After a brief tour of Logan's future home, the first-floor living room was arranged with food and drinks, ready to toast to a new beginning. Martin raised his glass, and the others followed suit, except for Kayla, who held a glass of water. She was unable to drink. Logan chuckled and asked why. Kayla smiled and replied, I'm pregnant. Congratulations filled the air, and suddenly the wine in Martin's hand lost its allure. The women were thrilled, showering Kayla with warm wishes, their faces radiant with joy. For a fleeting moment, Martin felt a pang of age. He realized how many children existed in the world, yet had never paid them mind. But now, it seemed as if children were everywhere around him, though none were his own. Nonetheless, he felt a genuine happiness for Logan. After all, A new life was about to enter their small circle. What about Sheen? Logan suddenly inquired, glancing around. She was the only one missing. She's busy applying for her PhD, so I didn't have her come back, Martin replied. Logan merely shook his head in disdain at Martin's words. What? Kayla is much younger than you, Martin retorted, defending himself. But I love her alone. Huh, you're just jealous. Don't think I don't know. Nonsense. The two men engaged in playful banter while the women gathered to discuss children, creating a delightful atmosphere. After a while, Charlie arrived, cradling Nina, and knocked on Logan's door. Hi, Nina, Raven exclaimed, happily greeting the little girl, taking her into her arms from Charlie, and then inviting him in. Come in, Charlie. Martin and the others are inside. All right, I'll get to know the new boss, Charlie said as he entered, greeting everyone he recognized. This is James Logan Hawley, just call him Logan. And this is Kayla, Logan's wife. He introduced himself, Charlie Evans, our farm manager. After their introductions, the three settled in for a conversation. Charlie was not overly formal. He simply updated Logan on the farm's affairs, covering every detail. Perhaps it was this earnestness that resonated with Logan, who invited Charlie to continue managing the farm. After all, Logan, like Martin, might not handle it well on his own. What about little Jeremy? Why didn't you bring him along? Charlie explained, Ruby is off today, so she took him with her. Just then, Nina came running over. Uncle Martin. Yes, darling? What is it? Martin lifted her onto his lap, smiling down at her. Will you have dogs on the farm? Do you like dogs? Yes, Nina nodded enthusiastically. We used to have dogs at home. All right, then let us have dogs too. You can come play with them often. Yes, Nina beamed, satisfied with the response before hopping down to rejoin Raven and the others. After a while, Charlie needed to return to oversee the farm, leaving Nina to play. The gathering continued until dinner concluded. That evening, Martin and the others settled into the house. Little Emma was staying at her sister's home. The night here was quieter than at the villa, free from the light pollution of the city. The moonlight was bright, accompanied only by the sounds of small creatures from unknown corners. Martin took Raven and the others to admire the serene night of the farm. The following morning, after breakfast, Martin crouched on the ground, playing with 4 puppies he had recently acquired, 2 pit bulls and 2 shepherds. Regardless of how fierce they might grow, their tiny forms melted the hearts of even the toughest men. Perhaps it was the strong men who adored the fierce dogs more. Charlie drove up to work, bypassing the construction site as usual, heading straight to Martin's doorstep. Martin, after I returned home yesterday, someone came looking for me, inquiring about things here. Charlie stated as he stepped out of the car. Really? Martin rose and poured a drink for Charlie, curious. Who were they and what did they want? They were from a gang. Didn't T specify what they wanted, just asked about the situation here and your information. Did Nina and the others get frightened? Martin inquired. No, they didn't do anything. Do you know anything about this gang? Not much, but I've heard they're from Hell's Kitchen. It's fine. Just carry on with your work. I'll handle this. If anyone else approaches you, feel free to share whatever they want to know. Protecting your family is paramount. Understood. By the way, I remember your house is rented? Yes. Have you considered moving here? I was planning to build a small community for the permanent members of the farm. What do you think? Charlie asked curiously. Permanent members? Yes, the farm needs management. We can't always recruit from outside. It's best to enlist those who are willing to work hard and fight. Therefore, providing them with housing is essential. Are you trying to form a gang? Martin shook his head. No, I'm still contemplating. But you might consider moving here. I won't charge you rent, and it's safer. Plus, you won't have to run around to drop off the kids at school. You can start planning the residential area. All right. After Charlie left, Martin fell into deep thought. He had initially envisioned creating a place akin to Yellowstone Farm. However, if people genuinely joined, how would their livelihoods be managed? This would require careful consideration. But first, the issue of the gang approaching Charlie must be addressed. This matter could be handled from various angles. Martin refrained from reading Charlie's memories, respecting his privacy since he was an ally. There was, however, another avenue. He had heard of a prominent entrepreneur emerging from New York City, named Wilson Grant Fisk. Recently, he had welcomed his first child and hosted a gathering, to which Emma and other significant business figures were invited. Fisk had a good reputation, noted for his dedication to charity, which led Emma to attend the event with little Emma. Dear, I'm stepping out for a bit. Martin called from the door. Okay, came Raven's voice in response. Chapter 86. Kingpin Fisk endeavored to establish his criminal empire in New York. With ruthless methods, exceptional skills, and stringent management of his subordinates, he had successfully claimed Hell's Kitchen as his own. He adopted the moniker Kingpin, a name that now instilled fear in those who knew of him. Naturally, in this line of work, one must be cautious. There were certainly those beneath him who harbored dissent. However, for Kingpin, such matters were of little consequence as long as they lacked the courage to challenge him. Despite being tied down by the responsibilities of a wife and children, Fisk still retained a semblance of humanity. Thus, his methods were relatively mild, at least in comparison. As a newly established ruler of Hell's Kitchen, it was imperative that his subordinates reported every detail of daily occurrences to him. Who are you? Kingpin suddenly noticed a figure leaning against the wall behind his subordinates, smoking a cigarette and remaining silent. Reflecting on it, he realized he did not recognize this person nor knew when or with whom he had entered. This was his office, heavily guarded. Not just anyone could gain entry. Everyone present, whether there to report or as guards, followed Kingpin's gaze, exchanging glances to confirm that none recognized the intruder, who was clearly an outsider. In a flurry of gunfire, dozens of handguns, rifles, and shotguns were aimed at the unknown individual. Martin Horn. I see you are busy, so I refrain from interrupting you, Mr. Kingpin. Martin straightened up, and simultaneously, all weapons were lowered and returned to their original positions. The others parted, allowing Martin to take a seat opposite Kingpin, while those behind him remained tense and motionless. To become a future Kingpin of the underworld, one must possess remarkable psychological fortitude. What is the matter with them? Let them calm down to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Martin thought, and his companions regained control of their bodies. As they reached for their weapons again, Kingpin intervened. Enough, you may leave. Yes, boss. Kingpin's words were absolute, leaving no room for doubt. Once they exited, Kingpin turned to Martin and inquired, You seem not to be here to pick a fight. What is your relationship with the Horn Group? My company, Martin replied. Oh, I see. Kingpin picked up a cigar from the table, gesturing for Martin to help himself. Martin took it, and they both lit up. It was not a confrontation. There was no need for haste. A calm resolution would yield the best outcome. Kingpin asked, So, Mr. Horn, what brings you here? I recently acquired a farm, Martin stated. I know the one. That land in the west has attracted many suitors. Eventually, it was secured by the female owner of the Horn Group. Martin nodded, smiling as he took a puff of his cigar. Yes, that's the one. Recently, someone approached my farm manager, seemingly with intentions regarding that property. I suspect they either wish to cultivate it or establish a processing plant or transfer station. After all, why would legitimate business seek out me, the owner, when they could inquire with gang members instead? Mr. Horn, do you have objections to the flower business? Kingpin asked. No, not at all. As long as they do not encroach upon my territory and direct their attention towards my people, they may conduct their affairs as they see fit. They are not mine. Martin replied with a nod. Very well, I believe you. However, those individuals hail from Hell's Kitchen, and this is your domain. I will investigate, Kingpin assured. Indeed, those individuals were not under Kingpin's command. He had considered acquiring that land, but abandoned the thought once it was purchased by Emma. The Horn Group was vast, and Kingpin sought cooperation. Do not presume he lacked legitimate business ventures. He had many. Without legitimate enterprises, how could he launder his illicit gains? This was also the reason behind his public persona of engaging in charity. Wealth for all ensured his stability. This explains why the American government, despite knowing his true nature, remained tacitly supportive. The annual funds were not given without expectation. At the very least, he could not afford to offend the Horn Group. Kingpin fully understood the repercussions of antagonizing a conglomerate rich beyond measure. Fear was one thing, trouble was another. He had heard tales of a large organization under the Horn Group's leadership, filled with capable individuals, including influential elites. Logically, the actions against Martin should not concern Kingpin, yet he felt compelled to intervene. Firstly, given Martin's demeanor, seemingly amicable, should he refuse, who could predict his response? Whether appearing mysteriously or silently controlling his subordinates. It was a clear display of power. Secondly, the fact that someone was scheming behind his back was intolerable. Kingpin would not allow any disruptions in his territory. Lastly, maintaining good relations could yield future opportunities for collaboration. Very well, Martin smiled contentedly. I am quite easy to deal with. Any matters related to my side, you may discuss with me. I hold you in high regard. Rising from his seat, Martin declared, since we have reached an understanding, I shall take my leave. We should share a drink together sometime. See you off. Kingpin gestured, and in an instant, Martin vanished from the office. Kingpin remained seated in his chair, turning to gaze out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, contemplating, all of this belongs to me. He summoned a trusted subordinate, instructing, there are individuals stirring trouble, wishing to do something with that land in the West. I give you one day to uncover their identities. It is worth mentioning that among Kingpin's most renowned confidants was Bullseye, although he had yet to pledge allegiance to Kingpin. After witnessing Martin's elusive abilities, Kingpin realized his own power was still lacking. While weapons could threaten ordinary individuals, their efficacy against someone like Martin remained uncertain. Stepping into the parking lot, Martin surveyed the vehicles parked orderly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, considering it was Kingpin's territory, no foolhardy thug would dare stir trouble here. Driving aimlessly through the streets of New York, Martin was suddenly drawn to a commotion ahead. As he approached the Broadway Theater, several police officers halted him. Sir, there's been an incident ahead. Please take an alternate route. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer turned and ran towards another vehicle to notify others. Chapter 87. The Green Goblin. The road ahead was completely obstructed, prompting Martin to halt his vehicle. In the next moment, he found himself gazing down from the rooftop of a skyscraper across from Broadway, observing the chaotic scene below. A green figure, resembling a demon, was hovering above a flying machine, circling the square ahead. The terrace of the building opposite had been obliterated, and the crowd, both above and below, was in a frenzy, screaming hysterically. The question remained, what was the point of standing there, shouting in excitement? Among the chaos, a woman in a red cheapao had fallen from the terrace, and although she appeared quite stunning, she was merely a victim of circumstance. M.J., the failed romantic interest, wasn't too bad, possessing a commendable physique. Yet there was something off. As Martin observed, a young man wielding a camera inexplicably vanished from sight. Moments later, a uniformed Spider-Man swung by, en route to the scene. He cast a curious glance at Martin, who waved back and pointed below. Spider-Man snapped back to focus, shooting a web towards the adjacent building and continuing his mission. The Green Goblin hurled a bomb into the crowd on the terrace, where several board members of Oscorp were instantaneously vaporized by the explosion. Look, it's Spider-Man, a woman shouted excitedly from below, just as the Green Goblin was about to retaliate. He was abruptly shoved against the wall by Spider-Man. After a brief scuffle, the Green Goblin completed his objective and, with a parting threat, soared away. Coincidentally, the half-collapsed terrace beneath them, J, finally gave way. As it plummeted, Spider-Man dashed forward, executing a classic hero's rescue. The tropes of cinema had found their way into reality. It was a somewhat plausible explanation. The girl, in her fright, clung desperately to the railing, paralyzed with fear, while her mother, witnessing her child's peril, could only scream for help amidst the chaos. Martin, lost in thought and contemplating departure, suddenly sensed something hurtling towards him from behind. An explosion erupted, startling everyone present. Martin, however, maintained a stoic expression as he observed the distant Green Goblin, who was laughing maniacally while fleeing. The bomb had been caught in his grasp, detonating in his palm. Just as Sebastian had dealt with explosives, Martin absorbed all the blast's energy waves. Truly, one cannot simply watch the spectacle, Martin mused, levitating upwards. The Green Goblin's laughter abruptly ceased as his body was propelled backward, crashing down towards the ground. His flying machine shattered into fragments, and he, too, tumbled, rolling several meters away. Oscorp's biotechnology proved remarkably resilient as he remained alive, writhing on the ground while casting a gaze towards Martin in the sky. Though I know you are merely his malevolent persona, you irk me, Martin remarked, descending to inspect the injured Norman Osborn. Just then, Spider-Man had safely landed with M.J. in his arms and turned his attention to this unfolding drama. The act of spectating is inherently human, and this moment epitomized that truth. Why did you attack me? Norman could only writhe on the ground, his severe injuries rendering him mute. Before your demise, I must inform you that the world will learn your identity, and Oscorp shall cease to exist, Martin declared, removing Norman's mask amidst his horrified gaze, revealing the face of Norman Osborn to all. A sphere of crimson energy coalesced in his palm. No! Martin began to hurl the energy at Norman, just as Spider-Man, rushing from behind, attempted to intervene. An invisible force suddenly restrained Spider-Man midair. In the ensuing silence, Norman Osborn emitted no sound, transforming into a cloud of ash. Why did you kill him? Spider-Man questioned, still struggling against his invisible bonds. Had you intended to attack me earlier, you would have met a similar fate, Martin retorted, flinging Spider-Man against a nearby wall. TSK. Observing the crowd's curious gazes, Martin could only click his tongue in resignation. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the throng, likely in response to Martin's vanquishing of the villain. Did they genuinely believe he was there to save them? Martin shot a disdainful glance at an unknown onlooker, then turned to the unconscious Harry Osborn, pondering whether to eliminate the root of the problem. Peter Parker, catching Martin's eye, leaped in front of Harry, adopting a defensive stance. Very well. I shall afford you this courtesy, Martin said with a smile before teleporting to his vehicle, reflecting on the combat prowess of his companions. Martin felt assured that Harry posed no threat. With himself present, Harry could do nothing. Upon awakening, Harry would be confronted with the chaos left by his father. It was easy to imagine Harry Osborn, upon regaining consciousness, discovering that the world had irrevocably changed, from the privileged son of a wealthy family to the offspring of a nefarious mass murderer. Martin retrieved his phone and called Emma. My dear, prepare to acquire Oscorp. Their biological research division is quite promising. Given Gwen's interest in genetics, it would make a splendid graduation gift. As Emma began to inquire about the events, she caught sight of the news coverage featuring Martin's image at the scene. All right, I'll take care of it. Do you not consider concealing your identity while undertaking such endeavors? She replied, Is that necessary? Just focus on executing the acquisition, Martin instructed. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. As he drove home, Martin anticipated that a few self-important individuals would come seeking him in the following days. He had no intention of leading them to his farm, which was already bustling with activity. As expected, the next day, several groups arrived at his doorstep, including 2 from the FBI. Leave was the singular response they received. Those who maintained a polite demeanor departed without further ado, while those who persisted or attempted to resort to force found the atmosphere returning to tranquility as if they had never been there at all. As for their whereabouts, that was hardly a question worth pondering. Chapter 88. No more pretense. After dismissing a group of people, Martin returned to the living room, continuing to watch the television where a corpulent host was animatedly commenting on the emergence of 2 superhumans in New York, Spider-Man and himself. The news channels were buzzing with reports of the previous day's events, some adopting an optimistic stance, while others resorted to sharp rhetoric to capture attention. Suddenly, Martin furrowed his brow in exasperation. This was precisely why Emma had sought ways to erase his records from various organizations. The ignorant are always fearless. Arriving at the door, he found himself encircled by a battalion of soldiers, even tanks and armored vehicles surrounding him, with helicopters hovering above. A stern-looking middle-aged man, impeccably groomed, approached. The insignia on his shoulder revealed his rank as a general. I am Thaddeus Ross, affiliated with the United States military. Martin Horn, you are suspected of threatening national security. Please accompany us. Martin regarded him with a sudden remark. General Ross, I've heard your daughter is quite beautiful. What was her name again? Betty Ross. She should be in high school by now. Ross's eyes widened, and he stepped back, commanding, seize him. Soldiers closed in on Martin, with helicopters and tanks aiming their weapons at him, poised to strike. Indeed, Thunderbolt Ross lives up to his name, Martin quipped, as all vehicles and aircraft redirected their aim towards Ross, the soldiers pivoting their rifles to target him instead. Ross realized his oversight. While he sought to create super soldiers, he had underestimated Martin's ability to manipulate his forces. My apologies, I issued the wrong command, Ross stammered. Upon Martin's command, the soldiers turned their weapons upon their comrades, firing without hesitation. "No, stop. I will leave and never trouble you again," Ross pleaded. "Attempt to leave?" Martin said nothing, watching the unfolding scene until only one soldier remained standing. The soldier raised his weapon to his own head and pulled the trigger. Damn, Ross possessed a commendable quality. He valued his soldiers. Naturally, above them lay the safety of his family and country. His soldiers could perish in battle, but not like this, slaughtered like chickens. The helicopters and tanks then shifted direction, departing, leaving Ross isolated. "Where are they going?" Ross inquired urgently. Martin replied mockingly, "They are returning from whence they came." Ross hurriedly reached for his phone to contact the military base, but Martin would not allow him the luxury. "You cannot harm your country." Martin shook his head. "I am Canadian. Born in Canada," he continued. "Whatever you intend to do will be in vain." "No, Ross. It is not about what I will do, but what you all will do." After a moment's contemplation, Martin added, "I was at home with my wife, watching television when you all arrived uninvited. Can I be blamed for that?" Observing Ross's face, which remained devoid of remorse, Martin assured, "Do not worry. I will take good care of your daughter. I hope she behaves, or I shall not hesitate to alter her memories." That day, the American people learned of several significant events. A military base in the outskirts of New York was attacked by terrorists, leaving all station personnel dead and the base reduced to rubble. Several renowned television hosts were assassinated at home, vanishing from public view, unbeknownst to the common people. The following morning, the president awoke to find a severed head on his nightstand. The head belonged to Thaddeus Ross, the so-called Thunderbolt General. The famous Hollywood actress who had been lying beside him was found unconscious, completely unclothed. It was not Martin's doing. She had been that way already. Martin merely allowed her to rest peacefully. Martin had dispatched several of his duplicates the previous night, their activities unknown even to the women at home. Only after receiving news through various channels did they begin to speculate. Life returned to its tranquil state, and Martin's presence faded as quickly as it had appeared. Humanity is forgetful. Within days, only a few occasionally mentioned his name. However, aside from a select few, most remained oblivious to Martin's true identity. Those who knew had conspired to keep his existence shrouded in secrecy, classifying all information as confidential. As for Betty Ross, surely Martin would not genuinely take care of her. Keeping the daughter of an enemy close was not something Martin would stoop to. Preserving her life was already a considerable act of mercy, akin to Harry Osborn's situation. The Horn Group acquired the disbanded Osborn Group, and those wishing to seize a share of the spoils either withdrew discreetly or vanished entirely. The remaining board members of the Osborn Group understood the value of a fair deal. At the signing ceremony, Martin made an appearance, encountering a sorrowful Harry Osborn accompanied by a young man named Peter Parker. Seizing the opportunity, Martin presented himself to the public under a different guise, as the chairman of the Horn Group. Alongside him were several women, including the group's president Emma, HR director Raven, research head Lilith, and Jean, who was set to take over the biological research department. Wendy was also present, serving purely as Martin's companion. Numerous reports circulated, yet none pertained to any superhuman abilities. Any media outlet that attempted to cover such topics received stern warnings, both unofficial and official. Gradually, the populace recognized that Martin was extraordinary, yet they were on the brink of forgetting he was a superhuman. "I understand the sequence of events, but you kill my father." Gazing at Harry's face twisted with hatred, Martin shook his head. "Harry, I intended to spare your life." With that, he turned to leave. "Why provoke him?" Peter Parker questioned in confusion. Harry suddenly felt breathless, collapsing to the ground. Harry, what's wrong?" Peter's anxiety could not prevent his friend's death from heart failure. This scene hardly caused a stir. Everyone assumed that Osborn's son had succumbed to grief-induced cardiac arrest. After the ceremony concluded and the attendees departed, Peter confronted Martin. "You did this, why?" It was painfully obvious. Martin's arrival coincided with Harry's harsh words, and after Martin's departure, Harry had met his demise. If not Martin, then who else could it be? Chapter 89. Surprise what? I did not comprehend your words. You have slain his father and acquired his family's company. He poses no threat to you henceforth. Peter, is all of this truly my fault? The acquisition of the company is merely a standard business practice. If I do not undertake it, others will. As for Norman Osborn, I was merely acting as a vigilante. Peter replied, my uncle once said, with great power comes great responsibility. Ah, you're doing quite well. Keep it up, came the response. Harry is innocent. Thus, I have forgiven him. And it is in your honor that I did so. Remember, he can still be a wealthy man. Even if he loses the company, the Osborn family retains substantial wealth. Do not feign ignorance. You killed him, Peter retorted, frustration evident in his voice. Do you have any evidence? Otherwise, I shall accuse you of slander, Spider-Man. Martin began to relish the joy of a cinematic villain. Acknowledging the truth was one matter, yet this was equally entertaining. While Martin admired Spider-Man, it did not imply he endorsed his viewpoints. Unless there was a scheme or it struck him as amusing, he could not afford to retain any enemies or potential foes. As the vehicle traversed the route home, Emma curiously inquired, is he the Spider-Man? During their earlier conversation, several women had been present, and Emma had overheard their exchange. Indeed, rather astonishing, is it not? Yes, he is exceedingly young. Such naivety can only be found in youth. Ha! Do not say that. I admire him. Few possess the purity of intention to do good for the sake of goodness alone. Many individuals in this world engage in virtuous acts, yet nearly all have their own agendas. Even the crime lord, Kingpin, partakes in philanthropy. Does he merely have a sudden pang of conscience? Unless you are one of my favorite girls, I share your perspective. Suddenly, Raven interjected, Darling, slow down. I feel a bit nauseous. It was peculiar that Martin was driving. His family preferred solitude, and the car was deemed a private space. Very well. Martin eased the speed, asking Sweetheart, what a surprise, with the screech of brakes. Martin halted the vehicle, turning to examine Raven. Disbelief etched across his features as he scrutinized her condition. When Raven had mentioned her discomfort, Martin had instinctively sensed a nascent life force within her. Upon confirmation, Martin gazed at Raven with astonishment. Darling, you are pregnant. Perhaps. What? Echoed everyone in the RV, their voices filled with astonishment. Martin could hardly believe it. Although he sensed that energy, it was his first experience, and he lacked expertise. Wendy, summon the doctor to our home. Once we arrive, have Raven examined. Understood. Wendy contacted the family physician while Raven anxiously caressed her abdomen, questioning, Am I truly pregnant? Yes. Martin reassured her. Do not worry. I am confident that you carry a new life within you. Though small, it is robust. Emma, seated beside Raven, embraced her and urged Martin, Darling, step on it. We must return home for Dr. Felia to examine her. Right? Amidst the chatter of women, the car pulled into their driveway. The beautiful doctor awaited them in the living room, while Wendy's doppelganger attended to her and the medical team. For this examination, they had brought an impressively large machine. Such was the influence of the Horn family. The funding they provided was substantial, and it could be said that a significant portion of her private hospital was sponsored by the Horn Group. Moving forward, Quinn would increase investments in the hospital's biological department. Thus, the Horn family enjoyed super VIP status within the facility. It is said that mutants do not require physicians, yet such is not the case. Who could guarantee that their services would never be needed? A standard examination would suffice for an ordinary individual. However, given Raven's condition, the doctor conducted several tests. Indeed, Ms. Raven was pregnant, though the gestation was still in its early stages, and another examination could be performed in a few days. As Dr. Felia concluded her statement, a collective sigh of relief filled the room, particularly from Martin and Raven, who had long anticipated the arrival of new life. Raven had resolved to return from the cosmos to adopt a child. Yet, such matters often hinge on fate, and when the time came to act, they discovered how challenging it truly was. Now, they were blessed with their very own child. Wendy, please attend to the doctor and her team. Of course, Wendy replied. No need, Mr. Horn. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, as I can see you are eager to celebrate. Haha, indeed we are. Felia, should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform us. There is no issue too great. Thank you, Mr. Horn. With that, Felia and her team departed. Martin embraced Raven on the sofa, showering her face with fervent kisses. We're going to have a child. My child, the first in many years. Yes, Raven echoed, equally exhilarated. Though Emma and the others felt a tinge of disappointment at their own circumstances, they rejoiced for Raven and Martin. Darling, you must work harder at the company. Raven should rest at home to nurture her health. Absolutely. Martin gently seated Raven and eagerly retrieved his phone. I must share this joyous news with Logan. Raven is expecting as well. Since Kyra's pregnancy, Logan had consistently exuded happiness. Although he did not intend to, Martin often felt overshadowed. As Martin gleefully boasted to Logan about the impending child, the women exchanged smiles, gathering together to discuss matters related to children. You're quite pleased, are you? However, my child shall always be the sibling to yours. Beep, beep, beep. As the call ended, Martin resolved that, given his current age disadvantage, he would compensate with quantity. He approached the sofa, scooping Emma into his arms, heading upstairs. What are you doing? It's still broad daylight. Not that it has never happened before. Each of you must strive harder. We cannot allow Logan to have the upper hand in numbers. Let go of me, you imbecile. What do you take me for? Without a doubt, Raven's pregnancy was monumental for the Horn family. Nothing could compare to this momentous occasion. Chapter 90. Raven felt a sense of ennui as Martin chose to remain at home with her all day, eschewing any outings. Initially, Martin was oblivious to the monotony, still basking in his joy. Yet Raven found it increasingly unbearable. In the first month, she felt little discomfort, but as time lingered, her impatience grew. Not everyone shared Martin's inclination for a hermetic lifestyle. For him, as long as there was food, drink, and companionship, a year at home would hardly evoke a sense of loneliness. The duration was still short, and Raven's pregnancy had yet to become evident. Lying languidly on the sofa, she sighed, Darling, I am utterly bored. Is that so? What would you like to do? Or where would you like to go? Martin inquired. Raven pondered for a moment and realized she truly had no desire for any specific activity. She blamed Martin for imparting his introverted tendencies upon her. When had she transformed into a homebody like him? The allure of staying in was undeniably addictive. Observing Raven, who appeared lost in contemplation, Martin observed her with a teasing smile. While office workers occasionally indulged in extended vacations, and ordinary folk relished exquisite culinary experiences or ventured to picturesque locales, such pursuits lost their charm when they became overly accessible. Martin had once relished these experiences, but now true happiness and joy resided solely in the company of his family. Regardless of the activity at hand, it would be a misjudgment to assume that Martin's invincibility brought him unbridled joy. His contentment was beyond what one might envision. What do you think about a family gathering? Martin proposed. That sounds delightful, Raven replied with anticipation. We'll include Logan and Kayla, and Charlie's family as well. Construction was underway for the residential area near the farm, which was being developed on a parcel of land distinctly separated from the farm itself, close to the road. The farm, being Martin's private property, was distinct from the residential area, although the latter remained under his ownership. Essentially, Martin's residence was situated on his farm, while Logan's abode was on his own territory. The housing development was taking shape, with plans to complete a few homes at a time, beginning with 3 or 4. There was also a small building intended for individuals without families. Not everyone could afford a standalone residence. The homes on Martin's farm were available for free, provided that the occupants were associated with the farm. Should there be no satisfactory members in the future, Martin was open to renting out the houses. One must engage with interesting individuals to discover them. Perhaps there would be intriguing tenants. Unbeknownst to him, Martin had transitioned from aspiring to be a farmer to delving into real estate. Charlie's house would be the first, with free housing available. He was eager for them to move in. It was the perfect opportunity to host a small gathering as they settled in, allowing Raven to unwind. Shall we return to the farm for a while? Since Raven's pregnancy, Martin had taken her back there as the mountain-esque tranquility was more conducive to her recovery. Yet, it was perhaps too quiet. That sounds good, Martin agreed, finding no reason to refuse such a modest request. Before her pregnancy, Martin had refrained from utilizing his extraordinary abilities. But now, with her naturally expecting, ensuring her safety and well-being was entirely manageable. Thus, Raven had little reason for concern. She could resume her life as usual. Why then? Did she need to remain at home to recuperate? It seemed somewhat formal and dismissive to neglect such a notion. However, truth be told, they had little else to occupy their time. Where else could they go? 2 nights later, a small gathering was held at Martin's farm, attended by all members of 3 families. The men sat together, enjoying drinks and engaging in conversation, while the women conversed casually, and 2 children frolicked with 4 puppies across the grounds. By this time next year, we will welcome 2 new members, Martin remarked, observing Nina and Jeremy's joyful antics. Indeed, congratulations to you, Charlie replied. Thank you, Martin said after clinking glasses with the others. We must expedite the farm's development. Otherwise, the current mix of unfamiliar faces poses a safety risk. Due to the extensive renovations, workers from a construction company were frequently present, and personnel changes were at the company's discretion, meaning new faces could appear at any moment. Additionally, large trucks were continuously transporting goods, presenting potential hazards in the chaotic atmosphere of 1980s America. With Nina and Jeremy now in attendance, Charlie needed to coordinate with the construction company to ensure he was informed of any personnel changes in advance. Understood. I have already addressed this matter with them. We require familiar faces, Logan added. Charlie cannot manage everything alone. He must oversee both the farm and the construction site. True, but finding reliable individuals is no easy task. It has to start somewhere, Logan continued. I am considering establishing a transportation company in New York City. As long as one has a vehicle, they can be hired to transport goods. Many people, despite being able to drive, cannot afford a car. Logan was also contemplating the future and his children's welfare. Although Martin had gifted him a farm, its profitability remained uncertain. By initiating a transportation company, with Martin's backing from the Horn Group, Logan need not worry about securing business in the future. The Horn Group outsourced its transportation needs to smaller companies, and Logan was eager to capitalize on this opportunity. Once established, he could simply await the influx of revenue. Suddenly, Martin recalled the courier industry, which was monopolized by a handful of major companies in the United States. Having used their services twice, he found their speed appalling. Logan could easily venture into the courier business as well. However, he realized that the courier sector was too fragmented and lacked manpower for the time being. Your company, you manage it as you see fit. Is there anything you need me to assist you with? Martin inquired, taking a sip of his drink. Money, Logan replied, to purchase vehicles, pay salaries, and cover operational costs. It's overwhelming to think about all the tasks involved in starting a company. Logan, with his blunt demeanor, felt the weight of the responsibilities piling up. Huh. Martin chuckled at Logan's predicament. You might consider discussing this with Emma. She could help you assemble a team for your company. Just ensure you remain involved. Or you might find it has become my company instead. Chapter 91. The alumni gathering invitation. Logan did not take the last sentence to heart, although it was bothersome. One must not forsake financial opportunities. Those immersed in blissful moments are often oblivious to the passage of time. Thus, 1988 slipped by day. Martin remained unchanged, content in his role as a happy homebody, accompanying his wife and their unborn child. In March, Cheen finally returned after her graduation. What distinguishes a genius from an ordinary person? While others take 4 years to complete their undergraduate studies, followed by several more for graduate and doctoral degrees, Cheen accomplished the remarkable feat of earning 3 doctoral degrees in 6 years: quantum physics, financial management, and genetics. Whether this is true or not, I cannot say, as I have not pursued academia. Let's assume it is so. She was merely 24 years old, reflecting on what one does at that age, perhaps frequenting internet cafes or toiling away in mundane jobs. Well, Martin was certainly engaged in a battle of his own. Shortly thereafter, Cheen returned from work to inform Martin that the university was hosting an alumni gathering, and she had received an invitation. Didn't you graduate? Martin inquired, puzzled. Graduation does not equate to severing ties with the institution. This gathering will feature numerous prominent companies, along with representatives from the government and military, who are seeking suitable candidates for internships. As one of this year's distinguished graduates, they hope I can attend. MIT is a place where only true geniuses or the affluent gain entry. Thus, no one would pass up such an opportunity, even if one cannot secure their dream position. The chance to network is invaluable. Martin, however, had entirely lost touch with the school since it was sold off cheaply to the Gobi Desert. Following his graduation, he had no further connections, save for a few old dorm mates. He sighed, pondering if they would grieve his passing. You should definitely go. By the way, doesn't your school have any fraternities? Is there one at your university? Martin nodded. Yes, the members are quite capable individuals, and I am nominally affiliated with one. My Cheen is exceptional. Hey, you should accompany me, Cheen said, shedding her jacket and nestling against Martin's arm on the sofa. Ah, all right. Martin was not particularly fond of such gatherings, filled with pretentious individuals. But then again, Cheen was his cherished one. Come on, you've been cooped up at home with Raven for so long. Think about how long it has been since you last ventured out. Cheen teased, noticing Martin's lack of enthusiasm. Ah, you cannot fathom a father's joy, Martin said, gently stroking Cheen's hair. Then go find your own joy. I'll sleep alone tonight, she retorted, casting an eye at him before heading to the kitchen to check on Wendy. Don't forget to help me prepare my outfit. Otherwise, I'll show up in shorts and flip-flops, Martin called after her retreating figure. Oof. Just think about it. Everyone else will be donned in suits, and my partner will be wearing nothing but shorts and flip-flops. Cheen couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Yet, she knew she must prepare his attire. Otherwise, Martin might indeed commit such a faux pas. Beyond his impressive abilities, he seemed rather inept in other respects. It was all Emma, Wendy, and Raven's fault. They tended to cater to him in daily life, ensuring he lacked for nothing. It appeared that if she wanted him to be proactive, she would have to take charge. As for others, well, it was probably best to leave him be. The household was not lacking in resources, and encouraging him to be active might lead to trouble or, heaven forbid, more siblings. Ultimately, it was easier to let him remain idle. She did not mind. That night, Cheen declared her intention to sleep alone, which had absolutely nothing to do with the events of the previous night. Martin, on the other hand, cradled Raven as they returned to their bedroom. With her belly swollen from 5 to 6 months of pregnancy, Raven had become increasingly drowsy and ravenous. Logically, it should not be so. As a mutant, her physical constitution was remarkably robust. For Martin, as long as she remained healthy, that was all that mattered. I've gained so much weight. After placing Raven on the bed, she pinched the flesh of her arms. Indeed, it feels rather nice, Martin replied, a playful grin on his face. Raven shot him a disapproving glance. Hurry and sleep. I'm feeling irritable. Irritable. Martin comforted her. Don't fidget. I'll figure something out. Hee. As the saying goes, the more one is forbidden from doing something, the more they desire it. Thus, a compromise was reached, albeit slightly. 2 days later, Martin donned the white suit that Cheen had prepared, appearing quite dapper. Where did you get those glasses? Cheen inquired curiously. I bought them. No, I mean, why are you wearing glasses? It makes me look intellectual, doesn't it? It's all to maintain your image. Martin adjusted his newly acquired gold-rimmed glasses. Do I really need that? However, upon reflection, she added, but it does look handsome. Cheen nodded with a smile. Indeed, quite handsome. With our looks, no matter how we dress, we cannot escape this flaw, Martin declared narcissistically. The women in the living room exchanged glances, some bewildered by Martin's self-adoration, while only Yuriko remained unfazed, as if she found his claims to be true. All right, it's time to leave. It'll be dark soon. ISNT at evening? Martin replied, puzzled. Oh, my dear brother, once we arrive at my place, we'll have no time to waste getting to the venue. The alumni gathering would naturally be held at the university, not in the same state. Martin and Cheen needed to first reach her residence before driving to the event. Okay, I'm ready. Martin embraced Cheen, turned to bid farewell to the others with a wave, and in the next moment, they appeared at Cheen's house, miles away. Cheen took out her keys and unlocked the door, and they stepped inside. Senior, what brings you here? Oh, you must be attending the exchange meeting, right? A young woman, adorned in pastel pink, greeted them from the living room upon their entrance. Her hair was dyed a soft pink, and she wore a matching cotton leisure outfit, a tank top above and long pants below. Standing at 1.7 meters with long legs and a slender waist, she exuded an elegant presence, and thankfully, her face was free from heavy Western-style makeup. Indeed, Cheen replied with a smile, turning to Martin. This is my junior. 2 years my junior. I rented her this place when I left. Oh, Martin nodded, greeting her. Hello, I'm Martin Horn, Cheena's husband. Ah, you're married? When did that happen? The girl seemed astonished. Cheen had mentioned having a boyfriend, but had never spoken of marriage. Cheen felt compelled to clarify. No, we just habitually refer to each other this way. Chapter 92. Attending the alumni meeting, Bai Irin introduced herself. Oh, hello, I am Bai Irin. Bai? That surname is quite rare, Martin inquired curiously. Wow, your Chinese is quite impressive. Since coming to America, no one has pronounced that character so articulately, Bai Irin continued. Indeed, Bai is a seldom seen surname, she added. Cheen, observing their conversation, smiled at Bai Irin before retreating to her room to make a phone call. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai Irin turned to Cheen and asked, Are you here specifically to accompany Cheen? Yes, Martin replied, as he settled onto the sofa. Martin noticed Bai Irin's complexion was exceptionally fair, not in the typical Western sense, but with a hint of rosy undertones, her skin remarkably delicate, exuding an aura of purity. Her skin was so translucent that the veins in her neck and arms were distinctly visible. Martin gazed at the veins on her neck, momentarily entertaining a fanciful notion akin to that of a vampire desiring to take a bite. While the other women he knew also possessed fair skin, there was an undeniable difference in Bai Irin's. Moreover, she was the first compatriot he had encountered since arriving here. Will you be staying here tonight? Not decided yet. It depends on Cheen's opinion, Bai Irin replied. Feeling Martin's gaze linger on her, particularly around her neck, Bai Irin turned to face him. She was somewhat accustomed to such attention due to her unique skin, which often aroused curiosity in others. Forgive me, I just couldn't help but notice how exquisite your skin is. It appears quite delicate, which is rather uncommon. Is it natural, or... Martin stumbled slightly over his words, realizing the potential rudeness of his inquiry. Yes, it's natural, Bai Irin replied with a smile, observing Martin's expression. Vampires would surely be fond of your skin, he mused. Really? Bai Irin assumed Martin was merely complimenting her. To ordinary individuals, vampires were mere folklore. Little did she know that perhaps such beings were not entirely fictional. Nonetheless, Martin's intent was simply to praise her. Indeed, it is beautiful. You'd better be careful. I might just tell Cheen. Bai Irin teased with a playful grin. Tell her what? Bai Irin merely smiled at Martin, allowing him to ponder. Cheen isn't so petty. I was merely complimenting your skin. Come on, who would believe that? Bai Irin replied, somewhat skeptical. Given her unique skin and slender physique, she was acutely aware of how many ill-intentioned individuals might harbor ulterior motives. Curiosity is a natural human trait. Were it not for her encounter with Cheen, she might have succumbed to the advances of some lecherous professor. She trusted her instincts, reflecting on Martin's gaze, which was undeniably more than mere curiosity. She had almost been convinced by his explanation. However, Martin truly harbored no ulterior motives. If anything, he felt a sense of warmth and curiosity towards her uncommon appearance. You two seem to be getting along well, Cheen remarked as she emerged from her room. Yes, quite well, Martin replied. Is everything all right on your end? Yes, I just made a call to a classmate. There's nothing else. We can head out now. After bidding farewell to Bai Irin, the two exited to the parking lot where their vehicle awaited. Don't ask where the car came from. When one has wealth, anything is possible. The alumni gathering was to be held at a nearby hotel. However, Martin found it perplexing that such a gathering would take place in a hotel rather than at the school. Furthermore, only those who received invitations could attend. Curious, Martin posed his questions to Cheen. I don't know. I've never attended one before, she confessed. Do you know who will be attending? From the company, Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, and our own Horn Group. Oh, there's a new company this year called PIM Technologies. They will have representatives present. It seems this new company has an impressive background, Cheen recalled suddenly. Indeed, the owner of PIM Technologies is Hank Pym, a former colleague of Howard Stark and an old friend. They co-founded a mysterious organization known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Why such a lengthy name? Cheen inquired, puzzled. They're either research enthusiasts or adept in combat. As for the name, I suppose they don't mind it, Martin chuckled. This year, Hank left the organization due to differences in research outcomes. Martin recalled that Hank had recently founded his own company, remembering the rift between him and Howard Stark, which stemmed from the Pym particles. Hank Pym firmly believed that he alone had the right to utilize the Pym particles, while Howard Stark had been covertly replicating them. There were also speculations that future visitors had stolen a batch of Pym particles, triggering the conflict. Martin felt no unusual spatial fluctuations, unaware if such individuals had truly arrived, perhaps due to his lack of attention. However, it was of little consequence. The matter was trivial, and those individuals were inconsequential. Speaking of which, our company has also received an invitation. Yes, did I not mention it? You and I will represent the company, Sheen replied nonchalantly. Really? Yes. Recalling the moment when Sheen had informed him about this, he teased, "How stingy of you," and lightly flicked her forehead. Yes, quite stingy. Who asked you to act so unwillingly? I am not unwilling. I am more than willing to accompany you in anything. It's just that Raven is pregnant, and I truly do not wish to leave her side. Raven, Raven, all you ever talk about is Raven. When you are pregnant, I shall only speak of Sheen. Martin replied with a grin. Dream on. Let her bear the child. I have no intentions of doing so, Sheen muttered softly. Sigh. The affection has waned. It has barely been a while, and you are already growing impatient. Martin lamented exaggeratedly. Ah, how disheartening, he added with mock sorrow. Ha! Enough of that. Sheen chuckled, playfully swatting Martin. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they soon arrived at their destination. It was not far to begin with. Had walking not been cumbersome, Martin would have preferred to stroll with Sheen. Considering that everyone was attending a gathering, others arrived in luxurious cars. While they remained unconcerned about their own mode of transport, Martin was indifferent, but Sheen appeared somewhat displeased. Aside from corporate representatives, Martin realized he had forgotten to inquire who else might be attending. Still, he thought to himself, it was of little importance. Upon arriving outside the hotel, the scene before them was far from a simple alumni gathering. The entrance was bustling with not only guests being welcomed, but also security personnel checking invitations. Chapter 93 Conversation Outside. There were journalists. Is this truly an alumni gathering? It should be. After all, it is MIT, said Sheen, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Huh. If they rolled out a red carpet, I might have mistaken it for an award ceremony. If you desired such gatherings, our family certainly has the means, Sheen replied with a smile. As they conversed, they parked the car outside the entrance. Martin exited first, then opened the door for Sheen, taking her hand as she stepped down. After handing the keys to the staff, Sheen linked her arm with Martin's, and together they approached the hotel entrance. Good evening, sir and madam. Good evening, Sheen smiled, responding as she presented the invitation. After a brief inspection, the invitation was returned, and they were ushered inside. Upon entering the hall, Martin finally grasped the reason behind the invitation-only nature of the event, spotting familiar faces among the crowd. The individuals Sheen referred to from various companies were indeed high-ranking executives. Additionally, there were government officials, the kind frequently seen on news channels, as well as representatives from the Aerospace Agency and other specialized departments, including uniformed military personnel. The most recognizable among them was none other than Alexander Pierce, the current director of S.H.O.D. With so many prominent figures present, it was only natural for the event to be conducted with a certain level of formality. Oh, I'd almost forgot, Martin and Sheen are also notable attendees. Yet, he pondered why so many individuals seemed to be idly attending. Howard Stark's presence could be justified as he sought talent for his company, and his son was also a student here. But what about the personnel from other companies and the Aerospace Agency? Were there HR representatives? Their supervisors? Despite the insistence that it was unimportant, Martin couldn't help but wonder. It was unavoidable, given the presence of so many cunning individuals. As an ordinary person, he found himself unable to suppress his curiosity. The company one keeps influences their thoughts. Surrounded by this crowd, it was no surprise that conspiracy theories sprang to mind. Martin noticed that after their entrance, many eyes subtly turned towards them, some openly gazing. Glancing at Sheen beside him, he found it unsurprising. Dressed in an elegant white evening gown, she perfectly complemented Martin's suit. Her pure yet alluring aura naturally drew attention, while others merely observed from a distance. It was Tony Stark who approached them. Thank God, finally someone I know has arrived. Are there not many of your classmates around? Martin inquired. I don't recognize them. I didn't expect you to be interested in such gatherings. I thought you preferred yachts and swimsuits, Martin teased. Indeed. Just look around. I really don't understand why he insisted I attend this event, Tony remarked, glancing at his father, who was conversing with friends. Speak of Howard, and here he comes. Howard Stark approached, extending his hand. Martin smiled and shook it. Martin Horn. Have we met somewhere before? Martin remained silent, raising his wine glass slightly. Recognizing the gesture, Howard was suddenly reminded of a long-lost memory. It's you. You Haven Tea changed a bit, he said enviously, observing Martin, who looked just as he did decades ago. Had it been 40 years ago, Howard would have been astounded. However, as a member of S.H.I.E.D., now, he had grown accustomed to encountering extraordinary figures. Indeed, only you have aged considerably, Martin remarked, noting Howard's graying hair. 40 years is a significant stretch of time. Indeed it is. Suddenly, Cheen interjected, Martin, I'll be over there for a moment. Following her gaze, Martin noticed a group of young people, likely her upperclassmen or classmates. All right, I shall excuse myself too. Tony seized the opportunity, clearly feeling uncomfortable alongside his father. The two older men exchanged glances. All right then, what is the agenda for today? You all seem rather unusual. Well, last year, the Aerospace Agency captured an image of a spacecraft, and that very ship is now parked in your yard, right? And what of it? They all wish to discuss it with you. Oh, Martin nodded in understanding. It seemed these individuals had come specifically for him, or rather, for the spacecraft, who discovered that the craft is currently at my residence. No one. You brought it back so openly that the satellites spotted it. Well, I imagine someone had stealthily infiltrated my home. By the way, I possess an even larger vessel, a genuine warship. What they captured was merely a small toy. Martin paused, continuing with a smile. Since you're relaying messages for them, would you mind conveying one for me? Certainly. Howard nodded, unable to refuse. If they wish to avoid becoming the next casualty, they should keep their distance until they possess absolute certainty in their dealings with me. It would be wise for them to behave, or rather, for all of you to behave. I've heard you're researching Hank Pym's Pym particles. Howard Stark was no simpleton. Could an honest man rise to prominence in this capitalist society just because Ivan Vanko is a cinematic villain? Does that render his words inherently false? Essentially, none present, including Martin, could be deemed virtuous, except for Cheen. If this building were to collapse, crushing anyone else, it would be seen as a service to the populace, except for Cheen. If all were to perish, this nation, even the world, would likely be a better place, again, except for Cheen. That was merely a misunderstanding. Indeed, a misunderstanding. Martin raised his glass in acknowledgement. I find myself somewhat hungry. Excuse me. Very well. Martin had underestimated his standing in their eyes. Since that year, when Raven was captured, several influential figures had met their demise at Martin's hands, including the obliteration of a few military research bases and a military installation. Even Howard Stark, in his presence, tucked away his brash demeanor, not daring to show any defiance. Fearful, the lessons of bloodshed had taught them to tread carefully when dealing with Martin, a man capable of lethal retribution at the slightest provocation, often annihilating entire families in the process. They were powerless against him. Should Martin be aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel wronged. It was impossible, utterly implausible. His temperament was quite amiable. He was nothing like they imagined. Chapter 94. Alexander Pierce Slander. All of it is slander. After bidding farewell to Howard, Martin observed Cheen engaged in conversation with friends and chose not to disturb her. He made his way directly to the nearby food area, where an array of banquet delicacies awaited, leaving Martin's appetite piqued. Primarily featuring hors d'oeuvres, one must question the true intentions of those attending such gatherings. Who genuinely comes merely for the food? The preparation of these dishes serves primarily to satisfy those who may require sustenance, with a greater purpose of aesthetic appeal, showcasing the host's thoughtfulness. However, today presented a peculiar occurrence. Martin seated himself at a small table, shed his suit jacket, and filled a plate with an abundance of food, indulging without a care in the world. In any gathering, one cannot overlook the presence of socialites, often referred to as debutantes. These socialites vary. Some are scions of affluent families, forging connections for personal gain, while others infiltrate gatherings in search of romance. Today, as assembly boasted both types. Yet, no instances of condescension leading to embarrassment arose. Although Martin had previously adopted a low profile, that was in the past. Presently, many recognized him as the chairman of the Horn Group. Despite his infrequent appearances in public, tales of his exploits circulated widely, especially among those privileged enough to be invited to such an event. It was rare to encounter someone indulging in food at a gathering. Martin had presumed he was the only one. Lifting his gaze, he noticed Alexander Pierce approaching, a plate brimming with food in hand. I can't believe this. When one is hungry, one must eat. There is no sense in enduring hunger. Unlike them, I refuse to suffer for the sake of appearances. Of course, it's also possible they are simply not hungry, he remarked. Indeed, you are correct. However, I am aware that many attendees often consume a light meal prior to such gatherings. Unless it is a feast in its own right, Alexander Pierce introduced himself. Martin Horn, please have a seat. Director Pierce, Martin invited. As Pierce settled down, he inquired, "Oh, Mr. Horn is familiar with me? Well, you should know that I possess certain unique capabilities and have a few associates. These matters should not remain a secret to S.H.I.E.L.D., especially since Martin's prowess has reached new heights, allowing him to be more unrestrained," Martin replied. "Yes, we indeed have your records. You understand, it is part of my responsibilities, so please do not take offense. Your record is classified at the highest level, accessible only to me," Pierce stated while enjoying his food. Martin harbored suspicions that Pierce might genuinely be hungry, using this as an excuse to eat. "That is perfectly fine, I don't mind. I appreciate your candor. Unlike others who constantly test the waters, I prefer a straightforward approach." Pierce nodded, seemingly in agreement, his demeanor betraying no embarrassment, almost as if he were not the one probing. The testing had commenced from the moment he arrived. Truly a master of intrigue, a trait Martin considered beyond his own capabilities. I too appreciate honesty. However, at times, a degree of discretion is necessary. So, Director Pierce, what is it that you wish to discuss? I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Agency. To contribute to the maintenance of global peace, Pierce proposed, smiling as he added, "Of course, that is the official narrative. What I truly mean is that your joining us would greatly benefit your career. You see, the agency wields considerable influence worldwide. Yet perhaps my aspirations extend beyond Earth," Martin retorted playfully. Pierce's expression subtly shifted, as though he had received the answer he sought. "Ah, just a jest," Martin laughed, interrupting Pierce's contemplations regarding his response. If not for your remarkable abilities, who would dare jest with me? Perhaps I should retire for a cup of tea," Pierce mused. "Can we discuss your ship? Has your agency taken an interest in it?" Martin inquired. "She? Indeed, the Morphing, named after my beloved, as it is my first vessel." Martin hinted at the possibility of possessing more than one ship, leaving it ambiguous enough for Pierce to speculate without the ability to obtain clarity. "If possible, in any capacity, we would like to study her," Pierce began, but Martin immediately shook his head. "No, that is not an option. I merely wish to enjoy my own endeavors without involving you." "Mr. Horn, I believe that whether on Earth or elsewhere, we are of the same kind," Pierce suggested, implying that beyond Earth, humanity would be Martin's natural allies, while S.H.A.L.D. holds significant power on Earth. Thus, Martin's allies equate to Earthlings, and S.H.I.L.D. represents his support. Martin had indeed underestimated him, yet this was a consequence of his own reticence. However, he could not afford to destroy Earth merely to prove a point. Regrettably, Martin refrained from showcasing the explosion of ego, as it would certainly alter their perceptions. "You are right," Martin continued. "There are three types of people I detest: racists, black individuals, and Jews." Pierce recognized that Martin was merely toying with him. "Very well. I understand. I shall excuse myself," Pierce remarked, striving to maintain his composure. "Until we meet again," Martin replied as Pierce departed, his expression shifting as he turned away, quickly adopting a smile in public. The remainder of the banquet proved lackluster. as an unknown leader delivered a brief commendation of the school and its students, wishing everyone fruitful endeavors. It remained unclear whether Howard or Pierce had disseminated the message, but until the event concluded, no outsiders approached Martin. "Are you planning to remain here, consuming food, indefinitely?" Sheen inquired, having concluded her social obligations, and approached Martin. "Indeed. What else is there for me to do?" Why isn't anyone seeking you out? I am merely a department head. Why would they come looking for me?" "It's quite bothersome," Martin replied. Sheen had finished her conversations with classmates and friends, yet upon bidding them farewell, she encountered various unfamiliar individuals claiming to represent different companies, leaving her with no choice but to engage politely. Chapter 95. The alumni gathering concludes. "You can ignore them," Martin said as he motioned for her to sit beside him, gently massaging her shoulders. "That would be quite impolite. Besides, our family business may collaborate with one of them in the future." While relishing Martin's massage, Sheen replied, "True. Then it's a hard day's work for you, my dear." "Ha. With such sweet words like my dear, how could it possibly be hard work?" Martin observed curiously, noticing her newfound eloquence. "What are you staring at? You performed quite well today. You didn't even flirt with any other beauties," Sheen remarked, glancing at a few so-called socialites nearby. "Are you underestimating me?" "I don't just fall for anyone I see," she replied, enjoying the moment. It wasn't solely Martin's massage skills that brought her pleasure, but the feeling of being cherished. "All right, you've dealt with them long enough. You must be tired. Shall we head back?" "Yes, let's." Leaning against Martin, Sheen asked, "How about we not return to New York tonight?" "Why not?" "Because I want you to belong to me tonight." Martin reflected on his recent behavior and conceded, "All right, tonight we belong to each other." If it weren't for the crowd, Martin would have longed to kiss her passionately. "Why don't you grab something to eat first?" "The food here isn't bad," Martin suggested, standing to fetch a plate for Sheen. As long as Martin was by her side, Sheen felt liberated from her usual self-consciousness. When she ventured out alone, she rarely indulged in food or drink. This was a habit formed during her adolescent years under Martin's influence, and it had become second nature. Only with Martin's presence could she fully relax. Sheen had a small appetite and quickly felt satisfied. After they finished eating, they departed without needing to bid anyone farewell, as there was no one to say goodbye to. Once outside, Martin suddenly crouched down and said, "Hop on my back." "Ha. Do I really need you to carry me just a few steps?" Sheen pointed to the car a short distance away. Martin maintained his position when not driving. "I'll carry you back. It's been ages since we strolled together." "All right." Sheen felt tempted by his suggestion. It had indeed been a long time since they enjoyed each other as company. Their last outing had been quite some time ago. Sheen suddenly felt a surge of energy in her legs, which had previously felt fatigued, and joyfully leaped onto Martin's back. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but rather mental fatigue. Martin supported her as he walked slowly forward. "If only it weren't so noisy around here," he mused. The vicinity of the school was bustling, and they often brushed past groups of students, devoid of that romantic ambience typically associated with a nighttime stroll. Upon arriving at Sheen's residence, they both sighed simultaneously. Ha. They laughed, seemingly sharing the same thought. "You owe me a favor later," Sheen said playfully, hugging Martin's arm. "One favor isn't enough. I demand a lifetime," he teased. "A lifetime? Isn't that a bit too long?" Sheen replied mischievously. "Long? Not all. When you're with your true love, time feels fleeting." Fortunately, both of them were among the long-lived, with ample time ahead for romance. "Oh no, I forgot to inform by in advance," Sheen suddenly noted in the elevator. "Why bother?" Sheen shot him a look as a girl living alone. What if she thinks we're not coming back and we're something inappropriate? What if you, the wolf, see her like that? As she spoke, she took out her phone and called by Erin to inform her they would be home soon. "She's watching TV," Martin said, ruffling her hair. "Have a little faith in me, all right? I'm just worried your charm will be too overwhelming, and by one tea be able to resist you," Sheen teased. "Good to know. So why not try to please me?" "Please? Clearly, it's you who can't live without me." Martin smiled, admiring Sheen's proud demeanor as he pulled her close. "Indeed, I can't imagine what I'd become without you." As the elevator reached their floor, Sheen knocked on the door, and by Erin opened it. "How was the gathering tonight?" By asked curiously, unable to attend and intrigued by such events. "It was just as expected," Sheen replied, stepping inside and removing her shoes. It was all just pleasantries. I didn't have a moment to spare. I thought it was all right, Martin added playfully. Sheen shot him a glance, choosing not to comment. When they were alone, they could spar verbally. In front of others, she preferred to maintain her partner's dignity. I wish I could have gone. Then I could find a better job, I lamented. You still have plenty of time before graduation. What's the rush? Sheen questioned, puzzled. You know how it is, I said. Sheen frowned, displeased. Don't worry. I'll help you. Thank you, dear. No need. I don't want Martin to get jealous. Sheen laughed, dodging Bai's embrace. Yes, indeed, Martin chimed in. Through their mental connection, Sheen shared Bai's situation with Martin. A cliché narrative unfolded. A beautiful girl encountering a predatory professor, only to be rescued by the school's prominent figure, Sheen. Cliché, yet all too common. Every industry has its unspoken rules, and there were countless things left unsaid. The trio sat on the living room sofa, chatting and watching television before retiring to their own rooms. Keep it down, you two, Bai teased before retreating to her room. Ah. With that, Martin and Sheen naturally kept their noise to a minimum. Whether they actually succeeded in doing so was beside the point. That night, as Martin drifted into sleep, he suddenly opened his eyes to unusual disturbances outside the building. Rapid movement accompanied by sounds of a scuffle, activating his abilities to investigate. Martin inwardly grumbled, what a coincidence. Sheen slept soundly, completely unaffected. Chapter 96, Blade upon investigation. There were two individuals outside, one sprinting ahead while the other pursued closely behind. The commotion of their struggle was minimal, only perceptible when one was in proximity to the pair. Yet, Martin was no ordinary person. He possessed an awareness akin to that of a deity, capable of detecting any unusual disturbance. The two figures outside were intriguing. The pursuer was an African man with a striking hairstyle, wielding a long sword in one hand and a curiously shaped curved dagger in the other. Clad in a sleek black leather trench coat and sporting sunglasses even in the dead of night, he ran with his lips pursed tight, occasionally parting them to reveal elongated canine teeth. The one fleeing ahead was even more peculiar. His complexion was ghostly pale, his combat prowess seemingly lacking. Yet his movements were remarkably agile. Most notable were his silvery white eyes and beast-like fangs. It was uncanny, reminding Martin of the vampires he had recently discussed with Bayer. What a coincidence, he thought bemused. Such plot devices could easily be dismissed as kitsch. These individuals, under the scrutiny of various authorities and the pursuit of specialized hunters, seldom dared to venture out. Those who transgressed and ventured forth to hunt were swiftly eliminated. The one currently fleeing was audacious, seeking a thrill. Martin quietly rose, donned a coat, and the next moment found himself in the path of the fleeing vampire. As the creature approached, Martin swiftly grasped its neck. There was no malice in his actions. Rather, it stemmed from a simple curiosity. In his former life, Martin had fantasized about becoming a vampire himself, captivated by the allure of the enchanting vampire characters in films and television. Upon encountering this vampire, he felt an irresistible urge to satisfy his curiosity. Ability to copy. Vampire bloodline. There were no extraordinary powers, merely a bloodline. Should he replicate it? Martin hesitated. Truth be told, he held little regard for this lineage, yet it represented a dream. Furthermore, he had heard tales of the exquisite sensations experienced during the act of being drained. With a sudden thought, he decided, copy. Martin Horn, abilities, ability replication, Phoenix Force, force field control, self-healing, energy control, energy absorption, telepathy, diamond form, instantaneous movement, teleportation, transformation, cloning, super speed, weather control, healing, life absorption, plant creation, interstellar perception, flight, vampire bloodline, corrosive saliva, powerful sound waves, speed physiology, environmental survival, beast senses, body enhancement, system control. There was no reaction, as if a droplet of water had fallen into the vast ocean. The bloodlust he had anticipated was completely absent. To put it plainly, vampires sought blood for life energy. Their unique lineage compelled them to draw from fresh blood, hence their thirst. But to discuss energy with Martin, this ability would merely serve to enhance his life and fulfill a long-held fantasy. The bloodline he acquired differed from that of other vampires. While others descended from the progenitors of their kind, Martin S. was a direct replication. He lacked an ancestor. In essence, he was the progenitor of this particular bloodline. With a sharp crack, Martin exerted pressure, yet the creature did not perish. To destroy such beings, one must annihilate their hearts or expose them to sunlight or holy water. As he caught up to Blade, he observed Martin's actions and interjected, offering insight. At this moment, the youthful Blade had yet to adopt his later, more stoic demeanor, and upon witnessing Martin's attempted resolution of the vampire, he felt compelled to educate him on the correct method. "Thank you," Martin replied, disregarding Blade's counsel. As he tightened his grip on the creature's neck, an orb of energy appeared within his palm. The vampire let out a shriek before disintegrating into ash, scattering into the night air. "It seems I was overly cautious," Blade remarked. "Not all. I truly appreciate your guidance on the proper method. However, I have my own approach, my unique way." Indeed, who claims that Blade is not cold-hearted? He could be taken outside for 10 minutes of intense training. "Good night." Martin bid farewell. "Good night," Blade responded, turning to depart. Martin admired Blade's straightforward demeanor. "Where have you been?" Upon returning to the bedroom, Cheen drowsily inquired. "I stepped out briefly. Nothing to worry about. Sleep now." Cheen opened her eyes wide at his response. "Out at this hour? Did you encounter something entertaining?" Noticing her wakefulness, Martin decided to elaborate. His abilities were no longer a secret within the household. "So, you become a vampire now?" Cheen asked, intrigued. "Not quite. I remain human, merely possessing certain traits," Martin replied, parting his lips to reveal his elongated canines. "Ah!" The instinctive fear of beasts gripped Cheen, and she inhaled sharply. "You must never kiss me again." Chuckling mischievously, Martin leaned closer to Cheen. "No, no, no." Bayer, who had finally drifted into slumber next door, opened her eyes and sighed in exasperation, cocooning herself in the covers. Martin was merely teasing Cheen. He had no intention of truly biting her. Reflecting on how frightened she had been, curled up in a ball, Martin found her reaction endearing. However, he refrained from further frightening her, soothing her until she fell back asleep. The following morning, Martin and Cheen awoke refreshed, while Bayer yawned incessantly, rising quite late. Upon exiting the room and spotting the two in the living room, Bayer shot them a weary glance. "You two are quite the ruckus." "Huh?" Cheen looked puzzled, remembering they were not at home. Soundproofing was non-existent here. Their playful antics in the room had indeed disturbed her. "My apologies," Bayer had little to say, leaning against the sofa and glaring at Martin. It was all his fault. Cheen was too lovely to blame her. Martin shrugged at Cheen, expressing his own helplessness. "Bayer, we'll be heading back to New York shortly," Cheen invited. "All right," Bayer replied weakly. Seeing her demeanor, Cheen shot Martin a disapproving look, blaming him for scaring her friend. Martin felt unjustly accused, as both seemed to blame him. "I'll go change," he announced. After they had both dressed, they emerged from the bedroom to find Bayer half reclined on the sofa, fast asleep. "Let's go," Cheen whispered. She had intended to bid her farewell, but decided against it. Indeed, the two slipped away quietly, careful not to disturb the sleeping figure on the couch. The moment the door closed behind them, they found themselves back in their home in New York. Chapter 97. Transformation of the Bloodline. Noticing Bai Yi's neck once again, Martin was suddenly overcome with an insatiable desire to feed. To avoid alarming her, he hastily left with Cheen. Reflecting on his experience at the alumni gathering, he lamented the absence of that particular character, the Black Egg, a missed opportunity that he regretted, not due to any fondness for the character itself. Influenced by fan fiction, Martin harbored no affection for the Black Egg. He found himself more inclined towards extraterrestrials than Earthlings. Then there was that woman, perpetually extolling justice as if the universe would cease to function without her presence. Additionally, during their film outing, her voice was often strained, leaving Martin uncertain whether it was a natural trait or a deliberate act. In any case, he found her quite irksome. Should he encounter her again, he might contemplate whether to drain her dry. After all, as the villain, he was free to indulge in whatever whims he desired. He regretted not meeting Nick Fury during this period. From the film Captain Marvel, it was evident that the young Black Egg possessed a rather amusing demeanor. and Martin was eager to witness it firsthand. To his knowledge, this year Fury would be appointed as the deputy director in Boggett, and it would not be until 1995 that he would ascend to the position of director of SHIELD. At this time, neither Nick Fury nor Alexander Pierce would have even met him. Having been cooped up for too long, stepping out felt invigorating. He could take them out for leisure in the future, a welcome change after being confined for such an extended period. Aside from accompanying the pregnant Raven, he felt the need to make amends with the others. He had indeed favored Raven too much in recent months, neglecting to rest. Is Emma not resting today? Upon returning home, Martin found everyone present except Emma. She is in the study, Wendy replied. Nodding, Martin approached Raven, kissing her gently. How are you feeling? Everything is normal. That's good. After exchanging kisses with the others, Martin ascended to the study. Pushing the door open, he found Emma seated near the floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in paperwork. The view was splendid, and Martin quietly approached, glancing at the documents, which seemed trivial. After a moment of silent companionship, he noticed she was still focused on her work and gently caressed her hair. Would you like to take a break? No, I'm almost done. Observing Emma's enduring beauty, Martin suddenly bent down and lifted her into his embrace. Once seated, he placed her on his lap. I want to hold you. Emma offered no resistance, settling into a comfortable position while continuing her work. Martin was not adept at handling such matters, but Emma prioritized her company over the Hellfire Club, as the business was her true passion. Thus, he could only accompany her in his own way. With arms wrapped around her waist, he rested his head on her shoulder, gazing through her hair at her earnest expression. So enchanting, he mused, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on her cheek. Emma responded with a gentle nuzzle against him, remaining absorbed in her tasks. Breathing in her fragrant hair, Martin chose not to disturb her further. After a while, Emma stretched and declared, finally finished. Darling, you've worked hard. It wasn't tiring. I enjoy this life. Having goals makes me feel fulfilled, unlike before when I always feared losing everything. Martin tightened his embrace. With me, you'll never lose anything. Yes. Emma languidly leaned against him. I know. Martin inquired, how about we go out once the baby is born? Sound good. You don't even ask where we're going? He chuckled. Wherever it is, as long as I'm with you, I'm fine. Feigning contemplation, Martin whispered in her ear, I want to go to... Ha ha ha. I don't want to go. Then we shall stay here. Suddenly, Emma recoiled, turning to see Martin's fangs. It was a natural reaction. Fortunately, Emma, as the White Queen, was well versed in such matters. How did you become a bloodline? He intended to say vampire, but found the term distasteful and opted for bloodline. Martin explained the events of the previous night, and Emma nodded in understanding, relaxing her neck. I'm not afraid. No, I know you would never harm me. Indeed, lightly, I'll one day become a vampire, will I? Emma asked. Not unless you desire to. I wish to be with you, forever. Emma murmured, suddenly feeling a prick of pain in her neck. The blood, which should have tasted slightly metallic, felt unexpectedly delightful due to the influence of the bloodline. Martin had acquired his first bloodline descendant. Under the bloodline's effect, Emma's skin became even more radiant, appearing almost reflective in the light. Her exquisite features, paired with her fangs, rendered her strikingly alluring. It is worth noting that Emma was always the first. She was the first woman to capture his heart. Initially hesitant, she became entirely compliant after being won over by Martin. Now, she was the first to transform into his bloodline descendant. She deserved his unwavering affection. When felines express their affection, they often nip at their partner's neck. And Martin and Emma resembled a pair of such creatures. One a cat, the other a tiger. And this feline bore canines? Transforming Emma felt akin to a playful game between them. Anything enjoyable was worth sharing. Unless the others wished to partake, there was no necessity for transformation. For mutants, their lifespans were already extensive, rendering the transformation into a bloodline unnecessary unless they too wished to join in this playful endeavor. Upon exiting the study and entering the living room, the women quickly noticed Emma's transformation. After inquiring out of curiosity, they learned that Emma had been transformed by Martin. Sheen, having shared the previous day's events, was not overly surprised. However, Martin was taken aback when they expressed a desire for transformation, citing the improvement in skin quality as the reason. Even Sheen, who had initially felt apprehensive, cast aside her lingering discomfort. Consequently, after some time, apart from the pregnant Raven, all the others transformed into Martin's bloodline descendants. Could the effects of the bloodline truly be so remarkable? Each one had become increasingly enchanting. Were they all delectable due to love? One by one, they experimented and discovered that they did not possess the fears and shortcomings typically associated with vampires. Martin could only attribute this to his formidable strength. Chapter 98, The Eldest Son. Austin on August 24, 1989, Martin's home was bustling with visitors. Besides the Martin family, Logan and his wife, along with their son Dakin and Charlie and his wife, were present. Nina, however, was absent as she had gone to school. As was customary, everyone went about their morning routines after rising. With the due date approaching in the next couple of days, Martin and his family had already prepared for the occasion. A resident doctor was on standby, and all necessary arrangements had been made, awaiting the moment of arrival. Around noon, Raven began to feel unwell, prompting her to ask Dr. Philia, who had been staying with them, to examine her. It was confirmed that the time had finally come. The delivery proceeded smoothly without any complications, a testament to Raven's robust health and thorough preparations. "It's a boy. Congratulations," Philia announced, cradling the newborn with a radiant smile. Martin held Raven's hand tightly, wiping the sweat from her forehead, expressing his gratitude for her efforts. "All I want now is to see my child," Raven replied earnestly. Philia gently handed the baby to her, allowing them to gaze upon their new little one. "He's a bit ugly," Martin joked, finally feeling a sense of relief. Although he appeared calm during the process, only he and Raven, whose hand he grasped, knew the extent of his anxiety. Upon hearing Martin's jest, Raven shot him a glare. "If you think he is ugly, then look away. Don't be upset. I was merely joking. He is adorable." Martin beamed, playfully poking the baby's cheek. "All newborns look like this," Philia chimed in. "Mr. Horn, could you step outside for a moment? We need to clean up a bit." "Of course," Martin replied, placing a gentle kiss on Raven's forehead. "I'll be back shortly." Once he exited the bedroom, everyone turned to him. "It's a boy," and everything went smoothly. Martin shared with a smile. The room erupted with joy. Emma inquired, "May I go in and take a look? The nurse is cleaning them up. Perhaps wait a bit," he suggested. "All right," Logan interjected. "Congratulations." "Thank you," Martin replied. The arrival of new life is always filled with joy. They represent the continuation of life, the future of the family, and a testament to love. After the cleaning was completed, the group entered the refreshed bedroom to admire the spotless newborn. "He looks much better now. Have you chosen a name for him?" Logan asked, gazing at the sleeping infant. Dakin, in Martin's arms, widened his eyes in curiosity at his new brother. Martin turned to Raven for her thoughts. "You're the father," she smiled. "How about Austin, signifying noble birth?" Martin proposed. "I thought you might name him Jack or something similar," Raven replied. "While Jack is a lovely name, it is far too common. Moreover, Jack means God's gift, and we are not believers in our household. The Horn family holds no faith. If we were to believe in something, Martin would be a far superior figure than this so-called God. At least Martin is here to protect our family. Then it shall be Austin Horn, my son." Raven smiled, calling out to her child, though he was yet to respond to her affection. Unbeknownst to Martin, perhaps due to his own perception, Austin had boundless energy. After merely a few hours of sleep, he would keep them awake throughout the night. "Wow," Martin sighed, hearing the cries emanating from the crib beside him. Resigned to rise once more, he felt utterly drained, not physically but emotionally. He had already gotten up several times that night. Raven, observing Martin's distress, stifled a chuckle. "I used to be so naive," Martin mused, picking up his son and gently rocking him, murmuring softly. He had only thought about having a child, neglecting the chaos that accompanied it. He reflected on how, as Austin grew, he would not only be noisy but also mischievous. The couple fell silent to avoid disturbing the baby. Martin attempted to soothe Austin while checking if he needed a diaper change. He was certainly not hungry. They had just fed him. "Bring him here," Raven whispered. Martin carried the baby to the bedside, placing him next to Raven. "You little rascal," Martin grumbled, feeling slighted that after all his efforts to calm Austin, the moment he was placed next to Raven, the baby settled down. It felt discriminatory and ungrateful. Raven smirked. pointing to the other side, inviting Martin to join them for some rest. In the stillness of the night, Austin lay between his parents, quickly falling asleep under his mother's soothing touch. After that, he did not make a sound for the remainder of the night. 2 months passed, bringing October. Austin was thriving, exhibiting an energetic disposition. Much like his father, he adored being held by pretty aunts. Whenever rough men like Martin or Logan held him, he would wail incessantly. Yet, his favorite was still his mother, Raven. Smack! Martin playfully handed off his fussy son to Raven, giving the baby's tiny backside a light pat to express his mild irritation. Wow! Raven laughed as she received the baby, kicking Martin playfully in return. He was just pretending. I didn't hit him hard, Martin protested. Regardless, you made our son cry, Raven replied, cradling Austin on the sofa to soothe him. Martin sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her, and remarked, My dear, you have changed. You would have never treated me this way before. Indeed, my son is now my utmost priority. You come in a distant second, Raven replied with a smile. Sigh, I hope our next child is a girl. Then you'd better get to work. We both need to work on that, she teased. Oh, how delightful that sounds, Martin chuckled, embracing his beloved and their child. I wish to take you both out for some fun. He had promised Emma and the others that once the baby was born, he would take them out. However, with the newborn's arrival, it was not yet appropriate to venture outside. Now, Austin was healthy and vibrant. As October set in, the weather gradually cooled, making it an ideal time for an outing, unlike the previous heat. Great! Where shall we go? Martin asked, gesturing skyward. Just for a day out? Indeed, he affirmed. With such a tiny child, Martin could not engage in any strenuous activities as he had done before. Nonetheless, as a family, even the most vulnerable, Wendy, could handle any ill-intentioned individuals with ease. Raven suddenly recalled something and inquired, You're not planning to visit your old flame, are you? Who? That dazzling Aisha. If you delay any longer, her character may compel her to send a fleet to find you, Raven teased. Martin nodded. I suppose I should pay her a visit. It has been a year. Chapter 99. Preparations for travel that should not be a problem. After all, she is my woman, and I ought to accompany her, Martin remarked. So it's settled then? We will first visit Star, enjoy a few days there, and then take them to some of the places we visited last time. Sound good. But does Emma have the time? She is always preoccupied with company matters. I'll check on that. All right, perhaps accustomed to it. The women at home no longer exhibited any signs of jealousy. Even Raven, who had once shown envy during their last visit to Star, exhibited no ill feelings when Aisha was mentioned this time. Dressed and ready, Martin stepped out and drove towards the company. Following the birth of their child, he gradually shifted his focus onto others. In the past month, his visits to the company had increased significantly, almost rivaling all his previous visits combined. Most of the women at home were now at the company, excluding Wendy and Raven. The former office building had been purchased outright by the Horn Group as the company expanded. Now, this towering structure, over 20 floors, was entirely occupied by the Horn Group. Apart from the essential office spaces, more than half of the floors were dedicated to research laboratories, established and organized under the guidance of Emma and her peers. As in all large corporations, the top 2 floors were reserved exclusively for executive offices. The penthouse contained 5 offices for belonging to Emma and her companions, and one designated as Martin's chairman office, which remained largely unvisited. Raven was also on maternity leave. Amidst the greetings from the staff, Martin took the elevator to Emma's office on the top floor. Well, a rare guest, Emma teased. Little Emma, standing nearby, smiled mischievously at the comment. Do not be absurd. I was just here a few days ago, Martin replied, walking over to embrace her and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. What are you looking at? Upon noticing little Emma, Martin quipped, Should I kiss you too? Sure, if you dare, little Emma shot back without a hint of embarrassment. She was too familiar with Martin, especially with her older sister Emma providing support. Out with you. I need to share some private words with my darling. Martin urged with mock annoyance. You have no sense of discretion. Little Emma shot him an annoyed glance before turning to leave. Her office was downstairs. If anyone needed to see Emma, she would first attend to them before bringing them up. As he watched her sway out of the office, Martin turned back to meet Emma's gaze. I was just looking, he replied. Indeed, We are old acquaintances now. The novelty has certainly worn off after all these years. She is younger than us and has grown up by my side, Emma lamented. Do not say such things. Martin gently tapped her forehead. You are my diamond girl, forever. Recalling that little Emma possessed the same capability, he added, the only one. Moreover, Martin said, wiping a faint lip print from her face, how could I ever compete with you? Be more mindful next time. The color of that lip print mirrored that of little Emma's, and there was a reason she had not sought a boyfriend all these years. The two shared an unspoken understanding about this matter, though it had never been openly discussed. Emma smiled sweetly and planted a kiss on Martin's cheek. I love you. Martin suddenly remembered something. Have you ever considered that one day she might become pregnant? How could that be possible? Martin remained silent, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Oh, I see. That's a splendid idea. We should give it a try when the opportunity arises. Emma chuckled. It's fine. I'll just borrow yours. Emma had only Martin as her man. Thus, the chances were slim, but not non-existent. How will you repay me? You know how. Emma murmured softly against Martin. He found her attitude satisfying, yet felt a tinge of absurdity. It was merely an illusion, he assured himself. If both of us fell into a river, who would you save first? Martin posed the life-threatening question. You, undoubtedly, Emma replied without hesitation. She did not address Martin's strength, but instead understood what her beloved wished to hear. Such a good girl. I love you. After a moment of intimacy, Emma inquired, is there something on your mind? I promised to take you out for some fun. Remember? Really? Emma asked, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Yes. In the next couple of days. Ensure you have arranged everything for the company. There are no issues on the company's side. All crucial positions are filled with trustworthy individuals. With her psychic abilities, she could easily discern who is trustworthy and who harbored ulterior motives. That's great. Martin spent some time with her, then visited the offices of the other women to inform them of their upcoming outing. He spent the entire day at the company, moving between the various offices of the women. After work, they all returned home together. They rarely visited the house near the company anymore. It had been purchased for convenience during the company's early days, but had now essentially become little Emma's residence, with Emma occasionally staying over. I'm stepping out. I won't be back tonight. Perhaps influenced by their earlier conversation, Emma, who should have been preparing for a bath and bedtime, suddenly changed into her clothes and left the house with an awkward gait. Martin had no choice but to retreat to Wendy's bedroom and experience the chaos. Emma arrived at little Emma's place in record time. Upon entering, she called out, Emma, are you asleep? Little Emma, still groggy, emerged from her bedroom. What brings you here? Emma had never visited so late at night. Suddenly recalling a possibility, her drowsiness dissipated, and she asked in an irritated tone, has that scoundrel been bullying you? Yes. He bullies me every day, little Emma replied while removing her shoes. Once she had changed into slippers, Emma smiled and lifted her chin, saying, and don't call him a scoundrel. Come inside. I have something important to discuss. With that, she pulled her back into the room to discuss their significant matters. Little Emma, feeling wronged, followed Emma while inwardly cursing Martin and slightly complaining about Emma's unfairness. At this moment, the blissful Emma had no inkling of the punishment she would face for leaving Martin alone the next day. A few days later, everyone at home had completed all preparations for their outing. Given the presence of a child, they had packed numerous items for Austin, covering every detail from food to drink to necessities. This time, their preparations were far more thorough than during their hasty departure last time. Still, they worried their preparations might be insufficient, considering they were heading into a realm entirely unlike Earth. If any needs arose, there would be no place to make purchases. Raven knew that currency from Earth was unusable in the universe, hence she brought up this concern. Chapter 100: The Birth of the Amazing Ant. Do not worry. Your sole responsibility is to enjoy yourselves. Leave the rest to me. Since returning, Martin has sent a projection into the cosmos. After considerable time has passed, although the Horn team consists solely of him, its reputation has begun to flourish. He feels as though he has returned to decades past, when he lived as a professional assassin on Earth, immersed in an array of assignments each day. Yet it is far from mundane. For him, this existence is a source of joy. The thrill of earning money is indeed a pleasure, and he encounters many wonders previously unseen. When the projection departed, it did not embark on a spacecraft. Instead, it utilized physical abilities to teleport or fly. He even transformed his appearance into a combat uniform adorned with the insignia of the Horn Team. Notably, the logo of the Horn Group on Earth is identical. During this period, he has flawlessly completed dozens of assignments, leaving clients exceedingly satisfied with high praise. When he encounters agreeable individuals, he may exceed expectations. Conversely, if he meets unsatisfactory ones, it is simple enough to provide himself with a favorable review before swiftly departing with the payment. If payment is withheld, well, mind control is not to be underestimated. With everything in readiness, Martin approached Charlie, who was attending to matters in the residential area. I intend to take my family on a short excursion. During this time, you will have full authority to manage affairs at the farm. Should any issues arise that you cannot resolve, simply hold off until my return. Understood, Charlie responded earnestly, nodding in agreement. If there are urgent matters, you may consult Emma's assistant at the company, also named Emma, or seek Logan. You can collaborate to find solutions. Rest assured, we will handle it, Charlie assured him. How are things progressing here? Martin inquired, observing the crowd at the residential office. Everything is running smoothly, Charlie replied with a smile. The Horn Group's name has attracted a significant number of applicants for residency. However, we must reserve some accommodations for future companions, so a selection process is necessary. And what of those few individuals? Martin asked, referring to the recent recruits, most of whom were homeless or had just been released from prison. These individuals were fighters at heart, yet due to their backgrounds, securing suitable employment in society proved challenging. Gaining complete trust would require time. All is well. No one appears to harbor ulterior motives. Though some may attempt to infiltrate our ranks under the guise of opportunity, Martin mused, unperturbed unless they exhibited a desire to fully integrate into his farm. Very well. Let it be as such. You shall exert yourself a bit more, Martin concluded. Not all, Charlie chuckled. Although last year did not mark a full year, Martin's compensation, including bonuses, exceeded his salary. Furthermore, the farm had not generated income that year due to ongoing construction, with all funds allocated to expenses. This year promises improvement, as crops have been planted and harvested in their appropriate seasons. The first year served as an experimental phase for both cultivation and livestock, closely monitored by Charlie. Martin plans to purchase a few fine horses next year for his family's enjoyment. Logan has already made arrangements, so no further visits are necessary. The 4 young puppies at home will remain behind, cared for by Logan and Charlie. I seek your opinion on a matter, Charlie suddenly stated. Of course, Martin replied, attentively listening to the steward of his farm. As the number of residents increases, we lack shopping and dining facilities. Thus, I wish to inquire whether we should establish our own or procure services from elsewhere. Is Ruby still employed at that restaurant? Martin asked. Indeed, Charlie confirmed. Let us construct our own facilities. We shall manage everything ourselves. The restaurant and supermarket will be funded by the farm, and you will oversee their operation as a gift from me. Ruby need not work there anymore. She can return and earn for herself. Of course, feel free to discuss it with her. If she is unwilling, you may decide accordingly. She will be amenable, Charlie responded with enthusiasm. No chef would resist the opportunity to own their own restaurant. With last year's earnings, their family's financial situation has improved significantly. The establishment of a restaurant and supermarket here will only enhance that trajectory. Then it is settled. We shall expand and develop these facilities. The restaurant and supermarket will be yours, and for other ventures, seek management as needed, preferably from our own ranks. Martin aims to cultivate this place into his domain, adhering to American regulations while wielding the power of wealth and influence. Should the residential area prove insufficient, he will continue to expand, acquiring more land as necessary. Understood, Charlie affirmed. Upon returning home and ensuring all matters were in order, the family boarded the spacecraft. Martin entrusted the control to Yukiko, who, in comparison to him, possessed superior expertise. The weak artificial intelligence lacked consciousness but excelled in processing commands. The vessel's operations were entirely within its capability. As the magic shape craft ignited and ascended directly toward the moon, where the Phoenix 1 awaited underground, it flew boldly into the sky without concealment. Some upon receiving this information, could only helplessly ignore it, opting to secure the data, such as the advantage of strength. While Martin's family retrieved the Phoenix 1 from the moon and ventured deeper into the cosmos, another spacecraft from a distant planet approached Earth, employing counter-detection technology that rendered it undetectable. 2 days later, Dr. Wendy Lawson, the lead of the Pegasus project, perished in an accident alongside pilot Carol Danvers, according to official records. However, confidential documents indicated that Carol Danvers was not deceased but rather missing. The Pegasus project aimed to research the utilization of the cosmic cube to develop a new interstellar propulsion engine, potentially achieving light-speed travel. Under Dr. Wendy Lawson's guidance, significant progress had been made. Tragically, with her demise, the research of the Pegasus engine was destroyed. The loss of Dr. Wendy Lawson left SHIELD at a standstill in their cosmic cube studies, forcing the suspension of the Pegasus project. Whispers of suspicion arose, questioning whether Martin was behind the incident. As the project encountered calamity shortly after his departure, an uncanny coincidence, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts.